Hello, friends. The third part is finally completed. Please take your time to enjoy it, and the fourth part will be updated soon. Thank you for your support. Chapter 189, Tian City. The Alchemy Auction. Within the confines of the chamber, Qing Lin felt a tinge of melancholy. Her journey to the central continent had not only meant bidding farewell to her sister, the little medicine fairy, but also to her sister, Ziyan. Genuinely happy for Ziyan, Qing Lin nevertheless found it difficult to part ways. Xiao Zhe held a dragon-shaped jade token in his hand, within which resided a peculiar energy, likely a manifestation of the abilities of the ancient dragon clan. Wiping the corner of her eye, Qing Lin nodded at Xiao Zhe, her eyes slightly reddening as she said, "Young Master Xiao Zhe, you wouldn't send me away too, would you?" Xiao Zhe gently ruffled Qing Lin's hair, which brought a smile back to her face, illuminating her features with joy. "That I wish to remain by young Master Xiao Zhe's side forever, to serve you. Then you must cultivate diligently, and not remain as you are now, unable to even massage my shoulders," Xiao Zhe teased lightly. Qing Lin's expression faltered. She had attempted to give Xiao Zhe a shoulder massage previously. However, his physique was formidable beyond her capacity as a mere girl. She had been teased by Xiao Zhe at that time, yet spurred her on to train even harder, and she achieved a breakthrough that very day. The two exchanged laughter as they set forth towards the Alchemy Tower. Located at the heart of the central continent, even with spatial wormholes, it would take them several days to arrive. Within the spatial passage, Xiao Zhe's spatial ship darted forward. Perhaps due to their proximity to the central region, the number of ships traversing the passage was considerable. Hearing the raucous sounds from a nearby vessel, Xiao Zhe exchanged a glance with Qing Lin, both sharing a slight smile. "Upon exiting this spatial wormhole, we will arrive at Tian City. There exists a direct spatial wormhole to the alchemy domain from Tian City, allowing us to linger here for a few days. Perhaps we shall discover some rare treasures in Tian City." Xiao Zhe shared their future plans. Qing Lin obediently nodded. Whatever young Master Xiao Zhe instructed, she would dutifully follow. Yet, she was somewhat puzzled as to why they would specifically linger in Tian City. "Young Master Xiao Zhe, does Tian City possess something particularly special? Why must we take the time to stay here? Have you forgotten what I mentioned earlier? The alchemy domain is closely tied to 5 prominent families, with the foremost being the Dan family, located right here in Tian City," Xiao Zhe explained further. As the operational hub of the Dan family, Tian City is bound to be bustling with activity, making it more likely to encounter exceptional items. Upon hearing Xiao Zhe's elucidation, Qing Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at him. Young Master Xiao Zhe is indeed well informed. "Broaden your horizons, and your perspective will naturally expand," Xiao Zhe replied with a light cough, swiftly redirecting the conversation. He feared that Qing Lin might inquire how he possessed such knowledge of the central continent despite having never been there. Fortunately, Qing Lin was exceptionally perceptive and understanding. Noticing Xiao Zhe's change of subject, she did not press on about the previous matter. 2 days later, Qing Lin sat cross-legged beside Xiao Zhe, diligently practicing. Xiao Zhe, meanwhile, tirelessly channeled his fighting spirit to the spatial ship. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards the distance and lightly tapped Qing Lin's shoulder. "Qing Lin, we are nearing Tian City." As Qing Lin opened her eyes and beheld the distant silver halo, a mix of excitement and anticipation filled her heart, curious about the grandeur of Tian City. With a fleeting sensation of weightlessness, brilliance enveloped their vision. Once accustomed to the light, Qing Lin gasped at the sight before her. The vast black stone plaza was teeming with people, with ships continuously emerging from the wormhole, creating an atmosphere of bustling activity. Xiao Zhe retracted the spatial ship, listening to the discussions around him. "This is Tian City. Having traveled swiftly, we have finally arrived." Missing this auction hosted by the Dan family would indeed be a cause for lament. One voice lamented, "As one of the 5 great families, the Dan family may be low-key, but their power should not be underestimated. This auction will undoubtedly attract fierce competition from various factions across the central continent." Another voice chimed in. Interest flickered in Xiao Zhe's eyes. The alchemy auction was certainly worth attending to witness the grand spectacle of such an event in the central continent. "Let us proceed to observe this so-called alchemy auction," Xiao Zhe said, taking hold of Qing Lin's small hand and joining the throng towards Tian City. With 2 days remaining until the auction, the vibrancy of Tian City was already evident. The black stone-paved road was alive with the hustle and bustle of people, flanked by vendors energetically hawking their wares. "Tian City truly is as lively as you described, young master," Qing Lin remarked softly, her eyes darting toward the array of goods on display, struggling to take it all in. "Let us meander leisurely while we can," Xiao Zhe suggested, noticing the thrill in Qing Lin's tone. Recognizing that this young girl seldom experienced such excitement, he guided her along the path, stopping now and then to purchase items that caught her fancy. Though cloaked, Xiao Zhe could not see Qing Lin's face, yet her demeanor spoke volumes about her delight. And no matter how long the road, it must eventually reach its terminus. Where the crowd converged stood an immense structure, heavily guarded, with no one daring to cause a disturbance. Above it hung a grand plaque emblazoned with the elegant characters, Tian Dan Auction House. As Xiao Zhe and Qing Lin approached the Tian Dan Auction House, a few guards glanced their way, but offered no further scrutiny. The Dan family, bold enough to host such a grand alchemy auction, would not turn away patrons, even those cloaked in mystery. Of course, this was grounded in their own considerable strength. Upon entering the auction house, a tall and graceful woman in a qipao approached them. "Esteemed guest, do you wish to auction or sell? I have a batch of elixirs I wish to auction at your esteemed establishment." An elderly voice spoke. The tall, beautiful woman was momentarily taken aback, her demeanor shifting to one of respect. "Esteemed guest, please follow me," she instructed. The woman, adept at her role within the auction house, could easily discern that they were significant clients. Moreover, it was highly likely that the guest was an alchemist. Even the strongest individuals would find it difficult to amass such a collection of elixirs. Xiao Zhe and Qing Lin followed her into a lavishly adorned conference room. "Elder Dan, this esteemed guest wishes to auction a batch of elixirs," she announced. Upon hearing this, the elder looked up in surprise, scrutinizing the two before him. The one in the lead emanated a subtle and restrained aura, difficult to detect, while the other was of little consequence. "Then please present them, I shall assess them," the elder requested. Xiao Zhe gazed at the elder with mild surprise, not expecting the Dan family to take this auction so seriously, especially to send a 6th-grade senior alchemist to oversee it. Clearly not wanting to miss out on high-grade elixirs, with a flick of his wrist, he produced an extreme yang pill. Sensing the potency within, the elder's expression shifted slightly, and he straightened in his seat. Chapter 190. The Dan Family and Dan Shun, the Soul of Devouring Spirits. Elder Dan received the vial, uncapping it to reveal the extreme yang pill, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment. The unprecedented elixir contained an energy that was both ferociously volatile and yet remarkably balanced. Such a level of energy was entirely unsuitable for internal consumption, and even external application would be ill-advised. Elder Dan clicked his tongue in wonder. This was indeed the first time he had encountered such a pill. "May I inquire about the effects of this elixir?" Elder Dan asked, as he examined it from various angles, attempting to discern the purpose behind its existence. Yet, he still yearned for an explanation directly from Xiao Zhe. "This pill is named the Extreme Yang Pill, its purpose being to induce an explosive reaction, with power equivalent to that of a Dohuang-level expert's self-detonation. As expected, it was a remarkably innovative concoction, solely designed for detonation." Elder Dan nodded repeatedly, marveling at the conceptualization behind this pill. "In terms of rank, it should be classified as a pinnacle 6th-grade elixir. May I ask if you are the one who crafted this?" "Indeed," Xiao Zhe affirmed, producing several more pills. Primarily Doling pills, Huangji pills, and Pezong pills, all beneficial for cultivation. Even in the central region, these were among the most sought-after elixirs. After all, potions that could enhance one's strength were perpetually in demand within the Duki continent. Upon evaluating each pill, Elder Dan's astonishment only deepened. Every type exhibited exceptional quality. Should this individual's claims hold true, his alchemical prowess might well surpass Elder Dan's, potentially marking him as a 7th-grade alchemist. With this realization, Elder Dan tempered his pride, adopting a more courteous demeanor. "These elixirs of yours are worthy of being featured in the auction 2 days hence." Noticing Xiao Zhe's unperturbed reaction, Elder Dan remained unfazed. The temperament of an alchemist is notoriously unpredictable, a truth he understood all too well as one himself. "Would you care to rest at the Heavenly Pill Auction House until the auction concludes in 2 days, and then collect your remuneration?" "Very well." Elder Dan summoned a few maidservants to escort Xiao Zhe and his companion to a resting chamber. Following this, Elder Dan departed the meeting room, heading deeper into the Heavenly Pill Auction House. In an office within a certain part of the auction house, Dan Xian concluded his tasks related to the auction. Setting down his pen, Dan Xian was the most prominent genius of the Dan family, groomed to be its future leader. He recognized the paramount importance of the upcoming days. As the Dan family was orchestrating a grand auction for elixirs, should they fail to satisfy the factions attending, their reputation could suffer irreparable damage. Despite the Dan family's low profile, they had to sell their crafted elixirs. Otherwise, they would serve little purpose within the family and would be better off exchanging them for benefits with other factions. This practice was common among the 5 prominent families. who occasionally collaborated to host elixir auctions. Young Master Dan Xian. Here is today's new batch of auction items, Elder Dan announced as he knocked and entered, presenting a list to Dan Xian. Upon reviewing it, Dan Xian's attention was drawn to a particularly noted elixir, the Extreme Yang Pill, designated for self-detonation. With power on par with that of a Dohuang-level expert's explosive force, Dan Xian softly recited the effects of the Extreme Yang Pill, a glimmer of intrigue dancing in his eyes. Indeed, it was a novel approach to its formulation. He detailed the origins of this elixir. Yes, Elder Dan responded with utmost respect. Although he held the title of Elder, Dan Xian was destined to become the future leader of the Dan family, rendering any pride on his part unwarranted. Moreover, Dan Xian's alchemical prowess far surpassed his own. Now I understand, Dan Xian mused, handling the Extreme Yang Pill. However, the crafting of this pill was no simple feat. Merely balancing the volatile energies within was enough to confound a multitude of 6th-grade senior alchemists. The alchemist responsible for its creation likely possessed an extensive mastery, even among the 7th-grade practitioners. Elder Dan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the alchemist's skills exceeded his expectations. Elder Dan, we shall endeavor to meet the demands of that enigmatic alchemist. If he lacks an affiliated faction, he may potentially become a guest elder of the Dan family. Once Elder Dan departed, Dan Xian turned to the adjoining chamber and spoke. Cousin, you ought to take an interest in the Extreme Yang Pill. A petite and delicate figure emerged from the side room, appearing frail and pale, exuding an aura of fragility. Yet, upon glimpsing the Extreme Yang Pill, her eyes transformed entirely. Dan Xian tossed the pill to Dan Xian, knowing that his cousin was not particularly drawn to other matters, but her passion for alchemy was profound. Mentioning elixirs would elicit a markedly different response from her. Due to Dan Xian's extraordinary talent, few could approach her without being affected, fearing that her gift might harm others. She had grown timid in her interactions, cultivating a shy demeanor. Were Xiaozhe present, he would undoubtedly observe a faint golden talent in Dan Xian's status, soul devourer. This unique ability allowed her to automatically consume the surrounding souls, thus amplifying her own spiritual essence. It was precisely for this reason that Dan Xian possessed formidable soul power, granting her an unparalleled advantage on the path of alchemy. Dan Xian's alchemical skills surpassed even those of Dan Xian, attributed both to her remarkable gift and her unwavering focus on the craft. What an intriguing formulation, she remarked. The primary ingredient of the Extreme Yang Pill must be Yang Gold. However, this material is exceedingly volatile. Not only would flames cause it to react, but even a mere trace of fighting spirit could unleash tremendous energy. The individual capable of crafting such a pill must possess exceptional fire control. Dan Xian critically analyzed the unfamiliar pill before her, offering high praise for its creator's expertise. Dan Xian smiled gently, recognizing that whenever his cousin engaged with matters of alchemy, her entire demeanor transformed. If you are interested, would you like me to introduce you to that alchemist? At his suggestion, Dan Xian's expression shifted suddenly, as if doused with cold water, becoming timid and quickly shaking her head. No. Hearing this, Dan Xian could only chuckle in resignation. However, he was quite intrigued by the alchemist capable of concocting the Extreme Yang elixir, contemplating the opportunity to make their acquaintance. Meanwhile, upon arriving in the resting chamber, Xiaozhe requested a list of items to be auctioned from a maid, eager to ascertain if there were any items of interest to him. Esteemed guest, here is the auction list you requested. Xiaozhe accepted the document and perused its contents, harboring no illusions of discovering anything truly precious. Nevertheless, he anticipated finding some medicinal herbs essential for his alchemical endeavors. As he sifted through the list, he was suddenly struck by the sight of the revitalizing fruit. Fortuitously, he had stumbled upon this rare item. Gathering a few more revitalizing fruits would enable him to concoct additional revitalizing pills. Such a treasure is never excessive, as possessing even one more could mean an additional lease on life. Subsequently, Xiaozhe continued his search, while Qing Lin practiced diligently beside him. Truly, the auction house of the Dan family was replete with remarkable treasures. With his current resources, he feared he might fall short. Chapter 191, 8th Rank Elixirs. The Dan Xian Alliance. Xiaozhe meticulously recorded the herbs he required on a piece of paper and summoned a maid from the auction house to place in advance order. Once the proceeds from his auctioned elixirs were secured, he would be able to purchase them without delay. The maid, upon witnessing the extensive list, promptly indicated her intention to consult the auction house's supervisor. Shortly thereafter, a portly middle-aged man, beaming with a broad smile, entered the room. Respected alchemist, Elder Dan has previously stated that every effort will be made to fulfill your requests. It is estimated that the value of the batch of elixirs you are auctioning will sufficiently cover the cost of your advance order. Would you like us to deliver them to you now? Xiaozhe felt a surge of delight at this news. After all, Placing an advance order did carry the risk of others purchasing the items, and possessing them securely was paramount. Of course, I would appreciate your assistance. Kindly extend my gratitude to Elder Dan on my behalf. Should you require anything else, please do not hesitate to voice your needs. I shall take my leave now. The portly man smiled and retreated. Before long, a more exquisitely beautiful maid entered the room, her figure alluringly curvaceous, and her eyes seemed to speak with an enchanting language. Regrettably, Xiaozhe remained cloaked, never meeting her gaze. Sir, here are the medicinal herbs you ordered. The maid placed a small box upon the table, within which lay a spatial ring. Understood. You may leave now, Xiaozhe said casually after inspecting the ring. A flicker of disappointment crossed the maid's eyes. Yet she dared not linger, for he was a distinguished alchemist. After a respectful bow, she exited the chamber. Xiaozhe ran his fingers over the spatial ring, transferring all the herbs contained within to his own superior spatial ring. Indeed, the Dan family, with its focus on alchemy, boasted an impressive accumulation of materials even within its auction house. The elixirs he was set to auction were likely of comparable value to these herbs, if not inferior. Thus he had managed to gain a slight advantage from the Dan auction house. With my previous accumulation, I should now be able to gather the materials for 3 life-returning pills. Once we arrive at the pill tower, I shall find the opportunity to concoct them. 2 days later, Xiaozhe and Qing Lin ascended to the 2nd floor of the auction house, observing the myriad of pills being auctioned. Xiaozhe's understanding expanded considerably. His extreme yang pill ranked among the upper tier of this batch, particularly due to its unique effects. The auction of the extreme yang pill incited a minor wave of excitement. The pills he presented for enhancing strength were also in high demand. As for a large faction, such pills are never deemed excessive. They serve excellently to reward meritorious disciples, nurture the younger generation of the family, or even as splendid gifts. Xiaozhe refrained from participating in the bidding, primarily because he held little interest in ordinary pills. Were it a formula, he might have considered bidding. Furthermore, thus far, he had only encountered 7th-tier pills, which had yet to truly captivate him. Moreover, given his current resources, he could not compete with the well-prepared large factions. Those formidable forces were likely eyeing the grand finale and the ultimate auction item. True to expectation, the penultimate highlight of the auction was a remarkable 8th-tier pill, the dual-colored pill Thunder. Indeed, only pills of such caliber could attract numerous large factions to bid. As Xiaozhe listened to the incessant rise and fall of the auction prices, he couldn't help but marvel. Young master, are 8th-tier pills exceedingly rare? Qing Lin, aware of their rarity, was nonetheless startled by the escalating bids. Of course, from the 8th tier onward, a significant divide emerges. Pills beneath this tier seldom possess spiritual essence, while 8th tier pills begin to exhibit nascent spiritual attributes, capable of transforming into various forms. So wondrous. Qing Lin gazed at the 8th tier pill displayed on the platform below. Regrettably, the pill was securely sealed, and her keen eyes could not discern its authenticity. Ultimately, this 8th tier pill was auctioned off at a price that left Qing Lin feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. Xiaozhe glanced at the faction that secured the final bid, the Flame Valley. It appeared that the Flame Valley did not intend to participate in the auction for the ultimate item, for acquiring an 8th tier pill likely strained their financial resources considerably. As the last 3-colored pill Thunder of the 8th tier was fervently contested by various factions, Qing Lin expressed a tinge of envy, saying, "The profession of alchemist is truly lucrative. Alas, I am not an alchemist, or else I could alleviate young Master Xiaozhe's resource burdens. Why do you ponder so much? Little girl, when strength is attained, resources will naturally follow. Without strength, no amount of resources serves but to adorn others." As the auctioneer's voice fell, the final 8th tier pill was surprisingly claimed by the enigmatic Sound Valley. Xiaozhe cast a surprised glance at the room where the Sound Valley resided. This faction was mentioned sparingly in the original narrative, often only in passing alongside references to the Flame Valley. From the perspective of this auction, it is evident that Yinggu possesses a heritage that rivals that of Fengyan Valley. After the conclusion of the auction, a portly middle-aged man approached the room where Xiaozhe resided. "Esteemed alchemist, please wait a moment. Young Master Dan Xian wishes to meet you. He is the actual overseer of this medicinal pill auction. What say you?" Dan Xian? Very well. Xiaozhe was momentarily taken aback. Was not Dan Xian the future leader of the Dan family? I shall trouble you to wait here. Young Master Dan Xian will arrive shortly. The rotund man clapped his hands, and several beautiful maidens entered, bearing an array of fruits and delicacies. "Please enjoy, we shall take our leave now." Xiaozhe gazed at the sumptuous spread before him, approached, and sat down, partaking without reservation. "Qing Lin, what do you suppose is the reason Dan Xian seeks me? Perhaps he is interested in your alchemical skills?" Qing Lin replied, frowning. "Close enough. He likely inferred my level of alchemy from the extreme yang pill." After indulging in the feast, a knock echoed at the door. "Greetings, esteemed alchemist. I am Dan Xian. Honored to meet you, Dan Xian of the Dan family. I am Xiao Zhe, he replied courteously, bowing slightly. May I inquire if you are affiliated with any faction? I am not from Zhongzhou. A flicker of surprise crossed Dan Xian's eyes, yet Xiao Zhe promptly added, I have come to Zhongzhou solely for further studies at the Dan Tower. I fear I cannot fulfill your expectations. Dan Xian, undeterred by Xiao Zhe's revelation of his intentions, chuckled heartily. In truth, there is no need for such a swift refusal. Pursuing studies at the Dan Tower does not conflict with becoming a guest elder of the Dan family. Seeing Xiao Zhe remain unmoved, Dan Xian pondered briefly before stating, Since you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. However, as it is your first visit to Zhongzhou, and being unfamiliar with the surroundings, I have matters to attend to at the Dan Tower. Perhaps we could journey together? Xiao Zhe felt a flicker of intrigue at the prospect of having a familiar guide. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Dan Xian. Chapter 192, Arrival at the Dan Tower. Rank Assessment. Upon Xiao Zhe's agreement, Dan Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Even if he could not secure a guest elder for his family, cultivating a cordial relationship was still a commendable choice. Dan Xian's philosophy was to foster goodwill whenever possible. Should enmity arise, he believed in decisively eliminating it to prevent future troubles. Pray tell, does Xiao Zhe still harbor doubts about me? Why do you persist in concealing your true identity? Dan Xian inquired, curious, for he knew that since their arrival at the Tiandan auction house, Xiao Zhe had consistently cloaked himself in a mantle. Haha, one must exercise caution while traveling, Xiao Zhe replied, gradually shifting his voice from an elderly tone to his true sound. As Dan Xian looked on in mild astonishment, Xiao Zhe removed his cloak. Dan Xian stared at Xiao Zhe's visage, momentarily at a loss for words. He appeared astonishingly youthful. This brought forth a wave of relief and joy within him. Grateful that he had not acted foolishly and offended Xiao Zhe, he found delight in the fact that their acquaintance was relatively amicable, at least not hostile. Xiao Zhe, you are far younger than I had imagined. Haha, it is indeed my fault for always communicating with a voice that bears the weight of age. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time, enjoying each other's company. Ahem, it is getting late, Xiao Zhe. Please take a good rest today. For tomorrow we shall journey together to the Dan Tower, Dan Xian remarked with a slight cough. Naturally, I eagerly anticipate my journey of advancement at the Dan Tower. Xiao Zhe replied with a warm smile. At the break of dawn the following day, Dan Xian arrived at Xiao Zhe's resting place. Xiao Zhe, are you prepared? I have already instructed my family to arrange the spatial wormhole. Thank you for your efforts, Xiao Zhe said amiably. The trio made their way to the spatial wormhole in Tiandan City, with Dan Xian, the future helmsman of the Dan family, leading the way. They encountered no difficulties and soon entered the wormhole. Subsequently, Dan Xian produced a rather luxurious spatial vessel. This is a more advanced spatial ship, capable of reaching the Dan region swiftly. The journey from Tiandan City to Shengdan City through the spatial wormhole will take only a few days. Throughout the journey, Xiao Zhe and Dan Xian delved into the intricacies of alchemy, both feeling enriched by their discussions. Amidst this fervent exchange, time seemed to fly by. When Xiao Zhe finally regained his senses, the silver halo representing Shengdan City had already come into view. Among the many spatial vessels navigating alongside them, figures clad in various alchemist uniforms emerged, their eyes fervently fixed on the silver halo. Many of them were alchemists who had traveled from various corners of the continent, making the arduous journey to reach the sacred land of Shengdan City, the revered sanctuary in every alchemist's heart. Countless spatial ships rushed to pass through the enormous silver halo. Accompanied by a violent jolt, Xiao Zhe adapted to the brilliance before him and looked around, revealing a vast plaza constructed from crimson rocks. The plaza was teeming with people, the clamor resonating in his ears, as a multitude of spatial vessels flew out from the silver halo and landed upon the square. This was the outer space point of Shengdan City, of which there were as many as 8 in the outer regions. Dan Xian explained to Xiao Zhe and the others, alchemists like you, who come to the Dan Tower for further training, must first register at the Dan Tower's Advancement Tower. The Advancement Tower? Indeed. It is a special facility established by the Dan Tower to accommodate the numerous alchemists arriving from various parts of the continent. A member of the 8 elders of the Dan Tower is stationed there year-round, reflecting the importance the Dan Tower places on alchemists seeking to further their skills. As Dan Xian elaborated, he led Xiao Zhe to a certain stronghold of the Dan family, where they boarded a flying magical beast to the Advancement Tower. Gazing upon the seemingly endless expanse of Shengdan City, Xiao Zhe marveled at its grandeur, truly befitting the continent's most prestigious alchemist organization. According to the original narrative by Xiao Yan, the sheer size of Shengdan City could rival that of the entire Black Corner region. One can only imagine the flourishing state of the Dan Tower. In this vibrant Shengdan City, various towers were the most common sight. As the flying magical beast descended, Xiao Zhe beheld a towering edifice of blue stone. This is the advancement tower. I recall that Elder Lu Tian is currently on duty there. I have some acquaintance with him, so I can assist you in registering directly. Upon hearing Dan Xian's words, Xiaozhe let out a sigh of relief. For the comings and goings within the towering stone edifice had not ceased. If he were to begin queuing now, it would likely be days before his turn arrived. Under Dan Xian's guidance, they proceeded to a chamber on the second level of the tower. Dan Xian, my dear lad, what brings you here to see me? An affable elder sat at a table, appearing rather unremarkable, yet Xiaozhe could sense the immense soul power emanating from him. I have come to accompany my friend Xiaozhe for a registration at the refinement tower, he stated. Haha, is that all? I have nothing pressing at the moment, so I shall assist you with the registration. The elder turned his gaze toward Xiaozhe, who was astonished to find that his own soul power was subtly concealed, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary person. With utmost respect, Xiaozhe bowed. I am Xiaozhe, honored to meet Elder Lu. Haha, no need for such formality. Once you arrive at the Dan Tower for refinement, you are one of us. Where is your recommendation token? Xiaozhe presented the recommendation token from Canaan Academy, to which Elder Lu also produced a jade plaque. As the two plaques met, the one from Elder Lu shimmered with light, prompting him to nod in affirmation. The recommendation token is indeed genuine. Elder Lu retrieved a brush that emanated a faint soul fluctuation. Who is your mentor? I have no formal mentor. I am merely a student of Canaan Academy. Elder Lu's brush trembled slightly, and he looked up in disbelief, scrutinizing Xiaozhe from head to toe. To achieve such a level solely through academy instruction? Dan Xian, too, was taken aback. Although he had previously discussed alchemy with Xiaozhe, he had not inquired deeply into his background. Now, hearing Xiaozhe claim his accomplishments stemmed from the academy, Dan Xian found it exceedingly hard to believe. Seeing that Xiaozhe was not jesting, Elder Lu promptly examined the recommendation token again. Upon seeing the characters for Canaan, he was finally convinced. No wonder the name Canaan seems so familiar. It is indeed Canaan Academy. Hasn't the alchemy department already declined? Elder Lu lamented, shaking his head as he continued with the registration for Xiaozhe. What is your rank as an alchemist? I have not undergone a formal assessment, but I have successfully refined a 7th grade elixir, the revitalizing pill. Elder Lu was now thoroughly unsettled. A 7th grade alchemist? If it were any other 7th grade alchemist, I would not be so astonished, but Xiaozhe hails from the academy. In his understanding, the education provided by the academy was generally inferior to that of private tutelage, as academy instruction often lacks comprehensive guidance and detailed mentoring. Yet, here was Xiaozhe, a challenge to his preconceived notions. Since you have not been formally tested, allow me to conduct the assessment myself. Elder Lu contemplated for a moment, deciding against hurriedly proceeding with the registration. Although this is a refinement tower, we are also qualified to evaluate alchemists' ranks. Please follow me. As Elder Lu and Xiaozhe entered the assessment chamber, Dan Xian was filled with anticipation, intensely curious about Xiaozhe's rank as an alchemist. Chapter 193, 7th Grade Advanced. The Titan of the Dan Tower. Xiaozhe followed Elder Lu into the testing room. As the largest alchemist organization in the Duki continent, the Dan Tower maintains the strictest standards for level assessments. Qinglin, feeling a wave of anxiety, clenched her fists, silently praying for Xiaozhe to succeed in the examination. After an extended period, within the testing chamber, Elder Lu exclaimed in astonishment. You truly passed the assessment for a 7th-tier high-level alchemist. Your alchemical skills have reached a level that no longer necessitates further study at the Dan Tower. If you are inclined, I can recommend you to become a guest elder of the Dan Tower. Given future opportunities, you could even ascend to the status of a true elder. Elder Lu spoke with palpable excitement. To him, Xiaozhe was akin to a naturally gifted gem. Without the guidance of a private teacher, he had achieved the rank of 7th-tier high-level alchemist solely through the instruction of the academy. Thank you, Elder Lu, for your recommendation. Xiaozhe responded with a respectful bow, taken aback by the warmth of Elder Lu's words. Haha, this is merely a favor to you. Your future is boundless. So why not provide you with an opportunity now? Elder Lu, known for his open-mindedness, candidly expressed his intentions. Regardless, Elder Lu, you have genuinely aided me. For now, remain at the Dan Tower as a disciple for further study, Elder Lu advised as the two exited the room. Dan Xian, having overheard Elder Lu's remarks, was struck with astonishment. What remarkable achievement had Xiaozhe accomplished to warrant such a direct recommendation for the position of guest elder? Although the title included guest, it was still a genuine elder position. Dan Xian's eyes widened at the sight of the 7 stars radiating a purple-golden light atop the towering structure. 7th-tier high-level alchemist. Yet, at that moment, it was bestowed upon Xiaozhe by Elder Lu. Previously, Dan Xian had thought their alchemical skills were comparable, but he was astonished to discover that Xiaozhe had surpassed him significantly. Instantly, Dan Xian's perception of Xiaozhe shifted. After conversing with Elder Lu for a while longer, the three eventually departed from the training tower. Elder Lu watched them leave, his eyes narrowing slightly. Talents like Xiao Zhe were highly valued by the Dan Tower. However, due to an incident that had occurred long ago, the organization had grown wary of unknown alchemist prodigies. This caution extended not just to alchemical talents, but to all alchemists joining the Dan Tower, necessitating thorough background checks. Never mind. I shall pass Xiao Zhe's information to President Qian Kong. He will make the final decision. Xiao Zhe had managed to resolve the questions posed by Elder Lu. Yet there were instances where the queries raised by Xiao Zhe left Elder Lu perplexed. Initially, he had thought the alchemical traditions outside of Zhongzhou were peculiar, only to realize his own knowledge was lacking. Xiao Zhe, I had no idea your alchemical skills were so refined. Elder Lu chuckled. I gained much insight from our previous discussions on alchemy. Xiao Zhe sincerely replied, to which Dan Xian also laughed heartily. Indeed, regardless of Xiao Zhe's proficiency, their prior discussions had proven immensely beneficial. Perhaps I have been too fixated on levels, Dan Xian mused. After Dan Xian came to an understanding, a serene smile graced his lips, and his gaze towards Xiao Zhe returned to normal. Speaking of which, what are your plans, Xiao Zhe? I seek a secluded spot to hone my alchemical skills. Dan Xian held no doubts regarding Xiao Zhe's potential to become a guest elder. On one hand, Elder Lu, as one of the 8 esteemed elders of the Dan Tower, carries significant weight in his recommendation. On the other hand, Xiao Zhe's prowess is undeniable. At the advanced rank of 7th tier, he stands out even among the usual elders. Indeed, throughout the Central State, attaining the title of Master Alchemist is well within the grasp of someone at the 7th tier. Therefore, Dan Xian found the situation somewhat surreal. How could someone so young as Xiao Zhe already be at such a high rank? It left him reflecting on the passage of his own years. After settling Xiao Zhe and his companion, Dan Xian swiftly took his leave, as he indeed had matters to attend to at the Dan Tower. Since these matters were not particularly urgent, he had chosen to accompany Xiao Zhe to the refinement tower first. Now that Xiao Zhe's affairs were resolved, it was time for him to focus on his own. Dan Xian proved to be quite amiable, worthy of friendship. Xiao Zhe surveyed the courtyard Dan Xian had arranged for him with satisfaction. He planned to concoct a life-reverting pill as a precautionary measure. Meanwhile, within the dark colossal tower, the 3 leaders of the Dan Tower convened, summoned by Elder Lu's report. In his account, Elder Lu bestowed upon Xiao Zhe a remarkable appraisal, an unequivocal genius in alchemy. Such praise from Elder Lu, one of the 8 prominent elders of the Dan Tower, was sufficient to capture the attention of the Tower's 3 leaders. Upon concluding Elder Lu's introduction, the 3 leaders exchanged glances. An incident had recently caused a rapid deterioration in relations between the Dan Tower and the Soul Palace. The true core strength of the Dan Tower lies within the Minor Dan Tower, which even houses peak experts of the Dosheng level. The existence of the Minor Dan Tower is the very foundation of the Dan Tower's parity with the Soul Palace. At the height of the Minor Dan Tower's development, its then master took on a disciple who exhibited astonishing talent. In a mere 40 years, he surpassed the experience of many of the elder alchemists. However, due to an unforeseen mishap, his identity as a member of the Soul Clan was revealed. He was known as Hun Suzi. At that time, the master of the Minor Dan Tower, moved by their bond, chose not to kill him. To their dismay, Hun Suzi not only disregarded their connection, but also harbored no gratitude towards the master who spared him. He secretly rallied the forces of the Soul Clan and assassinated the then master of the Minor Dan Tower, thereby irreparably damaging relations between the Soul Palace and the Dan Tower. Once bitten, twice shy. From that moment on, the Dan Tower imposed stricter scrutiny on those wishing to join, particularly alchemists like Xiao Zhe from beyond the Central State, who could more easily disguise themselves. Despite Xiao Zhe's extraordinary talent, to the extent that Elder Lu was willing to recommend him, it still evoked memories of the Hun Suzi incident among the 3 leaders of the Dan Tower. They promptly dispatched individuals to the Jianan Academy to thoroughly verify Xiao Zhe's background. If all proved true, the Dan Tower might very well cultivate an alchemist who could rival Hun Suzi. After prolonged deliberations, Qian Kongzi ultimately issued a decision for a more stringent examination, solely to ensure the unblemished origins of Xiao Zhe. Chapter 194. The Invitation of Qian Kongzi. In the Holy Pill City, within the inner domain of the Alchemy Academy, a powerful surge of energy reverberated through the sky, accompanied by the thundering of alchemical lightning. The residents of the Dan family within the academy had grown accustomed to this phenomenon, as it had become a commonplace occurrence over the past few months. Young Master Dan Xian had somehow befriended a master alchemist, whose fervor for alchemy had ignited like a blazing fire since taking up residence in the academy. They speculated whether this master alchemist ever paused, tirelessly concocting high-grade elixirs. The once rare sight of alchemical lightning now appeared with alarming frequency. Such a spectacle would undoubtedly be a rarity even within the Dan family itself. Upon witnessing the alchemical lightning for the first time, I had harbored concerns for the master alchemist's endurance. I shared that sentiment. However, it soon became evident that we had underestimated the prowess of the alchemist. The Dan family members were abuzz with chatter, watching as bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, only to vanish into the courtyard, leaving them eager with anticipation. In the main residence of the academy, Dan Xian was hosting Elder Lu Tian, and upon hearing the rumbling thunder, he lifted his gaze, his expression tinged with bitterness. He now comprehended how Xiao Zhe had ascended to the rank of master alchemist. This relentless obsession with alchemy was a fervor he could never emulate. A few months prior, Dan Xian had intended to take Xiao Zhe for a stroll around the Holy Pill City after concluding his affairs. However, he was informed by Xiao Zhe's maid that Xiao Zhe had already entered a state of alchemical focus. As an alchemist himself, Dan Xian deemed it inappropriate to disturb Xiao Zhe. When Xiao Zhe summoned the alchemical lightning for the first time, Dan Xian had been anxious for him. Yet, Xiao Zhe swiftly proved through his actions that there was no need for concern. Just as Dan Xian assumed Xiao Zhe would take a respite, Xiao Zhe unexpectedly presented him with a 7th-grade elixir, the revitalization pill, requesting him to gather the necessary herbs. The abundance of medicinal materials in the Holy Pill City was well known, and with Dan Xian's capabilities, collecting the ingredients for the revitalization pill posed no challenge. With a stable source of materials secured, Xiao Zhe plunged back into the fervor of alchemy. Such prowess. 7th-grade alchemy. I believe Xiao Zhe's future achievements will far exceed this. Elder Lu Tian had also learned of Xiao Zhe's situation from Dan Xian and remarked with some nostalgia. Indeed, after months of continuous high-grade alchemical production, I worry his spiritual energy may become depleted. Dan Xian shook his head, recognizing that he could not compare with the extraordinary Xiao Zhe. By the way, what brings Elder Lu Tian to visit today? It is due to President Xian Kongzi's desire to meet Xiao Zhe. I initially intended to inquire through you, only to discover he resided in the academy. Elder Lu Tian elucidated. I see. If Elder Lu Tian has pressing matters, I can convey them. That won't be necessary. Given the intensity of the alchemical lightning, it should conclude soon. Let us proceed, for I suspect if no one seeks him out, he will likely immerse himself in alchemy once more. Dan Xian suggested. Elder Lu nodded, acknowledging that according to Dan Xian, Xiao Zhe had maintained this state for several months, making it quite plausible for him to continue his alchemical pursuits. Within Xiao Zhe's chamber, which befitted the grandeur of Shangdan City, there existed a specially designed sanctuary to thwart prying eyes and interference, ideally suited for an alchemist. After enduring the tempest of alchemical lightning, Xiao Zhe's eyes flickered with electric brilliance. The power of thunder absorbed by the tree of origin reverberated through his body. With his current physique, there was no need for deliberate refinement. He could absorb it directly. Months of alchemical practice had not only enhanced his skills, but also significantly augmented the thunderous energy within him, yielding remarkable results in his body tempering. While for other alchemists, the lightning summoned by their craft might pose a challenge, for him, it served as an exceptional means of enhancement. As the thunderous energy within him surged, he mused that perhaps he wouldn't even need the 3,000 thunder movements. He could conjure a lightning-based martial technique, all on his own. After carefully storing the life-returning pill, Xiao Zhe blinked, allowing the electric glow in his eyes to gradually fade. Due to his heightened spiritual perception during this active phase of alchemy, he sensed visitors outside. Thus, he decided to pause his alchemical work and put away the spirit-infusing cauldron. In another room, Qing Lin was diligently training. Indeed, it was quite challenging to find serpent-like magical beasts in the vicinity of Shangdan City. For the time being, Qing Lin would have to continue her solitary cultivation. Creak. Elder Lu, Brother Dan Xian, what brings you both to seek me? Xiao Zhe remarked, noting the concern for his relentless alchemical endeavors. Surely, one would worry about whether he was exhausting his soul. Dan Xian jested. Yet, Xiao Zhe appeared to be in excellent spirits, his eyes gleaming with an underlying glimmer. Not at all. I have my own sense of moderation, Xiao Zhe replied. Since his appearance, Elder Lu had been scrutinizing him, ultimately shaking his head with a sigh. It seems the gap between us is not merely one of talent, but also of sheer diligence. Elder Lu chuckled, yet my alchemical prowess pales in comparison to yours. Alas, once you elevate your spiritual realm to the spirit realm, you will naturally ascend to the rank of an 8th-rank alchemist, and we shall be on the same level then. Elder Lu sighed, feeling the poignant sense of the younger generation surpassing the elder, as if he were nearing the twilight of his own journey. I almost forgot. Xiao Zhe, President Xian Kongzi wishes to meet you. At this, Xiao Zhe raised an eyebrow slightly. Very well, I shall prepare myself. In my current state, it would be inappropriate to meet President Xian Kongzi. Although incidents are rare within Shangdan City, one must still exercise caution. Under Elder Lu's guidance, Xiaozhe arrived at the imposing black tower located in the heart of Shengdan City. Compared to the outer regions, the number of individuals entering and exiting the tower was significantly reduced, yet each bore an awe-inspiring presence, their spiritual energy formidable. After passing through numerous checks, they finally entered the Dan Tower, with Elder Lu leading Xiaozhe directly to the upper levels. They halted before a grand hall. Very well, from here on, you shall proceed alone. I shall not accompany you further. Xiaozhe clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, expressing gratitude to Elder Lu. Pushing open the grand hall doors revealed a multitude of bookshelves. Following the guiding path, Xiaozhe navigated through the aisles of knowledge, until a certain bend in the path. An elderly man clad in white robes suddenly appeared before me. His hair and beard were entirely white, and his face bore deep wrinkles, while his eyes, resembling unfathomable depths, held a hint of gentle amusement. You must be Xiaozhe, he said. I am Xinkongzi. Might you enlighten me on the essence of the transformation elixir? Upon hearing this, Xiaozhe narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder there had been a delay of several months. It appeared he had gone to the Canaan Academy to investigate my origins. During my registration at the training tower, Elder Lu had not inquired further, so I had refrained from mentioning the transformation elixir. Clearly, Xinkongzi had gleaned this information from the academy. Chapter 195. Appointment as Elder of the Pill Tower. Xinkongzi fixed his gaze intently on Xiaozhe's countenance, yet the outcome left him disheartened. Xiaozhe merely raised an eyebrow, displaying no further reaction. Having met with President Xinkongzi, it was evident that he was aware of my consumption of the transformation elixir, which implied he should also know that I was not originally an alchemist. The transformation elixir, which I procured from an ancient alchemist's relic, had bestowed upon me the aptitude for alchemy. In his vast experience, he had never encountered anyone who could become an alchemist postnatally. Xiaozhe's situation was likely unparalleled across the entire Doqi continent. Alas, it is not that I am inherently suspicious, rather. The Pill Tower has previously suffered severe losses due to infiltration by hostile forces, Xinkongzi lamented. I still hope you can provide concrete evidence, rather than relying solely on your word. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaozhe produced the scroll he had obtained from the ancient alchemist's relic. The scroll contained the personal account of the creator of the transformation elixir. Xiaozhe felt confident in presenting it, having read it twice. Upon his second reading, he discovered that much of the crucial information had become obscured. The elements that could influence his testimony were now entirely indistinct. This scroll, inscribed with soul power, had remarkably survived from antiquity to the present day. Therefore, Xiaozhe boldly handed it to Xinkongzi. Xinkongzi accepted the withered scroll, and upon touching it, he immediately recognized its antiquity. After reading through it, the furrow in his brow relaxed somewhat. It was astonishing that such a miraculous elixir truly existed in this world. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, the creator had not passed down the formula for the transformation elixir. Xinkongzi mused, if the Pill Tower were to acquire the formula, given its strength, it could facilitate the emergence of more alchemists. Many possess the soul power requisite to become alchemists, yet are hindered by their innate attributes, preventing them from achieving true mastery in alchemy. Among these individuals may be some with exceptional talent in the field, much like you, Xiaozhe. The existence of the transformation elixir was indeed authentic, which meant that Xiaozhe had only recently embarked on his journey as an alchemist. In just a few short years, Xiaozhe has ascended to the esteemed rank of a 7th-tier advanced alchemist. Even Xinkongzi could not help but express his astonishment at Xiaozhe's prodigious talent. Xiaozhe, my earlier actions were indeed for the sake of the Alchemist Guild, so please do not take them to heart. Of course, I shall personally provide you with appropriate compensation. Here is the formula for the 7th-tier advanced Xianyang Spirit Pill. Xinkongzi, devoid of any pretense, directly conveyed his apologies for his earlier doubts towards Xiaozhe. He then presented a copy of the 7th-tier advanced pill formula. Xiaozhe was momentarily taken aback. The guild's skepticism towards him was of little consequence. Having had no adverse effects on him whatsoever, it merely involved an investigation into his background at the Jian Academy. For the past few months, he had quietly remained within the Alchemist Academy, diligently refining pills. It was only today that they sought him out to inquire about the effects of the transmutation pill. If such a level of skepticism could yield a 7th-tier advanced pill, Xiaozhe would welcome the guild's daily doubts with open arms. I shall not decline this generous offer. Upon receiving the formula for the Xianyang Spirit Pill, Xinkongzi continued, the soul power inscribed on this scroll is nearly depleted, and it may no longer be legible. That is of no concern. I am already well versed in the knowledge recorded by this ancient alchemist, Xiaozhe replied, shaking his head dismissively. Given your clear background and your prowess as a 7th-tier advanced alchemist, the guild cannot continue to regard you as merely a disciple. After a moment of contemplation, Xinkongzi declared, once the Elder Council convenes in a few days, I shall nominate you to become an elder of the Alchemist Guild. Thank you, President Xiankongzi. Xiaozhe exclaimed, quickly bowing in gratitude. Although it was their first meeting, Xiankongzi had treated him remarkably well, presenting him with a 7th-tier advanced pill formula. Haha. Well then, since matters have been resolved, you may take your leave. Once you become an elder of the guild, numerous advantages shall await you, and you will come to understand them in due time. As they approached parting, Xiankongzi even painted a grand vision for Xiaozhe's future. However, contemplating the 7th-tier advanced pills within his spatial ring, Xiaozhe was content to indulge in this vision, eagerly anticipating the arrival of even greater opportunities. Watching Xiaozhe depart, Xiankongzi shook his head. Initially, upon realizing Xiaozhe's clear background, he had entertained the thought of taking him as a disciple. Yet, upon further reflection, he pondered whether his own alchemical skills would be sufficient to teach Xiaozhe effectively. After all, considering Xiaozhe's growth trajectory, it seemed that he had navigated his way to the 7th-tier advanced level through sheer exploration and effort. Taking him as a disciple might inadvertently hinder his progress. A few days later, a sensational announcement reverberated through the Alchemist Guild. They had gained a new elder. The implications of becoming an elder of the guild stirred the hearts of many. Various factions within the guild began to inquire about the identity of this newly appointed elder. Those with significant influence soon uncovered Xiaozhe's background, a 7th-tier advanced alchemist hailing from beyond the central continent. His alchemical prowess was exceptional, and it was highly likely that he was the alchemist who had repeatedly summoned Pill Thunder within the academy over the past few months. In discussions about Xiaozhe, the Dan family inevitably found themselves mentioned as well. Originally, the strength of the Dan family ranked among the top of the 5 great clans, and now they have established a connection with an elder from the Dan Tower, eliciting envy from other factions. Upon his second visit to the Black Giant Tower, Xiaozhe acquired an Elder-S tower exclusive to him within the inner domain of Shengdan City. With the status of an elder, traversing through Zhongzhou, other forces must contemplate carefully before attempting to undermine him. Upon becoming an elder, he also received corresponding tasks, granting him merits that could be exchanged for a variety of medicinal herbs and formulas. Departing from the Black Giant Tower, Xiaozhe turned towards the Herb Tower. Within the inner domain of Shengdan City, numerous towering structures serve distinct purposes, with the Herb Tower being the most frequented. The abundant reserves of medicinal herbs within the Herb Tower astonished Xiaozhe, who had never seen such wealth before, exclaiming the opulence of the Dan Tower. It seemed that he could procure all the necessary materials for the Xianyang Spirit Pill here without troubling Dan Xian. The Xianyang Spirit Pill could refine one's physique and enhance meridians, and more importantly, it possessed a unique effect akin to the Fallen Heart Flame in condensing fighting spirit. Xiaozhe intended to concoct one to test its efficacy. Chapter 196. Chaoing, a natural soul body. After becoming an elder of the Dan Tower, Xiaozhe accumulated a substantial merit. He possessed an ancient-looking black stone tower, constructed from incredibly sturdy materials. Furthermore, the space within was fortified by powerful formations set by the Dan Tower's elites, capable of withstanding the assaults of Dozong experts. This underscores the significance the Dan Tower places on its elders. Retrieving the Elder-S token and placing it at the entrance-S sensing point, the grand door opened automatically. The interior was modestly arranged, though it could be attended to by personnel if necessary. Xiaozhe did not place much importance on these details. Having a shelter was sufficient for him. Qing Lin swiftly emerged, her eyes flickering with relief. Xiaozhe scrutinized Qing Lin. Have you broken through again? Yes, Qing Lin cannot assist you much, young Master Xiaozhe. But I will strive to cultivate diligently, she replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Xiaozhe affectionately patted Qing Lin's small head, finding her understanding beyond her years, evoking a sense of tenderness within him. Come, I will take you to hunt some serpent-like magical beasts. Now that I hold the title of Dan Tower Elder, I feel a sense of security, Xiaozhe remarked playfully, to which Qing Lin nodded vigorously. She knew that with her, by Shi San Hua Tong, the only way to grow rapidly was to forcibly contract serpent magical beasts. Otherwise, she would likely never be able to keep pace with young Master Xiaozhe. By the way, young Master Xiaozhe, the Dan Tower personnel previously inquired if you needed more maidservants to manage the Elder Tower. What are your thoughts? You are now my exclusive maidservant. Do you believe I need more? Xiaozhe asked with a smile. Furrowing her brow, Qing Lin pondered carefully. I believe it is unnecessary. Although the Elder Tower is vast, I can manage it alone, and besides, as you concoct pills, you require tranquility. Then let it be as you say. Xiaozhe accompanied Qing Lin to a certain mountain range within the Dan domain, where the energies of heaven and earth converged, nurturing the myriad of life forms within. He could sense the presence of numerous formidable auras surrounding him. Surely, there are no members of the Beastmaster clan near the Dan Tower? Xiaozhe murmured softly, reluctant to provoke the Beastmaster clan at this moment, choosing to wait until his strength was sufficient to confront them. He scoured the entire mountain range, procuring 5 serpentine magical beasts of the Do Huang level for Qing Lin. Additionally, there were dozens of lower-tier serpentine magical beasts. Observing Qing Lin as she tamed a peak Do Huang serpentine beast, Xiao Zhe could not help but marvel at the immense power of the central continent. This was merely the realm of ordinary magical beasts. The truly enticing ones belonged to the powerful bloodlines of the Beastmaster clans. Xiao Zhe's spiritual perception extended outward, necessitating caution while venturing into the world. Suddenly, he sensed several auras rapidly approaching. Casting a glance at Qing Lin, who was still engaged in subduing a magical beast, he leaped into the air. The previously concealed aura emanating from him became more pronounced, startling the incoming entities. Earlier, he had donned a cloak to obscure his presence and avoid trouble, but now, with the Dan Tower at his back, there was no need for such subterfuge. Clad in his current attire, others would be eager to present him with favors. As he beheld the approaching figures, the foremost among them was an elderly man with a shock of white hair, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace. Yet, what truly captured Xiao Zhe's attention was the woman behind him, whose status was marked by a gleaming golden light, an innate soul body. The delicate golden font signified her noble abilities. She possessed a tall, slender figure, adorned in a flowing black gown that exuded an air of haughty elegance. Her skin was as pale as snow, her face slightly gaunt, yet exquisitely refined. A subtle smile played at the corners of her lips, accentuating her alluringly delicate features. Revealing a hint of seduction, she was none other than the enchanting Chao Ying of the Chao family. The elder, somewhat unfamiliar, inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" With a respectful gesture, he replied, "We are members of the Chao family, here to seek magical cores. I am Xiao Zhe, the newly appointed elder. It is only natural that you are unfamiliar with me." The elder's eyes flickered with hesitation upon hearing Xiao Zhe's words, prompting him to glance at the woman behind him. "Inger, what do you think?" "Heh, Elder Ming, we shall follow Elder Xiao Zhe's guidance. The name of Elder Xiao Zhe has spread throughout the Dan Tower today," the woman remarked with a charming smile, her every movement imbued with an enchanting grace. Chao Ying greets Elder Xiao Zhe, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Xiao Zhe, brimming with a captivating allure. "Thank you for your understanding, Miss Chao Ying," Xiao Zhe replied with a slight bow. Though he felt no fear towards the individuals before him, he preferred to avoid conflict if possible. Xiao Zhe did not immediately choose to bind with Chao Ying, as he currently had only one binding available. He wished to assess the talents of Dan Shun from the Dan family before deciding whom to bind with. Chao Ying gazed at Xiao Zhe's youthful visage, astonished beyond measure. She had initially presumed that this newly appointed elder must be of considerable age, perhaps having spent many years studying alchemy before being appointed to the Dan Tower. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhe's appearance was even more youthful than her own, which dealt a significant blow to Chao Ying, who had been surrounded by a halo of genius since childhood. Shortly thereafter, the aura of Qing Lin flashed past, and Xiao Zhe cupped his hands in gratitude to them, expressing his appreciation for their understanding, with the hope of meeting again in the future. Swiftly, Xiao Zhe approached Qing Lin, having previously shielded their probing with his soul power. Now that Qing Lin had subdued the magical beast, the process was no longer as troublesome. He gently patted Qing Lin's small head, cradled her in his arms, and stepped into the air, heading towards the inner region of Shengdan City. "Inga," the elderly man, whose eyes glinted with ferocity, called out to Chao Ying, noticing her distraction. "I apologize, Ming Lao. I was a bit lost in thought," Chao Ying replied with a smile, as he was an elder of her family accompanying her in search of magical cores. However, as she observed Xiao Zhe's nonchalant departure, a spark of interest flickered in her eyes. Perhaps she could inquire with her teacher about Xiao Zhe's background. This thought flitted through Chao Ying's mind as she then entered the mountain range. Having grown up as a prodigy, the sudden emergence of someone like Xiao Zhe, who appeared to surpass her genius, naturally stirred a sense of rivalry within her. She wished to ascertain whether Xiao Zhe was genuinely as young as he seemed, or if he had mastered the art of maintaining his youthful appearance. After all, both of them had exhibited comparable performances in the original narrative during the Alchemy Association, each crafting an 8th grade elixir of dual-colored danlei. However, Dan Shun was slightly younger than Chao Ying. Perhaps by the time Dan Shun reached Chao Ying's age, she might even surpass her. Upon returning to the Elder Tower, the two busied themselves with their respective tasks. Qing Lin focused intently on her cultivation, while Xiao Zhe hurriedly ascended to the tower's summit, preparing to refine the Xianyang Spirit Pill. Chapter 197. Xuner emerges from seclusion. Origin: Emperor Flame. In the ancient realm, atop the heritage altar, golden flames ascended, emanating a majestic aura that captured the attention of many ancient beings within the realm. In the very next moment after the aura radiated, Gu Yuan's figure appeared at the heritage altar. Upon seeing her father's presence, Xuner's face blossomed with a gentle smile. Before accepting the inheritance of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, her father had stood before the altar with an expectant gaze fixed upon her. Just as he did now. Having finally completed the inheritance, she felt she had not disappointed his expectations. Rising, Xuner approached Gu Yuan, and with each step, golden fire lotuses appeared beneath her feet. Upon reaching her father, she softly spoke. Father, I have succeeded. Haha, splendid. Today happens to be the competition among the younger generation of our clan. Shall we partake? Certainly, Xuner replied after a moment's consideration, nodding gently. With a wave of his hand, Gu Yuan swiftly transported them to a grand plaza. The members of the ancient clan present exuded exceptional vigor, intently focused on the contest taking place on the stage, oblivious to Xuner and her father's arrival. Once the two clan members had concluded their duel, Xuner stepped onto the platform, hovering in the air. Having just emerged from seclusion, I humbly request your guidance. The moment Xuner appeared on the stage, it ignited fervent discussions among the members of the ancient clan. The Miss has emerged from seclusion. I wonder what her current strength is. Given the young lady's exceptional talent, she surely rivals the very best of the younger generation. Primarily, considering her tender age, with a little more time, it would not be surprising if she surpassed them all. Amidst the fervent discussions, a figure, ethereal and ghostly, suddenly appeared upon the stage. Xuner, if you do not mind, I shall take you on as your opponent. Please, Xuner replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The onlookers below only perceived that ghostly figure charging towards Xuner in an instant. In the next moment, the entire arena was engulfed in golden flames, and the ghostly figure was left in a disheveled heap on the ground. I concede, Captain Lin. I am humbled by your prowess, and I thank you, Xuner, for sparing me. The battle concluded with such swiftness that it astonished all the ancient clan members in attendance. However, Gu Yuan, also observing from below, furrowed his brow slightly. As a peak combat sage, he was naturally able to discern deeper issues. I understand, Father, Xuner nodded in acknowledgement. Realizing that she had indeed won each engagement with a single strike, albeit relying on the Golden Emperor's flame. Since there are no pressing matters at hand, allow me to teach you the Imperial Seal technique. Very well, Xuner's eyes sparkled with delight. Receiving her father's guidance made learning the technique a trivial task. At the Alchemist Tower, atop the Elder's Pavilion, dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Striking bolts of lightning, imbued with tremendous power, flickered and coursed through the clouds. Within the Spirit Convergence Cauldron, a pale golden elixir was gradually taking form. Xiaozhe manipulated hand seals, unleashing a surge of soul energy, causing the elixir within the cauldron to spin at an accelerated pace. Powerful energy waves battered the Spirit Convergence Cauldron, and a somewhat pungent aroma of the elixir caused Xiaozhe to squint slightly. Congeal, he silently commanded, and the Xianyang Spirit Pill was finally refined. The anticipated pill thunder arrived as a magnificent silver lightning bolt descended from the heavens, carrying the terrifying power to obliterate all, crashing down upon the Elder's Pavilion. Nearby elders instinctively looked up towards the Elder's Pavilion where Xiaozhe resided, their expressions laden with seriousness. The potency of this pill thunder indicated that the refined elixir was likely among the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Initially, the elders of the Alchemist Tower had not regarded Xiaozhe's induction into their ranks with much weight. It was merely due to the joint recommendation of Xian Kongzi and Lu Tian, without any conflict of interest, that they allowed Xiaozhe to join their ranks. However, it now appeared that this new elder's alchemical skills were remarkably refined. Should he advance further, he would undoubtedly attain the esteemed title of Alchemical Master. Contemplating this, many elders felt invigorated by the thought. Perhaps it would be wise to cultivate a closer rapport with this newly appointed elder. Yet, they were also curious about Xiaozhe's strength, as it seemed he had not summoned any formidable allies to counter the pill thunder. They were utterly astonished to witness that the formidable pill thunder, upon striking the Elder's Pavilion, swiftly vanished without a trace. At the pinnacle of the Elder Tower, the surroundings of Xiaozhe were entwined with golden tree roots. Whenever the Dan Lei descended, it would be instantly enveloped by these layers of roots. Within mere breaths, it would be completely consumed by the multitude of golden tendrils. With the presence of the source tree, I need not worry about the repercussions of Dan Lei while refining high-tier elixirs. The process of crafting a 7th-grade advanced elixir was undeniably protracted, consuming over a fortnight of my time. Xiaozhe delicately held a light golden elixir, the size of a longan, and nodded in satisfaction as the emanating medicinal power reaffirmed his efforts. His dedication over the past days was not in vain. After carefully securing the Xianyang Spirit Pill, Xiaozhe turned his attention to the system panel. Gu Xuner has completely subdued the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold reward. This tenfold reward, combined with Xaio Xuner's special reward at the Do Emperor level, grants the host the Source Emperor Flame. Gasp. Xiaozhe could not help but draw a sharp breath, his gaze fixated on the two distinctly clear characters on the system panel, Emperor Flame. Information regarding the first of the flame ranking was indeed obscure, known only to the ancient Dragon Emperor, Xian's father, who, due to his extensive lifespan, had some understanding of it. After a millennium of formation, a millennium of spirit gathering, and 10 millennia of hidden cultivation, it gradually evolved, traversing the Earth's veins, consuming the renowned, exotic flames, on the ranking from weak to strong, until it had devoured all 21 other on the list. This flame proclaimed itself as the Emperor Flame. Undoubtedly, it claimed the title of the first on a true sovereign among flames. Afterward, it underwent another millennium of hidden cultivation before emerging to achieve the status of Do Emperor, known as the Ancient Emperor Tuashi. With the feedback from the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame, along with the special reward, I was unexpectedly granted the Emperor Flame. Even with Xiaozhe's current composure, he could not help but feel his fingers tremble with excitement. Though possessing the Emperor Flame does not guarantee the ascension to Do Emperor, the power of the Emperor Flame, being the first on is indeed formidable. In the realm of Do Qi, anything associated with the title of Emperor is extraordinary. Chapter 198, 7-Star Do Sect. A terrifying transformation. Xiaozhe stowed away the spirit-infusing cauldron and hurriedly made his way to the secret chamber of the Elder Tower. He was eagerly anticipating the reward of the Emperor Flame. What would unfold upon claiming this reward, Xiaozhe could not foresee. Do not harm the 7-colored sky-devouring python. Qinglin, please come here and assist me in watching over the 7-colored sky-devouring python. No sooner had Xiaozhe's words left his lips than Qinglin appeared at the doorway. The small 7-colored serpent tilted its head slightly to regard Qinglin, and at Xiaozhe's urging glance, it settled into Qinglin's palm. I am about to make a significant breakthrough and may inadvertently harm the 7-colored sky-devouring python. Kindly keep an eye on it for me. This is the accompanying purple crystal source. She enjoys this. I understand, young Master Xiaozhe. Qinglin replied solemnly as she accepted the purple crystal source. Qinglin nodded, expressing concern. Then, young Master Xiaozhe, I shall take my leave. Please be cautious. With the door to the secret chamber firmly shut, Xiaozhe took a deep breath, centering his emotions. Claimed the feedback reward. Instantly, Xiaozhe felt an overwhelmingly vast and scorching energy envelop his entire being. Even more remarkably, the soul that has taken command of the Tree of Origin also sensed a wave of intense heat. Due to various abilities, Xiaozhe's rate of advancement far surpasses that of an ordinary person. However, it pales in comparison to the rewarding feedback from acquiring the Golden Emperor's Burning Heaven Flame. As the Tree of Origin continuously ascends, within Xiaozhe's being, profound transformations are taking place, while externally, a delicate layer of golden flames envelopes him, shimmering with vibrant hues. This flame is extraordinarily beautiful, yet it emanates a lethal threat. The surrounding space seems unable to withstand the searing heat, warping under its influence. As time passes, Qinglin has nurtured the colorful sky-devouring python several times. Numerous elders from the Pill Tower have also come to pay their respects. On her youthful face, tinged with allure, there is a pronounced worry. Although she has unwavering faith in Xiaozhe, the faint yet ominous sense of danger emanating from the secret chamber makes Qinglin uneasy. Such a feeling had never arisen during Xiaozhe's previous seclusion and breakthrough, indicating that this occasion is rather extraordinary. The small, multicolored snake coiled around Qinglin's wrist, once bewildered, now gradually exudes an air of authority. It seems that the dominant soul within the sky-devouring python is no longer the newly born spirit, but rather that of the queen of the Serpent Empire, Medusa. Nevertheless, the colorful little snake remains still, quietly wrapped around Qinglin's wrist, its eyes also reflecting concern. In the days that follow, the frequency of the regal presence in the snake's gaze increases. Yet, the little snake continues to conceal its demeanor. The sole difference is that when it displays an air of authority, it no longer seeks nourishment from Qinglin. After more than a month, Qinglin slowly opens her eyes, having completed her own breakthrough, only to find that Master Xiaozhe has yet to emerge from his seclusion. Heaven bless. Master Xiaozhe must have a smooth breakthrough. The girl fervently whispers in prayer. Within the secret chamber, Xiaozhe's aura reaches its zenith, shattering the bottleneck with a resounding crash that reverberates through the space. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, his momentum surges dramatically. Upon introspection of the void within Xiaozhe, one can see the Tree of Origin standing tall at the core of this emptiness, its height surpassing 7,000 meters. This signifies that Xiaozhe's fighting spirit has ascended to the level of a 7-star dozone, and he is not far from breaking through to the next realm. If other Dozong experts were to learn of Xiao Zhe's progress, they would surely question whether their years of cultivation have been in vain. After a considerable time, Xiao Zhe finally opens his eyes, and the golden flames that enveloped him retreat into his being. Concerned that an accelerated rise in rank might render his fighting spirit unstable, he had been relentlessly suppressing the energy within him, yet he still managed to reach the 7-star Dozong level. This time, Xuner has thoroughly tamed the feedback rewards brought by the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, which are so abundant they leave me somewhat taken aback. Yet, upon reflection, it is no surprise. The Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame is, after all, an ancient clan's inherited extraordinary fire, ranked fourth on the list of such flames, compounded by a tenfold reward. On this foundation, an extraordinary reward of the Do Huang level, akin to the essence of the original, is layered upon it. If I were to allow this terrifying energy to elevate my level unchecked, I would likely already be at the pinnacle of Dozong. Xiao Zhe opened his palm, and a burst of golden flame suddenly manifested within it. Most intriguingly, the golden flame seemed to harbor resplendent hues. Is this the Source Emperor flame? A force that amplifies in tandem with my growth. It appears that due to the tenfold feedback from the Golden Emperor flame, the primary hue presents itself as gold, while vibrant colors are concealed within, aligning perfectly with the vivid colors of the Emperor flame described in the original text. Xiao Zhe gazed into the void, and at that moment, the source tree was enveloped in a layer of golden flames interspersed with brilliant colors. The unique reward of the Source Emperor flame is indeed exceptional, capable of influencing the entirety of the source tree, a phenomenon unseen in previous rewards. Contemplating this, Xiao Zhe observed the Source Emperor flame spreading to other auxiliary branches. Feeling inspired, he retrieved a crystal mirror. As he slightly activated the Bai Shi San Hua Tong, the previous otherworldly emerald flowers in his eyes were replaced by 3 spiraling Bai golden blossoms, radiating an aura of supreme authority. Indeed, the emergence of the Source Emperor flame has transformed the other auxiliary rewards, now manifesting as Bai golden flowers. He might confidently wield the powers of the Bai Shi San Hua Tong before Qing Lin. Previously, Xiao Zhe had refrained from using this ability in front of others, including Qing Lin, as he had yet to determine the rationale behind employing the Bai Shi San Hua Tong. Xiao Zhe then activated the Curse Poison Body, and the Bai golden blossoms in his gaze gradually morphed into a spectrum of colors, with a faint layer of gold overlaying the rainbow. Since the appearance of the Source Emperor flame has altered the auxiliary feedback rewards, Xiao Zhe contemplated this, and the golden flames reappeared in his palm as he attempted to merge the Curse Poison power within. It was effortless. Unlike the countless attempts required before, now it merely took a thought to achieve a perfect fusion of the Source Emperor flame and the Curse Poison power. Simultaneously endowed with the terrifying might of the Source Emperor flame and the unpredictable nature of the Curse Poison, the enhancement was unimaginable. To what extent will this elevate my combat prowess? Chapter 199, Alchemy Exchange Conference. Outside the secret chamber, Qing Lin bit her lip, sensing that the underlying deadly aura had dissipated. She glanced at the 7-colored serpent coiling around her wrist, her heart whispering, Master Xiao Zhe must be on the verge of breaking through. Just as Qing Lin pondered this, the door of the secret chamber suddenly creaked open, and she quickly lifted her head. Upon seeing Xiao Zhe's figure, a joyful smile blossomed on her face. Master Xiao Zhe, you have succeeded in your breakthrough. The authoritative gaze of the 7-colored serpent on her wrist softened and faded into a more naive hue as it sensed Xiao Zhe's safety. The 7-colored serpent transformed into a radiant beam of light, swiftly coiling around Xiao Zhe's wrist. The small head affectionately rubbed against Xiao Zhe's hand. With a hearty laugh, he felt a smooth breakthrough, devoid of any peril. Caressing the slightly warm body of the colorful little snake, Xiao Zhe smiled at Qing Lin. However, he couldn't shake off the peculiar sensation that, for a fleeting moment, he perceived a different hue within the eyes of the vibrant, devouring python. Qing Lin succinctly recounted the events that transpired during Xiao Zhe's seclusion. This was a list of esteemed visitors who had come to pay their respects to the elder. Very well, I shall find time to visit them later, Xiao Zhe replied with a smile, accepting the list. Now serving as an elder of the Pill Tower, he felt it prudent to avoid eccentricity. Moreover, engaging in dialogue with fellow elders bore its own advantages. They were all seasoned high-level alchemists, undoubtedly brimming with a wealth of alchemical recipes, which Xiao Zhe could exchange and converse about. Upon glancing at the list, he noticed its meticulous detail, clearly crafted with care. Qing Lin, you are not only my devoted maid but also my little steward, adept at managing numerous affairs with great finesse. He gazed at Qing Lin, who, due to her hybrid lineage of serpent and human, had blossomed into a captivating figure, resembling a flower poised to bloom, radiating the essence of youth. Really? Upon hearing Xiao Zhe's praise, Qing Lin exclaimed with delight. I was worried that I might not handle things well and disappoint you, young Master Xiao Zhe. Overjoyed, she felt a wave of relief. Being able to assist Xiao Zhe brought her immense happiness. At that moment, a sudden presence was felt at the door. Another elder had come to visit, coinciding perfectly with his emergence from seclusion, warranting a warm reception. Xiao Zhe straightened his attire and opened the door, revealing a familiar figure. Smiling warmly at him, Elder Lu Tian, what brings you here today? Xiao Zhe inquired with a hint of surprise, for the visitor was none other than Elder Lu Tian, one of the 8 esteemed elders. He promptly ushered him inside, offering tea and refreshments. Elder Lu Tian chuckled heartily, equally surprised to have encountered Xiao Zhe just as he emerged from his retreat. I had to focus on a significant breakthrough and inadvertently neglected the other elders. Not to worry, those old fellows are probably eager to connect with you now that they've heard of your prowess in crafting high-grade 7th-tier pills, Elder Lu Tian remarked, taking a sip of his tea with a jovial demeanor. The reason for my visit today is to extend an invitation for you to participate in the Alchemical Exchange Conference. Alchemical Exchange Conference? Xiao Zhe echoed, intrigued by the unfamiliar term. Indeed, the Titans of the Pill Tower wish to encourage the elders to avoid isolation. Thus, they occasionally lead the organization of these conferences to share insights into alchemical practices. Elder Lu Tian continued, adopting a more serious tone at the conference. The leading figures of the Pill Tower will also share their own experiences in alchemy. This is a rare opportunity. Each Titan is a pinnacle 8th-tier alchemist, and you must not miss it. Hearing Elder Lu Tian's words, Xiao Zhe regarded the event with newfound importance. I would be most eager to attend this conference. Is there any prerequisite? Indeed, there is a prerequisite. One must be an elder of the Pill Tower. Elder Lu Tian engaged in a detailed discussion with Xiao Zhe regarding the upcoming Alchemy Exchange Conference before rising to take his leave. Elder Lu displayed considerable warmth towards me, having personally invited me to participate in the alchemy gathering. Xiao Zhe mused to himself that this was undoubtedly due to the talent he had showcased. As Elder Lu mentioned, those elders who sought his company were drawn by his successful creation of a 7th-tier advanced elixir. Upon returning to the hall, Xiao Zhe found that Qing Lin had completed her preparations. Qing Lin, would you care to accompany me to the Alchemy Exchange Conference in 3 days? Each elder is permitted to bring a disciple, and since I am still unfamiliar with the Dan Tower, I would be glad to have you by my side. Upon hearing Xiao Zhe's words, a glimmer of delight flashed in Qing Lin's eyes, but she quickly bit her lip and replied, but I have no knowledge of alchemy. Would my presence cause you any inconvenience, young Master Xiao Zhe? Not at all, Xiao Zhe reassured her nonchalantly. This is an elder exchange conference, not a disciple sparring event. Several elders who do not take on apprentices often bring their own family members. There are no strict prohibitions in such matters. Besides, even if you lack alchemical skills, it would be beneficial for you to observe and broaden your horizons. After expressing his thoughts, Xiao Zhe proceeded towards the tower's summit, urging her to prepare thoroughly for the next 3 days. Yes, young Master Xiao Zhe, Qing Lin exclaimed joyfully, her movements becoming noticeably lighter. At the tower's apex, Xiao Zhe retrieved the spirit-nourishing cauldron, contemplating. 3 days is insufficient for concocting high-tier elixirs. I shall casually brew some potions instead. As he summoned the primordial imperial flame, the surrounding space subtly distorted, emanating a terrifying power capable of incinerating all that exists. Once the imperial flame was introduced into the spirit-nourishing cauldron, it swiftly completed the warming process. Xiao Zhe pressed his palm against the cauldron's wall, feeling the warmth emanating from it. Even the spirit-nourishing cauldron, which could rival the cauldrons on the heavenly cauldron ranking, could not entirely mitigate the fearsome heat of the imperial flame. With a thought, a flower adorned with peculiar patterns soared into the cauldron. Under his soulful perception, the imperial flame instantaneously reduced its impurities to nothingness, leaving behind a minuscule pool of exceptionally pure liquid. Ah, Xiao Zhe gasped. In the past, even my most efficient processing of such materials would take no less than 5 minutes. Yet now I can extract it in an instant. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. This was the first-ranked flame on the imperial flame, which significantly enhances the alchemical process. Not only had the efficiency of elixir creation soared, but the purity of the resulting liquid promised high-quality potions. It was no wonder that many alchemists pursued with fervor. However, now Xiao Zhe possessed it himself, and it was the top-ranked imperial flame. 3 days later, Xiao Zhe donned a fitted white robe, secured at the waist with a white jade belt, exuding an aura of elegance that would captivate anyone who beheld him. Qing Lin, in a pale blue long dress, had her flowing hair bound with a sky-blue ribbon, her unusual pupils radiating a hint of allure. Young Master Xiao Zhe, I am ready. Qing Lin twirled on the spot, inviting him to admire her appearance. Quite beautiful, he remarked. Xiao Zhe gently adjusted the slightly disheveled strands of his azure hair. contemplating that it would be prudent not to arrive late for his inaugural participation in such an exchange conference. The alchemical exchange was convened for all elders. Hosted within the imposing Black Tower. Accompanied by Qing Lin, Xiaozhe navigated through multiple layers of scrutiny before finally gaining entry. Guided by a designated attendant, he arrived at a grand hall of considerable magnitude. Presenting his elder's token, Xiaozhe successfully entered the hall, which was already populated by numerous alchemists. Among them, he spotted Elder Lu Tian, who, despite his responsibilities at the Refinement Tower, was not bound to remain there at all times. Furthermore, the Alchemy Tower boasted many formidable individuals who had joined due to its esteemed alchemical practices, ensuring its security under their vigilant protection. Elder Lu Tian, noticing Xiaozhe's arrival, waved him over. "Elder Lu, you arrived quite early," Xiaozhe remarked. "I had some free time, so I thought it best to come ahead." Elder Lu replied with a warm smile. "Since you are here early, allow me to introduce you to the other elders of the Alchemy Tower." "Thank you, Elder Lu." Xiaozhe expressed his gratitude and followed Lu Tian, meeting the other elders of the Alchemy Tower. With Lu Tian, one of the 8 esteemed elders, making the introductions. Each elder received him with enthusiasm, and he also paid respects to those he had previously visited. As the start time approached, Xiaozhe had acquainted himself with all the attending elders, at least achieving some familiarity with them. Many elders had only heard of Xiaozhe by name, and this exchange provided a genuine opportunity for them to connect. Their astonishment at Xiaozhe's appointment as an elder was palpable, particularly given his remarkably youthful appearance. Observing Xiaozhe engaged in lively conversation with Elder Lu, a collective thought arose among the elders: a prodigy. Haha, the enthusiasm for exchange among the elders remains undiminished. Sharing insights is indeed a method to elevate one's alchemical skills. A figure had appeared at the center of the hall, and upon hearing this voice, the elders' expressions shifted to one of reverence as they bowed in unison. "Greetings, President Xian Kongzi." Xiaozhe promptly reciprocated the gesture. With a gentle smile, Xian Kongzi glanced at Xiaozhe, a hint of curiosity surfacing in his mind. Had Xiaozhe's prowess surged significantly? There is no need for such formality. In the realm of alchemy, isolation is ultimately unproductive. Only through mutual exchange and collaboration can we refine our skills. He continued, "Let me set the stage for our discourse." The elders listened intently to President Xian Kongzi's insights on alchemy. Truly, as one of the 3 giants of the Alchemy Tower, his profound expertise enriched the gathering, and Xiaozhe found himself immensely benefiting from his wisdom. This alchemical exchange unfolded over several days, with each elder sharing their insights. Xiaozhe, of course, was no exception. After he concluded his presentation, the regard of the other elders toward him had transformed significantly. Some elders initially harbored doubts regarding Xiaozhe's alchemical skills. However, after listening to his insights on alchemy, their skepticism vanished entirely. The attendees, all masters of alchemy, were well aware that deception was impossible among them. This exchange event significantly elevated the elders' regard for Xiaozhe, and no one dared to underestimate him due to his youthful appearance. Following this, a period of free exchange commenced. Xiaozhe intended to engage with other elders, but soon noticed Zhuang Kongzi approaching him with Qiaoying. "President Zhuang Kongzi, Miss Qiaoying, are you two acquainted? I had planned to introduce you," Xiaozhe remarked, somewhat surprised. "Master, I encountered Elder Xiaozhe while hunting for magic cores. We had a brief encounter." Qiaoying replied with a smile, her enchanting eyes captivating Xiaozhe momentarily. "Haha, you two are of similar age. You should exchange more insights on alchemy," Zhuang Kongzi said with a grin. "Xiaozhe, would you be interested in leading the Dan Tower disciples to the Sound Valley for further study?" "Sound Valley? Further study?" Xiaozhe inquired, puzzled. "Does the Dan Tower have a vested interest in the Sound Valley?" Indeed, many top forces in the Central Continent have dealings with the Dan Tower. The Sound Valley will soon host the magic sound refinement. Experiencing this refinement can greatly benefit one's martial energy cultivation, physique, and even the soul. This year, I have intentionally secured an additional slot, bringing the total to 5 for the Dan Tower. The implication was unmistakable, and Xiaozhe promptly responded. "I am willing to lead the Dan Tower disciples to the Sound Valley." "Excellent. For this trip to the Dan Tower for further study, you and Elder Lu Tian will coordinate the relevant matters," Zhuang Kongzi stated as Lu Tian appeared nearby and clasped his hands in greeting. "At your command, President Zhuang Kongzi," Lu Tian replied. "Now, for the details regarding the magic sound refinement, I will leave it to Elder Lu Tian to explain to Xiaozhe," Zhuang Kongzi concluded, departing with Qiaoying, who cast one last lingering glance at Xiaozhe. "Elder Lu Tian, what exactly is this magic sound refinement in the Sound Valley?" Elder Lu Tian took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. "The magic sound has the power to bewitch the heart. Only those with strong willpower can listen to it. It offers numerous benefits, as the energy contained within can refine the body, resonate with martial energy, and elevate the soul after undergoing the magic sound refinement. However, due to its bewitching nature, not every disciple can withstand it, even at the Sound Valley. The additional slots, if not utilized, would be wasted, hence the Sound Valley sells them to other top forces in the central continent. I see. Xiaozhe finally grasped the intricacies of the magic sound refinement. The original text depicted the Sound Valley as quite mysterious, yet as a prominent force in the central continent. There remained a degree of familiarity among them. The prospect of visiting the Sound Valley filled Xiaozhe with anticipation. The magic sound refinement ceremony was scheduled for just over a month from now, and traveling from the Dan Tower to the Sound Valley would require ample time, necessitating an immediate departure in the coming days. However, the enhancement of the soul would not diminish due to the realm of martial energy. Simultaneously, Xiaozhe came to understand the various means through which the elders of the Dan Tower garnered their merits. These encompassed the refining of pills, guarding crucial locations, instructing disciples, and devising unique pill formulas, among others. Much like Xiaozhe, who led the disciples of the Dan Tower to the Sound Valley for the purpose of demonic sound tempering, he too would be able to accrue merits as an elder. Ultimately, the merits of the elders were contingent upon their contributions to the Dan Tower. A well-structured organization must possess a robust system of rewards and punishments. Otherwise, merely sustaining a multitude of elders would deplete the resources of the Dan Tower significantly. Before his departure, Xiaozhe once again visited the Black Giant Tower to seek an audience with Xian Kongzi. Xiaozhe, why have you suddenly come to see me instead of preparing for your journey to the Sound Valley? Xian Kongzi inquired. Esteemed Xian Kongzi, I have come with a request, Xiaozhe replied, cupping his fists in respect. Oh, pray, elaborate, Xian Kongzi urged. I have recently felt that my progress in soul cultivation has been sluggish. I have heard that the Dan Tower possesses methods for soul cultivation. May I inquire how many merits are required for their exchange? Upon hearing this, Xian Kongzi scrutinized Xiaozhe carefully. His soul power was potent yet restrained, subtly indicating that he was indeed close to a particular realm. Ah, I see. If you seek the methods for soul cultivation, I can grant you access. You may utilize this opportunity in the Sound Valley for the demonic sound tempering to break through to the soul realm. Xian Kongzi pondered for a moment before retrieving a scroll imbued with a faint soul energy. This is the Xianqing soul method, an exceptional ancient technique for soul cultivation. Xiaozhe's eyes brightened. Initially, he had only intended to inquire about the merits required, but he was pleasantly surprised by Xian Kongzi's generosity in providing it to him directly. Xiaozhe expressed his gratitude, and Xian Kongzi nodded in satisfaction. Tossing the scroll to him, the Xianqing soul method was not overly expensive. Merely refining 3 8th-grade pills would suffice. Upon hearing Xian Kongzi's words, Xiaozhe felt the weight of the Xianqing soul method significantly increase. It was understandable, considering the scarcity of soul cultivation methods in this era. Now, with the advanced acquisition of the Xianqing soul method, once he entered the soul realm, the subsequent refinement of 8th-grade pills would be quite manageable. It all hinged on whether he could achieve a breakthrough during the demonic sound tempering ceremony in the Sound Valley. Becoming an 8th-grade alchemist would make repaying the merits for the Xianqing soul method considerably easier. After exchanging a few more words with Xiaozhe, Xian Kongzi bade him farewell, encouraging him to prepare thoroughly for his journey to the Sound Valley. Shortly thereafter, Xiaozhe set off alone to Elder Lu Tian's Elder Tower. Elder Lu Tian, Xiaozhe greeted, cupping his hands respectfully towards Lu Tian, who was waiting in front of the Elder Tower. Haha, Xiaozhe, you have arrived quite early. Where is that little maid who usually follows you like a shadow? This journey to the Sound Valley is not for leisure, so I have instructed her to remain at the Elder Tower to cultivate diligently. That is indeed wise. Although the Dan Tower's reputation wields considerable influence in Zhongzhou, it does not grant one immunity from danger, Elder Lu Tian remarked, a hint of complexity flickering in his eyes. In Zhongzhou, acts of murder and theft were not uncommon, and even those of noble status could fall victim to those driven by greed. Xiaozhe cast a glance at Elder Lu Tian, realizing that his words were not directed at him, but rather an expression of Elder Lu's sentiments. The disciples of the Dan Tower embarking on the journey to the Sound Valley for refinement had primarily self-nominated, with only the most exceptional among them being selected. Those who had previously participated were ineligible to attend again, such as Dan Xian from the Dan family and Chaoing from the Chao family, both of whom had been there in previous years. However, this year, there was one disciple that piqued Xiaozhe's anticipation, Dan Xin from the Dan family. Calculating the time, they should be arriving soon. As figures descended, a smile graced Xiaozhe's lips. Brother Dan Xian, it has been quite some time. I suppose I must now address you as elder. Upon seeing Xiaozhe, a flicker of envy crossed Dan Xian's eyes, acknowledging that Xiaozhe had achieved the status of elder at such a young age. Ha! Between us, such formalities are unnecessary. Indeed, since you have said as much. It would be ungracious of me to insist otherwise, Dan Xian replied with a hearty laugh, recognizing Xiao Zhe's indifference towards hollow titles. I have come to accompany my cousin, Dan Xian. Dan Xian introduced her to Xiao Zhe. Greetings, Elder Xiao Zhe, Dan Xian said softly, her voice delicate. Xiao Zhe turned to her. Noticing her fair and youthful features, she appeared slightly frail, her petite form giving her a somewhat sickly appearance. Haha, no need for formality. As a friend of your cousin Dan Xian, I shall ensure your safety on this journey to the Sound Valley. Glimpsing at Dan Xian's personal status bar, Xiao Zhe felt a twinge of surprise. As a character in the original text, she was a talent comparable to Chao Ying, and her status bar exhibited a noble, pale golden talent. Soul Devourer. Both young women possessed talents related to the soul, a domain Xiao Zhe had yet to connect with. If he could acquire their talents, his growth in the realm of the soul would surely advance more smoothly. Between the two, Xiao Zhe found Dan Xian's talent particularly alluring. Chao Ying's innate soul body suggested a naturally formidable soul strength. Descriptions from the original text indicated that she had possessed tremendous soul power at birth, nearly overwhelming her mother with its intensity. If he could harness the innate soul body's benefits, it would significantly enhance Xiao Zhe's soul talent. Conversely, Dan Xian's Soul Devourer was immensely powerful, capable of incessantly absorbing external soul energy to bolster her own. Furthermore, a talent like Dan Xian's, which allowed for the continuous consumption of external soul power, would likely trigger feedback rewards more frequently than Chao Ying's. Thus, Xiao Zhe resolved to bind Dan Xian's Soul Devourer. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding Dan Xian's talent, Soul Devourer. Soul Devourer has grown, granting the host multiple rewards. Dan Xian, upon hearing Xiao Zhe's words, allowed a slight smile to form. My cousin holds considerable importance in our family. Her presence here is due to the potential enhancement of her soul power, which is why our family permitted her to join. I kindly ask for your protection of her. Of course, Xiao Zhe assured, patting his chest in promise to Dan Xian. Dan Xian cast a glance at Xiao Zhe, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Earlier, her cousin Dan Xian had clarified that the individual before her was indeed the alchemist behind the extreme yang pill. At that moment, Dan Xian had even suggested introducing her to Xiao Zhe, a proposal she had swiftly declined, yet here she was, unable to escape the acquaintance. However, the current circumstances were decidedly different from her prior expectations. Their statuses had undergone a significant transformation. Once, Xiao Zhe had been a newcomer to Zhongzhou, lacking any influence or connections, while she had been the cherished jewel of the Dan family, creating a disparity in their ranks. Now, their acquaintance felt as though she had elevated herself. Nevertheless, Dan Xian remained unperturbed, for in her eyes, alchemy was of paramount importance, and she held little interest in socializing with others. Shortly thereafter, the other three disciples of the Dan Tower arrived. Upon witnessing that both Elder Xiao Zhe and Elder Lu Tian were present, they exchanged apologetic glances and offered their regrets. No matter, let us depart promptly. Elder Lu Tian waved dismissively, glancing at Xiao Zhe, who nodded slightly in agreement. Dan Xian, I shall ensure your sister is well protected, Xiao Zhe assured Dan Xian with a respectful gesture. Subsequently, the group boarded the Dan Tower's carriage. Before long, the carriage arrived at the southern spatial wormhole outside the Sacred Pill City. Bystanders gazed at the Dan Tower's carriage, buzzing with speculation about the identities of those fortunate enough to board. Amidst the envious and admiring gazes, the carriage seamlessly entered the spatial wormhole. Once inside, Elder Lu Tian released a small spatial vessel, which expanded rapidly as it caught the wind. Soon, the carriage came to rest upon the vessel, and Elder Lu Tian addressed the Dan Tower disciples. All right, I will handle matters here with Elder Xiao Zhe. You may enter and rest inside. It will take about 10 days to traverse from Sacred Pill City to Yin Valley, changing wormholes twice along the way. Take your time. Elder Lu Tian briefed Xiao Zhe, aware that he was not originally from Zhongzhou. By the way, Elder Lu Tian, have there been any significant incidents in previous years on the way to Yin Valley? Xiao Zhe inquired idly. Indeed, there have been a few unexpected events over the years. The one that left the deepest impression on me was when the Blood Fiend Elder attempted to break through to the Dozun level, resulting in the devouring of half a city within Yin Valley's jurisdiction. At that time, the Dan Tower had just dispatched personnel to that city, leading to the loss of one of our disciples. Elder Lu Tian recounted, a complex expression flickering in his eyes, anger etching his features. After all, the disciples of the Dan Tower who ventured to Yin Valley for the demonic sound refinement were of exceptional caliber. Losing one was a profound loss, even for Elder Lu Tian. Following that incident, the Dan Tower heightened its precautions, ensuring that at least one of the elders in charge of leading the team was among the 8 Grand Elders. And what became of the Blood Fiend Elder? Xiao Zhe inquired with a hint of curiosity, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Regrettably, After performing his blood sacrifice, he directly broke through to the Dozun level. Elder Lu Tian replied. Moreover, with his mastery of the Blood Fiend Demon Codex, he could conjure Blood Fiend avatars to obfuscate perception. Even a formidable Dozun from the Sound Valley could not detain him, allowing him to rend the fabric of space and escape. In the Central Plains, a Dozun expert in hiding would find it exceedingly challenging to ascertain his whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhe nodded, somewhat astonished by the Blood Fiend Sovereign's ability to evade capture. In the Central Plains, the foremost powers are predominantly led by Dozun experts, while numerous factions, large and small, abound, occasionally yielding breakthroughs to Dozun status. Although they possess Dozun experts, they still pale in comparison to the recognized elite powers. After all, these factions harbor concealed peak experts. Take the Pill Tower, for instance, which boasts an ancestral figure wandering the world, a towering 6-star Dosheng. Excluding the ancient races that inhabit alternate realms, the Pill Tower's ancestor ranks among the pinnacle of the Duki continent. Thus, the foundational strength of these prominent factions is far beyond that of those sporadic Dozun appearances. In such circumstances, it was indeed surprising to Xiaozhe that the Blood Fiend Sovereign could deliver a resounding slap to the Sound Valley and still escape unscathed. Has the Blood Fiend Sovereign not resurfaced in recent years? Indeed, some speculate that he has fled the Central Plains to other regions of the Duki continent. Elder Lu Tian shook his head and remarked, to offend both the Sound Valley and the Pill Tower. It is hardly surprising that the Blood Fiend Sovereign has fled the Central Plains. Subsequently, Xiaozhe and Elder Lu engaged in further discourse on alchemy. Suddenly, Xiaozhe noticed Dan Chen's figure and beckoned her over. What is it, Dan Chen? Nothing. I am simply enamored with alchemy. Hearing the two elders discuss, I couldn't help but pause to listen for a while. Dan Chen replied nervously, aware that such matters could carry significant weight. Xiaozhe glanced at Elder Lu and, seeing no sign of discontent on his face, said, if you wish to listen, then do so. A passion for alchemy is something the Pill Tower would be delighted to see in more talents like you. Elder Lu smiled and nodded, recognizing Dan Chen's aptitude. She had been well protected within the Dan family. If you are interested, feel free to listen in and share your insights. With both elders encouraging her, a smile graced Dan Chen's face. Time passed swiftly in discussion, and the other disciples of the Pill Tower, seeing Dan Chen's opportunity to listen, also approached Xiaozhe and Elder Lu with requests. What began as a journey to the Sound Valley transformed into a half-tutoring, half-discussion session, filling the hearts of those disciples with exuberance. Opportunities to receive guidance from the Pill Tower elders are scarce, and even when available, they come at a steep cost. To their astonishment, this trip to the Sound Valley afforded them the chance to absorb the elders' teachings, leading them to feel their alchemical skills had markedly improved. Initially, some disciples harbored doubts about Xiaozhe's youthful appearance, as the accumulation of alchemical knowledge is not something easily attained, no matter how monstrous one may be. Attaining the status of an elder at this age seems somewhat surreal. However, after days of discussion, Xiaozhe's alchemical prowess has thoroughly captivated these prodigies. Their gazes towards him infused with fervor and reverence. As they traverse through the luminous portal, they arrive in the city governed by the Sound Valley. Elder Lu Tian pauses, rises, and gazes into the distance at the radiant circle. The other disciples of the Pill Tower feel somewhat unsatisfied, yet dare not utter further words, having already reaped significant benefits. After a brief jolt, the crowd is once again greeted by the clamor of the city. Is this truly the city under the Sound Valley's dominion? Indeed, it is prosperous. Xiaozhe harbors a modicum of anticipation for the Sound Valley, silently reflecting. This city is a crucial stronghold within the Sound Valley's domain, known as Tianquang City. Elder Lu Tian retracts the spatial vessel and proceeds to introduce it to Xiaozhe. However, a prior incident involving the Blood Fiend Sovereign's assault on the city had prompted the Sound Valley to significantly bolster its defenses, even dispatching an elder of Peak Dozong to guard it. Is this the city that suffered the assault by the Blood Fiend Sovereign? Xiaozhe raises an eyebrow. Surveying Tianquang City, the vibrancy persists, with bustling traffic, yet it is evident that nearly half the area displays an altered appearance. Initially, Xiaozhe presumed there were issues with the city's expansion. However, it now appears to be a consequence of the previous assault. Witnessing the Sound Valley's formidable financial might, people have been drawn to Tianquang City in droves, spurred by the astonishing prospects it offers. Elder Lu Tian briefly outlines the significant events of Tianquang City, then addresses the group. Today, we shall rest here for the day. Tomorrow, representatives from the Sound Valley will come to escort us. The group arrives at the Sound Valley's branch in Tianquang City, where they are greeted by none other than the city lord, Yingli, a figure of Peak Dozong. Esteemed guests from the Pill Tower have traveled a long way. Please, come inside and rest. Clad in a distinctive silver-white robe adorned with concentric silver patterns, Li's demeanor exudes warmth. It's been years since I last saw Elder Li, yet your charisma remains undiminished, Elder Lu Tian remarks with a smile. Such words are misplaced. I remain stagnant, far from the realm of the sovereign. Li responds with a hint of lament, feeling that his potential has been exhausted and that he may never attain the Dozun realm. The ways of the world are unpredictable. Do not belittle yourself. Elder Li. As their conversation unfolds, Li's attention naturally shifts to Xiao Zhe. After all, among the leaders accompanying this expedition to the Sound Valley for the magical sound tempering, besides the familiar Elder Lu Tian, it is this rather unfamiliar elder, Xiao Zhe. Allow me to introduce you. This is the newly appointed elder of the Pill Tower, Xiao Zhe. He possesses extraordinary talent, and his future is boundless, Elder Lu Tian states. Noting Li's gaze upon Xiao Zhe acknowledges Elder Li with humility. I am unworthy of such praise. It is truly humbling for one of my age to hold the title of elder within the Pill Tower. Upon entering the Sound Valley's branch, Elder Li has arranged a sumptuous banquet to welcome the trial team from the Pill Tower. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, the esteemed Elder Lu Tian requested a private discussion with Li. Thus, Xiao Zhe led the other disciples of the Dan Tower to the lodgings prepared by Li. Each disciple chose a courtyard for their stay, and Xiao Zhe, glancing at the courtyard where Dan Shin resided, thoughtfully selected the one adjacent to it. Your cousin has entrusted me to look after you, and residing next door will allow me to attend to you should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Xiao Zhe remarked with a smile. Dan Shin, upon hearing this, responded with a slight smile of his own, expressing his gratitude, despite being aware that it was due to his cousin's influence. However, his curiosity about Tianquang City piqued, and he expressed a desire to explore the area. As night fell, Tianquang City remained vibrant and bustling, teeming with people and an extraordinary cacophony. The unique minerals found here indeed enhanced the weapons crafted for practitioners of soundwave combat. There was an opportunity to procure raw ore and refine it on the spot. However, Xiao Zhe felt a tinge of disappointment upon discovering that the sale of raw ore was strictly prohibited within the city. He speculated casually about the machinations of Yinggu, feeling indifferent toward their actions. Observing the surroundings, Xiao Zhe noted a significant reduction in foot traffic in a particular area, where people instinctively avoided the space guarded by individuals clad in Yinggu uniforms. He sheathed his dagger and turned to leave, yet some things never unfold as expected. Just as he took a few steps, a voice suddenly resonated. Ha. What a formidable physique, such abundant vitality. The unexpected utterance caused Xiao Zhe to raise an eyebrow. A glance at the others revealed no unusual reactions, indicating the voice was directed solely at him. Was this not the very cultivation method spoken of by Elder Lu Tian, belonging to the Bloodfiend Sovereign? As the space around him shimmered, and sensing no imminent threat, Xiao Zhe, eager to test his newfound strength against a formidable opponent, relinquished any resistance and allowed himself to vanish into the spatial fluctuations. No resistance at all. It seems you possess great confidence in your abilities. Mere 7-star Dozong, rasped a voice that sounded as if it had not spoken in ages. Xiao Zhe surveyed the dim, cramped space, where wisps of blood energy floated, sustaining the confined area. The source of this energy was a gaunt old man, his eyes a vivid crimson and his visage devoid of color, presenting a rather pitiable sight. Nevertheless, the fluctuations emanating from him unmistakably indicated that this elder was indeed a Dozong powerhouse. Upon witnessing the current state of the Bloodfiend Sovereign, Xiao Zhe surmised that the elder had likely endured a difficult existence over the years. It seemed the Bloodfiend Sovereign had been trapped in this confined space, sustained by blood energy, possibly even entering a state of false death through some peculiar means. After all, having offended the two paramount forces of Yinggu and the Dan Tower, it was impossible for the Bloodfiend Sovereign to roam freely in the central continent. Currently hiding within the city of Tianmin, a place he once attacked, there is indeed a sense of irony in the shadows. However, the Bloodfiend's tome is undeniably extraordinary. Even as he conceals his presence, he can still perceive his own formidable physique. The Bloodfiend Elder's ability to discern that Xiaoza is a 7-star Dozong stems from the latter's subtle sensing of spatial fluctuations moments ago. Although Xiaoza felt no imminent threat, this inadvertently revealed his strength to the Bloodfiend Elder. A thought flickered through Xiaoza's mind as he regarded the Bloodfiend Elder, who lived like a rat in the dark, truly a pitiful existence. Xiaoza remarked casually, yet his words pierced the Bloodfiend Elder deeply, momentarily igniting a flash of anger upon his face. However, upon noticing the Elder's robe adorning Xiaoza, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. Alchemists, even when reaching the 7-star Dozong level, possess somewhat diminished combat prowess compared to ordinary 7-star Dozongs, not to mention that he himself is a revered elder. Dealing with a mere 7-star Dozong should be a trivial matter. He chuckled, surprised that the elder from the Alchemist Guild recognized him, albeit finding the remark rather sharp. Initially intending to swiftly drain Xiao's blood for a quick end, he now altered his approach, wishing to savor the slow extraction of Xiao's lifeblood, allowing him to experience the creeping agony and despair of impending death. The blood fiend elder licked his parched lips, greedily appraising Xiao's physique. Although it appeared unremarkable, the latent power of blood within was more terrifying than that of the magical beasts he had consumed. It was akin to a top-tier magical beast draped in human skin. Nonetheless, given the blood fiend elder's history of devouring countless human and beast blood, it was evident that Xiao was indeed a genuine human cultivator, albeit with an extraordinarily abundant life force. Who cannot boast? I could easily claim that I will crush you with a single punch in vengeance for the disciples of the Alchemist Guild you have slain. Xiao remained unfazed by the blood fiend elder's taunts, a faint smile gracing his face as he spoke. Yet, within the void of his inner space, the branch of the origin tree, symbolizing his affliction poison body, quivered slightly, and the surrounding life force seemed to acquire an unusual quality. Such a subtle and undetectable application of affliction poison could only be executed by one with a perfect affliction poison body like Xiao's. Arrogant and ignorant little wretch. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of a revered elder. The blood fiend elder scoffed, dismissing Xiao's words. As a revered elder, he was fully aware of the terrifying nature of his power, which created an insurmountable chasm between him and any dozo. Even though he had suffered losses in the previous battle and was somewhat diminished in strength due to his prolonged feigned death while relying on the blood fiend tome, suppressing a 7-star dozone would still be an effortless task. As the blood fiend elder spoke, his withered hand rose, and the surrounding life force, akin to a boundless ocean, coalesced around his fingers, forming a claw imbued with deep crimson energy, the blood fiend claw. Witnessing the blood fiend elder voluntarily drawing the surrounding life force back to himself, Xiao nearly succumbed to laughter. The blood fiend sovereign appears particularly eager to meet his demise. As the sinister blood fiend claws surged forth, Xiao ignited a flicker of golden flame at his fingertips, a flame imbued with resplendent hues. In this realm of darkness tinged with crimson, it was as if sunlight had penetrated, refracted through a prism, creating a myriad of colors. The blood fiend sovereign had never encountered such exquisite flames, and a flicker of caution arose within him. Flames of such peculiar color could either be beast fire or exotic fire, both possessing extraordinary power that warranted careful consideration. Sensing the latent might within, the blood fiend sovereign gathered his blood energy once more, augmenting the potency of his claws. This was nearly his most formidable strike. Having depleted his blood reserves for many years, he was unwilling to prolong the confrontation, eager to swiftly slay Xiao and consume his blood essence. The earlier notion of gradually siphoning blood energy was merely a ruse to instill fear. The practitioner of the Blood Fiend Codex, who valued life as expendable, prioritized his own strength. Absorbing Xiao's blood would rapidly restore his power. He had no intention of taking it bit by bit. The thought of regaining his strength post-slaughter filled the Blood Fiend Sovereign's eyes with insatiable greed and ecstasy. Bloodlight reflected in his gaze, and the golden flames mirrored in his pupils clashed with his blood fiend claws. There were no energy fluctuations, only the devastation of annihilation. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the minuscule flame, though seemingly insignificant, harbored terrifying power. Upon contact with his blood fiend claws, it instantly incinerated the blood energy within to nothingness. The joy and greed in the blood fiend sovereign's eyes swiftly morphed into terror. What manner of flame is this? He watched in horror as the golden fire clung to his fingers, causing them to vanish in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he severed his right hand. In a panic, he attempted to flee. However, a slight smirk graced Xiao's lips as he murmured, "Explode." The blood fiend sovereign had barely turned when he felt a surge of excruciating pain within, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood, as if his entire being was lamenting. "You meddled with my blood energy?" The blood fiend sovereign exclaimed in rage, consumed by regret for allowing his greed to overwhelm him upon sensing Xiao's blood essence. After incinerating the severed hand of the blood fiend sovereign, Xiao withdrew the golden flames. He had no leisure to indulge his foe's confusion. Seizing the opportunity, he struck with lethal intent. Clenching his right fist, he gathered the power of thunder and unleashed a punch. Boom! In that confined and shadowy space, lightning flickered, illuminating the darkness. The architect of this dark realm was about to face divine retribution. The terrifying force combined with the inherent thunderous might instantly tore a gaping hole in the blood fiend sovereign's chest, leaving the surrounding area charred. As he watched the blood fiend sovereign's breath wane until it vanished completely, Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that his current combat prowess was more than sufficient to contend with a one-star Dozun. Although the Bloodslaughter Sovereign's power has diminished, he cannot be regarded as a true one-star Dozun. After rummaging through the belongings of the Bloodslaughter Sovereign, I acquired his advanced spatial ring. The reason for not incinerating the Bloodslaughter Sovereign into oblivion with the Imperial Flame was the fear of destroying the advanced spatial ring in the process. After all, such practitioners of blood attribute are severely restrained by, and a mere outburst of the Imperial Flame could reduce him to nothingness, casually erasing the soul imprint within. Xiaozhe examined the treasures contained within, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, the old adage holds true. Gold belts are earned through murder and arson. The accumulation of a sovereign is exceedingly rich. Compared to previously relying solely on overwhelming soul power for brute force attacks, there has been significant advancement. Thus, the removal of the soul imprint from this crimson ring became considerably easier. Just as Xiaozhe delved deeper, an abrupt surge of blood slaughter aura erupted from the ring. Before the blood slaughter aura could envelop him, a fleeting golden flame appeared and swiftly consumed it. Shaking his head, Xiaozhe remarked that the collection of the Bloodslaughter Sovereign was indeed quite substantial. Many techniques and combat arts were only half complete, lacking their concluding parts. Suddenly, a flash of bloodlight revealed a blood-colored jade stone, roughly the size of a brick, in Xiaozhe's hand. The lingering aura emanating from it suggested that it was exceptionally remarkable. The blood-colored jade felt warm to the touch, and as he exerted slight pressure, he discerned its sturdy material, adorned with peculiar patterns, while the front bore 4 prominent characters. Bloodslaughter Demon Cannon. Is this the primary technique cultivated by the Bloodslaughter Sovereign? A flicker of curiosity crossed Xiaozhe's eyes as he infused it with soul power, extracting the information within. The text boldly proclaimed, the Bloodslaughter Demon Cannon thrives on killing for oneself, slaughtering millions to attain sovereignty, slaughtering countless to achieve sainthood, slaughtering billions to claim the title of emperor. What audacious claims! To slay for oneself and become an emperor by slaughtering billions. Who knows if there are even 1 trillion beings on the entire Dochi continent? However, if one could indeed massacre billions without being besieged and annihilated by the continent's most formidable warriors, that individual could truly be deemed a demon emperor. Xiaozhe found it hard to fathom what kind of bloodthirsty individual had conceived the Bloodslaughter Demon Cannon. As he continued reading, Xiaozhe noted that despite the exaggerated claims at the outset, the Bloodslaughter Demon Cannon could indeed be considered a top-tier technique. The entire text is profoundly expansive, encompassing not just cultivation, but also the refinement of blood pills, the construction of blood formations, and the forging of blood artifacts, truly a comprehensive masterpiece. Furthermore, this technique emphasizes the slaughter of myriad beings for personal growth, resembling the evolution-type technique that Shaoyan practices. Indeed, within the Dochi continent, various extraordinary techniques exist, such as the flame technique that devours and the Bloodslaughter Demon Cannon that slaughters all beings. However, the beings mentioned in the Bloodslaughter Demon Cannon likely refer to ordinary creatures that have yet to cultivate, harboring minimal blood energy. According to the standards outlined in the Bloodslaughter Demon Cannon, my current physique corresponds to the blood energy of several million ordinary beings. It is no wonder that the Bloodslaughter Sovereign, with keen insight into my physical condition, would be driven by desire to consume my blood essence, even at the risk of exposing his identity and provoking a pursuit from the Sound Valley. Xiaozhe harbored no interest in such extreme cultivation methods. Although this blood attribute technique could be practiced by any ordinary being, Xiaozhe found it utterly unacceptable. Moreover, with the plethora of abilities and talents he possessed, he could easily ascend to the pinnacle of the 9-star battle saint without resorting to such means. There was no need to forsake the essential for the trivial. However, the Bloodslaughter Demon Cannon offered more than mere cultivation techniques. It excelled in various forms of ability development. Xiaozhe was particularly intrigued by the prospect of refining pills with blood essence. A cursory glance revealed that its profundity paled in comparison to alchemy, yet it paved a unique path, offering some reference value. The creator of the Bloodslaughter Demon Cannon was indeed learned and boundlessly energetic, resembling a polymath. There were also intricate arts of mechanisms, formations, blood servants, and blood avatars. A brief survey left Xiaozhe with the impression that the Bloodslaughter Sovereign had scarcely tapped into even 1% of the cannon's formidable power. While he did not intend to cultivate the Bloodslaughter Demon Cannon, he could certainly draw inspiration from the paths trodden by predecessors to forge his own. The surrounding space seemed to be gradually constricting. As Xiaozhe beheld the dim, confined space, his eyes narrowed slightly. It appeared that with the absence of the Bloodslaughter Sovereign's blood essence to sustain it, this space would inevitably shrink until it vanished entirely. If he had just entered the Dozone realm, He might have needed to employ the roots of the origin tree to sever the space for an exit, but now. Xiaozhe silently mused, his hands grasping at the void as he abruptly tore them apart. A rift in space was violently rent open before him. Observing the oval-shaped tear, nearly as tall as himself and with jagged edges, he nodded in satisfaction. He could now, through the sheer power of his corporeal form, tear through space. Finally, he employed his soul energy to scan the area, ensuring no corner was overlooked. Once satisfied, he enveloped himself in ethereal power and plunged into the spatial rift. After a brief, tumultuous tug of spatial forces, Xiaozhe solidly landed on the ground. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself within a mining tunnel. The walls shimmered with a faint silver glow, and he reached out to grasp a fist-sized ore. It appeared smooth and even, yet upon touch, he could distinctly feel its roughness, as if countless tiny pores were embedded within. He stowed the ore in his spatial ring and exited the tunnel. Shortly thereafter, two figures emerged, their expressions grave. They had detected traces of spatial fluctuations moments before. Yet, no presence had been sensed. Could it be that a Dozong expert was engaged in battle within the void, resulting in the rift? Considering this possibility, the two exchanged glances and swallowed hard. Such matters were beyond their capacity to handle. It would be prudent to report to the Valley Master. Indeed, that seemed to be the wisest course of action. Regardless, the collection of the Blood Fiend Sovereign has already yielded substantial rewards for Xiaozhe. Thus, he does not require any further advantages from the Sound Valley. It is even conceivable that the Sound Valley may seek to reclaim items plundered by the Blood Fiend Sovereign from Xiaozhe. Xiaozhe harbors no desire to create further discord. Upon returning to his residence, he commenced the organization of the Blood Fiend Sovereign's high-grade storage rings, transferring the useful items into his own. Indeed, he discovered several valuable alchemical formulas among the treasures, while other combat techniques merely served as references, which Xiaozhe did not intend to cultivate. After all, the combat techniques he received from Xuner as a tenfold feedback were evidently more potent and refined. Xiaozhe glanced at his interface and noted that Xuner had successfully mastered the mountain-splitting seal and the ocean-surging seal from the imperial seal technique. He claimed the tenfold rewards for these techniques, and a torrent of feedback flooded his mind, prompting him to gently close his eyes and absorb it. In the room, Xiaozhe formed hand seals with remarkable speed, transforming into a fleeting shadow, his movements almost imperceptible to the naked eye. After forming the seals at an astonishing pace, he gently pushed them forward. Even without the accompaniment of fighting energy, the intangible seals still managed to create subtle ripples in the surrounding space. The imperial seal technique was indeed profound. Even the mere hand seals could induce spatial fluctuations, and when paired with fighting energy, the resultant power would surpass all expectations. With the feedback from the imperial seal technique, Xiaozhe's ability to condense and manipulate energy saw a significant enhancement, allowing him to further develop the vast ocean palm. After dedicating half an hour to mastering the mountain-splitting seal and ocean-surging seal, he turned his focus to the further advancement of the vast ocean palm. Early the next morning, a knock echoed at his door. "Elder Xiaozhe, Elder Lu Tian has sent me to inform you that we may depart," came the gentle voice of Dan Shun from outside. Xiaozhe exhaled a deep breath. After a night of cultivation, the vast ocean palm had reached its current pinnacle of perfection, its power vastly superior to what it once was. With a creak, he opened the door to find Danshin clad in a flowing white robe, her small hands nervously clasped together. Seeing her in such a state brought a faint smile to Xiaozhe's lips. "Thank you for your efforts. Let us set forth." The pair arrived at the assembly point, where Elder Lu Tian regarded Xiaozhe with an amused expression that left him feeling somewhat exasperated. "Elder Lu Tian, where are the people from the Sound Valley?" Xiaozhe glanced around, noting that only members of the Dan Tower were present. "Patience, they shall arrive shortly," Elder Lu Tian replied, gazing skyward. Moments later, a group of magnificent giant birds with shimmering silver feathers appeared in the distance, spiraling gracefully above the courtyard. "Haha. Esteemed guests of the Dan Tower, I apologize for your wait," boomed a resounding voice from the sky. Following this, a robust figure descended from the air. "I am the fifth elder of the Sound Valley, here to escort you esteemed guests of the Dan Tower to the Sound Valley." After some pleasantries, the others boarded the hovering silver giant birds, while Danshin appeared hesitant. "Allow me to assist you," Xiaozhe offered. Xiaozhe's words brought a sigh of relief to Danshin. As he grasped her arm, a flicker of alarm crossed her face. Just as she was about to reject his touch, aware of her own circumstances and the potential harm it could inflict on him, Xiaozhe unexpectedly seized her arm and stepped into the void, gradually ascending onto the back of the silver giant bird. Even as her feet met the creature's back, Danshin found it hard to believe that Xiaozhe had entirely disregarded her abilities. Elder Wu of Yinggu squinted slightly, astonished by Xiaozhe's hidden depth and the remarkable level of cultivation he had achieved at such a young age. Once Xiao Zhe mounted the silver bird, it suddenly flapped its wings and shot off into the distance with astonishing speed. Xiao Zhe conjured a pale blue barrier of fighting spirit, shielding them from the biting winds. Dan Chen's complexion turned slightly pale. Though Xiao Zhe held her arm and had created a protective barrier, the scene before her was still an unfamiliar one. Do not fear. I have promised to protect you, Xiao Zhe gently reassured as he patted Dan Chen's shoulder, calming her anxiety. Seeing him remain unaffected by her abilities, she instinctively leaned a little closer to him. Elder Xiao Zhe, are you all right? Dan Chen hesitated for a moment before voicing her concern. Xiao Zhe shook his head lightly, responding with a calm demeanor. I am still able to control my soul power. Although Dan Chen's soul-devouring ability was formidable, Xiao Zhe's soul had long since merged with the Tree of Origin, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to extract his soul power. Observing Xiao Zhe's composure, Dan Chen finally relaxed. Having been shunned by others due to her talent since childhood, she had always avoided contact, fearing she might harm those around her. Now, witnessing Xiao Zhe's complete disregard for her abilities, a new glimmer shone in her eyes. Unbeknownst to Xiao Zhe, Dan Chen's gaze had shifted. Instead, he focused on the distant landscape. A range of unremarkable mountains lay ahead, their destination. However, to Xiao Zhe, these mountains appeared distinct, resembling the spatial formations found within the inner sanctum of Canaan Academy. Such grand design to create such an expansive spatial formation, he mused inwardly. Before long, Elder Wu of Yingu produced a token, channeling his fighting spirit into it, which emitted a brilliant silver light, forming a swirling vortex in the air. The mysteries of Yingu seemed to hold true. Upon entering the spatial whirlpool, Xiao Zhe finally beheld the true visage of Yingu. A colossal mountain range rose before him, with serpentine valleys twisting and turning upon its surface. The valleys emanated an unusual silvery glow, revealing numerous caverns of varying sizes. The silver giant bird alighted in the outer valleys, the howling winds sweeping through, echoing sharply as they traversed the caves. As Xiao Zhe surveyed the surroundings, he noted that the mountain range of Yingu was known as the Tianin Mountains. From the imposing descent of the silver giant bird, it is evident that the Tianin mountain range possesses its own unique allure. At the designated landing site, members of the Yingu gathered in anticipation, led by a graceful woman wielding a silver longsword. The deputy valley master, Yin Feng, has not been seen for quite some time, yet her charm remains undiminished. Elder Lu Tian, well acquainted with her, engaged in cordial conversation. Elder Lu, you are too kind. Please follow me, the elegant woman replied with a subtle smile, nodding towards Elder Lu, Xiao Zhe, and the disciples of the Dan Tower. With a few days remaining until the commencement of the Yin refinement, the Valley Master is currently in seclusion, unable to personally welcome the esteemed guests. Yin Feng explained to the assembly, requesting their understanding. Around them, various disciples of the Yingu moved about, some adorned with weapons, while others were solitary. Elder Lu had previously informed Xiao Zhe that the cultivation within the Yingu is broadly divided into two factions, Qi Yin and Ti Yin. One relies on external weaponry, while the other draws strength from one's own physique. Each has its merits and demerits, yet both exhibit formidable combat prowess. When a leader emerges from one faction, the other faction typically provides the deputy. For instance, the current deputy Valley Master, Yin Feng, belongs to the Qi Yin faction. The Valley Master, Yin Hao, is rather enigmatic. According to Elder Lu, his sole notable achievement occurred over a decade ago when, with the prowess of an 8-star Dozong and the profound techniques of the Yingu's Xuanmajiuyin, he vanquished a peak Dozong expert with a single roar. This is indeed an impressive feat, considering the formidable foundation of that peak Dozong. Yin Hao's capacity to achieve such a result speaks volumes of his combat strength. Please take a moment to rest. The Valley Master will certainly emerge from seclusion before the Yin refinement to personally oversee the proceedings. Yin Feng instructed the Yingu disciples, ensuring that the esteemed guests from the Dan Tower were well looked after before departing. Within the chamber, Xiao Zhe closed his eyes lightly, as the Xianqing soul method coursed through him, allowing the surrounding space to suffuse with wisps of spiritual energy. The Xianqing soul method is indeed remarkable. It effortlessly absorbs ethereal energies that ordinary cultivators struggle to capture. My spiritual energy has now reached a substantial level. I merely await an opportunity to break through to the spirit realm. May the Yin refinement bestow upon me a delightful surprise. Xiao Zhe slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting spark illuminating his gaze, a manifestation of his powerful soul. With a blink, he reverted to his usual demeanor. Upon opening the door, he found the atmosphere outside bustling with activity. Today marks the day of the Yin refinement, and since the Yingu did not broadly invite outsiders, the participants are predominantly disciples of the Yingu and individuals from allied factions with vested interests. The Moin refinement is a significant event within the Yingu, and those granted the opportunity to partake have undergone rigorous selection. It can be said that the Moin refinement is of little concern to the majority of Yingu disciples. Yet, the allure of spectacle draws many, and on this day, numerous disciples congregated around the valley where the refinement would take place. Xiaozhe followed Elder Lu Tian to the valley designated for the Moin refinement. Apart from the human forces, Xiaozhe also caught sight of members from the Beast clan. Although Yin Valley had not invited any unrelated individuals, the sheer number of disciples within Yin Valley was considerable, as it stood as one of the foremost powers in the central region. The disciples gathered in the valley, and Xiaozhe's expression subtly shifted as he overheard their discussions. Numerous elite teams were present, marking a rare occasion for Yin Valley to engage in a grand exchange with other factions. One wondered how many would successfully endure the trials of the demonic sound refinement this year. Even among our meticulously selected disciples, there is a 30% failure rate for each demonic sound refinement. Indeed, the success rate for these external participants is even lower. I recall the last time it barely reached 40%. Overhearing such discourse, Xiaozhe could not resist inquiring of Elder Lu Tian. Elder Lu, is the success rate for the demonic sound refinement truly so dismal? Indeed it is. Otherwise, do you think Yin Valley would allocate so many spots to external forces? Elder Lu Tian chuckled in response. The demonic sound refinement, at its core, is a place of extermination for a clan of ancient beasts adept at ensnaring hearts with their demonic sound. Through the passage of years, it has transformed into a realm imbued with various peculiar effects. The potency of the demonic sound has only grown, to the extent that there was an instance where all disciples from the Pill Tower met their demise. Of course, Yin Valley ensures the safety of the participants. The notion of beasts skilled in beguiling hearts was indeed intriguing. However, it seemed that such a clan had been utterly annihilated, likely having provoked some peak powerhouses. As Xiaozhe pondered these thoughts, the Valley Master, Yin Hao, made his grand entrance. Clad in a silver robe, his demeanor was stern and unyielding, exuding an air of authority. His imposing figure dwarfed that of the Vice Master who accompanied him, making her appear diminutive in comparison. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to all of you for coming to Yin Valley to partake in this demonic sound refinement. I also congratulate the disciples of Yin Valley for overcoming numerous trials, and I hope all of you will reap great rewards. Yin Hao's voice resonated powerfully, carrying a distinct sense of clarity. Let the demonic sound refinement officially commence. As the Valley Master's words fell, he waved his arm, and silver stones soared toward each participant. Should any of you find yourselves unable to withstand the allure of the demonic sound, please crush the stones immediately and exit the cave to avoid harm. Xiaozhe reached out to catch a stream of silver light, sensing a faint spatial fluctuation within, and promptly stored it away. One by one, the others began to enter the demonic sound cave, and the disciples from the Pill Tower glanced at Xiaozhe. Let us proceed as well. Xiaozhe led the Pill Tower team to the cave's entrance. Unlike the winding paths of the Tianyin mountain range, the valley walls here shimmered in silver, while the demonic sound cave before them appeared pitch black. Peering deeper, one could occasionally glimpse flickers of soul light, reminiscent of a dark night sky adorned with twinkling stars. Xiaozhe's expression remained unchanged. He paid no heed to the sudden demonic sound, but instead surveyed his surroundings. The Pill Tower disciples who had entered alongside him had vanished without a trace. It appears that one is transported through a spatial portal, randomly arriving at various locations. The process of refining with the magical sound dictates that merely exiting the cave signifies success, or alternatively, one may remain within the cave for a duration of 1 month. The longer one stays, the more potent the allure of the magical sound becomes. He does not intend to attempt a breakthrough into the spiritual realm immediately. Instead, he plans to seek a location where the magical sound is most intense. Although prolonged exposure amplifies the magical sound's potency, the cave does not distribute this energy uniformly. And there are indeed areas where the intensity is extraordinarily high. As his soul perception radiated outward, Xiaozhe discovered that the difficulty of sensing within the cave had significantly increased. Fortunately, his soul power was immensely formidable. After several days of exploration, he finally encountered an unprecedentedly powerful magical sound in a certain area, even causing a slight tremor in the fighting spirit within him. Given his current physical state, the refinement through magical sound was of no effect. However, the intensity of the magical sound had met his expectations as it caused a disturbance in his fighting spirit. Xiaozhe promptly seated himself in meditation. The strength of the magical sound in this region was such that no refiner dared to approach. Nevertheless, Xiaozhe still inscribed a fragment of his soul's mark. He then commenced his endeavor to break through to the spiritual realm. The allure of the magical sound held no sway over him at this moment. Ever since receiving the 100-fold reward of the calamitous poison body, The experience of countless annihilations followed by rebirth had endowed him with a formidable resistance to such influences. As the Xianjing soul technique operated, the soul power contained within the magical sound was absorbed by Xiao. With the passage of time, his soul power continually grew, until a certain moment, a mysterious wave radiated from Xiao, permeating the void with an abundance of spiritual energy that surged into his body. An intangible brilliance of soul energy emanated from him, piercing through the cave and reaching toward the heavens. Concurrently, a vast and imposing force of soul power spread forth from the ethereal glow, surging outward like a tidal wave in all directions. Outside the cave, the disciples of the Sound Valley and various factions waiting nearby sensed this overwhelming soul pressure, their expressions shifting dramatically. The disciples, bewildered by the phenomenon, turned pale in response to the soul pressure, while those with greater insight displayed expressions of astonishment. Such formidable soul power, could it signify an elevation in the realm of the soul? Elder Lu Tian clenched his fists tightly. He recognized the source of this soul power all too well. Xiao had indeed succeeded, truly a formidable youth. Such an abrupt turn of events had never occurred during the numerous sessions of magical sound refinement held by the Sound Valley, causing a commotion among the assembled disciples. What is happening? Suddenly, I feel unwell, as if a powerful entity were exerting pressure upon me. This sensation resembled that of soul-related oppression. What could the origin of that intangible radiance be? In contrast to the discussions among the disciples below, the myriad powerful figures seated upon the high platform displayed a variety of expressions, some perplexed, others astonished. The leader of the Sound Valley tightened his grip on the armrest, as he was somewhat aware of the situation regarding his own disciples. No disciple of the Sound Valley possesses such formidable soul power. This implies that this surge of soul energy originates from another faction, most likely the Pill Tower, renowned for its alchemists who are celebrated for their immense soul strength. Contemplating this, the expression on the Sound Valley Lord's face darkens, as he feels a disheartening sense of having tailored garments for another. Although the individuals from the Pill Tower invested considerable resources in the process of soul refinement, the Sound Valley Lord could not have anticipated the magnitude of their gains. His demeanor becomes somewhat intricate. However, he harbors no further thoughts, understanding that such matters are inherently consensual. While the Pill Tower individuals have reaped substantial rewards from this round of soul refinement, there have been instances in the past where their teams have faced complete failure. It would be unreasonable to prohibit their participation in soul refinement merely due to this particular success. Such a level of soul power is indeed comparable to that of an 8th-tier alchemist, significantly enhancing the Pill Tower's strength. Other factions share similar sentiments. Casting glances toward Elder Lu Tian, their expressions shifting slightly, contemplating closer interactions with the Pill Tower. Elder Lu Tian, aware of the attention from surrounding factions, maintains a subtle smile, directing his focus solely on Xiao's situation. The intangible glow of soul energy persists for nearly half a day before finally dissipating. Within the depths of the magic sound cave, Xiao opens his eyes, his soul power enveloping his body, instantly nullifying the previously jarring magical sounds. Is this the soul power of the spiritual realm? Indeed, it is formidable. It seems that the soul refinement has no effect on those who have reached the spiritual realm. Observing how effortlessly he has severed the magical sound's influence, Xiao shakes his head, realizing that the magical sounds no longer affect him in the slightest. However, he is grateful for this opportunity for soul refinement, which has granted him the chance to break through to the spiritual realm. It is time to leave. Remaining here serves no purpose. Taking a deep breath, Xiao retracts the soul pressure emanating from him. His current soul power seems to have reached the mid-stage of the spiritual realm, as his previous accumulation was so profound that upon breaking through, his soul power surged once more. Xiao is a prime beneficiary of the principle of accumulation leading to explosive growth. He has experienced this numerous times, achieving rapid advancements after breaking through to new realms. This instance of breaking through the soul realm is no different. His soul power, nourished by the origin tree, is inherently robust, yet he had not taken that crucial step into the spiritual realm until today. Seizing the opportunity to break through and experiencing a dramatic increase in soul power that propelled him into the mid-stage of the spiritual realm. Once he adapts, Xiao retrieves a silver stone, initially intending to shatter it to escape the magic sound cave. However, after surveying the cave, now free from the magical sound's interference, he contemplates exploring the depths further. He harbors a keen interest in the magical beasts capable of ensnaring hearts with their enchanting sounds. However, to his disappointment, there had been no discoveries for several consecutive days, and even the alchemists were rarely seen. It was understandable, considering the vastness of the Demon Sound Cave, and the number of participants in this alchemical endeavor was barely over 100. Encountering someone in such an expansive cavern posed a significant challenge. Thus, Xiaozhe had no choice but to abandon his search and follow his instincts to exit the cave. The long-awaited sunlight caused Xiaozhe to squint slightly. Due to his recent breakthrough, he was not among the first to emerge. Noticing the curious gazes of those around him, Xiaozhe surmised they were likely searching for him, given the tremendous commotion his breakthrough had caused. Xiaozhe, you've broken through to the spirit realm? Indeed. Xiaozhe nodded gently, eliciting a pleased expression from Elder Lu Tian. I truly did not misjudge you. Your talent as an alchemist is among the finest throughout the entire Duqi continent. Elder Lu Tian's praise was excessive, and just as Xiaozhe was about to express modesty, Elder Lu Tian rolled his eyes. Do not be so humble. At your age, I was still laboriously practicing alchemy under my teacher's guidance. While the two conversed, a figure with fiery red hair approached suddenly. Elder Lu Tian, are you not going to introduce me to this newly emerged talent from the Alchemist Guild? The elderly man with crimson hair said with a cheerful smile. His aura restrained and inscrutable. Master Tang? Elder Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Xiaozhe. Haha, I indeed overlooked that. Allow me to introduce. This is our newly appointed elder of the Alchemist Guild, Xiaozhe. Elder Lu Tian then turned to Xiaozhe. Xiaozhe, this esteemed individual is the renowned leader of the Burning Flame Valley, Tang Xun. Xiaozhe, at your service, Master Tang, Xiaozhe said with a respectful bow. Elder Xiaozhe, you jest. With your alchemical prowess, even I must treat you with courtesy, Tang Xun stated directly, revealing his intentions. The reason for my unannounced visit is that I have a pressing matter to discuss. Xiaozhe exchanged glances with Elder Lu Tian, noticing Lu Tian's silence. Xiaozhe spoke up. Master Tang, please proceed. I would like to request Elder Xiaozhe to concoct a pill for me at the Burning Flame Valley. Of course, regardless of the outcome, the Burning Flame Valley will offer generous rewards. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhe raised an eyebrow. Had Tang Xun already developed a need for the Fire Bodhi pill? Xiaozhe understood that Tang Xun had specifically sought him out, likely realizing that the one who broke through in the Demon Sound Cave was himself. He pondered for a moment, not rushing to respond, but instead inquired. May I ask what grade of pill Master Tang requires? It is a 7th-tier advanced pill, though its concoction is quite challenging. It is called the Fire Avoidance Pill. Tang Xun swiftly explained. Having come to seek Xiaozhe for his expertise, he had sensed the soul power within Xiaozhe. A 7th-tier advanced pill, Xiaozhe murmured, glancing at Elder Lu Tian, who shrugged, clearly indicating that Xiaozhe should make his own decision. I do have confidence in my ability to concoct it, but Master Tang should be aware of the costs associated with hiring a high-tier alchemist, correct? Of course, Tang Xun replied with a smile. I wonder if Elder Xiaozhe has any interest in ancient ruins? The words uttered by Tang Xun left Xiaozhe momentarily stunned. Elder Lu Tian displayed an expression of astonishment. The discovery of an ancient relic in the Burning Flame Valley was indeed remarkable. As a person from Zhongzhou, Elder Lu possessed a deeper understanding of what ancient relics signified. Each emergence of such relics heralded a tumultuous storm, with countless individuals vying for possession. Xiaozhe's knowledge of ancient relics was gleaned from the original text, which described each relic as an entity of exceptional caliber. Just as the burning formula possessed by the medicine elder was acquired from an ancient relic, Xiaozhe pondered, could the Valley Master Tang be jesting? Such precious ancient relics would hardly be shared so readily. I harbor doubts, Xiaozhe remarked. Not at all, Tang Xun chuckled as he elucidated. This particular ancient relic is of considerable antiquity. I stumbled upon it purely by chance due to my possession of the 9-Dragon Thunderfire. However, the value of this relic is not as immense as you might envision. Due to its extensive age, it has suffered severe deterioration, based on my investigations. It may be that only 1 in 100 remains intact. Seeing Xiaozhe furrow his brows, Tang Xun decided against prolonging the suspense, lest he irritate this soon-to-be 8th-tier alchemist. The reason he offered it as a reward was that this ancient relic was likely left behind by an ancient alchemist. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhe's expression softened, and he regarded Tang Xun with newfound curiosity. Initially, when Tang Xun mentioned the severe state of disrepair, he had lost hope. However, if it were indeed the remnants of an ancient alchemist, the implications shifted dramatically. The potential acquisition of high-tier alchemical formulas would undoubtedly be a lucrative endeavor. Tang Xun observed the change in Xiaozhe's demeanor and felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the allure of ancient alchemist relics was immense for contemporary alchemists. Thus, negotiations could be pursued. Meanwhile, while Xiaozhe and Tang Xun engaged in their discourse, the other factions on the high platform were not as privy to the happenings at Burning Flame Valley, where even the Valley Master had attended the Demon Sound refinement. Consequently, they remained unaware that Xiaozhe was the individual who had transcended the soul realm within the Demon Sound Cave. However, witnessing the Valley Master's demeanor, the perceptive among them quickly deduced the situation. Although they were not alchemists themselves, The level of soul power exhibited was beyond that which even a 7th-tier alchemist could possess. The strength of one's soul power significantly indicated an alchemist's prowess. Xiaozhe was likely to be an 8th-tier alchemist, surpassing the capabilities of his peers. Yet, despite this realization, they had no intention of broadcasting the information. Xiaozhe clearly preferred to maintain a low profile. Any unbidden attention could provoke his ire. After all, alchemists often possessed erratic temperaments, and they could easily hold a grudge. Furthermore, recognizing this intelligence, the best strategy was to ingratiate themselves with Xiaozhe rather than drawing attention to his status. The individuals began to strategize, planning to approach and cultivate relationships with gifts once Tang Xun concluded his discussions. Establishing familiarity would prove advantageous when requests for alchemical concoctions arose, as such connections would be far more beneficial than approaching unfamiliar faces. After a thorough exchange, Xiaozhe gained an understanding of the fire avoidance pill, which, akin to the earth spirit pill, facilitates the better refinement of flames. It seems this was meticulously prepared by Tang Xun for his daughter, Tang Hua. However, according to the development of the original narrative, even with this fire avoidance pill, it appears that Tang Hua ultimately failed. Otherwise, Tang Xun would not have concocted the fire bodhi pill. Thus, it is settled. Once the demonic sound refining ceremony concludes, Elder Xiaozhe is cordially invited to accompany me to the Burning Flame Valley. The interaction between Tang Xun and Xiaozhe went remarkably smoothly, with smiles adorning their faces. He secretly rejoiced in his decision, realizing that young alchemists are indeed more agreeable than their elder counterparts. The elderly alchemists are not only eccentric in temperament, but also rather obstinate. To persuade them to concoct a single pill often demands exorbitant costs and, at times, hinges upon their whims. After Tang Xun departed, other factions seemed to come to an unspoken accord, visiting the location of the Alchemist Tower one after another. Though ostensibly to befriend Elder Lu Tian, the gifts presented to Xiaozhe were by no means inferior to those given to Elder Lu. Once the hubbub subsided, Elder Lu Tian cast a cheerful glance at Xiaozhe. Xiaozhe, I must say, I have benefited from your fortune in receiving so many gifts. Elder Lu Tian, I intend to visit Burning Flame Valley shortly, and I would appreciate your extra care for Dan Chen. Xiaozhe promptly replied, recalling his promise to Dan Xian to safeguard Dan Chen diligently. Then why not bring her along? Elder Lu Tian inquired with a knowing glint in his eyes. Regrettably, I cannot. I shall be engaged in alchemy and lack the energy to attend to Dan Chen. Xiaozhe reflected before shaking his head in refusal. Moreover, if the Valley Master Tang's words hold true, I must also venture into the ancient ruins, which are fraught with peril, making it impossible for me to bring her along. Upon hearing Xiaozhe's words, Elder Lu Tian's expression turned serious. Since you have made up your mind, leave it to me. After all, I am one of the 8 esteemed elders of the Alchemist Tower, more than capable of protecting a group of disciples. As one of the premier forces in Zhongzhou, forming a bond with Burning Flame Valley is undoubtedly advantageous. You must seize this opportunity, Elder Lu Tian advised earnestly. Xiaozhe smiled, nodding vigorously. Elder Lu Tian indeed showed him great kindness. After all, had Elder Lu Tian desired this opportunity for himself, he could have easily claimed it. Yet, Elder Lu Tian nearly concealed his presence during Xiaozhe's exchange with the Valley Master. Xiaozhe felt a deep sense of gratitude for this. Subsequently, Xiaozhe summoned Dan Chen privately and clarified the situation regarding Burning Flame Valley. Dan Chen smiled slightly and reassured him, Brother Xiaozhe, you need not worry about me. Few dare entertain thoughts against the Alchemist Tower in Zhongzhou. Your own affairs are far more pressing. Seeing Dan Chen's concern for him, Xiaozhe felt a pang of guilt. After all, he had initially promised Dan Xian to take good care of Dan Chen, only to falter midway. Extend your hand, he instructed. Dan Chen was momentarily taken aback by Xiaozhe's words, but obediently extended her delicate right hand. Through their time together, she had come to realize that Xiaozhe was not a libertine. I am about to leave a mark on your hand. Although Elder Lu guarantees your safety, one must always be cautious of unforeseen circumstances, Xiaozhe casually explained. Seeing Dan Chen nod in agreement, he hesitated no longer. He grasped her fair right hand, turning it over, palm facing upwards, ready to imprint her skin with a mark of the Source Emperor flame. As Xiaozhe suddenly seized her hand, a vibrant blush crept across Dan Chen's face. Throughout her life, due to her innate talents, few dared to touch her. Her interactions with women were few and far between, let alone with men, especially in such intimate proximity. Compared to her own hand, Xiaozhe's palm radiated warmth, as if the heat coursed through his hand and onto her face, deepening her blush. Initially lost in a flurry of thoughts, she was suddenly overwhelmed by an intense aura of authority that nearly caused her heart to cease its rhythmic beating. The formidable beast fire within her seemed to shrink in fear, recoiling into a tight ball. Dan Chen instinctively glanced at the back of her hand. and in her moment of daze, Xiaozhe had already left a fiery mark upon it. Leaning in closer, she noticed a golden flame that refracted myriad colors from different angles. This flame, while beautiful, appeared rather unremarkable at first glance. Yet, Danshin understood that this seemingly ordinary mark was enough to instill fear in the beast fire residing within her. Xiaozhe, have you tamed an extraordinary fire? Danshin exclaimed in astonishment. The only entity that could instill such dread in her beast fire, aside from the renowned King of Flames, was indeed a unique fire. In times of crisis, it can be awakened to unleash considerable power, and I can also remain aware of the situation, Xiaozhe replied, refraining from elaborating on the extraordinary flame. After all, should word spread that he possessed the Emperor Flame, the foremost on the extraordinary fire list, it would likely incite a frenzy among the alchemists across the Duki continent. Danshin nodded, her formidable spiritual power allowing her to discern the potent energy contained within this fiery mark. A smile graced her lips, accompanied by an indescribable sense of security. This mark left by Xiaozhe would certainly suffice against high-level Do zones, albeit with only a single strike's capability. If misfortune were to truly befall her, even Elder Lu might not be able to withstand the crisis, rendering the mark's efficacy rather limited. However, its greater purpose was to ensure that Xiaozhe would be instantly aware of the situation. Elder Lu glanced at the crimson jade stone in Xiaozhe's hand. Although it seemed quite extraordinary, his curiosity was tempered as he patiently awaited the conclusion of the demonic sound tempering ritual. On the opposite side of the platform, in the location of the Burning Flame Valley, the naturally beautiful Tenfold, adorned in red, had already completed her own demonic sound tempering. Standing gracefully, her fleeting gaze betrayed her inner turmoil. Only upon catching sight of Tengjun did Tenghor reveal a smile, eagerly approaching him and playfully complaining, "Father, why have you been away at the Dan Tower for so long? It is all for you." "Horror," Tengjun replied with a tender smile. "Have you managed to invite Elder Lu Tian?" Tenghor asked, somewhat surprised, for Elder Lu was one of the 8 esteemed elders of the Dan Tower, and persuading him to concoct elixirs was no trivial matter. "Not quite. I have invited Elder Xiaozhe." He is so young. Can he truly master alchemy?" Tenghor questioned, a hint of disbelief creeping into her heart. "He appears to be only a few years older than I. Could he really be so formidable?" The elder who recently broke through the soul realm was indeed Elder Xiaozhe, and with his advancement into the spiritual realm, he now possesses the potential to refine 8th grade elixirs. "You must treat him well and not be negligent," Tengjun earnestly advised, concerned that Tenghor might leave a poor impression on Elder Xiaozhe. At this moment, Tenghor stood with her mouth agape, utterly astonished. Upon seeing the seriousness etched on Tengjun's face, she could scarcely believe her ears. An 8th grade alchemist at such a young age? Do not underestimate him. Xiaozhe's talent ranks among the very best in the entire Duki continent. Tengjun gently patted her head. "You ought to be more understanding. There are always those who surpass us, and realms beyond our own." Though Tenghor remained silent, her heart brimmed with astonishment. Observing her reaction, Tengjun's face broke into a slight smile as he remarked, "Speaking of which, Hor, you have reached the age for marriage. Should you seize the opportunity to pursue Xiaozhe?" Tenghor was momentarily dazed by Tengjun's words. "Father, what are you saying? Me pursue Xiaozhe?" Noticing her reluctance, Tengjun shook his head and said, "Never mind. It is up to you. In any case, the Burning Flame Valley must establish a good rapport with Xiaozhe. His future achievements are boundless. Transcending into the sacred realm is well within reach." Tenghor found it hard to fathom such high praise for Xiaozhe from Tengjun. At his age, to achieve the status of an 8th grade alchemist is already a miraculous feat. How could he also possess remarkable accomplishments in Duki cultivation? Tengjun, taken aback by her rebuttal, responded, "Although I too find it hard to believe, from my close observations, his Duki cultivation has already attained the Do zone level, and he has traveled quite a distance along that path." Gulp. Tenghor could not help but swallow hard. Growing up under the halo of talent, she was now face to face with a peer who utterly eclipsed her. Tengjun, disregarding her complex emotions, felt envious of the Dan Tower for possessing such an extraordinarily gifted elder. Yet, he remained puzzled as to how the Dan Tower could afford to let such a prodigy venture out. If the Burning Flame Valley had a talent of that caliber, Tengjun would certainly beseech the ancestors for personal guidance to cultivate him properly. Though he found it perplexing, he understood that Xiaozhe must hold immense significance for the Dan Tower. Moving forward to the Burning Flame Valley, he could not allow any mishaps to befall Xiaozhe. Xiaozhe was oblivious to the multitude of thoughts swirling in Tengjun's mind. He was filled with anticipation for the journey to the Burning Flame Valley and the ancient alchemist ruins. He hoped they would not be too severely damaged, so that he might uncover an ancient recipe. The month-long ritual of the demonic sound tempering ceremony finally concluded with the announcement of the Valley Master, Inhao. Travel carefully, Xiao Zhe called out to Elder Lu Tian and the many disciples of the Pill Tower who were about to set off. Rest assured, I will explain everything to President Xian Kong, Elder Lu replied with a smile, waving his hand before departing with his companions. Take care, Brother Xiao, Danshin said, placing her left hand over the back of her right hand, the golden flame mark emanating a gentle warmth. It was worth noting that due to this demonic sound tempering, her soul-devouring talent had also been enhanced, granting her another 100-fold feedback ability. Xiao Zhe gazed at the system panel, where the soul-devouring talent glimmered with a faint golden light, and promptly chose to receive it. After all, a 100-fold reward would be claimed in the blink of an eye. With a crack, the void before Xiao Zhe seemed to rupture, revealing an endless expanse into which countless strands of spiritual energy surged toward him, entwined with the radiance of souls. In an instant, it felt as though his soul had detached from his body, ascending infinitely, with the entire Duki continent stretched out beneath him, suspended in the highest void. He gazed down upon the entire Duki continent, experiencing a sensation he had never encountered before. From the perspective of his soul, the continent shimmered with countless soul lights, some as resplendent as a grand full moon, while others were diminutive like fireflies. Yet, whether powerful or meek, each soul light appeared to Xiao Zhe, suspended in that exalted void, as if they were all prey to be devoured. This feeling of perceiving all living beings as potential sustenance induced an illusion of dominance within Xiao Zhe. In the next moment, the scene shattered before him, and he blinked, as if everything he had witnessed lingered vividly in his mind. I never anticipated that I would behold the Duki continent from such a vantage point, he mused, licking his lips, the notion of viewing all souls as food igniting a fervent desire to hunt and consume. However, he quickly shook his head, taking a deep breath to quell the surging desires within him. Thankfully, the experience of being reborn countless times during his initial acceptance of the 100-fold calamity poison body had bestowed upon him a formidable ability to suppress such cravings. Xiao Zhe had also come to realize that many auxiliary abilities amplified his own desires. For instance, when he embraced the 100-fold azure scale's 3 flower eyes, he experienced an overwhelming sense of supreme authority over countless serpents. Had he lacked strong willpower, he might have succumbed to the allure of that exalted power. This current desire was one of soul consumption, manifesting in an even more terrifying and vivid manner. It seemed that the unique reward from the 100-fold calamity poison body was not a mere coincidence. If other 100-fold rewards were to be received, would they too evoke the sensation of countless deaths and rebirths? Xiao Zhe contemplated this in silence, while simultaneously beginning to comprehend the formidable nature of the 100-fold soul-devouring ability. The soul that has taken residence in the Tree of Origins has begun to absorb external soul power through the void, devouring the drifting soul energy. Combined with the soul residing within the Tree of Origins, allows for the perpetual operation of the Su Nq Ing soul technique. The rate at which my soul realm grows is likely to surpass that of my Duki realm. Xiao Zhe, upon introspecting his 2 primary cultivation systems, arrived at a conclusion that left him somewhat astonished. However, he considered that since the soul can continuously operate the Su Nq Ing soul technique, it is as if he is perpetually cultivating his soul. Coupled with the 100-fold soul-devouring ability, such an astonishing growth rate is hardly surprising. Feeling his soul strengthen moment by moment, a joyful smile spread across Xiao Zhe's face as he made his way toward the elevated platform of the Burning Flame Valley. This time, a considerable number of individuals had come to Burning Flame Valley, yet only 3 truly participated in the demonic sound tempering ceremony. Ultimately, only Tang Huager succeeded in passing the ceremony. This demonstrated that Tang Huager indeed possessed remarkable cultivation talent, though her unstable temperament could have led to even greater achievements. Lord Tang, Xiao Zhe said with a courteous smile, shall we proceed to Burning Flame Valley? Standing beside him, Tang Huager curiously scrutinized Xiao Zhe and mused to herself. His appearance is indeed striking, yet in comparison to his accomplishments, looks seems somewhat secondary. That is only natural. Tang Jin chuckled. By the way, Elder Xiao, did the old man from the Sound Valley attempt to recruit you? The Lord of the Sound Valley did express a desire for me to stay as a guest, but I have already promised Lord Tang, so I cannot go back on my word, Xiao Zhe explained nonchalantly, recalling how the Lord of the Sound Valley had indeed tried to persuade him before the Alchemist Association's team departed. Then it seems I have taken advantage of the timing, Tang Jin said with great satisfaction. The next phase involved a lengthy journey. Although Burning Flame Valley and the Sound Valley lay in the southwestern region of the Central Domain, both factions controlled vast territories. While there was some interaction between the two, it was impossible to establish a spatial wormhole that could connect their core cities. Thus, Xiao Zhe and his companions needed to travel to the nearest city under the control of Burning Flame Valley before utilizing a spatial wormhole to reach their destination. As they approached Burning Flame Valley, Tang Jin suddenly spoke. Elder Xiao, would you be interested in visiting the ancient ruins I mentioned? Oh, I am indeed quite interested. But would this not take up too much time? It is of no concern. The fire avoidance pill is not a life-saving remedy and is not so urgent. Father, I want to go with you. Nonsense. That place is still in a state of spatial turmoil. With your strength, should anything go awry, where would I find you? Tang Jin scolded gently. Tang Hui'er pouted, left with no choice but to watch as Tang Jun and Xiao Zhe flew off into the distance. Elder Xiao, since Burning Flame Valley discovered this ancient ruin, it has been sealed with a spatial barrier, rendering its existence largely unknown to other factions. Tang Jun explained as he produced an ancient-looking alchemical cauldron. This is the cauldron I found near the entrance, which is why I am convinced that it is the remnant of an ancient alchemist. Xiao Zhe took hold of the medicinal cauldron, its surface bearing the marks of time. Yet its quality was indeed exceptional. Although it could not rival the cauldrons listed on the Heavenly Cauldron rankings, it was nonetheless among the finest beneath that tier. Such cauldrons were rare and difficult to come by. For an average high-tier alchemist, merely utilizing such a grade of equipment was already quite commendable. Arrived. I present to you the Valley Master. This is our esteemed elder from the Burning Flame Valley, Elder Xiao Zhe of the Pill Tower. Under Tang Jun's introduction, both parties gained a preliminary understanding of one another. The elder was curious about the Valley Master's intentions in bringing Elder Xiao Zhe to this place. Although he had his suspicions, the elder found it hard to believe that a long-sought ancient relic would be handed over to an outsider. I request Elder Xiao Zhe to concoct the fire avoidance pill for the Burning Flame Valley, with the reward being Elder Xiao Zhe's entry into this ancient relic. The elder furrowed his brow slightly, casting a lingering gaze upon Xiao Zhe's youthful visage before letting out a sigh. I understand, but the spatial disturbances are not yet resolved, rendering it quite perilous, and thus, entry is currently unfeasible. The elder, seasoned with age and wisdom, was aware of the Valley Master's intentions. Simply concocting pills for the Burning Flame Valley did not necessitate granting access to the ancient relic. The Valley Master was likely more concerned with establishing a rapport with this young high-tier alchemist. A 7th-grade advanced alchemist indeed warranted the Burning Flame Valley to relinquish some benefits to cultivate a favorable relationship. Very well, let us venture in for a moment. Without delving too deeply, the elder nodded, swiftly forming hand seals. The space behind him twisted, creating a spatial vortex. Let us proceed, Elder Xiao Zhe. Following Tang Jun, Xiao Zhe stepped into the vortex, and as the light shifted, the scenery before him transformed dramatically. A grand bronze palace came into view, surrounded by a multitude of spatial energies that tore open dark, menacing fissures capable of immense destruction. Through these rifts, Xiao Zhe observed the surface of the bronze palace, marred by numerous cracks, presenting a disheveled appearance. Nonetheless, he could still piece together the fragmented image of a dragon from the slightly damaged patterns, and upon careful attunement, he sensed a trace of ancient dragon power. The Dragon Clan, Xiao Zhe murmured. Indeed, this was likely a very rare Dragon Clan alchemist. Noticing that Xiao Zhe had discerned the intricacies, Tang Jun continued, the reason I discovered this ancient relic is largely due to the within me, the 9-dragon Thunderfire, which resonated with this bronze palace. The Dragon Clan's alchemist surely hoped to gain something of value here. Xiao Zhe, intrigued, noted that this ancient relic consisted solely of this bronze palace, truly a remnant of what once was. Given the current state of spatial turmoil, it was likely that the disturbances would gradually subside within 10 days. Xiao Zhe stroked his chin thoughtfully. While entry was not impossible at present, those spatial rifts posed significant challenges. Should one become ensnared within, even if one managed to emerge unscathed, they would undoubtedly find themselves transported to an unknown location. To be prudent, it would be wise to wait until the spatial rifts diminished somewhat before attempting entry. Master Tang, I wonder if you possess the formula and ingredients for the fire-preventing pill, as I can concoct it here. Tang Jun expressed some surprise, but nodded in agreement. If Elder Xiao Zhe desires it, then let us proceed as he suggests. Departing from the ancient ruins, Xiao Zhe sought out a mountain peak and excavated a deep cave within its walls. Elder Xiao Zhe, within this lies the formula and materials for the fire-preventing pill. Tang Jun handed Xiao Zhe a spatial ring. Then I shall take charge of this matter. Tang Jun and the Grand Elder watched as Xiao Zhe's figure vanished into the cave. Master, is that young man's alchemical skill truly so exquisite that Yin Flame Valley would expend such resources to befriend him? The Grand Elder, puzzled by Xiao Zhe's departure, inquired of Tang Jun. His spiritual realm has already transcended the spirit realm, soon to become an 8th-rank alchemist. Only the creation of 8th-rank pills stands between him and the official title of 8th-rank alchemist. As for an alchemical master, even I must treat them with the utmost respect. It is better to cultivate a good relationship with him now. Tang Xun's tone carried a hint of astonishment as he elucidated to the Grand Elder. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder was left momentarily speechless. As the Grand Elder of the Yin Flame Valley, he was acutely aware of the chasm that separates an alchemical master from an alchemical grandmaster. Though the difference is but a single character, the disparity is monumental. An alchemical grandmaster can produce truly sentient pills, often referred to as living pills. Such a level of elixir would captivate even the strongest of Dozun practitioners. If a friendship with Xiao Zhe can indeed be forged, the price paid by Yin Flame Valley is negligible. Contemplating this, the Grand Elder could not help but feel a sense of relief for refraining from opposing the master earlier. Otherwise, he would have surely left a negative impression on this future alchemical grandmaster. Furthermore, the Grand Elder considered the fact that Xiao Zhe has achieved the status of alchemical grandmaster at such a young age. Even if he is not the champion of the Alchemy Conference, he undoubtedly possesses the qualifications to become a titan within the Alchemy Tower. A future titan of the Alchemy Tower. Realizing this, the Grand Elder swallowed hard. The master truly possesses keen insight. Indeed, my fortune has aligned serendipitously, yet upon reflection, inviting Xiao Zhe to concoct the fire-preventing pill was undoubtedly a most sagacious decision. Just as Xiao Zhe commenced his alchemical work, far away in the northwest continent, at the Canaan Academy, the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower, a realm beneath the earth, was a landscape eternally marked by magma and fiery toxins, seemingly unchanged for millennia, embodying an essence of antiquity and monotony. Within this subterranean world, an intangible fire python absorbed the energies of the underworld, and within its form, Xiao Yin gradually regained consciousness. I am not dead. Is it due to that mysterious pill? It seemed that, having obtained a mysterious elixir in the depths of the mountains, his body now displayed no signs of abnormality against the searing presence of the intangible fire python, as if it had wholly adapted to the fallen heart flame. Thus, it appears that consuming the fallen heart flame may not be an impossibility after all. At the headquarters of the Dark Academy in the Black Corner region, the little doctor swallowed a poisonous pill, her expression turning purplish-blue, yet her aura swiftly ascended once more. After Xiao Zhe's departure, the potency of the poisonous elixirs derived from the toxic scriptures was rather mediocre. The hues of purple and green in the eyes of the little medical sage gradually faded as she pondered. Now that the situation in the Dark Court had stabilized, it would be prudent to request an audience with the Grand Elder at an opportune moment to seek permission to journey to the central continent. Although the separation from Xiao Zhe had not been protracted, the yearning in her heart was burgeoning, and the little medical sage was eagerly anticipating their reunion. Above, the heavens rumbled with alchemical thunder, and a flicker of surprise crossed Tang Xun's eyes. By his calculations, Xiao Zhe must have completed the refinement in one attempt. However, considering Xiao Zhe's current level of alchemical skill and soul realm, achieving success on the first try was not entirely unexpected. Just as Tang Xun was about to intervene and shield Xiao Zhe from the alchemical thunder, he heard Xiao Zhe's voice resonating from within the cave. Please refrain from intervening. Master Tang, this alchemical thunder serves a purpose for me. Upon hearing Xiao Zhe's voice, Tang Xun hesitated momentarily before responding. Since Elder Xiao has made a request, I shall refrain from acting. However, I implore you to assess your own capabilities. Should the situation prove insurmountable, do not push yourself. That is understood. The brewing alchemical thunder followed the currents of elixir energy, striking directly into the cave. Instantly, rocks began to tumble within, causing Tang Xun to fret for Xiao Zhe's safety. Concerned he might be buried alive, narrowing his eyes, he peered deeper into the cave, where a flicker of golden flames danced, obscuring his probing gaze. This flame is truly formidable. Tang Xun felt the 9 dragons' thunderfire within him convey a sense of trepidation, and he remarked in astonishment. Though the Alchemy Tower has sealed away 3,000 types of fire, to my knowledge, none of them are golden in hue. For it to instill fear even in the 9 dragons' thunderfire, it must be one of the top-ranked exotic flames, a golden one. Tang Xun's thoughts swirled. Yet as he was not an alchemist, he could not fully grasp the nuances of the top-ranked exotic flames. Master, have you noticed that the frequency of the alchemical thunder strikes seems unusually high? Indeed, it is considerably faster than the typical 7th-tier alchemical thunder, with 2 or 3 strikes occurring almost every breath. Tang Xun, having dabbled in alchemy himself, was aware that even without the exceptional soul power of a true alchemist, he could still concoct elixirs due to the influence of the 9 dragons' thunderfire. Because of this, he occasionally observed high-ranking alchemists at work. The frequency of alchemical thunder during the formation of 7th-tier elixirs was nowhere near as high as what Xiao Zhe was currently facing. Could this lead to complications? The Grand Elder remarked with concern, sensing that unusual occurrences often heralded ominous events. He worried for Xiao Zhe's safety, realizing that as an elder of the Alchemy Tower, Any mishap during his invitation to the blazing flame valley would reflect upon them as well. Tang Xun clenched his fists, gazing at the golden flames within the cave, hesitating on whether to intervene. The golden flames obstructed the probing of both Tang Xun and the Grand Elder, while within the flames, golden roots devoured the alchemical thunder. The frequency of the falling Danlei is exceedingly high due to the golden tree roots, which devour the Danlei, contrasting starkly with the typical resistance exhibited by formidable warriors. The Danlei dissipates with remarkable swiftness, consequently increasing the frequency of its descent. As Xiaozhe harnessed the primordial tree to absorb the Danlei, he concurrently drew upon the power of thunder. With his current physique, absorbing such levels of Danlei felt as effortless as partaking in a meal. As he sensed the burgeoning might of thunder within him, he looked up to witness the Danlei being shredded by the golden roots, transforming into countless serpentine bolts that swiftly filled the cavernous chamber. A flicker of insight emerged within his heart. Xiaozhe blinked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Through his frequent encounters with the Danlei, he finally grasped a fragment of understanding. Having captured this insight, he realized that he could now refine his martial techniques. Although his moment of enlightenment was fleeting, its value was immeasurable. Gazing into the Yuling Ding, he observed a spirit-infused pill spinning gracefully. Any discerning alchemist would recognize its quality as far surpassing that of a standard fire avoidance pill. After reaching the spirit realm, Xiaozhe's mastery over the Yuling Ding had reached an extraordinary level, enabling him to enhance the spiritual essence of the pills actively. This ability, even among 8th grade pills, is exceedingly rare. Generally, as the grade of an 8th grade pill ascends, its inherent spirit becomes increasingly potent. The capacity to actively elevate the pill's spirit would surely incite envy amongst other 8th grade alchemists. This marks my inaugural attempt at utilizing spirit enhancement. Let me observe the results. As the final bolt of Danlei was consumed by the golden roots, Xiaozhe retrieved the fire avoidance pill from the cauldron. The pill contained an exceptional spirit, its quality vastly superior to the ordinary. This achievement was attributable not only to the Yuling Ding's prowess, but also to the substantial enhancement of his soul's power and the influence of the primordial emperor flame. With the soul power of the spirit realm combined with the Yuling Ding and the primordial emperor flame, my success rate for crafting 7th grade pills is exceedingly high. As the Danlei subsided, Tang Xun ultimately refrained from intervening. He was not the type to endure humiliation for the sake of pride. Should he be overwhelmed by the Danlei, he would undoubtedly seek assistance. Clearly, Xiaozhe was adept in managing the Danlei. When the Danlei finally ceased, the golden flames deep within the cave also receded. Sensing Xiaozhe's presence, both Tang Xun and the Grand Elder sighed in relief. Master Tang, the fire avoidance pill has been successfully refined. I have fulfilled my duty. Xiaozhe appeared in an instant, having unknowingly harnessed a portion of the Danlei's power. His speed astonishing even Tang Xun. Tang Xun quickly accepted the pill from Xiaozhe's hands. Being knowledgeable about pills, he recognized at a glance that its quality was exceptional. With clear pill patterns, a rich aroma, and a hidden yet formidable energy. Upon hearing Tang Xun's words, Xiaozhe's eyes brightened. Oh, might you take me to see it? Of course, Grand Elder, came the respectful reply, as the Grand Elder, now devoid of any objections to Xiaozhe's entry into the ancient ruins, bowed his hands in acknowledgement. A being on the verge of becoming an 8th grade alchemy master is sufficient to command the utmost respect from the Flame Valley, even compelling its Grand Elder to treat him with deference. Shortly thereafter, the Grand Elder opened the spatial passage leading to the ancient ruins. Let us proceed, Elder Xiaoze. Tang Xun beckoned, his figure swiftly vanishing into the spatial portal, while Xiaoze, enveloped in a flash of lightning, followed suit with remarkable speed. Remarkable indeed. Not only is his alchemical prowess extraordinary, but his mastery of combat energy is equally impressive, the Grand Elder mused, observing Xiaoze's astonishing velocity. Upon traversing the spatial conduit, Xiaoze once again beheld the ancient ruins, noting a significant reduction in the fissures since his last visit days prior. The Bronze Palace appeared more distinct now. We may enter at this moment, provided we exercise caution. However, it would be prudent to wait an additional 2 or 3 days just to be safe. Tang Xun assessed the situation before offering his counsel. That seems reasonable, Xiaoze replied after a moment of contemplation, deciding to heed Tang Xun's advice. Although his curiosity about the treasures hidden within the Bronze Palace was piqued, he understood that haste could lead to missteps. And there was currently no competition for the ancient ruins. If the Valley Master has pressing matters, he may depart. I shall remain here to wait and cultivate, Xiaoze suggested. Haha, as the Valley Master, I can certainly spare this time. Moreover, it would be difficult for me to abandon an esteemed elder of the Alchemist Tower, Tang Xun responded. Choosing to stay as well, for Xiaoze's safety was a priority for him. Tang Xun was unaware of Xiaoze's true combat capabilities, merely inferring from his displayed strength. Xiaoze, indifferent to such perceptions, began earnestly attempting to grasp a fragment of insight, seeking to comprehend his unique martial techniques. The two unexpected attempts earlier had yielded commendable results. Harnessing the power of thunder, he could significantly enhance his speed. Thus, he resolved to continue refining this approach over the next 2 days. Over the passage of 2 days, Tang Jun observed Xiaoze's speed escalating repeatedly, rendering him somewhat numb to the spectacle. While he had encountered prodigies before, none matched the caliber of Xiaoze, who within this brief time had developed a martial technique of remarkable standing. Initially informed by Xiaoze that it was only 2 days prior that he first utilized the wind and thunder energies to augment his speed, Tang Jun had been astounded. Especially in the beginning, when Xiaoze humbly sought guidance, Tang Jun felt capable of offering him advice. But as time progressed, he found himself at a loss. "Valley Master, how do you find my martial technique?" Xiaoze inquired. Though it may not quite rival the 3,000 thunder movements of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, it is not far removed. Tang Jun hesitated before delivering an assessment of exceptional merit. It is worth noting that the 3,000 thunder movements is a renowned martial technique of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, classified within the lower tier of the Earth rank. Mastering it to the highest level could unlock the potential to cultivate the pavilion's treasured techniques, such as the Thunder Phantom Body, classified as a high-tier Earth rank. This technique, known for its indestructible essence and the ability to withstand separation, has been praised by later generations as comparable to the celestial rank. Upon hearing Tang Jun's assessment, Xiaoze raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling quite satisfied with the result. After all, this was the first martial technique he had personally devised, and achieving such a remarkable outcome was commendable. As for further refinement, Xiaoze was confident that he could surpass the 3,000 thunder movements of the Fenglai Pavilion. He even envisioned creating a powerful technique akin to the 3,000 thunder illusions, one that would ensure the body remained impervious while the replicas were indestructible. With the spatial rift having settled, Elder Xiaoze was ready to proceed. "Shall I accompany you?" he inquired. With a hearty laugh, Xiaoze transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished from sight. Tang Jun observed Xiaoze's speed, nodding in acknowledgement. Such velocity was indeed elusive even among the Dozong ranks. However, should he encounter a Dozun powerhouse, a mere gesture of spatial confinement could easily lead to unforeseen circumstances. Let us hope there are no Dozun-level forces within this ancient relic, Tang Jun mused. Watching Xiaoze's figure draw closer to the Bronze Palace, Xiaoze accelerated rapidly, arriving near the Bronze Palace without incident. As he approached, the ancient dragons might become increasingly palpable. Although the Bronze Palace had been somewhat ravaged by the spatial rift, the remnants exuded a powerful aura that dissuaded Xiaoze from attempting to traverse through them. Landing at the entrance of the Bronze Palace, Xiaoze surveyed the structure, then unleashed streams of battle energy that struck various points of the palace. Before his eyes lay a bronze corridor, its walls adorned with intricate bronze murals, remarkably well-preserved compared to the exterior of the palace. The murals exhibited a rugged artistic style, evoking a sense of primal wilderness. Upon closer inspection, Xiaoze discerned that these depicted the members of the ancient Void Dragon clan. Astonishingly, the content seemed to illustrate a battle between the ancient Void Dragons and the primordial Heavenly Phoenix. Following the murals, he witnessed the unfolding of the conflict between the two clans. However, the murals failed to reveal the reasons for this outbreak of war, rendering its origins rather perplexing to Xiaoze. Suddenly, he sensed two obscure and ancient auras. At the end of the bronze corridor stood a colossal bronze door, flanked by two lifelike Heavenly Phoenix figures. These did not appear to be mere statues. Rather, they seemed to be puppets crafted from the remains of the Heavenly Phoenix. Xiaoze marveled at the sight, but considering the enmity between the two clans, it was plausible for an alchemist of the ancient Void Dragon clan to employ the corpse of a Heavenly Phoenix to create such a puppet. However, if I were to enter recklessly, would I not provoke these two puppets? Xiaoze released an aura that resonated against the bronze door, yet the puppets remained motionless, their ancient essence unchanged. It seemed that time had indeed taken its toll on them. Xiaoze reflected on this, but, to be prudent, enveloped himself in a veil of ethereal power. Until he opened the bronze door, the two Heavenly Phoenix puppets remained undisturbed. After all, the two celestial demon phoenixes possess formidable strength, and from the subtle aura they exude, it is evident they are at least at the level of Dozun. Upon entering the bronze door, Xiaoze beheld a colossal dragon carcass. The body exhibited a peculiar state, showing no signs of decay, with a faint shimmering hue of purple and gold, emanating an aura of indestructibility. Could this be the ancient Void Dragon? From ancient times to the present, it still radiates an astonishing dragon might, truly deserving of its status as a supreme lineage among the beast world. Xiaoze noticed that there were murals around. Although their content had shifted, Instead of depicting the war between two clans, the focus had changed to specific individuals, rather than hastening to inspect the dragon carcass. Xiaozhe found himself intrigued by the murals. The inner walls of the Grand Bronze Palace illustrated an alchemist from the ancient Void Dragon clan, who dedicated his life to concocting the Hunyuan 9 pills. However, due to the constraints of alchemical arts, he could never complete the 9th pill. The Hunyuan 9 pills require magical beasts to use their own blood essence combined with various materials, achieving an effect that surpasses the original, significantly enhancing the physical prowess of the beast upon consumption. From the descriptions, it appeared that the Hunyuan 9 pills constituted a systematic form of elixir. Xiaozhe initially wished to discern the effects of the Hunyuan 9 pills, but the bronze mural abruptly concluded at this juncture. Following this, the protagonist faced a tremendous upheaval within the ancient Void Dragon clan, leading to ideological discord and his departure into the void. This monumental change also affected him personally, rendering him somewhat obsessive and deranged in his pursuit to create the Hunyuan 9 pills, yet he could never produce the final elixir until the very end of his life. This alchemist of the ancient Void Dragon clan could not complete the systematic elixir. In the mural's conclusion, the alchemist left behind his final words, expressing a hope that those who might find the Bronze Palace in the void would succeed in perfecting the Hunyuan 9 pills. After absorbing this tale, Xiaozhe felt a pang of emotion. Yet another alchemist striving to forge history. Such systematic elixirs are exceedingly rare in the realm of alchemy. At least in Xiaozhe's experience, he had never encountered anything like it. This Bronze Palace, it seems, had either fallen from the void or was fortuitously drawn to the 9-dragon thunderfire possessed by the master of the Burning Flame Valley, Tang Jun, resulting in its descent near the valley. Approaching the immense dragon carcass of the ancient Void Dragon, the dragon might he endured intensified with proximity. However, being a long-deceased entity, the ancient Void Dragon posed little threat to Xiaozhe due to his strength. Although the ancient dragon lay lifeless, its might lingered on. Xiaozhe sighed, then stepped into the void, traversing the spiraled body of the ancient Void Dragon. He soon discovered a bronze altar concealed beneath the dragon's form. Upon reaching the altar, a cauldron radiating with a purple-gold glow captured Xiaozhe's attention. Hastening to the purple-gold cauldron, he noted that its exterior was adorned with 9 vividly lifelike ancient void dragons. Moreover, to Xiaozhe's astonishment, the dragon might emanating from this purple-gold cauldron was even more terrifying than that of the dragon carcass itself. Xiaozhe slightly opened the medicinal cauldron, and an overwhelming scent of blood assailed his senses. Within the cauldron lay the essence of the ancient Void Dragon, mingled with a half-finished elixir that bobbed and swayed in the life-imbued blood. Nurturing the elixir with one's own essence was a renowned technique in alchemy known as blood nurturing. Yet, it was impossible for ordinary human alchemists to possess such a vast reservoir of essence. Only those alchemists who were also magical beasts could afford such extravagance. It was precisely this potent life force that allowed the elixir to endure through the ages, preserving its integrity until now. Xiaozhe's gaze fell upon the elixir, which shimmered with hues of purple and gold, surrounded by a delicate phantom of the Void Dragon that danced around it. Though merely an apparition, it was exquisitely detailed, as vivid as if it were a living dragon. The overwhelming dragon aura that Xiaozhe had sensed earlier emanated from this incomplete elixir. With his knowledge of alchemy, he discerned that while the elixir was unfinished, it was at least an 8th-grade potion, having begun to develop a semblance of sentience, albeit incomplete and unable to fully coalesce. The phantom of the Void Dragon surrounding it represented this nascent intelligence. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaozhe gently closed the cauldron, choosing not to extract the elixir. After all, it was maintaining its balance and could continue to cultivate within the essence of the Void Dragon. If he were to remove it from the ancient blood, the elixir would be ruined. He needed to examine the detailed recipe for the mixed Yuan 9 elixir. Otherwise, he would remain unable to concoct this entirely unfamiliar potion. Xiaozhe approached the center of the altar, where only a scant few items were displayed. A high-grade spatial ring of purple gold, a jade tablet radiating with a purple golden glow, and a piece of purple gold dragon scale stained with blood. He first reached for the high-grade spatial ring, whose soul imprint had faded to near non-existence. With a mere flicker of his soul power, he shattered it. His soul energy permeated the ring, revealing an abundance of treasures contained within. Xiaozhe's objective was clear. The most precious assets of a high-ranking alchemist were undoubtedly the various recipes they had gathered. His curiosity about the mixed Yuan 9 elixir was intense, as the mural only provided a glimpse of its effects. Soon, he discovered numerous recipes within the high-grade spatial ring. Though most were tailored for magical beasts, the remaining ones were more general in nature. This was to be expected, as the alchemist himself was of beastly origin, and thus, the majority of his collected and researched recipes catered to magical creatures. From these recipes, Xiaozhe also learned the name of the alchemist, Zhu. However, he was astonished to find that the high-grade spatial ring contained no recipe for the mixed Yuan 9 elixir. From the mural, it was evident that Zhu had regarded the mixed Yuan 9 elixir as his lifelong pursuit. Indeed, one could assert that once he successfully concocted the mixed Yuan 9 elixir, he would ascend to the rank of a 9th-grade alchemist. The ambitions of Zhu are remarkably grand. However, due to upheavals within his clan, he retreated into the void, consequently losing much of his support. In his solitary research, he ultimately failed to develop the 9th elixir of the Hunyuan 9 Dan and was destined to die in the emptiness, leaving behind a regretful testament, hoping that future generations might fulfill his long-cherished dream. Yet, the likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly slim, for even if the Bronze Palace were to remain intact, its inhabitants might not necessarily include alchemists, let alone those hailing from the ancient lineage of the Taishu dragon. However, if I were to accept the bloodline feedback from Xian's Taishu ancient dragon lineage, I could, by extension, be considered a member of the Taishu dragon clan. Could I not? Alas, it seems improbable that so much time has passed without an advancement. Could it be that Xian's ascension would not yield any feedback? The bloodline pressure she exuded at that moment even astonished Xiongzhan, a formidable Dozun. The pressure of the ancestor dragon. If that is the case, then to obtain the bloodline feedback from Xian, Xiaozhe must resort to the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Perhaps just once would suffice, as the rewards from a single endeavor could rival those from most other feedbacks. Moreover, considering the first feedback yielded a 100-fold return, it is said that upon absorbing the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit in the original narrative, Xian ascended directly to a 4-star Do Saint. Contemplating this, Xiaozhe shook his head. The opening of the Do Saint relic is still many years away, and he preferred not to dwell on it too much. However, if he were to ascertain the precise location, when the time comes to encounter Xian, might her spatial abilities allow them to discover the whereabouts of the Do Saint relic? A fleeting thought crossed Xiaozhe's mind as he reached for the dragon-shaped jade plate at the center. This purplish-golden dragon-shaped jade plate bore a resemblance to the one Zhu Li had given him, emanating a faint warmth when held. Yet, upon investigation, Xiaozhe soon realized the two were entirely different. The jade plate conferred by Elder Zhu Li was a communication token, while this dragon-shaped jade plate before him was an information token. Channeling his soul power into it, Xiaozhe's eyes soon lit up with surprise. Contained within was a comprehensive dossier on the Hunyuan 9 Dan. Perhaps Zhu hoped that future generations would ultimately complete the formulation of the Hunyuan 9 Dan, which is why the information contained is so thorough. It meticulously chronicles every moment from the inception of Zhu idea to develop the Hunyuan 9 Dan, detailing each success and failure in the alchemical process with remarkable precision. Just the volume of information within this dragon-shaped jade plate, Xiaozhe estimated, could rival 1/10 of the Blood Fiend Magic Tome. One must recognize that the Blood Fiend Magic Tome encompasses a vast array of knowledge, deemed profound by Xiaozhe. Thus, it is not hard to conceive the sheer magnitude of the information contained within this singular dragon-shaped jade plate. No wonder it was not recorded using a formula. To inscribe such an extensive amount of information with soul power would be beyond the capabilities of even an 8th-rank alchemist, exhausting all their strength in the process. Xiaozhe began to understand the nature of the Hunyuan 9 Dan. It was specifically crafted by Zhu for the purpose of targeting magical beasts. Indeed, according to Zhu's design, human cultivators are wholly inadequate to meet the requirements for crafting this elixir. However, Xiaozhe felt little despondence, for he happened to possess the bloodline feedback from a magical beast. Moreover, it is of an exceedingly noble royal lineage, the 7-colored sky-devouring python. According to the principles of the Hunyuan 9 elixirs, one must extract the essence blood of the magical beast itself, combined with various herbs, to concoct elixirs ranging from the 1st to the 9th rank, to be consumed in succession. As the elixirs are formulated from its own essence blood, stemming from the same origin, their effects are significantly enhanced, allowing for a remarkable accumulation of potency. While the 1st-rank elixir may yield less than 1,000th enhancement to one's physique, the 5th-rank elixir can achieve an impressive 5%. The 8th-rank 5-colored thunder elixir remarkably elevates one's physical prowess by an astounding 50%. Such an enhancement is nothing short of miraculous, especially for the already formidable physique of the ancient void dragon. It is akin to a sacred remedy for body refinement. Ingesting a single 8th-rank 5-colored thunder elixir would elevate one's physique by 50%. It is crucial to understand that as one progresses in enhancing their physique, the process becomes increasingly arduous. Ordinary training proves ineffective for those with exceptional physicality, leading to an awkward impasse in body cultivation. After reviewing the development methodology of the 9th elixir of the Hunyuan 9 elixirs by Zhu, Xiaozhe furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that Zhuyang had encountered an issue. Zhuyang seemed trapped in a deadlock, convinced that the 9th elixir must indeed be a 9th rank elixir. Even in the final moments of life, he poured his own essence blood into the incomplete elixir, hoping to forge a 9th rank elixir. Each elixir crafted prior to the 8th rank, made from his own ancient void dragon essence blood, had reached the pinnacle of its respective grade. However, upon reaching the 8th rank elixir, the elixirs Zhuyang produced could at most attract the 5-colored thunder. Believing this to be the limit of 8th rank elixirs, he shifted his focus to the development of 9th rank elixirs. Convinced that the Hunyuan 9 elixirs must correspond 1-to-1 with each rank, it appears that Zhuyang became ensnared in a corner during the latter stages, starting from the 8th rank. The disparities between the elixirs became increasingly pronounced. Zhuyang leaped directly from the 5-colored thunder to the development of the 9th rank Baodan. There must, at the very least, be an 8th rank 9-colored thunder elixir between the 8th rank 5-colored thunder and the 9th rank Baodan. As an observer, Xiaozhe, unclouded by the confusion that ensnared Zhuyang, was able to transcend these limitations and discern Zhuyang's constraints. Perhaps, if Zhuyang had continued to develop elixirs within the ancient Void Dragon clan, he might have discovered his limitations with the assistance of his kin. The 9th elixir of the Hunyuan 9 elixirs should be the 8th rank 9-colored thunder elixir, followed by the 9th rank Baodan, 9th rank Xiandan, and 9th rank Jindan, thus delineating 3 new categories of Hunyuan elixirs. If this holds true, then the title Hunyuan 9 elixirs seems somewhat inappropriate. It should be renamed Hunyuan 12 elixirs. By this reasoning, upon completion of the 9th elixir of the Hunyuan 9 elixirs, one could directly enhance their physique by 70%. An enhancement of 70% to one's original physique is indeed terrifying, deserving of the title of a sacred remedy for body refinement. However, regarding the subsequent 9 great elixirs, the disparity is so vast that even I cannot conjecture their essence. Indeed, it is essential for alchemists to engage in more extensive communication. After perusing the Hunyuan 9 Dan, I have gained a deeper understanding of the art of alchemy. The enhancement in my alchemical skills alone makes this journey worthwhile, not to mention the treasures contained within this high-grade spatial ring. Xiaozhe carefully stored the dragon-shaped jade tablet, intending to study it thoroughly later. To fully comprehend the Hunyuan 9 Dan within 2 days would be an exercise in folly, as it embodies the lifelong dedication of the master alchemist Zhuyang. Exhaling deeply, Xiaozhe turned his gaze to the final object at the center of the altar, a blood-stained, purple-golden dragon scale. As he reached for the dragon scale, he encountered no anticipated resistance. In his grasp, the scale radiated an intense warmth, and the blood appeared to be seamlessly integrated with it, not a single drop falling. Though this dragon scale is profoundly enigmatic, its mysteries do not reveal themselves to Xiaozhe. It seems to be a hereditary scale from the Taishu ancient dragon lineage, which cannot be utilized without possessing their bloodline. Nonetheless, the gains from this expedition are already considerable, and he does not wish to demand more. When he encounters Xian later, he shall present this item to her. Xiaozhe stored the bloody dragon scale and contemplated the massive dragon corpse encircling the altar. He retrieved an empty high-grade spatial ring and placed it within. Of course, his interest does not lie in the essence of the Taishu ancient dragon. After all, it belongs to Xian's kin, and he cannot extract their essence. He merely intends to hand over this relic of the Taishu ancient dragon to Xian, allowing her to properly bury Zhuyang on the ancient dragon island. A fitting return to one's roots. Zhuyang's legacy is of great assistance to Xiaozhe, and he wishes to contribute his part in honoring him. Should the opportunity arise, he would also seek to perfect the Hunyuan 9 Dan. Once Xiaozhe secured Zhuyang's body, the altar was left with only a medicinal cauldron inscribed with the patterns of the Taishu ancient dragon. This cauldron likely originates from the Taishu ancient dragon lineage. Given their extensive history, it is improbable that they would not have left behind a legacy of alchemists over the ages. Xiaozhe discerned numerous soul imprints on the cauldron, likely left by generations of alchemists from the Taishu ancient dragon lineage. The accumulation of these soul imprints means that this cauldron can ultimately only be wielded by one possessing the bloodline of the Taishu ancient dragon. Xiaozhe harbors little interest in this cauldron, as his own spirit-infusing cauldron suffices for his needs. At higher levels, the cauldron forged from his own flame possesses formidable power, not inferior to those listed on the heavenly cauldron rankings. After all, the pinnacle of alchemical mastery allows for the creation of imperial-grade elixirs. Such alchemical skills, capable of melding the very heavens and earth, would exceed the tolerances of any cauldron on the heavenly cauldron rankings. Standing before the medicinal cauldron, Xiaozhe finds himself unable to concoct the elixir within. Or rather, according to the principles of the Hunyuan 9 Dan, even if he were to succeed in crafting that elixir, none would be capable of consuming it. not even those of Zhu Yang's own kin. As this elixir is forged from the very essence of Zhu Yang's blood, it is only beneficial for him to consume it. This can be seen as a limitation of the Hunyuan 9 pill, characterized by its extreme specificity. According to Zhu Yang's accounts, this elixir was crafted from the materials of the 9-rank precious pill, yet success remained elusive. It may be prudent to consider downgrading it, opting for a more attainable goal. As per my previous deductions, to refine it into the 9-colored lightning 8-rank pill. Xiaozhe mused to himself. However, having yet to successfully concoct an 8-rank pill, he deemed it unwise to attempt the challenge of the 9-colored lightning 8-rank pill at this juncture. As Xiaozhe pondered, the 7-colored devouring python on his wrist slowly awakened. Drawn by the faint scent of blood wafting from the cauldron, the vibrant little serpent nudged against Xiaozhe's hand, its eyes reflecting curiosity. Previously entrusted to Qinglin's care, the 7-colored devouring python had consumed quite a bit of the accompanying purple crystal essence. No, little one. Neither the essence of the ancient void dragon clan nor the elixir within is something you can digest, Xiaozhe cautioned, producing the last vial of accompanying purple crystal essence to feed the little serpent. He was reluctant to let the 7-colored devouring python consume the blood essence in the cauldron, both for its inability to endure it and to avoid wasting the precious elixir. Goodness, have you an insatiable appetite, little one? Xiaozhe remarked with a wry smile. Observing the evident desire in the serpent's eyes, he retrieved another jade vial from his spatial ring. The vial radiated a potent energy, instantly capturing the 7-colored devouring python's attention. Its tail swayed in excitement, and its tongue flicked against Xiaozhe's hand, a gesture of eagerness. This is the primordial essence of a high-level magical beast, little one. To use it sparingly. Upon opening the jade vial, Xiaozhe dipped his finger into the primordial essence and presented it before the 7-colored devouring python. The serpent eagerly enveloped his finger, sucking on the essence with fervor. After a while, noticing the serpent's unwillingness to release his finger, Xiaozhe could not help but shake it slightly. Just as he assumed the 7-colored devouring python was merely playing, a radiant spectrum of colors erupted from it. The sensation on his fingertip altered, becoming silky and tender. As the colorful glow dissipated, the enchanting visage of Medusa materialized before Xiaozhe. Her delicate lips held his finger, and as the tip brushed against her soft, supple tongue, a faint blush adorned Medusa's flawless face, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness. Medusa? Xiaozhe exclaimed in astonishment, perplexed by her sudden appearance. Medusa parted her lips ever so slightly, a silvery thread connecting his finger to her mouth, her gaze imbued with complexity. What? Do you not wish to see me, or do you simply intend to keep me as a pet? Her words dripped with a subtle discontent, leaving Xiaozhe momentarily stunned. While Medusa herself was taken aback, the relationship between Medusa and Xiaozhe is not as antagonistic as depicted in the original narrative, where Xiaoyan sought to eliminate her upon their initial encounter. On the contrary, prior to her evolution, Medusa maintained a rather amicable rapport with Xiaozhe, to the extent that they could engage in meaningful conversation. It is worth noting that Medusa, as the queen of the serpent people, found common ground with Xiaozhe, a human cultivator, indicating her favorable impression of him. The primary factor contributing to this dynamic is that during their first meeting, Xiaozhe managed to defeat her, thus leveling the playing field between them, even placing Xiaozhe in a position of superiority. This circumstance rendered Medusa's regal pride ineffective in Xiaozhe's presence and left a lasting impression upon her. During their subsequent encounter, Xiaozhe further solidified his standing in her eyes by presenting her with the precious 7th-grade elixir, the revitalization pill, to save her life. This act of salvation profoundly deepened Medusa's perception of Xiaozhe, complicating her feelings towards him. Traditionally, Medusa would have viewed human cultivators as intruders to be eliminated. Yet Xiaozhe stood as a unique exception. Not only did he emerge unscathed, but she also found herself harboring a favorable disposition towards him. Medusa's appearance today was prompted by her curiosity regarding Xiaozhe's attitude towards the 7-colored devouring python. She wished to gauge his reaction upon her arrival. I think you should put on some clothes first. Xiaozhe broke the silence, producing a cloak. Medusa's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not resist donning the garment. Speaking of which, now that you've successfully evolved, how are things progressing? Xiaozhe inquired, observing Medusa in the cloak, which, while covering her, still allowed a hint of her form to remain visible, creating a tantalizing aura. To diffuse the lingering awkwardness, he redirected the conversation towards her current status. My fusion with the soul of the 7-colored devouring python has gone quite smoothly. I am gradually gaining control of the situation. Medusa hesitated momentarily before responding honestly. Xiaozhe raised an eyebrow, noting the divergence from the original storyline. He quickly deduced the implications. In the original, Medusa's intent was to kill Xiaoyan, while the devouring python sought to protect him, resulting in a conflict. However, the current amicable relationship between Medusa and himself, coupled with his role as her savior, made any murderous intent towards him implausible. Thus, their fusion proceeded without conflict. Given that the soul of the seven-colored devouring python was newly born, it would naturally be subordinate to Queen Medusa during their integration. Although circumstances had shifted, the present situation remained favorable for Xiao Zhe. Noticing Xiao Zhe's contemplative silence, Medusa bit her lip and softly reassured, "Rest assured, I shall not breach our agreement. I have complete faith in you," Xiao Zhe replied with a smile, leaving Medusa momentarily taken aback. A slight furrow formed on her brow as she struggled to comprehend Xiao Zhe's demeanor. Medusa, unable to fully perceive the extent of Xiao Zhe's strength, recognized that he was undoubtedly stronger than herself. In such a context, her role as a protector seemed somewhat superfluous. Yet, Xiao Zhe was resolute in honoring the pact, while she, following closely behind him, recognized that the benefits she would reap far outweighed her contributions. After all, Xiao Zhe was a high-ranking alchemist. Even Medusa felt that Xiao Zhe's kindness towards her was excessive, from defeating her in the desert and sparing her life, to resurrecting her with the life-reviving pill within the Serpent Temple, and then nurturing her with a wealth of natural treasures. Medusa couldn't help but introspect. Thus far, she had offered almost no assistance to Xiao Zhe. As a sense of indebtedness washed over her, a tinge of confusion followed. Could it be that he had developed feelings for her? As the seven-colored devouring python remained by Xiao Zhe's side, Medusa realized that her previous assumptions about his identity were misguided. Xiao Zhe was not merely a reclusive old monster, but rather a genuine paragon of unrivaled talent. With this thought, Medusa couldn't help but adjust her cloak. Unbeknownst to Xiao Zhe, who was oblivious to the turmoil within Medusa's heart, even if he were aware, he would never voice it aloud. It would be rather inappropriate for him to confess that he was coveting the bloodline of the seven-colored devouring python after her evolution. Wouldn't he? Well, since you have graced us with your presence, it is time to fulfill your role as my protector, he remarked after stowing away the alchemical cauldron. Medusa nodded gently, obediently trailing behind Xiao Zhe. He conducted a thorough search of the entire bronze palace, yielding some discoveries. Though they paled in comparison to the treasures obtained from the altar, that should suffice, he told Medusa. This hall is quite substantial. As they approached the entrance of the grand bronze hall, the moment they stepped outside, Medusa felt two ominous pressures descend upon her. Instinctively, she positioned herself in front of Xiao Zhe, conjuring a resplendent seven-colored longsword. "Xiao Zhe, there is danger. You must flee. I will hold them off." Xiao Zhe was momentarily taken aback by Medusa's protective stance, quickly realizing the threat posed by the two celestial phoenix puppets. He looked up to find them fixated on him, or rather, on the purple-gold storage ring he possessed. It seemed that this ring, or its contents, had rendered them non-hostile towards him, while Medusa, however, sensed their animosity. Yet, even in the face of the oppressive might of two formidable foes, Medusa remained resolutely in front of him. Understanding this, Xiao Zhe felt warmth in his heart, moved by her unwavering commitment, whether due to their agreement or other sentiments. That she would stand steadfastly before him in such a perilous moment, risking her life to buy him time, deeply touched him. With his thoughts racing, he quickly deduced the situation and raised his hand. Indeed, the puppets moved in response to his gesture. He then lifted his other hand and gently patted Medusa's shoulder. "Do not worry. They are merely puppets crafted by the former master of this bronze palace. With the master's storage ring now in my possession, they harbor no malice towards me." Reassured by Xiao Zhe's calming words, Medusa glanced at the towering celestial phoenix puppets, and upon confirming the truth of his statement, she let out a sigh of relief. "I apologize. I was simply too anxious." Medusa spoke with a hint of regret, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Perplexed by her recent actions, the usually cold-hearted individual found herself unexpectedly standing up for a man. Was it due to their agreement, or was there something deeper at play? Medusa's thoughts were in disarray as she stood there dazed, while Xiao Zhe's interest was piqued by the two celestial phoenix puppets. Initially, he had no intention of accepting them, as they appeared exceedingly formidable. He feared that attempting to subdue them might lead to his own downfall, yet now it seemed there was a feasible approach. Xiao Zhe retrieved the blood-stained dragon scales and the dragon-shaped jade token. Upon seeing these items, the two celestial phoenix puppets immediately took action, kneeling before him. Medusa's jaw dropped at this sight. The puppets she had deemed terrifying were now bowing before Xiao Zhe, holding the dragon scales and jade token. Xiao Zhe was uncertain which item was effective, but their utility was all that mattered. Soul energy emanated from him, surging into the bodies of the two puppets. And after a thorough search, he located the soul mark left by Zhu Yang within them. Over the long passage of time, this soul mark had become exceedingly faint. With ease, Xiao Zhe replaced it with his own soul mark. Soon, he established a connection with the two puppets before him. To his delight, he had unexpectedly acquired 2 puppets of the Dozuan level. After successfully subduing the puppets, Xiaozhe could not help but chuckle, for these were indeed formidable allies in the central continent. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that both puppets possessed strength around 5-star Dozuan. Their power, once greater, had diminished over the years, yet Xiaozhe was thoroughly satisfied. He mused about Zhu Yang's strength during his lifetime, capable of capturing 2 celestial phoenix Dozuan to forge them into puppets. Medusa, however, pressed her lips together, feeling her own significance had diminished. Xiaozhe, I have completed my exploration of the ancient ruins. I must now return to my slumber. Medusa silently resolved to emerge even stronger upon her next awakening. Xiaozhe grasped the slowly descending cloak and stowed it away, not overthinking it. After all, Medusa was still merging with the soul of the devouring python, and her continued slumber was to be expected. Casting one last glance at the bronze palace, he stored the 2 celestial phoenix puppets in his spatial ring and departed from the ancient ruins. After Xiaozhe left the bronze palace, it seemed to weaken without Zhu Yang's imposing presence. Under the strain of the surrounding spatial rifts, it began to crumble, vanishing into the void. In the distance, Tang Jun watched in astonishment as the bronze palace suddenly collapsed and disappeared. Xiaozhe, enveloped in lightning, flickered through the dark spatial rifts, swiftly arriving at Tang Jun's side. Elder Xiaozhe, you have finally emerged. Had you delayed any longer, I would have ventured in to find you. Tang Jun sighed in relief upon seeing Xiaozhe safe and sound. Haha, I am grateful for your concern, Master Tang. That ancient bronze palace indeed belongs to the alchemist, from whom I have also inherited some of his legacy. Xiaozhe smiled and cupped his hands, saying, This journey has been immensely rewarding for me. Should you require anything in the future, Master Tang, I shall undoubtedly exert my utmost efforts. Upon hearing Xiaozhe's words, Tang Jun's face broke into a broad smile. He had been resolute in presenting this ancient relic, all for the sake of Xiaozhe's affirmation. The history of the ancient relic is profound, and what one might ultimately gain remains uncertain. Perhaps, after enduring numerous trials and tribulations, it could all result in naught, leaving one with nothing. Especially with this ancient relic, which only reveals a bronze palace. As Tang Jun himself indicated, the odds are exceedingly slim. Xiaozhe's acceptance of this reward signifies an unspoken understanding between them. It is indeed a grand gamble. Should Xiaozhe lose this wager and find nothing left within the ancient relic, he would have labored in vain for the Flame Valley. However, judging by the current outcome, it appears Xiaozhe has triumphed. Of course, Tang Jun has not suffered greatly, for Xiaozhe possesses a substantial potential to become a master alchemist. Such masters are rare gems in the entirety of Central State, deserving of utmost respect, even from the Flame Valley's ranks. Xiaozhe was invited by Tang Jun to the Flame Valley, where he stayed for over 10 days. Even with the spatial wormhole, the travel proved to be rather time-consuming. The fire seal I left on Danshun did not activate, indicating that all is well. Xiaozhe first made his way to the inner domain of Holy Dan City to request entry into the Black Giant Tower and report to President Qian Kongzi. The Flame Valley indeed possesses keen discernment. Your soul realm must have reached the spirit realm by now, correct? Indeed, President Qian Kongzi, he affirmed. What an enviable talent you possess, Qian Kongzi mused softly. After conversing with President Qian Kongzi for a while longer, Xiaozhe took his leave. After his departure, a beautiful woman appeared seemingly out of thin air. Was that just now the newly appointed elder of the Dan Tower, Xiaozhe, who has been gaining quite the reputation? The woman regarded Qian Kongzi, her tone lacking in respect, yet familiar. Yes, given his talent, I believe it won't take long for him to catch up with us. Qian Kongzi remarked earnestly, eliciting a hint of surprise from the woman. His soul realm, after undergoing the tempering of the demon sound, has thoroughly entered the spirit realm. Upon hearing Qian Kongzi's explanation, the woman's eyes widened in disbelief. How old is he? And he has already reached the spirit realm. Do you understand now why I hold him in such high esteem? Qian Kongzi replied, somewhat helplessly. Faced with a genius like Xiaozhe, even he felt an immense weight of pressure. Qian Kongzi spent decades honing his soul realm before finally stepping into the spirit realm, while for Xiaozhe, it seemed to come so effortlessly. Just as he entered the Elder Tower, a green figure, like a fluttering butterfly, leaped directly into Xiaozhe's embrace. Gently, he caressed the small head of Qing Lin, who had grown even stronger during their time apart. After a moment, Qing Lin, cheeks flushed, finally left Xiaozhe's warm embrace. Qing Lin herself had not anticipated that she would engage in such audacious behavior. Fortunately, young Master Xiaozhe did not hold it against her. After resting for a day in the Elder Tower, Xiaozhe began to investigate how to acquire the 8th grade alchemical formula. Aside from exchanging merit points at the Alchemy Tower, one could also trade with other elders or participate in large auction events. The Holy Dance City occasionally hosted grand auctions, during which there was a possibility of 8th grade formulas being auctioned off. However, there had been no significant auctions recently, leaving Xiaoza somewhat disheartened. Moreover, he still owed the Alchemy Tower some merit points, as the Xianqing Soul method had been graciously provided in advance by the esteemed President Xian Kongzi. It seemed that he would have to seek transactions with other elders of the Alchemy Tower. In truth, the spatial ring left behind by Zhu Yang contained 8th grade formulas, but they were primarily suited for magical beasts. Most of the required materials could only be found within the beast domain. Left with no other choice, Xiaoza sought to trade with other elders. Thankfully, his accumulation over the years proved fruitful, allowing him to obtain a formula, the Taishu Xiandan. Although it was merely a beginner 8th grade formula, its value was exceedingly high. Xiaoza reluctantly exchanged for it, knowing that the Taishu Xiandan held considerable utility. Upon consumption, it could enhance one's spatial power. Generally speaking, mastery of spatial power begins at the dozong level. For those below dozong, consuming it would grant them a modicum of spatial power, while those above dozong would find their spatial power augmented. For high-level cultivators, spatial power represented a formidable energy source, and they would willingly pay a hefty price for its enhancement. Thus, the Taishu Xiandan was highly sought after among advanced practitioners. As for the other materials needed for the Taishu Xiandan, Xiaoza possessed most of them, with the primary requirement being the space fruit, which contained spatial power. After some contemplation, he made his way to the Alchemy Tower's herb tower. Following a series of endeavors, he finally gathered all the necessary ingredients for the Taishu Xiandan. With Xiaoza's current alchemical skills and the terrifying flames of Emperor Yan, the initial refining process of the Taishu Xiandan proceeded remarkably smoothly. A few days later, only a silvery liquid remained in the Yuling Ding, emanating powerful energy fluctuations and gradually shrinking under the scorching golden flames. The refinement of the Taishu Xiandan had progressed quite favorably. Once successfully crafted, he would indeed be recognized as a genuine 8th grade alchemist. With this thought in mind, Xiaoza slowly closed his eyes, channeling his immense soul power into the Yuling Ding to begin nurturing the elixir. The condensation phase was the most time-consuming step, requiring the alchemist to exert exceptional control over the various materials, with soul power playing a crucial role. Without formidable soul power, the mere impact of the medicinal energy could severely injure one's soul. 3 days swiftly passed. At the pinnacle of the Elder Tower, Xiaoza gradually opened his eyes, revealing a solitary silvery pill within the Yuling Ding. Intricate and profound patterns adorned its surface, and a rich fragrance wafted from it, though not much energy escaped, rendering it rather elusive. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. As Xiao Zhe's words fell, the sky above began to brew with crimson thunder, and a silvery radiance surged forth from the spirit-refining cauldron, soaring into the heavens. This spectacle drew the attention of the people in Sacred Pill City, who, upon sensing the overwhelming medicinal potency of the silvery light, displayed solemn expressions. The source of this luminescence seemed to be Elder Xiao Zhe's Elder Tower, a testament to his diligent alchemical pursuits. Have you not noticed how this silvery light appears significantly more potent than before? Indeed, the gathering storm clouds above also seemed far more formidable than prior occurrences. The silvery light pierced the sky, and in its wake, dense clouds abruptly materialized, coalescing into a thundercloud spanning over 100 meters within mere breaths. Unlike any thundercloud they had previously encountered, this one bore hues of both azure and silver. The terrifying might radiating from the two-colored thundercloud seemed to press down from the heavens, instilling a sense of unease among the onlookers. Two-colored thunderclouds. Elder Xiao Zhe has actually succeeded in concocting an 8th grade elixir. Within Sacred Pill City, many knowledgeable individuals recognized the significance of the two-colored thunderclouds. The creation of an 8th grade elixir is a rarity, even in Sacred Pill City. Many had only heard tales of it, never having witnessed it firsthand. The opportunity to behold the thunder associated with an 8th grade elixir filled them with exhilaration. By the way, it seems that Elder Xiao Zhe is rather youthful. How has he managed to refine an 8th grade elixir at such a tender age? Not merely youthful, I have seen Elder Xiao Zhe's visage, and I can assert he is certainly not yet of age. To achieve the crafting of an 8th grade elixir at such an age makes me feel as though I am witnessing the emergence of a future titan. The crowd buzzed with lively discussion, their gazes directed towards the Elder Tower, brimming with admiration and fervor. The fact that Xiao Zhe could refine 8th grade elixirs at such a young age left countless disciples of the Pill Tower in awe. As they had proclaimed, they firmly believed that Xiao Zhe would undoubtedly emerge as one of the giants of the Pill Tower in the future. Meanwhile, at the central location of Sacred Pill City, atop the towering black edifice, Xian Kongzi stood alongside the previously mentioned beautiful woman and an exceptionally stern-faced elder. Their imposing auras were akin, revealing them to be the three great titans of the Pill Tower. Xian Kongzi stroked his beard and gazed intently at the newly formed two-colored thundercloud, a hint of gravity flickering in his eyes. Can Xiao Zhe truly contend with the thunder of the elixir? Xian Yi voiced his concerns. The stern-faced elder turned his gaze towards Xian Kongzi, his eyes reflecting a measure of apprehension. Xiao Zhe is prudent in his endeavors. He must certainly understand that the thunder of an 8th-grade elixir equates to the assault of a Do Zun-level powerhouse, and he would not recklessly attempt to refine such an elixir without adequate preparation. Xian Kongzi hesitated for a moment, recalling his interactions with Xiao Zhe, and slowly spoke. Yet, to be on the safe side, it is prudent to prepare to intervene. During their discussion, Xiao Zhe looked skyward, where the azure and silver thunder converged, emanating a force far surpassing that of the previous 7th-grade elixir's thunder. Is this the thunder of the two-colored elixir? With a flick of his hand, 2 celestial phoenix puppets appeared atop the Elder Tower. Although the golden tree roots could withstand the dual-colored thunder, Xiao Zhe was curious to see if the 2 celestial demon phoenix puppets could absorb the power of the lightning. Moreover, these 2 celestial demon phoenix puppets seemed to possess an understanding of cooperative attack techniques. Shortly thereafter, a vast bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, carrying immense thunderous might and formidable power. A resplendent flash of dual-colored lightning illuminated the vicinity of the sacred Pill City, capturing the attention of numerous disciples from the Pill Tower. However, even as the dual-colored thunder struck the pinnacle of the Elder Tower, no formidable figures emerged to counter the lightning. The tension rose not only among the Pill Tower disciples, but also among the elders, who wore grave expressions. Did Xiao Zhe truly intend to concoct an 8th-grade elixir without any preparation? Xian Kongzi clenched his fists momentarily before relaxing them. His soul power could sense that the fluctuations of the 8th-grade elixir were still present. It appeared that Xiao Zhe had indeed made some preparations, though they seemed insufficient. Relying on the defenses of the Elder Tower to mitigate the thunder? Xian Yi voiced his confusion, as it was evident that if a true Do Zun powerhouse had been invited, they would not be relying on the Elder Tower's defenses to weaken the thunder. Let us observe. If he cannot withstand the dual-colored thunder, we shall intervene, Xian Kongzi said slowly. On the other hand, in order to conceal the existence of the celestial demon phoenix puppets, Xiao Zhe refrained from allowing them to soar into the sky to resist the thunder. Instead, he utilized the cover of the Elder Tower to shield against the lightning. As the thunder raged around him, bolts of lightning struck the celestial demon phoenix puppets, and their desiccated flesh seemed to regain vitality under the nourishment of the thunderous energy. A glimmer of realization sparked in Xiao Zhe's eyes. It appeared that this method of thunder refinement could indeed enhance the puppet's strength. However, he too wished to experience the might of the dual-colored thunder. Xiao Zhe retrieved the celestial demon phoenix puppets, and in the next moment, golden tree roots spread throughout the surrounding void. As the dual-colored thunder fell, the golden tree roots eagerly consumed the lightning. Within the ethereal space, a towering primordial tree flickered with the dual-colored thunder. Yet, under the suppression of the primordial emperor flame, the dual-colored thunder appeared unusually tame. Once the thunder subsided, a silvery radiance suddenly erupted from the Yunsoul cauldron, and lightning manifested upon Xiao Zhe's form. Instantly, golden flames materialized in his palm, and under his exquisite control of the flames, they swiftly transformed into a cage, enveloping the silvery glow. Observing the elixir within the silvery light, a smile crept across Xiao Zhe's face. The 8th-grade elixir was indeed known as a living elixir, eager to escape just after its refinement. Nevertheless, it would do well to remain obedient. Xiao Zhe retrieved a jade vial, placed the elixir within, sealed it, and stored it carefully. Now, I can truly claim the title of an 8th-grade alchemist. Countless disciples of the Pill Tower gazed at the Elder Tower with admiration for Xiao Zhe, aware that from this day forth, the Pill Tower had gained another master alchemist. The news of the emergence of another master alchemist within the Pill Tower spread rapidly throughout the central continent, as many factions took the opportunity to place their personnel in the sacred Pill City due to the Pill Tower's unique nature and autonomy. Firstly, it is essential to comprehend the daily activities of the formidable Dan Tower. Secondly, it is naturally driven by personal interests, to cultivate relationships with the alchemists of Dan Tower and seek elixirs. The Dan Tower, being a free organization composed of alchemists, inherently lacks the control akin to that of sects or clans. Consequently, many pieces of information cannot be tightly safeguarded. For instance, the news of Xiao Zhe officially becoming an 8th-tier alchemist swiftly found its way to the leaders of various factions across the central continent. At the Burning Flame Valley, Tang Zhan gazed at the newly submitted intelligence, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. Fortunately, the old man possessed foresight. Xiao Zhe, at such a tender age, had already ascended to the status of a master alchemist. heralding a future of limitless potential. Perhaps, when Xiao Zhe matures, he could address the latent threats surrounding the ancestor. Tang Zhen mused, aware that Xiao Zhe must have gained significant benefits from the ancient ruins. However, with the matter now settled, he could not compel Xiao Zhe to relinquish his gains. It was far more advantageous to cultivate a rapport with him. Once Xiao Zhe's alchemical skills advanced further, he could leverage their established friendship to assist in mitigating the risks faced by the ancestor. The ancestor's prowess was that of a formidable Dosheng. If he could eliminate the hidden dangers for the ancestor, the Burning Flame Valley could prosper for centuries. After all, the presence of a Dosheng is a fundamental factor determining whether a faction can endure on the central continent. In the Sound Valley, within a grand hall, Yinhao scrutinized the intelligence before him, his brow furrowed with regret. A master alchemist was so close at hand, yet he had failed to seize the opportunity to forge a bond, allowing that old fellow from the Burning Flame Valley to reap the benefits instead. Even a colossal entity like the Sound Valley had aspirations concerning a master alchemist. If he had capitalized on the opportunity during the Demon Sound refining ceremony to establish a rapport with Xiao Zhe, who had not yet attained the status of a master alchemist, it would have been considerably easier to solicit his assistance in concocting elixirs in the future. With a heavy sigh, Yinhao placed Xiao Zhe's intelligence on the table, his voice suddenly taking on a somber and eerie tone. In the next moment, the space warped, and two formidable Dozun powerhouses materialized within the hall. These two Dozun warriors were immensely powerful, yet their expressions were vacant. Upon hearing Yinhao's voice, they exhibited a demeanor of respect. After approximately half an hour, Yinhao ceased his cryptic utterances. The heart demon sound had now reached perfection in his cultivation, enabling him to manipulate even Dozun powerhouses. However, once such a technique became known, it could incite wariness in others. Thus, it was prudent to keep it concealed. Yinhao gestured for the two Dozun warriors to once again conceal themselves. In the Ghost Cry mountain range, a chilling wind swept through, emitting sounds akin to ghostly wails. Amidst this ominous landscape stood a vast black palace. An elderly man clad in a purple robe cackled with glee, holding a piece of parchment that evidently contained intelligence regarding Xiao Zhe. The influence of the Soul Palace permeated various factions across the central continent, including even its arch-nemesis, the Dan Tower. Thus, the intelligence gathered by the Soul Palace is more detailed than that of other major forces. They have even documented the exact moment when Xiao Zhe joined the Alchemy Tower. To say the least, he possesses a soul of spiritual realm caliber. Capturing him and extracting the essence of his soul would equate to decades of effort for this branch. Come forth. The elder pondered for a moment before summoning several guardians of the Soul Palace. Convey this order. Keep a close watch on Xiao Zhe from the Alchemy Tower. The moment he departs from the Holy Pill City, report to me immediately. As he watched the guardians depart, a fierce glint flickered in the elder's eyes. The essence of a master alchemist's soul would enable me to ascend further within the branch. Perhaps this achievement could secure my position as the branch leader of the Earth Fiend Hall. The elder held Xiao Zhe in high regard, for this represented his own path to advancement. Moreover, his branch is the closest to the Alchemy Tower, alleviating concerns of accolades being claimed by other branches. Other forces have also taken note of this young master alchemist, contemplating opportunities to forge alliances with him. Aside from the major powers, Holy Pill City, as the core region of Central State, experiences the most vigorous flow of information. The news of Xiao Zhe's ascension to master alchemist spread like wildfire throughout Central State. Even ordinary folk have, to some extent, heard of him. Thus, Xiao Zhe's name has echoed throughout Central State, rising to prominence. This renown brings not only benefits, but also envy and covetousness. At this moment, Xiao Zhe remains unaware that he has caught the eye of a venerable elder from the Soul Palace. He is currently refining the two-colored pill thunder within, which, after being devoured by the golden tree roots, swirls around the primordial tree. However, the primordial tree is enveloped in the primordial emperor flame, an immensely powerful fire in this world, which easily suppresses the two-colored pill thunder without any turbulence. Consequently, Xiao Zhe's refinement proceeds smoothly, feeling the thunderous power within him strengthen. A joyful smile spreads across his face. Thanks to the void space and the primordial tree, even while engaged in alchemical pursuits, my cultivation steadily advances. After refining the two-colored pill thunder, I have successfully elevated my level once again. Balancing alchemical practice and cultivation is feasible. Yet I must hasten to produce more 8th grade elixirs to make up for my outstanding achievements. If possible, I aim to exchange for all the 8th grade formulas available at the Alchemy Tower within the next year. Xiao Zhe's plans unfold with clarity. Yet he soon finds himself visited by numerous elders from the Alchemy Tower. Having attained the status of Master Alchemist, he now stands apart from ordinary elders. It can be said that if he wishes, his identity as a master alchemist qualifies him to compete for one of the 8 elder positions of the Alchemy Tower. Xiao Zhe is not averse to the visits from the Alchemy Tower elders. Engaging in discussions about alchemical techniques is an excellent choice. However, to his surprise, on this day, he received an invitation from President Xian Kong. Xiao Zhe navigated with familiarity to the grand hall within the black giant tower. As the doors of the hall opened, he beheld 3 figures. Xian Kongzi had previously encountered Xian Yi, yet there was an elder present whom Xiao Zhe had never seen before. Haha, this is President Tian Lei, one of the 3 major leaders. He is the most reclusive among them, so it is entirely normal that you do not recognize him. Xian Kongzi explained with a cheerful demeanor. I am Xiao Zhe. It is an honor to meet President Tian Lei, Xiao Zhe said, bowing respectfully to the stern-faced elder. The elder merely nodded in acknowledgement. Xian Kongzi shook his head with a smile, saying, Xiao Zhe, do not take it to heart. His nature is simply like this and is not directed at you. Xiao Zhe stood quietly, a hint of confusion swirling within him. He could not fathom why the 3 major leaders had assembled today, seemingly for his sake. Today, we have several matters to discuss with you, Xian Kongzi stated. Thank you, President Xian Kongzi. Xiao Zhe replied. Haha, there is no need for such formality. You are now an 8th-tier alchemist, on the same level as us. Perhaps in the future, should any of us old fellows retire, the position of president may rightfully fall to you. Thank you for your kind words, President Xian Kongzi, but my experience is still quite limited. There is no need for modesty. After all, in the realm of alchemy, merit is what truly counts. Age does not dictate status, Xian Kongzi remarked with a smile. Look at the usual elders, they are much older than you. Do they dare to flaunt their age before you? Xiao Zhe lowered his gaze in silence. Although the sentiment was appreciated, to accept such praise might come across as excessively arrogant. Now regarding the alchemist exchange meeting, what are your thoughts? Xian Kongzi inquired. Xiao Zhe lifted his head, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his mind. He had previously attended one such gathering, but had been under the impression that it was always led by the 3 major leaders of the Alchemist Guild. The alchemist exchange meeting I attended was greatly beneficial. And your insights on alchemy, President Xian Kongzi, have greatly aided me, Xiao Zhe began, but was interrupted by Xian Yi's cheerful interjection. Xiao Zhe, what we mean is, would you be interested in leading one? Me take the lead. But I had heard Elder Lu mention that these meetings have traditionally been organized by the 3 major leaders. That is true. But if a newly appointed alchemist master were to take the reins, it would provide an opportunity to share their insights and experiences in alchemy, Xian Kongzi explained. Otherwise, it would not be entrusted to you to lead, given that it has always been under the purview of the 3 major leaders. I understand. I will prepare thoroughly for this upcoming alchemist exchange meeting. Upon hearing Xiao Zhe's agreement, Xian Kongzi and the others smiled in approval. Esteemed leaders, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, Xiao Zhe said, bowing again. At that moment, the previously silent President Tian Lei suddenly called out to him. Xiao Zhe, are you interested in guarding the Dan realm? The unexpected invitation left Xiao Zhe momentarily stunned. Both Xian Kongzi and Xian Yi displayed expressions of surprise, glancing at Tian Lei before sharing knowing smiles. The Dan realm, as the original stronghold of the Alchemist Guild, was a space created by powerful fighters. Due to certain circumstances, the energy within had become exceedingly turbulent, rendering it unsuitable for human practitioners to inhabit. However, it is precisely for this reason that the alchemy realm abounds with precious materials and formidable magical beasts. The Alchemy Tower governs this realm and dispatches elders to safeguard it, preventing any single magical beast from gaining dominance and wreaking havoc upon the land. Generally speaking, the role of guarding the alchemy realm is devoid of peril and instead offers substantial benefits. The realm is rich in rare materials, and the guardians can conveniently acquire many precious resources. Additionally, the Alchemy Tower periodically sends emissaries to collect these treasures, as it would be remiss for such a treasure-laden domain to serve solely as a testing ground for the alchemy conference held every 30 years. During these times, the elders assigned to guard the realm must diligently oversee the disciples of the tower. Although Tian Lei appears aloof, he is indeed quite considerate toward Xiao Zhe. Xiao Zhe, you should acquiesce. Safeguarding the alchemy realm is beneficial for you, Xian Kongzi interjected, noting Tian Lei's reluctance to elaborate. Yes, but I worry whether it might affect the Alchemist Exchange Conference. No need for concern. The personnel guarding the alchemy realm will soon be rotated. You can complete the Alchemist Exchange Conference before then. If I recall correctly, it should be Elder Lu Tian's turn this time. The position of guarding the alchemy realm is highly sought after by many elders, so do not let this opportunity slip by. Xiao Zhe understood, and, with a respectful gesture, gradually departed the grand hall. Within the hall, Xian Kongzi turned to Tian Lei with a smile, remarking, "You seem to be quite attentive to Xiao Zhe. His talent is extraordinary. He has the potential to become a ninth-grade alchemist. Now that he is a member of the Alchemy Tower, it is our duty as seniors to pave the way for him, Tian Lazy replied. Xian Yi, left alone with Xian Kongzi, couldn't help but murmur. A ninth-grade alchemist, such a level still eludes me. I never expected Tian Lazy to hold him in such high regard. He is indeed worthy of Tian Lazy's praise. Given the talent he has displayed thus far, Xian Kongzi mused. When the time is right, I shall recommend him for the Little Alchemy Tower. Even the stoic Tian Lazy considers such thoughtful gestures. I cannot fall behind. Xian Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation, shaking his head. Must you two compete over everything? He is still unaware of the circumstances regarding the guardianship of the alchemy realm, and the Alchemist Exchange Conference requires the assistance of a seasoned elder. Xiaozhe immediately thought of Elder Lu Tian. Upon arriving at Elder Lu Tian's tower, one would notice that the space surrounding it rippled like water. Its protective capabilities far surpassed those of Xiaozhe's own Elder Tower. He recalled the first time he visited, when Elder Lu Tian proudly introduced him to the formidable spatial structure created in collaboration with several esteemed combat masters he had invited. The reason for such formidable defenses was that Elder Lu Tian nurtured many precious herbs within his tower, necessitating significant investment in protection. Just the soul nectar tree that Elder Lu Tian had described to Xiaozhe was enough to captivate many hearts. The soul nectar tree cultivated by Elder Lu has reached maturity, producing a drop of soul nectar each year. Even without its use in alchemical concoctions, its mere consumption can enhance one's soul power. Such a precious material, capable of augmenting spiritual strength, is highly sought after within the Alchemist Tower. Each year, numerous elders approach Elder Lu seeking this coveted nectar. When combined with other materials that bolster soul power, the resulting elixirs exhibit even more extraordinary effects. This is merely one of the rare herbs that Elder Lu has nurtured within the Elder Tower. Moreover, this represents just a fraction of Elder Lu's contributions. Throughout the Sacred Pill City's inner domain, many elders cultivate precious herbs within the Elder Tower. This illustrates the immense wealth possessed by this assembly of high-tier alchemists. Xiaozhe waved his hand, unleashing a burst of fighting spirit that illuminated the stone tablet at the entrance, revealing the inscription, Elder Lu, Xiaozhe requests an audience. Shortly thereafter, the doors of the Elder Tower opened, revealing not Elder Lu, but rather a young man clad in azure robes. Upon seeing Xiaozhe, the youth's face donned an expression of respect. I have seen Elder Xiaozhe. My master is currently engrossed in alchemical refinement and is unable to attend. I hope you can forgive this inconvenience. The young man then invited Xiaozhe inside the Elder Tower, offering him tea. Not at all. I came to disturb Elder Lu. Pray tell, when might Elder Lu's concoction be completed? Xiaozhe inquired with curiosity, as he seldom witnessed Elder Lu at work. My master instructed me that it should be completed within approximately 7 days. Considering the time, it should be finished today, the youth replied. Then I shall wait here for a while. Xiaozhe nodded, unhurried, retrieving the Blood Fiend Codex and allowing his soul to permeate its pages. After perusing the section on blood essence alchemy, he intended to temporarily set aside the codex and delve into the study of the 9 primordial pills. The young man stood quietly beside him, his demeanor calm and silent. Yet, an occasional glance toward Xiaozhe revealed a glimmer of admiration and reverence. Despite being Elder Lu's disciple, he held a profound respect for Xiaozhe, particularly given that Xiaozhe was significantly younger yet had achieved a level of alchemical mastery beyond his reach. In truth, it was not solely the young man who admired Xiaozhe. Many disciples of the Alchemist Tower regarded him with awe and respect. Before long, Xiaozhe slowly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward the staircase of the Elder Tower. Elder Lu, I must apologize for the intrusion. Haha, Xiaozhe, why the formality? Speak your mind. What brings you here? It is rare for you to visit without cause, Elder Lu replied, taking a seat. The young man quickly poured tea. Today, the 3 presidents summoned me to discuss certain matters. Oh, Elder Lu's demeanor shifted, his smile fading as he regarded Xiaozhe with a serious expression. The young man remained quietly at his side, though his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his unease. Each prominent figure within the Alchemist Tower held immense prestige, and even Elder Lu, one of the 8 esteemed elders, regarded them with utmost respect. Firstly, the 3 presidents wish for me to take the lead in organizing an alchemist exchange meeting. However, I am not well acquainted with the details of such an event and would like to seek Elder Lu Tian's assistance. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu's expression changed dramatically as he cast a deep glance at Xiaozhe. As one of the 8 elders of the Dan Tower, he understood the profound implications behind the 3 presidents' intentions. You are to spearhead the alchemist exchange meeting? Elder Lu reiterated, almost as if questioning Xiaozhe, yet also attempting to convince himself of the veracity of the situation. Is there something amiss, Elder Lu Tian? Inquired President Xian Yi. It seems that the newly appointed alchemist master is quite capable of leading this initiative. Ah, I see. Elder Lu sighed. It appears my apprehensions were not unfounded. The three presidents indeed have high expectations of you. He continued to explain, although President Xian Yi says this. There has never been a precedent for such a thing since the three presidents took office. Their decision to have you lead the alchemist exchange is a mark of their esteem, but also a test of your capabilities. Not all of the 8 elders are as accommodating as I am. Some are rather obstinate, and even I find them quite challenging at times. As a newly appointed alchemist master to lead this exchange is unprecedented among the other elders and may elicit discontent from the more traditionalists. Xiaozhe furrowed his brow slightly. If that were the case, it would indeed provoke the dissatisfaction of the more seasoned elders. After all, in the eyes of those old traditionalists, he was merely a fledgling alchemist master, lacking the qualifications to speak boldly before them. Therefore, Xiaozhe, you must thoroughly prepare for this alchemist exchange meeting. Do not become complacent merely because you have the support of the three presidents. Otherwise, that group of old stalwarts may very well put you in a difficult position. Elder Lu said earnestly, the esteem the three presidents have for you is a guarantee, but you must possess sufficient strength to earn their respect. I understand, Elder Lu Tian. Xiaozhe replied, his eyes revealing a sense of solemnity. The three presidents' regard had elevated him to a considerably higher status. They sought to utilize this opportunity to help Xiaozhe build his reputation. Yet, if he lacked the requisite strength to face the challenges posed by the old traditionalists, he might find himself in a precarious situation, ultimately leading to a reputation built on mere pretense, a genuine risk. Xiaozhe began to take the forthcoming alchemist exchange meeting seriously, planning to prepare diligently. In addition to his own insights into alchemy, he intended to delve into the esoteric practices of blood qi alchemy and the magical beast alchemical techniques of the mixed Yuan 9 pills. Of course, you need not be overly concerned. Among the 8 elders, there are not only rigid traditionalists, but also some more open-minded individuals, Elder Lu Tian reassured, perhaps sensing Xiaozhe's anxiety. I understand. After all, you are a prime example of that, Elder Lu. Your care for me is something I will always cherish. Xiaozhe said with a smile and a respectful gesture. Haha, your words are music to my ears. Elder Lu laughed heartily, dissipating the previously tense atmosphere and taking a refreshing sip of tea. Standing beside them, Yunhao hastily poured tea. Although there were other servants within the Elder Tower, how could Yunhao relinquish this opportunity to anyone else? This was an extraordinary moment of exchange between the two elders, and the chance to listen in was incredibly rare. Today's discourse had significantly broadened Yunhao's horizons. By the way, among the 8 elders, one must pay particular attention to a certain individual, Elder Ling Yun. Elder Ling Yun? His name seems seldom heard. He did not appear at the last alchemist conference, did he? Elder Ling Yun is among the most seasoned of the 8 elders, as he is a late bloomer and thus firmly believes in the value of long-term accumulation. He harbors a degree of disdain for those young alchemists who achieve success overnight. I can already imagine the sour expression on his face when he receives the invitation to the alchemist conference. Elder Lu Tian remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhe merely smiled. The experiences of an alchemist can profoundly influence their perspectives, and since alchemists often delve deeply into their craft, they can become quite stubborn in their beliefs. Personally, he maintains that merit should take precedence, and age should not dictate everything. Even without using Xiaozhe as an example, the younger generation within the Dan Tower boasts capable individuals, such as Chao Ying from the Chao family and Dan Shin from the Dan family. Their alchemical skills are so refined that even ordinary elders cannot compare. Additionally, there is a second matter. President Tian Lei has appointed me to be among the next group to guard the Dan realm after the alchemist conference. Oh, it is quite remarkable that President Tian Lei himself designated you. Xiaozhe, the esteem the 3 presidents hold for you surpasses my expectations. Elder Lu Tian expressed his surprise, as the news Xiaozhe brought him today was truly astonishing. Yunhao, standing nearby, raised his eyebrows slightly. He was somewhat familiar with the Dan realm, which had once served as the stronghold of the Dan Tower. However, due to certain circumstances, the energy there became exceedingly turbulent, rendering it uninhabitable for human alchemists, prompting the Dan Tower to relocate to the present Holy Dan City. Yet, from the words of the teacher and the personal designation by President Lei, it seems there are significant benefits to guarding the Dan realm. Yunhao felt a surge of excitement at being privy to the secrets of the Dan Tower. After all, with his current level of alchemical skill, he had yet to engage with matters of such magnitude. Elder Lu Tian did not delve further into the topic, as he did not wish for Yunhao to become overly ambitious. After this rotation, I too will be one of the personnel guarding the Dan realm. So let me share a few insights with you. Elder Lu Tian pondered for a moment, organizing his thoughts before continuing. You should know that the Dan realm was once the stronghold of the Dan Tower. Although the Dan Tower has relocated, remnants still linger. If fortune favors us, we might obtain some unexpected rewards from the Dan realm. But isn't the primary duty to complete the guarding task? Can we actually search for treasures within the Dan realm? Xiaozhe inquired with curiosity. Haha, guarding the Dan realm primarily entails 3 responsibilities. The first is to prevent the dominance of magical beasts leading to mutual slaughter, resulting in devastation within the Dan realm. Secondly, it is essential to guard against external incursions and the onslaught of magical beasts that have emerged within the Dan realm, which could further lead to its devastation. The aforementioned 2 matters are indeed rare occurrences, perhaps only manifesting once in a decade or so. The third concern is the protection of the Dan Tower disciples who enter the Dan realm to gather medicinal herbs. However, the Dan Tower has not recently planned to send its disciples into the Dan realm. Thus, during our watch, it can be said that we have a considerable amount of leisure time. At this juncture, as the elder in charge of guarding, one may even venture into the Dan realm to seek out precious herbs. If fortune favors, one might stumble upon some exceedingly valuable medicinal plants, much like the soul saliva tree I previously showed you, which was indeed discovered within the Dan realm. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhe raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn that the soul saliva tree actually originated from the Dan realm. It seems that guarding the Dan realm is indeed a desirable task. No wonder the president mentioned that it is sought after by many elders. Naturally, with fewer responsibilities in safeguarding the Dan realm, one can also search for herbs and treasures. After completing the guardianship, there is a merit to be earned. With so many advantages, even I find myself tempted, Elder Lu remarked with a sigh. Now you understand why I felt the president held you in such high regard, right? Xiaozhe nodded, feeling grateful towards President Tian Lazy. Although President Tian maintained a stern demeanor when they first met, he had indeed treated him well. Subsequently, Elder Lu engaged Xiaozhe in a discussion about alchemy. This time, his attempt at concocting a medicinal pill had failed, and he sought to explore the reasons behind this failure with Xiaozhe. After a prolonged discussion, Elder Lu gained several new perspectives and planned to make further attempts. With a sense of accomplishment, Elder Lu assured Xiaozhe, rest assured regarding the alchemist exchange meeting. You need only prepare your insights on alchemy, and I shall handle the rest. Producing an Elder's Jade token, the surrounding space rippled, allowing Xiaozhe to step inside. After greeting Qing Lin and requesting her assistance in caring for the colorful devouring python, Xiaozhe plunged into the secret chamber to delve into the art of alchemy. However, in terms of alchemical skills, I still find myself a bit distant from them. To gain their trust, I must explore alternative paths. Among them, the Hunyuan 9 pills not only represent the art of beast alchemy, but also embody a systematic approach to medicinal concoction. Additionally, the blood chi alchemy from the Blood Fiend Classic is also a commendable choice. Although it may be somewhat unorthodox compared to traditional alchemy, it possesses its merits. Lastly, there are my own insights into alchemy. Throughout my journey, I have concocted a considerable number of medicinal pills, supplemented by feedback from Xiao Yin's alchemical expertise. My alchemical approach can indeed be regarded as an amalgamation of various strengths. Bang! In a dimly lit room, a strikingly handsome young man suddenly swept all the bottles and jars off the table in a fit of rage. Damn it! Why does Chowing mention you every single day? Jealousy and fury filled the young man's eyes. After all, he was the one who had always been by her side. Should any disciples of the Dan Tower be present, they would undoubtedly recognize this individual as Song Qing, the disciple of the Grand Elder of the Dan Tower. Song Qing gazed at the portrait of Xiaozhe before him, unable to restrain his fury as he struck the paper with his fist, reducing it to shreds. As if to vent the wrath boiling within him. That despicable fellow, why could he not remain in some remote corner, but instead had to come to the Dan Tower? If it were not for you, I would still hold the title of the youngest elder of the Dan Tower. If it were not for you, the name frequently mentioned by Chao Ying would have been mine. Among the younger generation of the Dan Tower, Song Qing undoubtedly harbored the strongest resentment towards Xiaozhe. As a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Dan Tower, endowed with commendable talent, he swiftly ascended to the ranks of elder, earning the distinction of being the youngest elder. This accolade garnered him significant attention and praise. Moreover, he took advantage of this opportunity to engage with Chao Ying, the cherished disciple of President Xin Kong, often discussing the art of alchemy with her. His esteemed status afforded him the chance to interact with such a remarkable woman, which had once filled Song Qing with immense pride. However, this was all before the arrival of Xiaozhe. The title of the youngest elder had now shifted to him. Even Chao Ying occasionally mentioned Xiaozhe's name, an occurrence that deepened Song Qing's animosity towards him. During a recent discussion with Chao Ying about the craft of alchemy, they touched upon Xiaozhe's ascension to the rank of Master Alchemist. With his anger finding no outlet, Song Qing could only unleash his frustration upon the table before him, shattering it with a resounding blow. Suddenly, the jade pendant at his waist flickered, prompting Song Qing to quickly compose himself and grasp the pendant, which now emanated a radiant aura, revealing a message. Grand Elder, Lu Tian has come to pay a visit. Song Qing was taken aback. Elder Lu Tian was one of the 8 esteemed elders of the Dan Tower. Why would he suddenly seek an audience with the Grand Elder? With this thought, Song Qing hastily adjusted his attire and made his way to the entrance of the Elder Tower. Ah, it is you, Song Qing. This is an invitation to the Alchemist Exchange Conference. Please deliver it to the Grand Elder. Lu Tian presented the invitation to Song Qing before departing swiftly. Master, here is the invitation to the Alchemist Exchange Conference, sent by Elder Lu Tian. The Grand Elder accepted the invitation, infusing it with his spiritual power, quickly discerning its contents. What? The host of this event is actually Xiaozhe? The Grand Elder exclaimed, bewildered. Xiaozhe, Master, could you be mistaken? Song Qing blurted out, his composure faltering. The Grand Elder cast a sidelong glance at Song Qing, sensing something amiss with his disciple's demeanor, yet refrained from elaborating further. Handing the invitation back to him, after reading it, Song Qing's expression turned vacant, and he could not help but exclaim, on what grounds does he have the right to host the Alchemist Exchange Conference? What qualifications does he possess? Hearing Song Qing's impudent remarks, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow and admonished him, silence. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiaozhe is still a master alchemist of the Dan Tower. Do not speak disrespectfully. Startled by his mentor's reprimand, Song Qing's previously uncontrolled emotions stabilized somewhat, yet he stubbornly retorted, but on what basis? Even you, Master, have never hosted an Alchemist Exchange Conference. A contemplative expression emerged in the Grand Elder's eyes. According to Song Qing, this invitation was delivered by Elder Lu Tian, so it must surely be authentic. However, the current situation is one that has never been encountered by the elders of the Alchemist Tower. A possibility began to emerge in the mind of the Grand Elder. There might be one or even multiple presidents backing this affair. Contemplating this, the Grand Elder shook his head. Since it was brought by Elder Lu, it must be genuine. Let us await the day of the exchange conference to uncover the truth. Song Qing opened his mouth, but seeing that the matter had been settled beyond his influence, he could only internally curse that Xiaozhe would make a fool of himself at the conference, stumbling over his words. Many elders, like the Grand Elder, were perplexed. Some had guessed that there might be presidential support behind this event, while others remained utterly baffled. Nonetheless, they all felt a burgeoning interest in this alchemical exchange conference. After all, this was an unprecedented event, hosted by a newly appointed alchemical master. At this moment, Elder Lu was stepping into a somewhat ancient stone tower. Elder Lu? What brings you to seek me? The tower's owner was a gaunt old man, his eyes slitted and appearing somewhat cantankerous. Haha, Lingyun, I have come to deliver an invitation. Elder Lu's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. No, I have no interest. Don't be so hasty to reject it. You should at least take a look. This exchange conference is unlike any before. I'm curious to see what trickery you're up to. Lingyun unceremoniously snatched the invitation, his spiritual force permeating it. With a resounding clap, he slammed the invitation onto the table, revealing a set of uneven teeth as he exclaimed angrily, Xiaozhe, that young one dares to host an alchemist exchange conference. Elder Lu, are you jesting with a counterfeit invitation to amuse yourself at my expense? Haha, are you intrigued now? This is no forgery. This alchemist conference is indeed hosted by Xiaozhe, at the behest of the presidents. Lingyun's anger momentarily faltered. Despite his reclusive nature, he held a considerable respect for the 3 presidents of the Alchemist Tower. Seeing this expression on Lingyun's face, Elder Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter. While he hadn't disclosed the matter to the other elders, he felt it necessary to do so with Lingyun, solely to witness his irate, yet helpless demeanor. Even if it is personally designated by the presidents, what of it? He has merely just stepped into the realm of alchemical mastery and dares to claim the hosting of an alchemist exchange conference. Lacking sufficient skill, I am eager to see how he will embarrass himself. At this moment, he finally understood why Lu Tian's smile had been so irksome today. The man was clearly there to mock him. All right, be gone. I shall attend this alchemist exchange conference. Lingyun brusquely dismissed him, while Elder Lu shook his head and strolled away with a leisurely demeanor. Observing Lu Tian's demeanor, Lingyun couldn't help but smash the teacup in his hand in frustration. I am eager to see what qualifications you possess to host this alchemist exchange conference. Within the confines of the Dan Tower, the Dan family holds a position of elder, naturally affording them the privilege of securing a residence within the sacred domain of Shengdan City. Elders of the Dan Tower enjoy the freedom to select their abodes, as exemplified by Xiaozhe, who opted for the Elder Tower. In contrast, the elders of the Dan family, due to their familial ties, tend to choose more substantial residences that accommodate multiple inhabitants. Dan Xian furrowed her brow as she entered, clutching the invitation. Cousin? Dan Xian inquired. noticing the expression on Dan Xian's face with a hint of confusion. Take a look for yourself. Dan Xian offered the invitation. Upon reading it, a smile graced Dan Xian's face, for it was an invitation to the alchemist exchange hosted by brother Xiao Zhe. Do not rejoice too soon, Dan Xian cautioned. Though the reason behind Xiao Zhe's ability to host this alchemist exchange remains unclear, it has traditionally been the domain of the three presidents. The fact that a newly appointed alchemist master like Xiao Zhe is taking the lead may incite the displeasure of many seasoned alchemist masters. Understanding Dan Xian's implication, Dan Xian's expression shifted to one of concern. So, you're suggesting that brother Xiao Zhe might encounter difficulties from the other elders? Upon receiving a nod from Dan Xian, worry flickered across Dan Xian's face. During their journey to Yin Valley, Dan Xian had developed a favorable impression of Xiao Zhe, and she still possessed the fire seal he had left behind. What should we do? Should I seek help from my aunt? Dan Xian spoke in a tone of mild panic, referring to the elder of the Dan family, who was her aunt. Dan Xian shook her head, recognizing that while her cousin possessed an extraordinary talent for alchemy, she was rather naive regarding social intricacies. The invitation had been delivered by Elder Lu Tian, suggesting that this event was already firmly established and unlikely to change. They could only trust in Xiao Zhe's capability to navigate the challenges posed by the seasoned alchemist masters. If your concerns persist, why not accompany me to the alchemist exchange this time? Dan Xian suggested, noticing Dan Qian's lingering anxiety. Dan Qian nodded vigorously, prompting Dan Xian to shake her head in amusement, realizing that her devoted cousin to alchemy could be so easily swayed by the affairs of others. Yet, Dan Xian did not disapprove. After all, the talents and potential exhibited by Xiao Zhe had spurred her interest in fostering a connection between him and Dan Qian. Furthermore, it seemed that Xiao Zhe had no romantic interests, save for the petite maid who lingered by his side. Meanwhile, in the Chao family courtyard, Xiao Ying stepped out of her chamber, stretching her limbs with an air of alluring grace, captivating and enchanting, every movement stirring the hearts of men. A slight smile graced Xiao Ying's lips as she relished the absence of the bothersome Song Qing, which brightened her mood considerably. Suddenly, she spotted Qiao Xiu entering with an invitation in hand, immediately recognizing its design as that of the alchemist exchange. Brother Qiao Xiu, is another alchemist exchange being held? Is it organized by my master? Qiao Xiu approached hastily upon hearing Qiao Ying's voice. Given her exceptional talent and status as a disciple of Xiankong, Qiao Ying held significant standing within the Qiao family, warranting careful consideration even from him. Not quite. This time it is hosted by the newly appointed alchemist master, Xiao Zhe. As he spoke, Qiao Xiu extended the invitation towards her. Qiao Ying's playful smile faltered as she quickly took the invitation, examining it with a furrowed brow, her face reflecting a contemplative expression. Brother Qiao Xiu, do you know the reason behind this? Why is it being hosted by Xiao Zhe? I find it rather perplexing. However, from what I gather from the teacher, it seems that this matter likely has the support of the president, though whether it is one or more individuals remains unclear. Xiao Ying expressed her concern, stating that even with the president's backing, Xiao Zhe's current alchemical skills may struggle to gain widespread acceptance. Perhaps, yet given Xiao Zhe's extraordinary talent, he might deliver some unexpected performances. Xiao Ying pursed her lips slightly, recalling her previous interactions with Xiao Zhe. He does not strike her as a reckless individual and must have some confidence to have accepted the endeavor. I wonder if this is the teacher's intention? After bidding farewell to Qiao Xiu, Xiao Ying paced around her room, contemplating whether she should inquire with the teacher about the situation. The teacher seems to hold Xiao Zhe in high regard. Surely he would not lead him astray? Suddenly, Xiao Ying paused in her tracks, unwittingly exclaiming, "How strange. Why am I so concerned about him? Indeed, it appears I am overly invested in his affairs. More often than not." Xiao Ying had only heard of Xiao Zhe's excellence from others or observed from a distance as he achieved the status of a master alchemist, watching him shine ever brighter. Yet, it is undeniable that Xiao Zhe has left a profound impression on her heart. From the moment she learned that he became the youngest elder of the Dan Tower, feelings of resentment stirred within her. Having grown up under the halo of genius and prodigy, it is only natural for Xiao Ying to feel a sense of unfairness at the sudden emergence of a talent that surpasses her. She yearned to compete with him, to see who truly possessed greater prowess. Until recently, when Xiao Zhe attained the title of Master Alchemist, the chasm of disparity in their achievements erased her lingering discontent, giving way to a subtle admiration. Sigh, enough of this. I shall directly consult the teacher. Xiao Ying stepped out, making her way toward the towering black structure, the Elder Tower. Xiao Zhe's face lit up with surprise, perhaps due to the pressure of the Alchemist Exchange Conference. He had prepared 3 main strategies for this event. The first was an unconventional alchemical technique, exemplified by the blood qi alchemy. The second was the beast alchemy, represented by the mixed element 9 pills. The third comprised the refined results of Xiao Zhe's own alchemical practices. Initially, Xiao Zhe's alchemical skills were rooted in the feedback from Xiao Yan's hundredfold alchemy technique. Further honed by his diligent practice, lacking guidance from a mentor, he explored various alchemical methods, including the aforementioned unconventional and beast alchemy techniques. Coupled with the comprehensive and extensive feedback from the system, Xiao Zhe's alchemical prowess gradually evolved into a synthesis of diverse strengths, transcending the limitations of any singular school of thought. After this thorough refinement, it seems I am now qualified for unification. The words Xiao Zhe uttered, if overheard by other alchemists, would undoubtedly provoke exclamations of arrogance. The realm of alchemy is vast and profound. No alchemist would dare to boast that they have mastered all techniques and can achieve unification. Though lacking in 8th and 9th tier skills, he has still achieved considerable success. As this signifies that from now on, alchemists on the continent can undergo systematic training, no longer confined to the traditional one-on-one teacher-student dynamic. I can already envision the immense controversies that will arise following this topic. In Xiao Zhe's eyes, a spark of eagerness glimmers. Now that he has attained the status of an alchemical master, possessing the capability to establish his own sect, why not boldly create a dominant faction across the realm? Chapter 221, The Many Whispers of Intentions. Within the secret chamber, Xiao Zhe absorbed the surrounding energies of heaven and earth, exuding an aura both vast and profound. Anyone else facing this formidable presence would surely feel as though they were confronting an expansive ocean rather than a mere human practitioner. After refining my alchemical techniques, I felt a surge of exhilaration, as if a breakthrough had naturally unfolded. Having traversed the path of Dozong, I now stand at the precipice of preparing to transcend to the realm of respect, achieving the esteemed title of Venerable. Sensing the boundless energy within me, a satisfied expression graced Xiao Zhe's face. Knock, knock. The door of the chamber was rapped upon, and a delicate voice emerged from outside. Young Master Xiao Zhe, today is the Alchemist Exchange meeting, as you instructed me to remind you. Qing Lin stood outside the door, somewhat anxious, uncertain if she might disturb young Master Xiao Zhe. However, before Qing Lin could finish her sentence, the door swung open. Just after completing his cultivation, Xiao Zhe's eyes still shimmered with a faint seven-colored hue, leaving Qing Lin momentarily entranced. Thank you, Qing Lin. Xiao Zhe reached out to gently touzle Qing Lin's little head, smiling. You truly are my considerate little maid. I might struggle to adapt without you. A blush swiftly spread across Qing Lin's delicate face. Young master, please refrain from such embarrassing remarks. I have prepared the attire you require for today. Under Qing Lin's attentive service, Xiao Zhe donned a flowing white robe adorned with clouds and edged in golden embroidery. As Qing Lin beheld him in the garments she had prepared, his tall and elegant figure, coupled with the enchanting shimmer in his eyes, lent him an air of mystery. Unbeknownst to her, Qing Lin became somewhat entranced, and when Xiao Zhe finished adjusting his attire and turned to her, he noticed the young girl was lost in thought. A faint smile graced his lips as he gently pinched her cheeks. Little one, what captures your thoughts so completely? The blush on Qing Lin's cheeks deepened. Even her earlobes flushed bright red, resembling a gem of blood-red hue. Inside the grand hall of the Black Tower, where the Alchemist Exchange meeting was held, numerous alchemists either sat alone or gathered in lively conversation, creating a rare atmosphere of vibrancy. Elder Lu Tian cast a sweeping glance from the high platform, a smile blooming on his face. Those who typically abstained from attending such gatherings had all converged here today. It seems that Xiao Zhe's hosting of the Alchemist Exchange meeting has piqued their interest. However, it remains uncertain whether they have come to offer congratulations or to create obstacles. Every elder qualified to attend the Alchemist Exchange conference, to varying degrees, brought along 1 or 2 disciples or younger family members, compounded by the presence of those who had previously abstained. This rendered the gathering far more vibrant than those orchestrated by the prior 3 presidents. Elder Lu Tian was acutely aware that, amidst this throng, only a handful genuinely sought to exchange insights on alchemical techniques. Seated in his place, he glanced towards his disciple, Song Qing, who was engaged in conversation with Chaoing. Chaoing scanned the hall, yet she failed to catch sight of Xiao Zhe. Song Qing, too, noticed Chaoing's demeanor, which ignited a quiet jealousy within him. Though Chaoing may not have been contemplating Xiao Zhe, Song Qing had already firmly convinced himself of that notion. Dan Xian gently traced the fiery mark on the back of his hand, staying close to his cousin, Dan Xian. However, his gaze frequently drifted to the hall, searching for that familiar silhouette, and he bit his lip in disappointment upon not finding it. Suddenly, Dan Xian noticed an unfamiliar elder entering. Although his visage was strange, the subtle aura of spiritual power emanating from him revealed that he was undoubtedly a master alchemist. The elder's arrival captured the attention of the other alchemists in the hall. Wasn't he the reclusive Elder Lingyan? It was rather unusual for him to attend an alchemist exchange conference. Perhaps the uniqueness of this event had drawn him out. Indeed, given Elder Ling Yun's demeanor. He might be here to challenge Xiao Zhe. Whispers circulated among the alchemists, speculating on the elder's intentions. Ignoring the multitude of gazes upon him, Elder Ling Yun leaned on his cane and slowly settled into a seat designated for the 8 elders. His narrow eyes swept the room, and he forcefully struck the ground with his staff, exclaiming, "Where is Xiao Zhe? Has he just attained the title of Master Alchemist and now acts so arrogantly, making us, his seniors, wait for him?" Though his voice was not loud, it reverberated throughout the hall, drawing the collective attention of all present. If the other alchemists had been uncertain of Elder Ling Yun's purpose prior, his words made it abundantly clear. He was indeed here to challenge Xiao Zhe. As Xiao Zhe had yet to make an appearance, the atmosphere was already charged with tension. A few elders, who maintained a cordial relationship with Xiao Zhe, hesitated, contemplating whether to speak in his defense. Lu Tian, standing on the platform, chuckled softly, "Elder Ling Yun, it seems age has dulled your memory. The event has not yet commenced." Elder Ling Yun, momentarily taken aback by Lu Tian's retort, wore a disgruntled expression as he continued, "Humph, as the host. He ought to arrive promptly so we may become acquainted with this newly appointed Master Alchemist. Haha, I believe you should convey that sentiment to the presidents." Lu Tian replied unabashedly, for historically, the 3 presidents always made their entrance last at the Alchemist Exchange conferences. Upon hearing this, Elder Ling Yun's expression faltered, his grip on the cane tightening and trembling slightly, frustration bubbling within him. "Haha, we are all elders of the Dan Tower. There is no need for such hostility." A venerable voice suddenly resonated, momentarily startling the many elders present, who quickly adorned their faces with expressions of reverence. A look of delight also graced Qiao Ying's countenance as she exclaimed, "Master." As the words fell, the figure of Zhuangkongzi materialized upon the stage. The assembly rose in unison to pay their respects, initially believing that the 3 presidents would not attend the Alchemist Exchange meeting hosted by Xiao Zhe. Having encountered President Zhuangkongzi before, he chuckled, "Oh, there is no need for such haste, and Xiao Zhe will be arriving shortly." Accompanying this melodious voice, Xuani and Tianlaizi appeared on the stage together. This revelation elicited astonishment even among the 8 esteemed elders of the Dan Tower. As both of the other 2 presidents had also arrived, it seemed that the 3 presidents were backing Xiao Zhe's Alchemist Exchange meeting from behind the scenes, now personally gracing the Grand Hall to support him. The previously indifferent demeanor of the many elders began to shift, as the evident respect from the 3 presidents for Xiao Zhe surpassed their expectations. "Thank you for your patience, esteemed elders." Xiao Zhe finally arrived, hearing the sharp rebuke from Ling Yun Lao Guo from a distance. However, the subsequent developments were somewhat beyond his anticipation. The joint appearance of the 3 presidents was indeed a surprise. As the true protagonist of the Alchemist Exchange meeting made his entrance, the emotions of the crowd varied. Dan Chun was the first to glance toward the entrance, noting the tall and elegant figure, even more striking than she remembered Xiao Zhe to be, which filled her heart with joy. Upon seeing the petite maid closely following Xiao Zhe, a tinge of envy colored Dan Chen's sentiments. Qiao Ying's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy, and an involuntary smile graced her face. Observing the confident smile upon Xiao Zhe's visage, her previous worries seemed to dissipate entirely in that moment. Song Qing, witnessing the smile on Qiao Ying's face, felt a fierce jealousy igniting within her. Looking at Xiao Zhe's handsome features, she silently cursed him to embarrass himself at the upcoming exchange meeting. Other elders followed Xiao Zhe's figure with curious gazes, pondering what qualities allowed him to earn such esteem from the 3 presidents. Ling Yun Lao Guo squinted at Xiao Zhe, despite his disdain for him. He could not deny that Xiao Zhe possessed a striking appearance. Xiao Zhe had met the 3 presidents. "Haha, today, you are the star. We are merely here to listen to the insights of the youngest alchemical master in the history of the Dan Tower. There is no need for you to mind us too much." Zhuangkongzi emphasized the word youngest. "Thank you for your graciousness, esteemed presidents." Xiao Zhe understood that the presence of the 3 presidents today was a testament to their support for him. Even if he were to falter today, the other elders would not dare to make things difficult for him with the 3 presidents in attendance. However, Xiao Zhe had prepared meticulously for this Alchemist Exchange meeting. The 3 presidents entered the second-floor chamber of the Grand Hall, as the focal point of this gathering was none other than Xiao Zhe. Had they remained in the main hall, it would have overshadowed the proceedings. Watching the figures of the 3 presidents fade from view, the elders began to direct their attention to the stage. At that moment, only Xiao Zhe stood before them, and despite the multitude of gazes from the elders and alchemists, a serene smile graced his countenance. "I am deeply honored by the kind favor of the 3 presidents in allowing me to host this Alchemist Exchange conference. To honor their trust, I shall exert my utmost effort. It is likely that many elders present are unfamiliar with my background. I did not grow up immersed in the art of alchemy, and it can be said that my journey in this field spans only a few fleeting years. My ascension to the rank of alchemist was fortuitously aided by an ancient alchemical ruin and a transformative elixir. As Xiaozhe spoke slowly, expressions of astonishment spread among the elders, for they had not anticipated that he was a postnatal alchemist. Simultaneously, they realized the implications of his words. If what he claimed was indeed true, the time he had taken to reach the level of master alchemist was alarmingly brief. It dawned on them why the three presidents held Xiaozhe in such high regard. Within mere years, he had ascended from ignorance of alchemical practices to the status of a master. Should he continue at this remarkable rate of growth, it would not be long before he reached the esteemed levels of the presidents, each being an 8th-tier pinnacle alchemist. Contemplating this astonishing potential, the elders could not help but swallow hard. Their gazes towards Xiaozhe transformed, as if they were beholding a prodigy. Dan Shen's mouth fell agape in surprise. It was her first time hearing of Xiaozhe's past, and in comparison, she felt her own talents paled significantly. Xiaoying sat in a daze, recalling her previous title as the demoness of the Chao clan. In retrospect, compared to Xiaozhe, she felt her own prowess was hardly remarkable. Beside her, Song Qing was rendered speechless, having once believed that the gap between his alchemical skills and Xiaozhe's was not insurmountable. He thought that upon breaking through a certain barrier, he could stand on equal footing with Xiaozhe. However, he now realized that the disparity between them was akin to that of heaven and earth. Ling Yun, the old monster, furrowed his brow in disbelief. Without a mentor's guidance, my journey has been marked by a passion for exploring various alchemical techniques. In preparation for this exchange conference, I have curated 3 insights into alchemical practices to share. The first of these is the blood qi alchemy, which diverges from conventional alchemical methods and can be classified as an unconventional approach. However, it possesses its merits, lacking the soul's perception akin to that of a true alchemist. This alternative technique strives for the utmost precision in the combination of materials. Otherwise, the resultant elixirs would be nothing short of abominable, with blood qi alchemy standing as a paragon in this regard. Regardless of whether they are high-tier or low-tier alchemists, practitioners frequently encounter the processing of beast blood, where blood qi alchemy proves to be advantageous. Xiaozhe spoke eloquently, captivating most of the elders and disciples, who began to gain a deeper understanding of how to handle the essence of magical beasts. The 3 presidents exchanged glances, a subtle smile gracing their lips. This young prodigy, lacking formal instruction, has nonetheless delved profoundly into various alchemical techniques, drawing from a wealth of sources, remarked Xian Kongzi with a gentle smile. The blood qi alchemy indeed possesses unique merits in its treatment of magical beast essence. I find myself eagerly anticipating the insights he will share on the subsequent 2 alchemical methods. Xian Yi concurred. As a peak-grade alchemist, she could certainly discern the distinct advantages of blood qi alchemy. Although it may be considered unconventional, it is not without its merits. An unexpectedly impressive young man, remarked Tian Lei, who rarely displayed a smile. Surely, what follows will be his own insights into alchemy. The 3 presidents looked forward to Xiaozhe's upcoming performance. Yet an incongruous voice suddenly broke the atmosphere. If your words hold any truth, I can see that you possess remarkable talent. However, at this assembly of esteemed elders from the Dan Tower, why do you flaunt such unconventional alchemical practices? The voice of the old monster Ling Yun resonated. Xiaozhe's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated this confrontation given Ling Yun's earlier hostility. Esteemed elder, regardless of whether it is an unconventional alchemical technique, if it offers valuable insights that can enhance one's own alchemy, why should it not be embraced? Xiaozhe's words garnered nods of agreement from many elders and disciples present, who had also reaped benefits from his discourse. Moreover, this is a sharing of alchemical insights. I am merely a newly appointed alchemical master amidst numerous venerable predecessors. I do not dare claim my alchemical skills to be exceptional, but as long as someone gains from this exchange, it does not contradict the purpose of this gathering. Xiaozhe responded with poise. Ling Yun, noticing the agreement of the other elders, huffed. I hope your forthcoming insights do not continue to showcase this unconventional alchemy. Xiaozhe offered a faint smile, choosing not to retort, for he was uncertain whether others regarded magical beast alchemy as indeed unconventional. He then proceeded to share insights on the second alchemical method, which stemmed from his previous explorations of ancient ruins. It was the work of an alchemist from a magical beast lineage, who devoted his life to developing a systematic elixir. The Hunyuan 9 elixirs, ranging from 1st grade to 9th grade, each grade harmoniously complemented the previous ones, enhancing their efficacy. Systematic elixirs. This revelation struck like a thunderbolt, igniting a spark of curiosity in the eyes of the gathered elders. It is well known that elixirs capable of enhancing strength yield diminishing returns upon subsequent consumption, such as the Dou Ling elixir and the Huangji elixir. The effects of these strength-enhancing elixirs diminish progressively until they become entirely ineffective. However, the systematic elixir Hunyuan 9 elixirs that I am about to share does not suffer from this flaw. Impossible, Lingyun interjected vehemently. Many alchemists on the Doqi continent have attempted to resolve this issue, yet all have failed without exception. Now, you claim that the so-called Hunyuan 9 elixirs unearthed from ancient ruins can resolve this conundrum? The elder Lingyun's tone was rife with skepticism, while the other elders, though filled with curiosity, exhibited a degree of doubt upon hearing Xiao Zai's further elucidation. After all, such a systematic approach to pill formulation challenged their established notions. Why could this elder not wait until I had finished speaking before casting doubt? Surely, the elders had ample time to spare. Xiao Zai paid little heed to the skepticism of the numerous elders, recognizing that persuading others to accept concepts divergent from their own understanding was no trivial endeavor. You best not be speaking nonsense. Otherwise, do not blame me for lacking courtesy and departing without a word, Lingyun admonished rather bluntly. The other elders, however, refrained from echoing Lingyun's abruptness, as such behavior would essentially dismiss Xiao Zai entirely, incurring his ire. The creator of the Hunyuan 9 pills was undeniably audacious. Hailing from a beast clan, he placed considerable emphasis on physical prowess, aspiring to develop a systematic pill that would continually enhance one's physique. His audacity lay in the fact that he utilized his own blood essence as the primary ingredient. Upon hearing Xiao Zai's assertion, the other elders collectively inhaled sharply, their doubts morphing into astonishment. As elders of the Pill Tower, at the very least, they were masters of alchemy. Xiao Zai's mention of his own blood essence immediately led them to consider that this could very well be the fundamental solution to drug resistance. Even Lingyun furrowed his brow, contemplating the feasibility of employing one's own blood essence as a principal material. Within the room above, the three presidents exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of surprise. With their alchemical expertise, they could indeed ascertain the potential viability of using one's own blood essence as a primary ingredient. This is truly a remarkably audacious alchemical technique, Xian Kongzi remarked, shaking his head in awe. Yet it is undoubtedly valuable. The Doqi continent is vast and boundless, and one can never predict which alchemist might carve out a new path, Xian Yi softly commented, harboring a sense of affirmation for the beast alchemist. However, there seemed to be a downside, as Tian Lazy subtly suggested, to which the other two presidents nodded in agreement, likely contemplating the inherent drawbacks. The issue was that it lacked universality, unable to be consumed by all, unlike the Doling pill or the Huangji pill. Observing the shifting expressions of the elders, Xiao Zai paused momentarily before continuing. It appears that the esteemed elders have grasped the crux of the matter. Utilizing one's own blood essence as the primary ingredient can significantly minimize, or even entirely eliminate, drug resistance. The reason I term it a systematic pill is that it can achieve a symbiotic effect as the grades increase. The efficacy of subsequent pills will reach an extraordinary level. The 8th grade pill crafted by that alchemist enhances one's physique by an astounding 50%. The alchemist himself belongs to a top-tier lineage within the Beast clan, and such an enhancement represents a qualitative transformation in his strength. Upon hearing this remarkable statistic, astonishment spread across the faces of the elders. Even Lingyun had to concede that this systematic pill was indeed exceptional. The physique of magical beasts is inherently robust, and such a remarkable enhancement can be attributed not only to the 8th grade elixir itself, but also to the cumulative effects of the previous potions consumed. Suddenly, a flicker of doubt crossed the eyes of the venerable Lingyun, who spoke in a deep tone. Xiao Zai, I concede that the Hunyuan 9 elixir is indeed extraordinary. Yet, it remains a concoction forged by the alchemists of magical beasts, and it is unlikely to be applicable to our human alchemists. The primary material you mentioned, the essence of blood, is something we find exceedingly difficult to procure. Xiao Zai smiled knowingly. I am well aware of that. If there were no further developments, I would not have presented it at this exchange meeting. Otherwise, I would truly appear as a mere show-off. Magical beasts boast their own formidable physiques and vast essences of blood, yet we alchemists possess our own strengths. As Xiao Zai spoke, the other elders quickly grasped the implications, their gazes towards him filled with astonishment. According to the formulation principles of the Hunyuan 9 elixir, incorporating the primordial soul's power into the potion could indeed yield similar results. Upon hearing Xiao Zai's words, the various elders and disciples of the Alchemy Tower began to regard him with a newfound respect. This seemingly humble and gentle youth exhibited an almost fanatical approach to alchemy. While alchemists possess formidable souls, they also harbor a profound trepidation regarding the study of the soul. This apprehension arises from the soul's inherent fragility. Once damaged, it is exceedingly difficult to mend. Furthermore, The mystery surrounding the soul means that even the most powerful alchemical masters cannot guarantee the depth of their understanding of it. Consequently, the exploration of the soul within alchemical practices is often shrouded in secrecy. Xiao Zhe's audacious suggestion of utilizing the soul in potions was perceived as reckless. Any misstep could lead to soul injury. Yet, he merely proposed a possibility, suggesting that not only the soul but other aspects could also be explored through systematic elixirs. I must also mention the drawbacks of systematic elixirs, namely their extreme specificity. Generally, the produced systematic elixirs can only be consumed by those who provided the primary materials. For instance, the unfinished elixir left by a certain alchemist would remain unusable even if completed, as no one could partake of it. Hearing this, the elders displayed expressions of regret. The fatal flaw of systematic elixirs is too significant. Essentially, they can only be consumed by the alchemists themselves or those closely related to them. After all, ordinary individuals would hardly trust an alchemist enough to surrender vast quantities of their essence of blood for concoction, all the while fearing potential treachery. However, this type of systematic elixir nonetheless opens a new avenue. With the path forged by the Hunyuan 9 elixir, future generations may create even more such elixirs. Within the chamber, the three presidents furrowed their brows at Xiao Zhe's suggestion of incorporating the soul into potions. Although Xiao Zhe is a prodigy in the art of alchemy, such brilliance makes it easier for one to stray from the path, voiced Zhuangkongzi with concern. Perhaps he has been influenced by that ancient alchemist who created the transcendental spirit elixir, speculated Xuani. Although Xian Kongzi remarked that the scroll given to him by Xiao Zhe contained no particularly useful information regarding the soul transformation pill, they were acutely aware, given their level of expertise, that the formulation of such a pill would undoubtedly delve into the realms of the soul. Tian Lazy furrowed his brow in contemplation. He held high hopes for Xiao Zhe and wished to prevent him from straying onto a misguided path in alchemy. It would be prudent to find an opportunity to speak with him, for a talent like Xiao Zhe, even in the ancient era of flourishing alchemists, would be exceedingly rare. Indeed, a prodigious alchemist like Xiao Zhe likely found conventional alchemical practices insufficient, prompting him to explore the taboo domain of the soul that many alchemists shun. Xian Kongzi shared his concerns, noting that without a mentor's guidance, Xiao Zhe, despite his capacity to assimilate diverse teachings, might face certain drawbacks. However, the limitations of the Hunyuan 9 pills were more significant than he had anticipated, as they could only be consumed by the individual who supplied the primary materials. Xian Yi expressed her disappointment, having believed that Qin could also partake. Yet, it appeared that the specificity of the pill greatly diminished its value. While there are advantages and disadvantages, it is undeniable that the Hunyuan 9 pills have indeed forged a new path in alchemy. Xian Kongzi felt a flicker of interest in the Hunyuan 9 pills and contemplated whether he could exchange formulas with Xiao Zhe after the presentation. I found myself intrigued by the final alchemical technique Xiao Zhe intended to share, as the Hunyuan 9 pills already represented a groundbreaking alchemical advancement, making it all the more compelling that Xiao Zhe chose to reveal his last technique last. Tian Lazy, rarely displaying such interest, gazed at Xiao Zhe with unabashed admiration for his talent. At his level, aside from striving for further mastery in alchemy and cultivation, he harbored few other desires. And he felt a growing inclination to mentor the younger generation, especially a prodigy like Xiao Zhe, whose commendable character only heightened his regard. After 2 consecutive presentations on alchemical techniques, Xiao Zhe's sharing of insights had already far exceeded the usual duration allotted to the president. Yet, the elders and disciples of the Dan Tower below exhibited no signs of impatience. Rather, they were imbued with boundless curiosity regarding Xiao Zhe's final technique. Even Ling Yun, who typically held a disdainful view of Xiao Zhe, could not help but feel intrigued. After all, the first 2 presentations had been increasingly astonishing, with the second already representing a groundbreaking alchemical practice. Should Xiao Zhe continue to develop upon this foundation, the mere derivations of the Hunyuan 9 pills would suffice to qualify him for founding his own sect. Dan Shun and Chaoing looked upon Xiao Zhe with adoration. For in the Duqi continent, strength is revered, and the alchemical realm is no exception. 4 passionate individuals like Dan Shun and Chaoing, possessing formidable alchemical skills, naturally engendered admiration. Meanwhile, Song Qing, beside Chaoing, had resigned himself to despair. The mere sharing of these 2 alchemical techniques had already signaled the success of Xiao Zhe's exchange meeting. As long as Xiao Zhe did not proceed carelessly in the ensuing discussions, he would undoubtedly earn the respect of all present. The vast expanse of the Duqi continent has given rise to an abundance of alchemical techniques as the field of alchemy has evolved over time. As you may know, I have no mentor guiding me, which is why I have endeavored to explore various alchemical methods since my introduction to this art. Xiao Zhe did not initially propose a unified alchemical technique. Rather, he eloquently articulated his philosophy in an accessible manner. The other elders listened attentively, their brows furrowing, and their expressions gradually turning somber. Even the disciples of the Dan Tower displayed looks of astonishment. Within the confines of the room, Zhuangkongzi suddenly rose, gazing at the articulate Xiao Zhe, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment. This young man is not only audacious, but possesses immense ambition. Does he intend to unify alchemical practices? Xuani expressed his surprise, acknowledging that even as a peak 8th grade alchemist, one would hesitate to claim the ability to unify alchemical techniques. Xiao Zhe's presentation of this third alchemical method indeed delivered a remarkable surprise. The president of Tianlaizi was taken aback, as Xiao Zhe's discourse on alchemy filled him with joy. Such talent is truly rare in this world. As for Xiao Zhe's aspirations for a unified alchemical practice, he did not harbor any particular misgivings, dismissing it as youthful arrogance. After all, what is youth without a touch of impetuosity? Xiao Zhe had consistently displayed humility and courtesy, but now Tianlaizi perceived a hint of youthful bravado within him. The other elders in attendance could not help but form their own evaluations of Xiao Zhe's final proposed alchemical method. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. However, due to the merit of the previous two methods, their tolerance for Xiao Zhe grew, and they refrained from interrupting his exposition. Many elders, like President Tianlaizi, regarded Xiao Zhe as merely a headstrong youth, not to be taken too seriously. Yet, as Xiao Zhe continued his narration, the indifference on their faces gradually transformed into solemnity. Even the expressions of the three presidents became notably grave. I had attempted to estimate his genius to the highest degree possible, yet it seems I still underestimated him significantly. This is an unprecedented endeavor. Zhuangkongzi felt a dryness in his throat, unable to suppress a swallow. With this singular presentation, he has already etched his name into the annals of alchemical history. I never anticipated I would witness such a moment. Xuani marveled, stating that the concepts Xiao Zhe was articulating could indeed alter the very landscape of the alchemical realm. Traditionally, alchemical knowledge has been passed down through a master-disciple relationship. While academic institutions exist, they ultimately produce only a handful of practitioners, and their teachings generally yield only low-tier alchemists. However, with Xiao Zhe's proposal for a unified alchemical technique, the educational institutions will experience a flourishing transformation, fundamentally changing the dynamics of the master-disciple lineage. Once this approach is disseminated, even ordinary alchemists will have the opportunity to learn the techniques, methods, and practices of the more accomplished alchemists. President Tianlaizi remarked somewhat jokingly, gazing at Xiao Zhe on stage, feeling as though it were all surreal. Simply listening to my exposition of concepts has left everyone in a haze, so I shall now illustrate some alchemical techniques, such as the art of fusion. As Xiao Zhe just provided an example, an elder in the audience suddenly changed his expression, and halfway through, he abruptly stood up. Silence. The unexpected voice stunned Xiao Zhe, who could not help but inquire, "Does this elder have an objection to my example?" Haha, of course he does. After all, this refining technique is his unique method, and now you are brazenly sharing it, chuckled the old monster Lingyun. Humph, Lingyun. You only feel so bold because my unique method wasn't mentioned. Otherwise, you'd be more cautious, the elder retorted coldly. This was indeed his proprietary technique, a skill he had meticulously honed and passed down to his disciples. Now, with Xiao Zhe's casual sharing, it appeared rather devalued. Humph. Do you truly believe that someone of his age can unify the art of alchemy? He merely stumbled upon your unique technique. Had Xiao Zhe proposed a different alchemical method, Lingyun might not have raised an eyebrow. However, Xiao Zhe specifically mentioned the unification of alchemy, which Lingyun found utterly implausible. Regarding Lingyun's skepticism, Xiao Zhe remained unfazed. What Elder Lingyun says holds merit. I am but one person, and the vastness of the Duqi continent makes it impossible to encompass all alchemical practices. Yet, I believe someone must take the first step, and those who follow can continually refine it. I may not achieve it alone, but as the field of alchemy evolves, the unification of alchemical practices will eventually be realized. Xiao Zhe understood well the enormity of the task at hand. Even with the assistance of a system, achieving the unification of alchemy is a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, once the momentum is established, others will build upon that foundation. Ultimately, the unification of alchemy would benefit many alchemists, broadening their horizons and leading to the creation of more diverse techniques. For the entire alchemical community, this would undoubtedly foster greater prosperity and brilliance. Xiao Zhe anticipated that the unification of alchemy would impact the structure of the alchemical world. However, for those formidable alchemists, the effect would be minimal. While it might elevate the standards of academy teaching, personal instructors ultimately offer superior educational outcomes. After all, one-on-one guidance surpasses institutional instruction. Xiao Zhe's words eased the concerns of the gathered elders, as it was clear he did not claim to have completely achieved the unification of alchemy. Ling Yun's expression was somewhat complex. Just as he was about to speak, the space on stage suddenly distorted, and a figure appeared. Regardless. Everyone should be quite satisfied with Xiao Zhe's hosting of this alchemist exchange meeting. The figure of Xian Kongzi reappeared on stage, affirming Xiao Zhe's performance. The other two presidents also emerged, their admiration for Xiao Zhe evident and overflowing. After several days of the alchemist exchange meeting, they found themselves genuinely impressed by Xiao Zhe's insights, feeling he truly deserved such accolades. Xian Kongzi observed the nodding approval of the numerous elders, a faint smile gracing his countenance. The alchemist exchange meeting, I believe, has been fruitful for everyone. Let us bring it to a close for now. Noticing the expressions of the other two presidents, it seemed that the three had conferred beforehand. The elders rose, paying their respects to the trio before taking their leave. Ling Yun, the old master, furrowed his brow as he regarded Xiao Zhe. After a prolonged silence, he sighed inwardly. Xiao Zhe's performance at the alchemist exchange far surpassed the expectations for one of his nascent status as a newly minted alchemist master. Even Ling Yun, who typically harbored reservations towards youthful prodigies, found no fault to point out. Although he held reservations about Xiao Zhe's presentation of the unified alchemy technique, the latter's explanations were nonetheless reasonable. Some tasks require a pioneer, much like the first individual to venture into the realm of alchemy in ancient times. Had he not ignited the first spark of alchemical fire and ensured its legacy, we might not witness the resplendence of the alchemical world today. Ultimately, Ling Yun chose not to stir further conflict, bowing to the three presidents before taking his leave. In the great hall, only the three presidents, Xiao Zhe, and the waiting Qing Lin remained. Xiao Zhe, you do not hold it against me for abruptly halting your presentation, do you? Xian Kongzi inquired with a smile. Not at all. I assumed the president had his reasons, Xiao Zhe replied promptly, clasping his hands. Might I inquire if the president could elucidate my queries? The unified alchemy technique you propose today is unprecedented, yet it may attract undue peril. As you exemplified earlier with the fusion method, it is a proprietary technique of that elder, taught solely to his chosen disciple, yet you shared it so readily. I am uncertain how many techniques you have mastered, but it would be wise to pause and concentrate on enhancing your prowess. Otherwise, even with our support, those whose interests you encroach upon may make your path arduous. Indeed. Xian Yi nodded in agreement. As an alchemist, you should comprehend the immense influence and potential that a senior alchemist wields. Once your alchemical skills advance further, perhaps even to the point of becoming the president of the Alchemist Guild, then you may consider unveiling your unified alchemy technique. A pensive look crossed Xiao Zhe's face. It was evident that the three presidents had considered the matter thoroughly. I am grateful for the guidance from all three presidents. Xiao Zhe, do not dwell excessively on this. Within the guild, none would dare to act against you. President Tian Lei declared assertively. He then shifted his tone. I recognize that for a talent like you, the conventional realm of alchemy may no longer suffice, yet one must always maintain reverence for the soul. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhe's brow furrowed slightly. Recalling his earlier mention of incorporating the soul into alchemy, which had raised concern in President Tian Lei, Xiao Zhe understood that this was merely a hypothetical notion he had proposed and would not recklessly attempt to infuse the soul into alchemical processes. Tian Lei regarded Xiao Zhe intently before slowly nodding in acknowledgement. By the way, to what extent has your unified alchemy technique progressed? I am quite curious, Xian inquired, her eyes alight with intrigue as she turned to Xiao Zhe. I have temporarily organized the high-grade elixirs from the 1st to the 7th rank. Henceforth, I shall merely need to fill in the details. As for the 8th rank, I have only just begun to delve into it, and am currently incapable of advancing further. Upon hearing Xiao Zhe's words, the three presidents displayed expressions of astonishment. Xian Kongzi, with a bittersweet smile, remarked, Xiao Zhe, do you truly comprehend the extraordinary magnitude of your achievements? Noticing a hint of confusion on Xiao Zhe's face, Xian Kongzi elaborated further. From the 1st to the 7th rank, you have indeed accomplished the unification of alchemical mastery. The 8th rank alchemists are referred to as masters because each has the capability to establish their own sect and forge a unique path in alchemy. If your unification of alchemical mastery were to gain true traction, the Academy's teachings would consequently flourish. Once students have completed their studies from the 1st to the 7th rank, they should then strive to carve their own path and attain the status of alchemical master. As Xian Kongzi reached this point, Xiao Zhe began to understand. His deep influence from the original text had led him to aspire for the unification of alchemy from 1st to 9th rank. However, attaining mastery by the 7th rank is already sufficient. Above the 8th rank, personal imprints become markedly distinct, rendering true unification nearly impossible. Xiao Zhe, you are now quite capable of establishing your own sect, yet the magnitude of what you would create is profoundly daunting. potentially upending the entire alchemical realm. I still maintain my previous suggestion. Wait until your alchemical prowess has further ascended. It may be that even the president of the Alchemy Tower would not be adequately prepared. Only upon achieving the 9th rank and disseminating your knowledge as a grandmaster can you wholly avert calamity. Listening to these heartfelt words, Xiaozhe promptly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the counsel, esteemed presidents. I understand." On the way back, Qinglin joyfully leaped beside Xiaozhe. Though she did not grasp the intricacies of alchemy, she could comprehend the significance of the president's remarks. The endeavors of young Master Xiaozhe were unprecedented. Poised to alter the landscape of the alchemical world, Qinglin felt genuine joy for Xiaozhe's accomplishments. Observing her exuberant demeanor, Xiaozhe could not help but smile. "Little girl, are you truly that happy?" "Of course. Young Master Xiaozhe is so remarkable. Even the president of the Alchemy Tower is astonished by your achievements." Qinglin halted, her small hands tightly gripping Xiaozhe's right hand. "Thank you, young Master Xiaozhe, for allowing me to become your exclusive maid. It has transformed my life." With a blush gracing her cheeks, Qinglin's inherent charm, a gift of her serpentine lineage, was undeniably captivating. Xiaozhe raised his left hand and gently patted her head. "Do not underestimate yourself. You possess considerable talent. Have faith that you can ascend to the pinnacle of the continent step by step." Qinglin looked up, meeting Xiaozhe's gaze, striving to comprehend the meaning within his eyes. "My goal is also to reach the pinnacle of the continent. You must work hard to stand by my side, for you are indeed my exclusive maid." A delighted smile spread across Qinglin's face as she vigorously nodded. The colorful little serpent coiled around Xiaozhe's wrist flicked its tongue, its gaze a blend of innocence and clarity. Upon returning to the Elder Tower, Xiaozhe immersed himself once again in the pursuits of cultivation and alchemy. Shortly after the alchemist exchange, he received a message from Elder Lu Tian, signaling that he could finally enter the alchemical realm. "I have awaited this moment for quite some time. The alchemical realm is notorious for its tumultuous energies and formidable beasts." The duo arrived at Elder Lu's tower, and after convening with him, they proceeded to the entrance of the alchemical realm. They reached a rather secluded black stone tower, where Elder Lu produced a black token and infused it with his fighting spirit to activate its power. The luminous energy illuminated the tower's grand entrance, which then began to open slowly. This is the conventional method to access the alchemical realm. During events like the Alchemical Conference, a spatial rift is deliberately created for entry, resulting in random arrivals within the realm. Elder Lu explained to Xiaozhe that the alchemical realm's volatile energies render it uninhabitable for humans. Thus, the Alchemist Tower established a sanctuary within. Xiaozhe expressed his gratitude for Elder Lu's clarification. With a surge of spatial fluctuations, they opened their eyes to find themselves in a structure dominated by shades of black, though not within the stone tower itself. They had arrived at the sanctuary established by the Alchemist Tower. The elder who once guarded this place had departed, and Elder Lu remarked, "Those two old fellows certainly made their escape swiftly." Approaching a table, Elder Lu briefly reviewed the records left by the previous elders. "Indeed, there is little of concern here," he stated, turning his gaze to Xiaozhe. "The alchemical realm is home to powerful ancient beasts. Tread cautiously within." He then handed Xiaozhe a detailed map of the alchemical realm. "If you are inclined, you may visit the site where the Alchemist Tower once stood. There lies a medicinal pool." "A medicinal pool?" Xiaozhe inquired, intrigued yet puzzled. "Indeed," Elder Lu affirmed with a smile. "This is where alchemists of the past disposed of failed concoctions. Over the years, the accumulation has resulted in a complex array of medicinal properties and formidable potency, harboring immense energy. It offers a rare glimpse into the diverse attributes of herbs, making it a notable spectacle within the alchemical realm." A glimmer of excitement shone in Xiaozhe's eyes at the mention of such vast energy. "Hearing you speak of it, I find myself quite interested in this medicinal pool. However, if I inadvertently disturb or damage it, would there be any consequences?" Upon hearing Xiaozhe's words, Elder Lu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled heartily. "Xiaozhe, you may not fully grasp the nature of the medicinal pool. The immense energy I refer to is not an exaggeration, but a fact. Do not harbor covetous thoughts, for they may lead to your own harm. Yet, if you truly wish to explore the pool, even its complete destruction would matter little, as it merely represents a fragment of the past legacy of the Alchemist Tower." "Ah, I see," Xiaozhe replied, and shortly thereafter, he departed the sanctuary accompanied by Qinglin. Elder Lu observed Qinglin, noticing her unaffected demeanor, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The maid by Xiaozhe's side is quite extraordinary. She appears to possess some unique talent. Within the realm of elixirs, Xiaozhe, accompanied by Qinglin, swiftly advanced under the guidance of a map, soon arriving at a beastly lair teeming with serpentine creatures. With a mere thought, a deep azure energy enveloped the entire den. Ethereal and illusory, yet exuding an overwhelming pressure. All the beasts within the lair were subdued by this terrifying force. With my current prowess, merely harnessing the power of the vast sea enables me to effortlessly dominate these creatures. Qing Lin, assess which can be tamed and act judiciously. Understood, young master. Qing Lin's eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, and the serpentine beasts, unable to mount any resistance, were easily subdued by her. Qing Lin's mastery over the 3 flower eyes of the green serpent had reached an extraordinary level. Observing Qing Lin's performance, Xiaozhe nodded in satisfaction. Thus, they journeyed onward, taming beasts along the way as they headed towards the ruins of the alchemy tower. After approximately half a day, Xiaozhe halted before a desolate sight. His soul perception expanded like a tide across the ruins. Soon, he opened his eyes and beheld a dilapidated grand hall not far away, the very site of the alchemy tower's medicinal pool. Upon arriving at this location, Xiaozhe sensed the spatial seal and retrieved the key given to him by Elder Lu Tian. As the spatial vortex began to form, a potent and pungent aroma of medicinal herbs rushed forth, compelling Xiaozhe to cover his nose, while Qing Lin's expression soured. She greatly appreciated the scent of herbs emanating from Xiaozhe, yet the intensity of this aroma was somewhat overwhelming. Beyond the sharp fragrance, however, lay an immense reservoir of energy. Perhaps the formidable power contained within the medicinal pool could further expand the diameter of the origin tree. Possessing golden roots, Xiaozhe held a keen interest in entities brimming with such tremendous energy. While others feared being overwhelmed, he worried that it might not be sufficiently potent. Qing Lin, can you withstand the environment within? No, the energy inside is too violent and overwhelming for me to endure, she replied after a moment of sensing, shaking her head. Then find a suitable place to cultivate here. If you encounter any insurmountable danger, activate the soul imprint I left for you, Xiaozhe instructed before stepping into the spatial vortex. As he entered the seal, the vortex gradually dissipated. Upon his entrance, Xiaozhe discovered that the grand hall concealed additional mysteries, revealing a hidden paradise. Although the exterior appeared somewhat ruined, the interior remained remarkably intact beneath the protection of the spatial seal. In fact, the space within the hall had been artificially expanded, rendering it considerably larger than the hall itself. Mastery of such spatial energy manipulation required at least a high-star domain respect. Xiaozhe immediately sensed the surrounding spatial conditions and then focused his attention on the hall's center. There lay a circular pool with a diameter of several dozen yards, from which the rich aroma of medicinal herbs emanated. The medicinal aroma was so potent that it became almost unbearable, inducing a sense of dizziness after prolonged exposure. To shield himself from this overwhelming scent, Xiaozhe momentarily employed his energy to create a barrier, then proceeded to the edge of the pool. Unlike ordinary waters, this pool radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, emitting various hues of light. Vast currents of energy swirled within, causing Xiaozhe to furrow his brow. Typically, the effects of such potions would not persist for such an extended period. Soon, he noted peculiar patterns etched around the pool's perimeter, occasionally illuminated by a subtle glow. Initially, he presumed this light was merely a reflection from the water, yet it appeared to be something more significant. Crouching down, he traced his fingers along the intricate designs. It seemed that this was indeed a sealing formation, capable of preserving the medicinal properties for an extended duration, relying on the immense energy contained within the pool. Clearly, the medicinal pool of the Dan Tower was not as straightforward as Elder Lu had described, merely serving to manage failed elixirs. After all, it would be impractical for the Dan Tower to invest such effort in inscribing a sealing array around a pool dedicated solely to failed concoctions. After circling the medicinal pool several times, Xiaozhe finally grasped its true purpose. It appeared that the pool was originally intended for nurturing a specific substance, necessitating the sealing formation. Perhaps it had failed in its initial purpose, subsequently repurposed for failed elixirs. Or perhaps the alchemists of the Dan Tower had ingeniously devised a method to cultivate something naturally. Xiaozhe pondered various possibilities, then shook his head, regardless of the conjectures. The current state of the pool suggested a significant failure, leaving only this reservoir brimming with complex and potent energy. With deep blue crystalline energy enveloping his hand, he cautiously extended it into the water, only to be met with a corrosive sound that made him retract his hand hastily. The crystalline covering had become pockmarked and uneven. Although referred to as a medicinal pool, it bore a striking resemblance to a toxic pit, given the exceedingly complex and highly corrosive nature of the substances within. Waving his hand, he dissipated the crystalline energy into the surrounding space. Suddenly, a golden root emerged from the void, plunging silently into the pool. The radiant golden sheen on the root was impervious to the pool's corrosive properties. An immense surge of energy flowed along the golden root into the source tree. Assured that this energy could be absorbed, Xiaozhe felt a wave of relief wash over him. In an instant, the pool, measuring dozens of yards in diameter, was adorned with hundreds of golden roots, voraciously siphoning the immense energy contained within the water. The accumulation over the years was substantial, and he wondered if this might allow the source tree to surpass a diameter of 100 meters. Currently, the source tree soared nearly 10,000 meters in height, yet its diameter remained a mere few dozen meters, appearing rather slender. Contemplating this, Xiaozhe settled beside the pool and retrieved a dragon-shaped jade tablet. Zhuyong, a peak 8th grade alchemist, aspired to refine the 9th elixir of the Hunyuan 9 Dan, which would elevate him to the illustrious rank of a 9th grade master alchemist. The alchemical insights he had garnered throughout this endeavor were invaluable, providing Xiaozhe with profound material for contemplation. The process of refining the immense energy contained within this pool of liquid would demand considerable time and effort, even with hundreds of golden roots simultaneously absorbing the essence. The sheer magnitude of energy was unfathomable. Meanwhile, Qing Lin awaited the complete disappearance of the spatial vortex before finding a vantage point atop the grand hall to observe. With a delicate gesture of her fair hand, she rendered the area immaculate. "I wonder how long it will take for the young master to emerge," she murmured, her eyes glinting with a verdant light as the surrounding space warped. The previously subdued 7th-tier, serpent-like magical beast she had tamed soon appeared by her side. "Maintain vigilance. No one is permitted to approach this area," she commanded, then settled into a meditative posture, fingers forming seals as she commenced her cultivation. Not long after Qing Lin entered her meditative state, a robust figure approached, a towering man with a little girl clad in purple perched upon his shoulder, her features delicate and doll-like. "Big guy, come this way. I can smell an abundant fragrance of rare treasures," she exclaimed. "Very well," he replied, his head bobbing in a somewhat obsequious manner. If the magical beasts of the Wanyao mountain range were to witness their leader in such a state, disbelief would surely mar their faces. This burly man was none other than Xiongzhan, the chief of the Wanyao mountain range, a being of ancient lineage known as the ancient dragon bear, possessing a trace of dragon blood and formidable strength. "My dear young lady, that area appears to be the former site of the Dan Tower. What treasures could possibly remain there?" Xiongzhan speculated, a note of surprise in his voice. The girl rolled her eyes. "How would I know? All I can tell is that it holds a rich scent of rare treasures." Faced with her words, Xiongzhan could only grimace as they continued onward, harboring a deep-seated respect for the girl, who possessed remarkable capabilities in treasure-seeking, extending even beyond the confines of the Wanyao mountain range. "Wait, aren't those magical beasts typically found in their nests? Why are they here all of a sudden?" Xiongzhan's eyes narrowed as he observed several serpent-like magical beasts nearby, their presence striking him as unusual. "Their behavior seems off. They are coexisting far too peacefully," he noted. Curiosity flickered in Ziyan's eyes, and just as they conversed, the serpent-like beasts noticed their presence and charged towards them. "Humph," Ziyan snorted, a formidable aura of bloodline pressure emanating from her. The beasts faltered momentarily, but, after a brief moment of struggle, surged towards Xiongzhan once more. "My dear young lady, it seems they are under some form of control," he remarked. "Then let us eliminate them. They are rushing to their demise," he replied with a sinister grin, eagerly preparing for confrontation. With a graceful motion, Ziyan floated to the back, appearing as though she were a spectator at a grand performance. Suddenly, an astonishing aura erupted from Xiongzhan, sweeping the surroundings like a tempest, his presence akin to that of towering mountains. In that moment of his explosive might, Qing Lin's eyes snapped open. What an immense aura! It must be at least that of a peak 7th-tier beast. After a moment's contemplation, Qing Lin touched the soul mark on the back of her hand, deciding it best not to disturb young Master Xiaozi just yet, and to see if she could manage the situation. A flicker of green light passed through her eyes, and once again, numerous figures emerged in the surrounding space. Qing Lin stood atop the head of a serpentine beast, hastening towards the source of the erupting energy. As Xiongzhan's power surged forth, a trace of draconic might began to emanate from him, instilling fear in the approaching serpentine creatures, yet they charged forward recklessly. "Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." A glint of ferocity flashed in Xiongzhan's eyes as he unleashed a punch, creating a gaping wound in one of the serpentine beasts. The massive creature fell heavily to the ground, collapsing nearby structures, its blood staining the area crimson. Nonetheless, the other serpentine beasts did not relent. Their tails, imbued with terrifying force, lashed out at Xiongzhan. The clash of flesh and blood echoed with a metallic roar. Ziyan's brow furrowed slightly as she gazed into the distance, sensing a familiar presence. "Big guy, wait. Do not kill them just yet." Her sudden command left Xiongzhan momentarily stunned, but he swiftly reacted, retreating to her side. "Little miss, why have you changed your mind again?" "Indeed, There were over a dozen auras approaching, including some from the beast realm, a few of which he recognized. Xiongzhan nodded. However, if there were acquaintances of Xian among them, he could not afford to strike with lethal intent. He restrained his strength, sending the few attacking serpentine beasts flying. Soon after, Qinglin heard the thunderous roar, filled with confusion. Based on the sensed auras, the owner of that energy should have no trouble dispatching those serpentine beasts. Why was the battle still ongoing? Suddenly, Qinglin's gaze fixed upon a figure clad in purple, with a delicately sculpted face that was utterly charming. Sister Xian? Xian also spotted Qinglin standing atop the serpentine beast, her face breaking into a delighted smile. She swiftly approached Qinglin. Just as Xiongzhan had sent a serpentine beast flying, he saw Xian flying toward the group of beasts, his heart racing with concern. Little miss, please do not get into trouble. Qinglin, upon seeing Xian, quickly grasped the situation. It seemed a flood had indeed washed over the Dragon King's temple. The person fighting the serpentine beasts must be one of Xian's companions, and she hastily commanded the beasts to cease their attack. Qinglin, why are you here alone? Where is Xiaoza? Xian inquired as she approached Qinglin, gently sniffing the air. She could detect the lingering scent of Xiao Zhe on Qinglin, indicating their recent separation. However, she sensed no trace of Xiao Zhe himself. Sister Xian, it has been a long time. Master Xiao Zhe is now an elder of the Pill Tower, stationed here to guard the Pill Realm. He is currently immersed in the medicinal pool for cultivation. Xiongzhan flew over, his face clouded with frustration. Upon noticing the two engaged in spirited conversation, he recognized their familiarity. Yet, to befriend the young lady was no small feat for this girl, who commanded a multitude of serpent-like magical beasts. Xiongzhan's gaze shifted to Qinglin's eyes, sensing the true source of her power. The three-flowered eyes of the green serpent. They hold an exceptionally terrifying restraining ability over all serpent-like magical creatures. Xiongzhan had also heard the girl's tale, possessing such extraordinary abilities. She was merely a servant to someone, who also seemed to have a connection with the young lady. Curiosity about Xiao Zhe stirred within him. Oh, allow me to introduce you. This is Xiongzhan, whom I affectionately call Big Guy. He is the leader of the Wan Yao mountain range in the Pill Realm. Big Guy? This is Qinglin, my dear friend. It was all a misunderstanding before. I have met Mr. Xiongzhan, Qinglin responded. Haha, just call me Xiongzhan, he replied, intending to wait for Xiao Zhe to emerge from his seclusion. By the medicinal pool, Xiao Zhe closed his eyes slightly, his spiritual energy permeating the dragon-shaped jade token. Suddenly, he noticed a feedback reward on the system panel. Third brother has surprisingly given me a 100-fold reward. Ever since Xiao Yan entered the underground world, he had not received any feedback on his alchemical skills for quite some time. Well done, third brother. Xiao Zhe promptly claimed the alchemical feedback. Shortly thereafter, he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise flashing within. This reward included a high-tier pill formula, the Condensation Sovereign Pill, which shares effects similar to the Breaking Sect Pill, enhancing the probability of breakthroughs. However, the Condensation Sovereign Pill's potency was even greater, significantly increasing the chances of breaking through to the Dozong level. Should others learn that I possess such a pill, countless peak Dozong experts would likely kneel before my door, begging for a single Condensation Sovereign Pill. Although my need for the Condensation Sovereign Pill is minimal, as long as I accumulate enough, breaking through to Dozong poses no significant challenge for me. Nonetheless, with the Condensation Sovereign Pill at hand, I shall make use of it. Situated within the Pill Realm, gathering the necessary materials for the Condensation Sovereign Pill should be straightforward. Once I refine the immense energy within the medicinal pool, I will prepare to concoct the Condensation Sovereign Pill. Xiao Zhe gazed at the medicinal pool, which had previously radiated vibrant beams of light, now dimmed considerably. Only a thin layer of luminescence remained, still showcasing the pool's extraordinary nature. Based on the previous refining speed, it would take approximately 2 more days. The diameter of the source tree had already reached over 90 meters. With a little more effort, I shall surely surpass the 100-meter mark. At that time, my energy control abilities will be enhanced, which will also elevate the might of the Great Hansi Palm. Within the void space of Xiao Zhe's body, the source tree emitted a brilliant golden light, illuminating the entire void. As the energies of the external world continuously surge forth, the surface of the tree of origin pulsates with formidable power. However, it seems to have encountered a certain impasse, as the diameter of the tree has ceased to expand, remaining stagnant just shy of 100 meters. Within the tree of origin, Xiao Zhe's soul manifests in human form, his brow slightly furrowed. Having lingered at this threshold for an entire day, he realizes that should he fail to break through today, even the energy within the medicinal pool will be fully depleted. Xiao Zhe senses that this 100-meter diameter represents a bottleneck. Should he manage to transcend it, his various abilities would experience a significant enhancement. Nonetheless, He reassures himself that there is no need for haste. Even if the medicinal pool cannot provide the energy required for a breakthrough, the realm of elixirs is abundant with earthly energies and rare herbs. With a tranquil mind, he acknowledges that a breakthrough is inevitable in due time. Just as Xiao Zhe relinquishes his fixation on the breakthrough, the tree of origin stirs. The soul that has taken residence within it perceives an almost imperceptible widening of the tree's diameter. Yet, it is this minute expansion that has arrested Xiao Zhe for an entire day. At last, the 100-meter threshold has been surpassed. Slowly, Xiao Zhe opens his eyes, and in the next moment, the grand hall is suffused with a soft blue energy. With my current mastery over energy, within this space imbued with azure light, I can accomplish myriad feats. As Xiao Zhe's thoughts coalesce, the void before him begins to warp, as if something so weighty resides there that even space cannot sustain it. In an instant, the fabric of space shatters, revealing a void the size of a fist. This bears a slight resemblance to the time I entered the illusory sea. The unparalleled pressure I felt then was something I could not withstand at that moment. Yet now, I can replicate that sensation. While the illusory sea spirit pearl I absorbed plays a crucial role, such mastery over energy demands a high level of skill. With my current cultivation level, I could effortlessly crush a Dozong expert. Even a Dozun would feel immense pressure, and within this, I could also infuse the toxic potency of calamity. With just these two elements, I already possess the potential to eliminate a low-tier Dozun. As Xiao Zhe's thoughts delve deeper, he revels in this realm of energy, exploring countless applications. This can indeed be considered a combat technique. Let us call it the illusory sea domain. The ability to produce such effects still relies on the previous absorption of the illusory sea spirit pearl. Most importantly, this technique can evolve in tandem with my strength, perhaps even ascending to the celestial tier when I achieve sainthood. No wonder the sage of the vast sea remarked that the illusory sea spirit pearl is a treasure coveted even by saints. Xiao Zhe now resonates deeply with the sage's words. Rising to stretch his limbs, Xiao Zhe reflects that the time spent absorbing from the medicinal pool has been considerable. Yet the soul imprint of the azure scales remains untouched, indicating all is well. He retrieves a token, and the spatial vortex reappears. Yet the aura emanating from the other end of the vortex causes Xiao Zhe's brow to arch slightly. Has that little one come as well? Xiao Zhe stepped outside, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, a petite figure lunged into his embrace. Xiao Zhe, exclaimed Peng, feeling the palpable impact. Xiao Zhe could only shake his head in resignation, affectionately ruffling Xian's small head. Are you trying to knock the breath out of me? Not at all. If you were to perish, who would concoct delicious elixirs for me? Xian replied with a somewhat bashful grin, refusing to leave his embrace. Instead, she tilted her head back, a hint of confusion evident in her eyes. Why do I sense that your physique is even more formidable than mine? You must be mistaken. I am merely an ordinary human. My physique is nothing extraordinary, Xiao Zhe casually replied. Xian, inhaling the aura emanating from Xiao Zhe, confirmed that he indeed bore the essence of a true human, devoid of any beastly traits. Yet his physique was undeniably impressive. Observing Xian's lingering perplexity, Xiao Zhe playfully pinched her cheek. It's rather unfortunate. Those old geezers force me to consume their tasteless concoctions. While they are rich in energy, they pale in comparison to the elixirs you create, Xian lamented, a sly glint flickering in her eyes. Xiao Zhe produced several jade vials, causing Xian's eyes to light up. She eagerly accepted a vial and poured a few pills into her mouth. As the delightful flavors and immense energy coursed through her, a blissful smile spread across her face. Delicious. After finishing an entire vial, she licked her lips, still yearning for more, and introduced Xiongzhan. Upon finally being acknowledged by the young lady, Xiongzhan smiled wryly, though he bore no impatience, for even he could not discern the depths of Xiao Zhe's strength. It could either be hidden by some treasure or stem from extraordinary prowess. Xiao Zhe, this is Xiongzhan. I affectionately call him Big Guy. He is the leader of the Wanyao mountain range. You can request any medicinal herbs you desire from him. Big Guy, this is Xiao Zhe, a person very dear to me. Remember, his words carry the same weight as mine, Xian introduced with a casual air. Xiao Zhe, in turn, bowed slightly to Xiongzhan. So this is Mr. Xiongzhan. Xian can be a bit headstrong. I hope you will bear with her. Haha. No trouble at all, Xiongzhan responded with a smile. However, his expression quickly sobered as Xian shot him a fierce glare. Ahem, no need for such formality. If it pleases you, simply call me Big Brother Xiongzhan. Big Brother Xiongzhan, she echoed with a laugh. When we reach the Wanyao mountain range, feel free to express your desires regarding any herbs. Xiongzhan boasted, thumping his chest. Xian rolled her eyes and remarked, it should be like this. You must provide him with whatever herbs he asks for. Who knows, if he is in a good mood, he might concoct a few pills for you. And you could even ascend to the Dozun level. After all, Xiao Zhe is an 8th-tier alchemist. Xiongzhan had indeed overheard this. Yet he harbored a flicker of skepticism about Xiao Zhe's youth and his remarkable status as an 8th-tier alchemist. After all, Qinglin, Xiao Zhe's attendant, might have exaggerated her praises. However, upon meeting Xiao Zhe in person, Xiongzhan began to reconsider, for even he found it impossible to see through his strength. By the way, Xian, how did you find your way into the pill realm? Shouldn't you have gone to the Holy Pill City instead of sneaking out to look for me? Xiao Zhe inquired, puzzled. Xian chuckled and replied, actually, I intended to go to the Holy Pill City to find you. However, as I approached, I unexpectedly discovered the existence of the pill realm. Being endowed with a talent for treasure hunting, I sensed the presence of numerous precious herbs and materials within the pill realm and couldn't resist entering. Gathering more rare medicinal ingredients would allow you to refine a greater quantity of pills. Xiao Zhe rolled his eyes. You truly intend to exhaust me. To uncover the most precious items among them, Xian's treasure hunting abilities would prove invaluable. By the way, since you're here, could you assist me in scouring the pill realm for those rare materials? Of course, but you must promise to concoct some pills for me to consume. Xian tossed a pill into her mouth casually. No problem. Observing how swiftly they reached an agreement, Xiongzhan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. If memories served him right. According to Qinglin, wasn't Xiao Zhe supposed to be guarding the pill realm? How did he end up looting it instead? Nevertheless, seeing their high spirits, Xiongzhan dared not interrupt. One was a little lady, and the other an 8th-grade alchemist. By the way, Xiao Zhe, do you have a way to help the big guy enhance his strength? This would enable me to scour the medicinal materials more effectively within the pill realm. Hearing Xian's words, Xiongzhan felt a tear welling up. At last, after all this time, the little lady remembered him. Xiongzhan's aura fluctuated, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. Xiao Zhe glanced at Xiongzhan and soon uttered words that astonished him. Xiongzhan believed he could not see through Xiao Zhe's strength, yet Xiao Zhe could discern his state at a glance, indicating a significant gap between them. Indeed, I have been stuck at the peak of the 7th tier for quite some time, unable to break through to the 8th tier. Xiongzhan admitted candidly. I happen to possess a pill that can enhance the probability of breaking through to the Dozun level, the Ningzun pill, which could assist you in your breakthrough. Big brother Xiongzhan. This, however, left Xiongzhan somewhat hesitant. Xian frowned and said, Big guy, what are you hesitating for? Upon reaching Dozun, you will be able to gather medicinal materials more effectively, thus assisting Xiao Zhe. Haha, true enough. I didn't expect my old self to be so bashful. Xiongzhan patted his chest. Brother Xiao Zhe, as long as you can refine that so-called Ningzun pill to help me break through to Dozun, you may take whatever medicinal materials I have in the Wanyao mountain range. However, they still lack some ingredients required for the Ningzun pill. Why don't we go to my cave? I have collected a plethora of medicinal materials there. After some deliberation, they decided to head to the Wanyao mountain range. Meanwhile, Elder Lu Tian, noticing Xiao Zhe's prolonged absence, felt somewhat helpless. Has Xiao Zhe been gone for far too long this time? Oh well, I suppose I should conduct a patrol myself. Given Elder Lu Tian's strength, surveying the entire pill realm would require a considerable amount of time. But since he had accepted this task, he felt compelled to accomplish something. From a distance, Xiao Zhe beheld the majestic mountain range, the Wanyao mountain range. Truly worthy of its name, appearing exceptionally extraordinary. The mountains twisted and coiled like a giant dragon, shrouded in a thin veil of mist, which was not a mere natural humidity, but rather a manifestation of potent, concentrated energy. The swirling mist around the mountains, coupled with the occasional ferocious roar of beasts, accentuated the perilous nature of this range. However, under the leadership of the mighty elder of this domain, the group encountered no troubles along their journey, with countless beasts yielding in submission at their passage. Before long, they arrived at the heart of the Wanyao mountain range, where a formidable peak loomed ominously. The mountains appeared to pierce the heavens, enveloped in dense energy mist, imparting an air of mystery. Atop the peak lay the abode of the elder bear. Accompanying Xiongzhan, they ascended to the mist-laden summit, where 2 7th-tier magical beasts guarded the entrance. Upon sighting Xiongzhan, they bowed their heads in deference, acknowledging his authority. It seemed that despite Xiongzhan not yet having attained the rank of Dozun, his prowess as a peak 7th-tier beast far surpassed that of his peers. After all, Xiongzhan was an ancient dragon bear, possessing the bloodline of the dragon clan, which held immense significance among magical beasts. Upon entering the stone hall and traversing several corridors, they arrived at a spacious plaza, where an overwhelming fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, rivaling even that of a medicinal pool. Before Xiao Zhe's eyes lay a vast expanse brimming with precious celestial materials and earthly treasures. Qinglin was equally astonished by the sight, having accompanied Xiao Zhe. She had encountered numerous herbs, yet none compared to the spectacle before her. The plaza was meticulously arranged with an array of rare medicinal materials, which, in the outside world, would be valued at exorbitant prices, yet here they were casually displayed as if they were mere cabbages. "Brother Xiaozhe, take whatever materials you need for alchemy," Xiongzhan proclaimed with great generosity. Noticing the astonishment on Xiaozhe's face, a trace of pride crept into his smile. After all, Xiaozhe was an 8th-tier alchemy master, and to astonish him was no small feat. "Then I shall not be courteous, Brother Xiongzhan." As Xiaozhe strolled across the herb-laden plaza, he noted that all the precious materials within the Wanyao mountain range congregated here, making it effortless to gather the ingredients required for the condensation Xun pill. Soon, Xiaozhe collected all the necessary materials, even preparing an additional set. After all, the condensation Xun pill was an 8th-tier mid-grade pill, and as it was his first attempt at concocting it, having an extra set was a prudent precaution. Arriving at the entrance of the stone chamber prepared by Xiongzhan, Xiaozhe addressed the 3 companions. "It is my first endeavor at crafting an 8th-tier mid-grade pill, so I kindly ask that you refrain from disturbing me. As for the Danlei, I can manage it myself. Rest assured, anyone seeking to intrude here must first obtain the consent of my magical beasts, and of course me, the old bear." Xiaozhe smiled upon hearing this and cast a reassuring glance at Qinglin and Ziyin before beginning his alchemical process for the condensation Xun pill. Ziyin, feeling rather bored, tossed pills into her mouth, pondering how long this endeavor would take. Had she known, she would have asked Xiaozhe for a few more pills. Regarding Ziyin's words, Xiongzhan felt a deep sense of agreement. Refining the elixir into a pill was certainly preferable to having it squandered by this little lady. Beside him, Qinglin smiled faintly, realizing that only Sister Ziyin could effortlessly absorb the energy contained within the pill. Subsequently, Qinglin found a stone platform to sit upon, entering a state of cultivation. With her innate Baishi San Hua Tong and her diligent practice, it was no wonder her strength was increasing at such a rapid pace. Ziyin glanced at Qinglin before continuing to consume the pills, believing that indulging in the treasures of heaven and earth was indeed the most suitable method for her cultivation. Outside the Wanyao mountain range, Elder Lu Tian soared through the void, pausing in midair to gaze at the mist-shrouded mountains. According to the instructions on Elder Xiaozhe's token, he seemed to be within the depths of the Wanyao mountain range, a region teeming with ancient beasts, the leader of which was an ancient dragon bear possessing a trace of dragon lineage. However, based on the prior records from the elders, this ancient dragon bear had yet to ascend to the Dozun realm. After swiftly analyzing the situation before him, Elder Lu felt a sense of relief. He completed his inspection of the ruins of the central Dan Tower, where he detected Xiaozhe's presence. Yet, at the same time, he sensed multiple powerful beast auras lurking nearby. With a tinge of concern, he followed the mutual signals from the Dan Tower Elder tokens to reach the outskirts of the Wanyao mountain range. It appeared that Xiaozhe did not intend to search for precious medicinal herbs himself. Rather, he sought to leverage the ancient dragon bear's strength to gather rare herbs. Contemplating this, Elder Lu smiled, harboring no objections to Xiaozhe's methods. The authority of the Dan Tower elders was substantial, granting them the eligibility to safeguard the Dan realm. As long as one refrained from actions that would harm the realm, the Dan Tower was willing to tolerate certain eccentric behaviors. Collaborating with the beasts of the Dan realm to collect its rare medicinal materials, as Xiaozhe did, was not enough for Elder Lu to feel compelled to report to the Dan Tower. After all, possessing the medicinal treasure trove of the Dan realm, the Dan Tower was not stingy with valuable herbs. As long as the Dan realm existed, it would continuously yield precious materials. The fact that the Dan Tower could utilize the realm as a trial ground for the Dan Conference illustrated that their focus was not merely on the herbs within, but on the realm itself. The responsibilities of the guarding elders further emphasized their primary role in preventing various threats to the integrity of the Dan realm. Just as Elder Lu was preparing to depart, he suddenly sensed a formidable wave of alchemical energy. Was this the essence of the transaction between Xiaozhe and the beast? Elder Lu turned his gaze toward the depths of the Wanyao mountain range, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed his sight pierced through the layers of mist, directly perceiving the ominous peak at the heart of the mountains. The speed of Xiaozhe's growth was truly astonishing. It had scarcely been a while since he had begun refining intermediate 8th-grade pills. As one of the 8 elders of the Dan Tower, Elder Lu could effortlessly discern the quality of the pills Xiaozhe had crafted. Originally, Elder Lu Tian intended to depart, but upon witnessing Xiaozhe on the brink of successfully concocting a pill, he found himself hesitating to leave. His form lingered in the air, eager to observe just how many colors of pill thunder Xiaozhe would manage to produce from his 8th-grade elixir. Shortly thereafter, within the stone chamber atop the mountain, enveloped by a mist of energy, an exceptionally rich aura of pill essence began to seep out. In an instant, the energies of heaven and earth surged tumultuously, clouds gathering rapidly to form a colossal thunderstorm in the sky. Silver, azure, crimson, and a regal purple. Elder Lu Tian gazed at the swirling thunderclouds, counting their hues. Upon beholding the final, extraordinarily noble shade of purple, his tone was tinged with awe. Truly formidable, this five-colored thundercloud, with its last hue gleaming resplendently, seemed to rank among the finest within the realm of five-colored pill thunder. Lu Tian sniffed, lamenting the distance that prevented him from savoring the fragrance of the pill. Merely relying on the five-colored pill thunder was insufficient to ascertain the specific nature of Xiao Zhe's concoction. After the alchemist exchange meeting, the three presidents had taken special care to speak with Xiao Zhe privately. Could it be that they were discussing a signature pill? Elder Lu Tian felt an insatiable curiosity, yet he refrained from venturing into the heart of the Wan Yao mountain range. After all, collaborating with magical beasts was a matter best kept discreet. It would be rather awkward if others found out. Never mind, he would inquire with Xiao Zhe later. Within the stone chamber, Xiao Zhe formed a soul imprint, his spiritual energy surging forth into the spirit convergence cauldron. The cauldron imbued the pill with enhanced spirituality. The efficacy of the spirit convergence cauldron was indeed unparalleled. If compared to the cauldrons listed on the Heavenly Cauldron rankings, it would surely rank within the top 5. The ability to augment a pill's spirituality was of paramount importance among 8th grade and above elixirs. It could be said that the defining factor of an 8th grade pill's quality is the spirituality it harbors. In the original narrative, Xiao Yin employed the spirit elevation technique at the pill conference to forcibly enhance the quality of his elixirs. The spirit convergence cauldron could achieve a similar effect, though it required more time than the spirit elevation method. Xiao Zhe slightly raised his head, his spiritual energy sensing the thunderous storms outside the stone chamber. The might of the five-colored pill thunder brewing. With a flick of his hand, 2 heavenly phoenix puppets materialized within the chamber. In the next moment, a five-colored pill thunder struck, shattering the chamber's ceiling, and the 2 heavenly phoenix puppets promptly took flight, their wings unfurling as they prepared to confront the thunder. Just as he took a step forward to assist, he recalled Xiao Zhe's earlier instructions and halted his advance. However, Ziyin and Qing Lin displayed little anxiety, their faith in Xiao Zhe unwavering. "Is everything truly all right with Brother Xiao Zhe?" asked the tall one. "You've already asked 3 times. Xiao Zhe is not the reckless sort. If he is confident in managing it, then the five-colored pill thunder poses no challenge to him," replied the other. After all, Xiao Zhe was crafting the elixir for himself. Any mishap would weigh heavily on Xiongzhan's heart. Qing Lin gently caressed the multicolored serpent coiled around her wrist, her emerald eyes gazing up at the vast sky, filled with awe at the formidable might of the five-colored thunder. Yet, she held firm in her belief that this posed little challenge for Xiao Zhe. After a prolonged interval, the Dan Lei gradually subsided, and the withered flesh of the 2 celestial phoenix puppets regained their luster. Xiao Zhe retracted the golden roots surrounding him. Although the celestial phoenix puppets could absorb a portion of the thunder, some of the dispersed five-colored Dan Lei remained, which Xiao Zhe was unwilling to squander. Was it still insufficient? Even the refinement of the five-colored Dan Lei struggled to fully restore the power of these 2 puppets. After inspecting the condition of the celestial phoenix puppets, Xiao Zhe shook his head and stored them away. He then leisurely ascended above the spirit-nurturing cauldron, where a soft azure energy enveloped the surroundings, forming bindings that securely confined the golden elixir at its center. It appeared that the binding effect of the illusory sea domain was quite effective. Extending his hand, he grasped the golden elixir, which emitted a faint aura of spirituality, accompanied by a hint of resistance. As Xiao Zhe fixed his gaze upon the elixir, his soul was suddenly stirred. In that instant of spiritual awakening, his attention shifted to the primordial tree within the void space. The soul entering the primordial tree radiated a magnificent spiritual power, enveloping Xiao Zhe in a gentle glow of soul energy. The mysterious soul technique surged into action, causing the surrounding void to seep with spiritual qi, which Xiao Zhe eagerly consumed. With the sound of a bubble bursting, Xiao Zhe's soul power surged once more. It was a natural progression. As his soul power advanced into the later stages of the spiritual realm, according to classifications, he was now qualified to concoct advanced 8th grade elixirs. The soul power required for refining high-tier elixirs was immense. 8th grade elixirs corresponded to the spiritual realm, while 9th grade elixirs related to the celestial realm. Insufficient soul power would render even the most skilled alchemist incapable of producing the corresponding elixirs. Feeling the growth of his soul power, a joyful smile spread across Xiao Zhe's face. He had long dedicated himself to the study of alchemy, knowing that with an elevation in his soul realm and a surge in soul power, he could refine the appropriate elixirs. He turned his gaze to the golden elixir in his hand, realizing that the true opportunity for his breakthrough lay not within the elixir itself, but rather in the process of refining the condensed honor elixir. After sealing it within a jade vial, he exited the stone chamber. Upon seeing Xiao Zhe, both Xian and Qinglin's eyes gleamed with delight, with Xian rushing towards him. Xiao Zhe, please refine the elixir for me. Patience, Xiao Zhe replied, gently pressing down on Xian's small head. As he noticed the equally eager Xiongzhan approaching, his eyes filled with anticipation. Brother Xiao Zhe, the condensed honor elixir must be ready by now, right? Indeed, Xiao Zhe responded, retrieving the jade vial containing the elixir and tossing it to Xiongzhan. Seeing Xiao Zhe so casually toss the vial, Xiongzhan's heart raced, and he hurriedly caught it with both hands. This was an 8th grade elixir infused with 5-colored danlei. Immensely valuable, Xiao Zhe's nonchalance made him wary of mishaps. As Xiongzhan sensed the overwhelming medicinal power contained within the vial, a look of joy illuminated his face. Although Xiao Zhe previously mentioned that his fluctuating aura indicated a breakthrough was imminent, and he was but a hair's breadth away from becoming a Dozun, Xiongzhan was acutely aware of how many magical beasts and humans had forever halted at the threshold of Dozun due to that very same distance. At this moment, the existence of a medicinal pill capable of enhancing the probability of such a breakthrough was particularly invaluable. Brother Xiao Zhe, Xiongzhan said, perhaps it would be better to discuss other matters once I achieve the rank of Dozun. Xiao Zhe chuckled in response. Indeed, with this pill in hand, I am quite confident in my ability to make that leap. Given Xiao Zhe's alchemical endeavors, the stone chamber around them had become dilapidated, prompting Xiongzhan to seek out a quieter chamber to immerse himself in preparation for his breakthrough. Brother Xiongzhan will likely require considerable time to ascend to Dozun, so let us find solace in waiting here for the time being. Dan Wan, Ziyan whispered in Xiao Zhe's ear, eliciting a smile from him. Casually, he retrieved a crimson spirit mushroom and conjured golden flames in his palm. The powerful energy of the mushroom softened under the caress of the flames, soon transforming into a swirling crimson liquid. Xiao Zhe then added a sprinkle of pale golden powder. Suddenly, the golden flames surged, their intense heat causing Ziyan to step back, her eyes filled with trepidation. Xiao Zhe, when did you master flames of this caliber? It feels exceedingly perilous. With his sole perception guiding the golden flames, Xiao Zhe swiftly condensed the crimson liquid into a pill, subsequently retrieving a jade vial into which the blood-red pill tumbled with a melodic chime. After you departed, and besides, this flame is under my control, what danger could there be? Xiao Zhe casually offered the jade vial to Ziyan. As mist emerged from the vial's opening, the sweet aroma wafted into the air, diverting Ziyan's attention entirely to the blood-red pill. She nodded, pouring a steaming crimson pill into her mouth without a thought for its scorching temperature. Observing her recklessness, Xiao Zhe shook his head in amusement until his gaze fell upon the purple gold ring on his finger. Ah, Ziyan, I have something significant to discuss with you. Noticing the sudden seriousness in Xiao Zhe's expression, Ziyan paused her consumption. What is it? Why the gravity? I recently explored an ancient ruin and discovered your kin, the remains of Zhu Yang, which have provided me with immense insight. I preserved his body to prevent it from being exploited by others. After speaking, Xiao Zhe handed Ziyan 2 high-grade storage rings, one containing Zhu Yang's remains, and the other, the purple gold ring he left behind. Ziyan stared at the rings in confusion, and upon Xiao Zhe lifting the soul mark, she effortlessly glimpsed the contents. A sorrowful expression crossed her face. He was an ancestor of my Taishu ancient dragon clan, Zhu Yang. I have read about him in ancient texts. In the past, he was also a top-tier alchemist among our clan. For reasons unknown, he ventured into the void, only to meet such a tragic end. Ziyan lamented, her mood somber. Xiao Zhe gently stroked Ziyan's head, crouching down to embrace her tenderly. The deceased have departed. At the very least, let him return to his roots. Thank you. Xiao Zhe, Ziyan said, her voice tinged with a slight nasal tone. She buried her face in Xiao Zhe's chest, and after a while, she rose. Her eyes slightly reddened. Xiao Zhe sighed inwardly. After all, they were of the same clan. The members of the Taishu ancient dragon lineage were few in number, and the loss of any clan member brought sorrow. Ziyan focused her attention on the purple gold ring, from which she retrieved several items. Xiao Zhe noticed that a bloody dragon scale was among them. Ziyan then displayed the items she had taken out. These are the ancestral treasures of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. They may hold little value for you, but they are of great significance to our lineage. Of course, I won't take them without recompense. I will speak to the elders of my clan and ensure they reward you handsomely. Why, you, Xiao Zhe teased, gently pressing down on Ziyan's small head. You were never this polite when asking for pills. These are the possessions left by Senior Zhu Yang. They rightfully belong to the Taishu ancient dragon clan. I have no face to demand a reward. Ziyan smiled at his words. Then you should keep the ring. Very well. Xiaozhe placed the purple gold ring back on his finger and offered further comfort to Ziyin. The magical beasts that sensed this aura trembled in fear, lowering their heads and refraining from any acts of defiance. Xiongzhan had finally stepped into the realm of Dozun, with a roar that resembled both bear and dragon. Xiongzhan's presence reached its zenith. Qinglin was startled by the roar and instinctively grasped Xiaozhe's arm. Upon hearing Xiongzhan's roar, Ziyin raised an eyebrow. The dragon blood within the giant was not insubstantial. Xiaozhe felt a potent dragon might emanating from the roar, affirming Ziyan's observation. However, such a level of dragon might pose no threat to him. Previously, facing the remains of Zhu Yang in the ancient ruins, the lingering dragon might was far more intense than what Xiongzhan currently exuded. The magical beasts, upon hearing that sound, trembled in terror, prostrating themselves on the ground, exhibiting a demeanor of submission. Merely a sound was sufficient to instill such reverence among myriad beasts. Soon, Xiongzhan's figure distorted the space, appearing before the three with a hearty smile. Brother Xiaozhe, if you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Whether it be traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, I, Xiongzhan, will have no complaints. Hearing Xiongzhan's words, Xiaozhe smiled faintly. Xiongzhan's character was bold and straightforward, devoid of any ulterior motives. Since Brother Xiongzhan has said so, I shall not stand on ceremony. Let us hasten, big guy, and seek the heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the Pill realm together. Ziyin waved her hand, and a flattering smile appeared on Xiongzhan's face. Certainly, my little aunt. With Xiongzhan achieving Dozun, he could further sense the terrifying bloodline power emanating from Ziyin. Even among the Taishu ancient dragon clan, Ziyin's lineage was undoubtedly esteemed. Upon witnessing the obsequiousness of Xiongzhan towards Ziyin, Xiaozhe could not help but shake his head in amusement. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to concoct several 8th-grade elixirs to compensate for the deficiencies in his Xianqing soul technique. If time permitted, he could even produce a few more 8th-grade potions to exchange for the formulas preserved within the alchemist tower. My dear brother Xiaozhe, should you assist me in attaining the title of combat sovereign today, feel free to utilize any materials from the herb square, Xiongzhan declared, thumping his chest. If that proves insufficient, I shall venture to other regions of the alchemist realm to seek rare treasures. Simply inform me of your needs. Seeing Xiongzhan's willingness, Ziyin nodded in satisfaction. Previously, when she had made such a suggestion, though Xiongzhan had not opposed her, he had harbored some reluctance regarding the materials. However, now, with the promise of a condensation sovereign elixir, he was more than willing to part with his precious resources for Xiaozhe. By the way, Brother Xiong, could you kindly take Qinglin along and help her find some high-tier serpent-type magical beasts? Not a problem, leave it to me. I possess a fair understanding of the high-tier serpent magical beasts within this realm, Xiongzhan replied confidently. Before long, Xiongzhan transformed into a dragon bear, shouldering the two young ladies as he set out to procure rare treasures for Xiaozhe and assist Qinglin in subduing serpent magical beasts. Observing their figures vanish into the mist, Xiaozhe could not help but reflect on the benefits of being a high-tier alchemist. With just one condensation sovereign elixir, he had acquired the services of a formidable combat sovereign, alleviating the need for him to personally attend to many matters. Stretching his limbs, Xiaozhe made his way towards Xiongzhan's cave dwelling. As the two 7th-grade magical beasts glanced up and spotted only Xiaozhe, they instinctively bared their fangs. With a mere thought, a branch representing the essence of the 7-colored devouring python's power trembled gently within the void. An overwhelming aura of beastly might erupted from Xiaozhe, causing the two 7th-grade beasts to whimper in fear. From their ancestral memories, they recognized that such an aura belonged to a being capable of effortlessly obliterating them. Quickly, the two beasts tucked their tails and prostrated themselves on the ground, signaling their submission. It seemed that despite having reached the 7th grade and possessing considerable intelligence, their innate wildness was not easily subdued. Without Xiongzhan by his side, they dared to show their teeth. Xiaozhe mused silently, opting not to resort to violence, merely releasing a hint of his pressure to intimidate them. After all, these beasts were still under Xiongzhan's command, and it would not be prudent to act recklessly. Upon reaching the herb square, Xiaozhe navigated through the materials, stopping intermittently to select those that would be useful to him. The abundance was astonishing. The array of herbs in this square was already immensely rich. The ancient forest within the relic of the combat saint described in the original text was even more bountiful, with rare herbs flourishing everywhere. According to Xiongzhan, it was even more terrifying than the accumulation found within the Wan Yao mountain range. The ancient relics left behind by a combat saint, if enjoyed solely by one, could potentially elevate my wealth manifold. Currently, the number of 8th-grade formulas he possessed was limited. Yet fortunately, the alchemist tower did not impose excessive requirements on the variety of 8th-grade elixirs. Even the same type of elixir can be regarded as an achievement. For the 8th grade elixir itself signifies inherent worth. In the ensuing time, the central region of the Yao mountain range would sporadically witness the emergence of alchemical clouds, accompanied by cascading bolts of multicolored alchemical lightning. The formidable power of these lightning strikes rendered the magical beasts within the heart of the mountain range restless and apprehensive. The incessant manifestation of alchemical lightning also caught the attention of Elder Lu Tian. After all, the prowess of the alchemical lightning summoned by 8th grade elixirs was unparalleled. Its presence could be felt from a considerable distance. Even I cannot continuously concoct such a multitude of 8th grade elixirs. Contemplating this, Elder Lu could not help but smile bitterly. He understood that the day he would be surpassed by Xiao Zhe was inevitable, yet he had not anticipated its arrival to be so swift. The prolonged and high-frequency production of elixirs indicated the remarkable strength of Xiao Zhe's soul. The potency of one's soul significantly determines the prowess of an alchemist. Xiao Zhe's current level of alchemical skill has likely already eclipsed mine. If I were in his position, I would have long exhausted my soul's power after the initial few attempts. Elder Lu sensed a powerful aura approaching the Yao mountain range. It seemed to emanate from one of Xiao Zhe's maidens, indicating that the source of this aura was the magical beast collaborating with Xiao Zhe. After a moment's contemplation, Elder Lu waved his sleeve and vanished from his position. Having decided not to intervene, he would remain steadfast in his resolution. Xiongzhan manifested his dragon bear form, suddenly halting in midair, his nose twitching as he inhaled the lingering scent in the air. Big guy, what's the matter? Ziyin and Qinglin, seated upon the shoulder of the dragon bear, noticed Xiongzhan's abrupt stop and inquired. It seems there is a formidable aura lingering here. Though subtle, I can sense it. And it should be on par with my own. Xiongzhan's words left Ziyin momentarily stunned. Although Xiongzhan had just recently broken through to the Dozun level, he was indeed a true Dozun powerhouse. For him to assert that another presence is not inferior to him must indicate a fellow Dozun level expert. Ziyin lightly bit her lip, her expression growing solemn. However, within this alchemical realm, there should be no other 8th grade magical beasts besides myself. It is possible that this presence belongs to an elder of the Dan Tower. Master Xiao Zhe's current mission to guard the alchemical realm involves accompanying another elder, one of the 8 great elders of the Dan Tower, who should also possess Dozun strength. Qinglin hesitated before speaking. Another elder? Wouldn't Brother Xiao Zhe's actions risk breaching protocol? Xiongzhan voiced his concerns. Despite his boisterous demeanor, he had followed alchemists and possessed some understanding of human customs. That is unlikely. Elder Lu Tian is quite amiable. If Master Xiao Zhe were to truly infringe upon any rules, he would certainly intervene to caution him. Qinglin pondered for a moment before continuing. Nevertheless, this matter should ultimately be decided by Master Xiao Zhe. Indeed, after all, he is an elder of the Dan Tower. It is best to inform Brother Xiao Zhe as soon as possible, Xiongzhan remarked, hastening towards the central region of the Yao mountain range. Returning to his own lair, Bear Zhan resumed his human form once Purple Yin and Qinglin had gracefully descended. The outcome was quite favorable, for he had successfully accumulated achievements in the Xianqing soul technique, along with several 8th grade elixirs, which could be exchanged for recipes at the Alchemist Tower. Young Master Xiao Zhe, you have just emerged from seclusion. It seems Brother Bear Zhan has detected Elder Lu Tian's presence at the outskirts of the Yao mountain range. What do you think? Upon hearing Purple Yan's words, Xiao Zhe instinctively smacked his forehead. Oh no, how could I have forgotten? I am here to safeguard the alchemist realm. Bear Zhan, sensing Xiao Zhe's unease, replied with some trepidation. Will this have any repercussions for you, Brother Xiao Zhe? It should not, Xiao Zhe reassured. Elder Lu is quite open-minded, and if there were any pertinent taboos, he would not merely linger outside the mountains, but would come in to alert me. Bear Zhan scratched his head and chuckled, acknowledging that he had indeed spent ample time within the alchemist realm. Yet, to truly depart, he would heavily rely on Purple Yan's abilities. After all, despite having ascended to the rank of Dozun, he could not leave the alchemist realm under its guardianship. Ah, I see, Xiao Zhe mused softly, realizing that due to his influence, Bear Zhan had not only advanced to Dozun ahead of schedule, but had also prepared to leave the alchemist realm. However, Bear Zhan's departure was also a prudent decision. A Dozun-level magical beast posed a potential threat to the Alchemist Tower. Whether or not to deal with this risk depended on the tower's disposition. After all, a Dozun expert had the qualification to impact the Alchemist realm. And for the sake of stability, it was imperative to eliminate such magical beasts, to prolong the Alchemist realm's existence. The tower must engage Dozun-level experts to restructure the realm, ensuring its stability and preventing further decline, while also striving to eradicate high-tier magical beasts that could wreak havoc. Xiao Zhe found it perplexing that, although there existed Dozun-level strongholds within the small Alchemist Tower, none had intervened to halt the realm's deterioration. Perhaps the peculiarities surrounding its decline rendered even low-tier Doshang's powerless to intervene. After some organization, Purple Yin presented a space ring to Xiao Zhe. "Thank you," Xiao Zhe said, affectionately ruffling Purple Yin's hair. During his previous endeavors to concoct 8th-grade elixirs, he had also prepared a batch of pills for her. Upon glancing at the low-grade space ring Xiao Zhe offered, Purple Yan's face instantly brightened with joy. "All right, we shall take our leave now." She grasped Xiao Zhe's hand, leaving behind a purplish-golden mark on his wrist. "This mark resonates with me, making it easier to find you later," she said with a cheerful smile. Her form radiating a delicate purplish light as Bear Jean revealed his dragon bear form, enveloped by this soft luminescence. "Let us depart, big guy," Purple Yin declared. With her words, Bear Jean harnessed the ethereal purple glow to tear open a rift and stepped through it. "By the way, Qing Lin, how were your gains this time?" Bear Jean inquired warmly. "Brother Bear Jean, I even managed to tame some high-tier serpentine magical beasts from the Wanyao mountain range." Qing Lin spoke with a hint of bashfulness, for she had forcibly controlled one of Xiong Zhan's subordinates, despite their amicable relationship. "Haha, do not take it to heart." Xiong Zhan ascended to the position of leader of the Wanyao mountain range through the strength of his lineage and prowess, not through sentiment. There is little affection between him and his beastly subordinates. Xiao Zhe, noticing Qing Lin's discomfort, smiled and elaborated. "Among magical beasts, the strong are revered, and lineage is paramount. Furthermore, I shall soon depart. Without my leadership, these beasts will inevitably fend for themselves." "I understand, Master Xiao Zhe," Qing Lin replied, only to find Elder Lu Tian absent from the sanctuary. Upon glancing at the records on the table, Xiao Zhe learned that Elder Lu had gone to inspect the alchemy realm. Regretful, he remarked while studying the records. From the spatial ring containing precious materials, he selected some herbs that Elder Lu might find useful and placed them into a lesser spatial ring. Before long, Xiao Zhe and Qing Lin sensed a formidable aura rapidly approaching. Before the figure was seen, his voice heralded his arrival. Elder Lu's silhouette soon appeared, his countenance adorned with his characteristic cheerful smile. Noticing that Elder Lu did not immediately reprimand him, Xiao Zhe hastily bowed in apology. Elder Lu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Xiao Zhe need not concern himself. "I truly appreciate your efforts, Elder Lu," Xiao Zhe said, retrieving the spatial ring. "These are some precious materials from the alchemy realm, and I believe they will be of assistance to you. Please accept them." Seeing the sincerity in Xiao Zhe's demeanor, Elder Lu accepted the ring, moving to the table to examine its contents while jotting down notes. Initially, Elder Lu did not place much significance on the materials Xiao Zhe had presented, considering them merely a token of apology. However, when he beheld one particular item within the ring, his right hand trembled slightly, leaving an unsightly smudge on his notes. Without regard for the mess, Elder Lu gasped, "Soul heart grass?" His disbelief palpable, he carefully extracted the herb. Only upon witnessing the soul heart grass with his own eyes did he hesitate, remarking, "But this herb can enhance one's soul power, even for an 8th-tier alchemist. It holds immense value. It is precisely for this reason that I offer it to you," Xiao Zhe replied earnestly. "You have aided me greatly in the past, and I wish to repay your kindness with this soul heart grass." After several moments of coaxing, Elder Lu accepted the herb, a faint smile gracing his features, for it would indeed prove beneficial to him. With a wave of his hand, Elder Lu infused his soul power into the paper, dispelling the unsightly stain. And then a scroll materialized in his palm. "This is my prized creation, the Xianxingdan formula. Initially, I intended to trade it for the Hunyuan 9 pills, but it appears I can bestow it upon you in advance." Hearing Elder Lu's words, Xiao Zhe's eyes sparkled with delight. As one of the esteemed elders of the Dan Tower, the masterpiece in question could not possibly be an ordinary elixir. It is highly likely to be an 8th-grade pill. Xiao Zhe is acutely aware of the immense value of a formula for such a potion. After all, he had previously expended considerable resources to acquire the formula for the Tai Su Xiandan. Otherwise, as you, Elder Lu Tianchong, previously mentioned, let us exchange formulas. Otherwise, I would feel uneasy. Observing the resolute expression on Xiao Zhe's face, Elder Lu understood that he was steadfast in his intention not to take undue advantage. He nodded in agreement. "Very well. I too am exceedingly curious about the Hunyuan 9 Dan." When Xiao Zhe presented the dragon-shaped jade tablet, Elder Lu was momentarily taken aback. The ancient alchemist had recorded the Hunyuan 9 Dan in a manner not reliant on soul power. It could only be viewed through this jade tablet using one's spiritual energy. After Xiao Zhe offered an explanation, Elder Lu quickly grasped the significance, realizing that such a method of recording must have its own unique rationale. Being well-versed in various matters, Elder Lu recognized that alchemists typically preferred to transcribe formulas using soul power, Any deviation from this norm must surely be for a particular reason. You shall see for yourself. Xiao Zhe teased, prompting Elder Lu to shake his head with a chuckle as he accepted the dragon-shaped jade tablet. I am quite eager to discover what you are concealing. Focusing his profound soul energy into the tablet, Elder Lu soon displayed a look of astonishment. The sheer volume of information contained within was staggering. Even the summaries of failed experiments were meticulously documented. This represented an invaluable compendium of alchemical knowledge for any alchemist. Xiao Zhe, it seems I have greatly benefited from this arrangement. Since Elder Lu was unveiling his proud creation, Xiao Zhe felt it inappropriate to merely present a trivial formula in return. Holding the formula for the Xianqing Dan, he cleared his throat and admitted, I must confess, I am not very familiar with your esteemed work, Elder Lu. No matter. Your time at the Dan Tower has been relatively brief. The Xianqing Dan, which I regard as a proud achievement, possesses its own mysteries. It is an auxiliary elixir. You must have heard of the 7th grade pill, the Suxing Dan? Indeed, Xiao Zhe replied. The Xianqing Dan is an 8th grade pill, a tricolored danlei, and is more potent than the Suxing Dan. Elder Lu stroked his beard, pride evident in his tone, especially as he noted the surprise flickering in Xiao Zhe's eyes, causing his smile to widen further. Moreover, the Xianqing Dan can also heal injuries and aftereffects caused by soul battles, such as shock, hallucinations, and sensory loss, proving effective in each case. Upon hearing Elder Lu's words, Xiao Zhe immediately recognized the soaring value of the Xianqing Dan. Even as merely an auxiliary potion, serving as an enhancement to the Suxing Dan, it was already a coveted item among numerous alchemists. Furthermore, its formidable ability to heal soul injuries and their aftereffects was truly remarkable. Truly, Elder Lu's esteemed creation exceeded my expectations in depth and richness. Acknowledging Xiao Zhe's admiration, Elder Lu nodded in agreement. Although we, the elder generation, may not possess your innate talent, we have immersed ourselves in the art of alchemy for many years, and thus, we do have some remarkable elixirs to offer. If you ever find the opportunity, you could extract their prized creations from other experienced practitioners, which would greatly benefit your compendium of formulas. I understand, Xiao Zhe replied with a respectful gesture. Subsequently, the two sought out quiet chambers to delve into the acquired recipes. Xiao Zhe sat cross-legged, closing his eyes, as he infused his soul power into the scroll, a wealth of information flooding his mind. The Xianqing pill was indeed profoundly intricate. It appeared that the elders of the Pill Tower possessed 1 or 2 exceptional creations that could be exchanged if the occasion arose. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Xiao Zhe proactively took on the task of patrolling the Pill Realm, partly due to the previous efforts being undertaken by Elder Lu, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed, and partly in search of rare herbs and treasures, as well as accompanying Qing Lin to seek out serpentine magical beasts within the Pill Realm, checking for any that might have evaded capture. Time swiftly passed amidst their endeavors, and soon the period of guardianship came to an end. The two elderly figures were both white-haired. One was Elder Sheng, one of the 8 prominent elders. The other bore a scar across his face, exuding an intimidating presence more reminiscent of a battle-hardened general than an alchemist. Nevertheless, securing the role of guardian over the Pill Realm suggested that this elder was not to be underestimated. Upon encountering Elder Sheng, the stern-faced elder revealed a slight smile, softening his otherwise cold demeanor. I have met Elder Lei, Xiao Zhe remarked. Haha, do not take offense, Xiao Zhe. Old Lei has seen many battles. This aura is not directed at you, Elder Lu interjected, concerned about Xiao Zhe's impression of Elder Lei. Having seen many battles? Indeed. While the Pill Tower is a top-tier force in the central state, it is not without its instabilities. Numerous potential adversaries lurk. My recent expedition was to address the Soul Hall's attacks on disciples of the Pill Tower, Elder Lei explained. However, seeing Xiao Zhe as the guardian of the Pill Realm indicated that his status within the Pill Tower was commensurate with that of Elder Lei, rendering such discussions pertinent for him. Has the Soul Hall grown so bold as to openly assault the disciples of the Pill Tower? Xiao Zhe inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. The enigmatic members of the Soul Hall are notorious for collecting souls, particularly drawn to the powerful souls of alchemists, which they consider their favorite quarry. Elder Sheng's expression turned cold as he expressed his disdain for the Soul Hall's methods. By the way, Xiao Zhe, your name has spread throughout the central state. If you ever need to leave the Pill Tower to deal with matters, ensure you bring along a few formidable Pill Tower experts. Elder Lu, recalling Elder Sheng's mention of the Soul Hall, hastily advised Xiao Zhe. Upon hearing Xiao Zhe's words, the three felt a sense of trepidation. It seemed that Xiao Zhe had a plethora of hidden strengths. After conversing for a while, Elder Lu announced, "All right. We must take our leave and entrust this precious land to you." Xiao Zhe bid farewell to Elder Sheng and Elder Lei. Xiao Zhe clasped his hands in greeting to the two individuals, while the beside Qing Lin performed a respectful bow. Elder Sheng and Elder Lei watched the trio depart. And once the spatial fluctuations subsided, Elder Lei turned his gaze towards Elder Sheng. Haha, the level of his genius likely surpasses your imagination. Since you are intrigued, allow me to elaborate. Unbeknownst to Xiao Zhe, their mere encounter had piqued Elder Lei's interest. Upon returning to the Pill Tower, Xiao Zhe exchanged a few words with Elder Lu Tian before making his way directly to the Elder Pavilion with Qing Lin. The Elder Pavilion served as the administrative hub for all matters pertaining to the elders of the Pill Tower, including promotions, merit exchanges, and remuneration. Nestled near the imposing Black Tower, an ancient pavilion stood, adorned with blue tiles and red bricks, bearing the marks of time. Due to the frequent presence of powerful souls, this venerable structure resembled a colossal beast composed of spiritual energy, emanating an overwhelming aura of soul vibrations. Above the pavilion, within the realm of spiritual perception, hung a plaque radiating with a luminous spiritual brilliance, inscribed with 3 grand characters, Elder Pavilion. Xiao Zhe cast a glance at the plaque, his eyes narrowing slightly as he felt a potent surge of spiritual impact. If the pavilion was likened to a mighty soul beast, then this plaque would be its piercing eye, exuding subtle yet formidable spiritual power. Only those whose spiritual essence had reached a certain zenith could sense it. The Elder Pavilion is indeed a grand establishment. Such a level of spiritual energy suggests that the calligrapher must possess at least a celestial realm of spiritual mastery. The vicinity of the Elder Pavilion was notably sparse, as it was dedicated to serving the elders. Although the alchemist exchange meeting seemed to attract a multitude of elders, they were, in fact, dispersed throughout the entire Pill Tower, rendering their presence at the Elder Pavilion quite rare. Xiao Zhe led Qing Lin into the pavilion. A striking young woman, upon seeing Xiao Zhe, brightened instantly and promptly rose to greet him. Greetings, Elder Xiao Zhe. How may I assist you today? Since Xiao Zhe's ascension to the rank of elder in the Pill Tower, his name had spread far and wide, becoming a topic of discussion among the disciples. Following the recent alchemist exchange meeting, his reputation soared to new heights. Even the elders spoke of him with admiration. While the disciples who accompanied them to the exchange were particularly effusive, some even proclaiming, given time, Xiao Zhe will undoubtedly become the president of the Pill Tower. The young woman was filled with curiosity and admiration for Xiao Zhe. Managing to contain her excitement upon meeting him was quite commendable. I have come to exchange merits. May I inquire where I should go? Please, follow me, she replied respectfully, leading Xiao Zhe to a door on the 2nd floor. Thank you, Xiao Zhe said with a smile as he entered alongside Qing Lin. The young woman opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained from stopping Qing Lin from entering. As Xiao Zhe, being an elder, surely understood the regulations. However, it was indeed true that Elder Xiao Zhe lived up to the rumors, handsome, humble, and courteous. She envied the maid who had the privilege of being in his company. Xiao Zhe was oblivious to the unspoken sentiments of the graceful young woman. Upon entering, he was astonished to discover that the person within the room was none other than the Grand Elder. Swiftly, Xiao Zhe clasped his hands in greeting, saying, Xiao Zhe pays his respects to the Grand Elder. As the Grand Elder of the Alchemist Guild and the foremost among the 8 elders, his prowess in alchemy and combat was unparalleled amongst his peers, and Xiao Zhe certainly did not wish to show any disrespect. Ah, it is you, Xiao Zhe, the Grand Elder replied, rising with a smile. There is no need for excessive formality. Pray tell, what brings you here today? Xiao Zhe promptly articulated his request, which caused the Grand Elder to furrow his brows. Since this matter pertains to the guild leader, I lack the authority to address it. Perhaps you might wait a moment while I contact the appropriate leader. Must we trouble the guild leader for this? Xiao Zhe queried. Alas, the Su-in-queuing soul method is among the most esteemed soul cultivation techniques within the guild. It would be prudent for the guild leader to handle the recompense for the merits owed. In that case, I would appreciate your assistance in notifying the Grand Elder. Xiao Zhe responded, bowing once more. The Grand Elder nodded with a smile and approached a nearby bookshelf, placing his hand upon a crystal orb. A faint glow of combat energy emanated from his palm, causing the orb to flicker to life. You are fortunate. Guild leader Xian Yi happens to be available. Should I proceed to the Black Tower then? Xiao Zhe pondered, well aware that it was unreasonable to assume the guild leader would seek him out, given that he was the one in need of assistance. There is no need for that, little one. A familiar voice resonated as a lovely matron emerged from the distorted space with a cheerful demeanor. Greetings, Guild leader Xian Yi. Both the Grand Elder and Xiao Zhe respectfully saluted in unison. Xian Yi, sensing something, cast a glance at the azure scale, and then directly took her seat at the main throne. I hear from the Grand Elder that you wish to compensate for the merits owed from your previous exchange for the Su-in-queuing soul method? Gazing at the jade vials laid upon the table, the Grand Elder's mouth slowly fell agape. If memory served him correctly, Xiao Zhe had not been in the realm for an extended period. How could he have possibly concocted such an impressive quantity of elixirs? Upon witnessing the abundance of potions, Xian Yi's brows knitted together, her tone tinged with reproach as she remarked, "Xiao Zhe, the guild does not lack for your meager merits. There is no need for such haste in repayment. Guild leader Xian Yi, I shall act within my limits. I am well aware that overexertion of soul energy can inflict severe damage upon an alchemist," Xiao Zhe replied earnestly. Yet still, Xian Yi appeared somewhat unconvinced. "Xiao Zhe, come here so that I may examine you." Reluctantly, Xiao Zhe stepped forward, yet he felt a gentle warmth in his heart. After all, the sensation of genuine concern from another is always a cherished experience. Gently, Xian Yi's fingers brushed against Xiao Zhe's palm, allowing their soul energies to intertwine. Moments later, Xian Yi slowly opened her eyes, her gaze towards Xiao Zhe laced with surprise. "Your soul energy remains unscathed. On the contrary, you have actually advanced to the late stage of the soul realm." The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, felt his concealed hand tremble slightly within his sleeve. Late stage of the soul realm. Xiao Zhe's spiritual cultivation had already caught up to his own. Hearing Xiao Zhe's nonchalant explanation, Xian Yi could not suppress a trace of envy. The late stage of the soul realm. Most alchemists require a decade or more of diligent effort to reach such heights. Xian Yi regarded Xiao Zhe, feeling a sudden pang of defeat within her. Taking a deep breath, she cast aside her complex emotions. After all, Xiao Zhe was an elder of the Dan Tower. A cursory glance at the jade vial on the table prompted her to wave her hand, quietly unsealing the vial. Instantly, the room was filled with an overwhelming aura of medicinal potency, the fragrance of herbs wafting through the air, and energy fluctuations coalescing above the vial into a majestic spectacle reminiscent of a tiger's roar or a dragon's chant. The Grand Elder could not help but inhaled deeply, invigorated by the scent of the elixirs. Although he too was a master alchemist, it was a rare sight to witness so many 8th-tier elixirs simultaneously manifesting. Xian Yi unleashed her soul force, permeating the essence within, attuning to the spiritual nature of the elixirs. Shortly thereafter, she waved her hand again, restoring the seal, and the extraordinary phenomena within the room gradually subsided. Indeed, they were all 8th-tier elixirs, and of exceptional quality. These potions would more than suffice to repay the merits of the Xiankong soul technique. Yes, with the surplus merits, I wish to exchange for some 8th-tier formulas to enrich my own collection. Xian Yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the Dan Tower's repository of formulas was undoubtedly among the finest on the Duki continent. "Please hand me your elder token. I shall amend your merits," she instructed. Taking Xiao Zhe's elder token, she hesitated for a moment before finalizing the adjustments to his merits. "Elder Lu Tian has already informed me regarding the situation guarding the Dan realm, and I have included those merits as well," she added. After returning the elder token, she rose and said, "Very well, I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall leave the exchange of formulas to you, Grand Elder." "Not at all. It is my duty," the Grand Elder replied respectfully. Xian Yi offered Xiao Zhe a faint smile before distorting the space and departing. As she had seized this opportunity to attend to some matters on Xiao Zhe's behalf, Xiao Zhe respectfully bid farewell to the departing president and then turned his attention to the Grand Elder. Here is the information on the 8th-tier formulas of the Dan Tower. Feel free to peruse it. Should anything pique your interest, do let me know, and I shall procure the formulas for you," the Grand Elder said, noticing the anticipation in Xiao Zhe's eyes as he produced a purple jade tablet. Xiao Zhe accepted the tablet, his soul force seeping into it, revealing the formula information contained within. His heart raced with excitement. It is said that high-tier elixirs are rare, but in truth, high-tier formulas are even more elusive. High-tier elixirs can be continuously refined as long as there is a proficient alchemist and a high-tier formula. However, new high-tier formulas, apart from those passed down from ancient lineages, can only emerge through the dedicated efforts and research of alchemists, often requiring countless experiments to develop a single high-tier formula. Currently, Xiao Zhe discovered that the 8th-tier formulas within this jade tablet numbered an impressive 15. Moreover, he noted that the 8th-tier formulas inherited by Xiao Yin from Master Yao could all be found here. While Master Yao was exceptionally skilled in alchemy and actively collected formulas, he remained but an individual alchemist. In terms of accumulation, he could not compete with the vast organization of the Dan Tower. Although the original text mentioned that Master Yao once joined a minor Dan Tower, it appeared that his tenure was brief, leaving one to wonder if he had ever obtained formulas from the Dan Tower. Xiao Zhe's thoughts subtly shifted as he began to search among the 15 8th-grade alchemical formulas. There were miraculous healing elixirs capable of reviving the deceased, as well as rare herbs that could replace decades, even centuries, of cultivation time. There existed diverse elixirs for nurturing offspring and enhancing innate qualities, showcasing a plethora of functions and varieties. Xiao Zhe longed to exchange for them all, yet his financial resources were insufficient. Initially, he had envisioned redeeming all the high-grade elixirs accumulated by the alchemy tower within a year. However, it now appeared that he had underestimated the tower's vast reserves. This was not to mention the esteemed creations held by the elders of the alchemy tower. Xiaozhe sensed that the combination of the tower's offerings and the elders' exclusive 8-grade elixirs could encompass the majority of 8-grade formulas in the Duki continent. Indeed, choosing to develop within the alchemy tower was immensely beneficial for my alchemical skills. After a rough estimation, Xiaozhe concluded that, based on his current frequency of refining in the alchemy realm, it would take at least 2 years to fully exchange for all 15 elixirs. The bulk of his efforts would be focused on the final elixir, the Bodhi pill. Renowned as a 9-colored Thunder 8-grade elixir, it was truly a pinnacle 8-grade potion. Its effects were both straightforward and formidable, significantly increasing the likelihood for a Dozun peak practitioner to break through to the realm of Dosheng, transcending into the sacred. Only those who attained this status could be regarded as the true apex of power in the Duki continent. Yet, the chasm between the peak of Dozun and the realm of the sacred was vast, a gulf that countless prodigies found impossible to traverse. It is worth noting that those who reached the peak of Dozun were typically renowned geniuses. However, when faced with the threshold of transcending into the sacred, they could only sigh in resignation. At this moment, possessing a Bodhi pill would greatly enhance the chances of entering the sacred realm. With a gentle exhale, Xiaozhe concluded his review of the alchemy tower's accumulated formulas and had resolved which elixir he would exchange for. Although the tower's collection was indeed abundant, one must act within their means, selecting only those formulas truly needed. It was imperative to avoid the folly of attempting to redeem them all, especially the final elixir. The Bodhi pill. Why is that? Xiaozhe pondered, momentarily perplexed. Though it was a 9-colored Thunder 8-grade elixir, its main ingredient, the Bodhi seed, was an exceedingly rare herb found throughout the Duki continent. The Grand Elder, perceiving Xiaozhe's curiosity, recognized that he had indeed taken an interest in the Bodhi pill formula, and thus spoke with a grave expression. He wished to prevent Xiaozhe from squandering his efforts, only to exchange for a formula that would ultimately prove useless after accumulating sufficient merit. Therefore, even if he amassed enough merit to redeem it, he would find himself in a predicament where a skilled artisan could do nothing without materials. However, the Bodhi ancient tree bore fruit only once every millennium, and the Bodhi seeds produced were exceedingly scarce. Furthermore, the powerful effect of enhancing the probability of entering the sacred realm would lead to rapid consumption. Thus, the challenge of locating a Bodhi seed amidst the vastness of the Duki continent was, as one could imagine, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. This was the basis of the Grand Elder's counsel, yet Xiaozhe was aware of the future. He knew that in the not-so-distant future, the Bodhi ancient tree would once again make its appearance. When the time comes, do not merely speak of Bodhi seeds. Even the Bodhi heart, if one possesses sufficient strength, can be contended for. The Bodhi heart undoubtedly stands as one of the most precious treasures beneath the realm of the fighting saints. Those who attain the Bodhi heart will find that their ascension to saintliness is but a matter of time. The ancient Bodhi tree is destined to emerge in the future. Thus exchanging for the recipes of Bodhi elixirs will undoubtedly prove advantageous. However, in response to the elder's admonition, Xiaozhe merely smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. Xiaozhe understood. I am glad you comprehend. So, which recipe catches your fancy? The elder expressed interest in Xiaozhe's choice of recipe. With my current achievements, numerous recipes are available for selection. However, I am particularly fond of the Thunder Calamity pill. The Thunder Calamity pill is indeed an excellent choice. The quality of the elixir ultimately rests upon the thunder used in its refinement. Should your strength be sufficient, you might even concoct a 9th-grade pill using the recipe for the Thunder Calamity pill. The elder regarded Xiaozhe's selection with approval and utilized his elder's token to unveil a concealed space from which he retrieved a scroll imbued with a faint aura of thunder. After the elder tapped his token against Xiaozhe's, clearing the merits, Xiaozhe successfully acquired the recipe for the Thunder Calamity pill. As Xiaozhe's spiritual essence permeated the scroll, he swiftly grasped the method for concocting the Thunder Calamity pill, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Since entering the pill realm, Xiaozhe had obtained 3 recipes for 8th-grade pills, which filled him with immense joy. His current collection of recipes rivals that of several seasoned alchemical masters. Regrettably, the pill tower does not offer any 9th-grade recipes for exchange. After all, the rarity of such recipes is comparable to that of heavenly-tier combat techniques. The original text specifies only 3 9th-grade recipes by name and effect, rendering them even scarcer than heavenly-tier techniques. Xiaozhe did not harbor any illusions about securing one from the pill tower, but he hoped to acquire one from ancient relics in the future. In truth, if he were to perfect the primordial 9 pills, he would possess a 9th-grade recipe, as this would entail the creation of such a recipe. However, Upon glancing at the newly acquired alchemical rewards from Xiaoyan, confidence surged within him once more. Was it not merely a ninth-grade recipe? With a few more instances of hundredfold returns, would he still lament the absence of a ninth-grade recipe? What he should truly worry about was whether he possessed the strength to concoct a ninth-grade pill. After all, the power of the dark magic thunder attracted by the ninth-grade pills is equivalent to a strike from a fighting saint. As Xiaozhe was about to take his leave, he suddenly heard frantic footsteps approaching rapidly. Thud, thud, thud. Elder, something terrible has happened. A voice belonging to the previously mentioned graceful young woman echoed from outside. The elder furrowed his brow and waved his hand, causing the door to swing open immediately. What is the cause of such alarm? Elder Songqing and the disciples of the Pill Tower have gone missing. The young woman exclaimed urgently from outside the door. The elder stood up abruptly. His brow furrowed deeply. Elder Songqing had led the Pill Tower disciples to the outskirts of Pill Valley to hunt magical beasts, but not long ago. Elder Songqing's soul token had inexplicably dimmed. The Grand Elder was acutely aware that once the soul token dimmed, it signified that its owner had suffered grave injuries and was in imminent peril. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he inquired, "Do you know the precise location to which Songqing has departed?" "In the southern region of the Pill Domain, at the convergence of several vast mountain ranges," came the reply. "Very well, let us make haste together." In his urgency, the Grand Elder intended to take the elegant young woman along and turned to Xiaozhe, saying, "I apologize, Xiaozhe. You have heard the circumstances, and I can no longer extend my hospitality. Such words are unnecessary. Allow me to accompany you as well. We are all of the Pill Tower, and I cannot stand idly by." Agreed. Soon, the group soared into the sky, hastening towards the southern expanse of the Pill Domain. The news of the disappearance of the Pill Tower Elder alongside its disciples swiftly spread among the upper echelons of the Pill Tower, particularly as the elder in question was none other than Songqing, the Grand Elder's disciple, which drew the attention of the other elders. However, upon hearing that the Grand Elder himself was en route, their worries were somewhat alleviated, for the Grand Elder's prowess was well recognized. In the southern Pill Domain, several large mountain ranges converged, creating an exceptional nexus of energy. This locale thrived with abundant natural energy, nurturing the growth of medicinal herbs, and even the magical beasts flourished. Yet, what was once a wild and untamed wilderness filled with the roars of countless beasts was now adorned with the blooming crimson flowers of slaughter. With a resounding crash, Songqing's figure was propelled like a ragged cloth, crashing against several ancient trees before finally coming to a halt. A purple-robed elder, rubbing his gnarled and withered fingers, retained remnants of Songqing's spiritual essence. After a lengthy wait, he had not seen the newly ascended alchemist Xiaozhe emerge, but a seventh-rank alchemist's soul was still a worthwhile prize. The elder was, in fact, the one who had previously coveted Xiaozhe's soul. Crumpled amidst the splintered tree trunks, upon hearing the elder's words, Songqing could not suppress another spurt of blood. Xiaozhe again. I cannot believe I have once more shielded him from disaster. The resentment within Songqing towards Xiaozhe deepened as he lifted his gaze towards the elder. Fear etched in his eyes. In the presence of this elder, he felt utterly powerless. Behind the elder, numerous disciples of the Pill Tower were being mercilessly slaughtered by the minions of the Soul Palace. Songqing's gaze flickered with turmoil, his heart in desperate conflict. However, the elder had no inclination for leisure. He merely sought to swiftly eliminate Songqing and extract his soul. "Haha, your soul shall be claimed by me," the elder cackled, his figure flickering as he materialized before Songqing, his withered fingers curling like claws, poised to grasp at the crown of Songqing's head. "Wait," Songqing, sensing the terrifying energy emanating from the elder's fingers, hastily implored. "Oh, do you have any final words? I can be of service to you. Your target is Xiaozhe, is it not? I can provide you with information regarding him." Upon hearing this, the purple-robed elder's eyes glimmered with intrigue, yet he responded, "What reason do I have to trust that you can acquire information about Xiaozhe? He is an alchemist of great renown. What is your standing?" Songqing's face contorted with despair, realizing that the elder was entirely unaware of his true identity. The elder clad in purple, witnessing the young man's ability to withstand the assaults of the Soul Palace Guardians, struck himself with a palm, nearly mortally wounding himself. "I am Songqing, a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Pill Tower." The elder, who initially harbored little interest in Songqing, suddenly brightened with a glint in his eyes. Contemplating his intentions, Songqing felt a chill run down his spine under the elder's scrutinizing gaze. Yet, being a mere pawn in this game, he dared not exhibit any signs of distress. Unexpectedly, the disciple of the Grand Elder seemed rather keen on preserving his own life. It was understandable. With the Grand Elder as a formidable backing, how could one willingly embrace death when a life of affluence and grandeur awaited them? The purple-robed elder remarked with a hint of sarcasm, suggesting that while one might call it valuing life, it could just as easily be interpreted as cowardice. Song Qing's countenance darkened, but the elder offered him no opportunity for rebuttal. Grasping Song Qing's neck with an ethereal force, he lifted him before the fallen disciples of the Pill Tower. Those disciples had already met their demise at the hands of the Soul Palace guardians. Their bodies pierced by soul-locking chains, their very souls extracted. "Do not be hasty in collecting those souls," the elder commanded, causing the guardians to cease their actions. He then unceremoniously tossed Song Qing before the corpses of the disciples and coldly instructed, "Repeat what you just said in front of the Pill Tower disciples." Feeling the piercing gaze of the souls upon him, filled with confusion and astonishment, Song Qing lowered his eyes in silence. "Heh, it appears you are destined to join them." The elder cackled, tightening his grip, sending a wave of terror coursing through Song Qing's neck, turning his face a ghastly shade. "I will speak." With a disdainful huff, the elder warned, "Next time, you shall have no chance to hesitate." Trembling, Song Qing coughed and declared, "I am willing to serve the Soul Palace, providing information on Xiaozhe. The moment Xiaozhe departs from the Pill Tower, I will notify the Soul Palace immediately." As he uttered these words, he could feel the souls surrounding him burning with rage, their eyes filled with a hatred that wished to rend him to pieces. "Song Qing, you despicable wretch. How disgraceful it is for you, a disciple of the Grand Elder, to betray us, an ally with the Soul Palace. You are truly detestable. How could the Grand Elder fail to see through you and take such a loathsome creature as a disciple? You are aiding the Soul Palace in their heinous acts against the elders of the Pill Tower. Song Qing, you are no longer human." The curses from the fallen disciples echoed like slaps against Song Qing's face, igniting a fiery humiliation within him. The once dignified disciples of the Pill Tower could no longer contain their outrage. If glances could kill, Song Qing would have been slain 1,000 times over at that moment. The elder who was meant to protect them had instead allied with their merciless slayers, working against the very elders they revered. This ultimate betrayal incited the previously composed disciples to unleash a torrent of vitriol. "Ah, Song Qing, have you heard the vitriol of your fellow disciples? Consider how the Pill Tower will respond to this revelation, or whether your esteemed Grand Elder will act justly and cleanse his ranks of your treachery." Upon hearing the elder's words, Song Qing's face drained of color, reflecting the weight of his impending doom. He understood that today's events had irrevocably set him on the path of the Soul Temple, a route from which there was no return. He could no longer remain in the Alchemist Tower with his reputation intact. Enough of these noisy souls. They must be collected and safeguarded, for they are the bargaining chips that could ensure Elder Song Qing's genuine allegiance to the Soul Temple. The guardians of the Soul Temple cackled sinisterly as they gathered the souls into their soul bags. Suddenly, the elder in the purple robe turned and struck Song Qing in the chest with a palm. Song Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at the purple-robed elder. Are you reneging on your word?" "Of course not," came the dismissive reply. "It is merely to make it more convincing, lest the Alchemist Tower suspect how you survived." The purple-robed elder casually tossed a spatial ring to Song Qing, stating indifferently, "Inside, you will find a jade slip to contact me. Elder Song Qing, I eagerly await your intelligence." With that, the purple-robed elder led his compatriots away, leaving Song Qing seething with resentment and hatred. Damn that old fool. If that strike had been any stronger, it would have surely cost me my life. Hastily, Song Qing retrieved a healing elixir, swallowing it down. Soon, the pallor of his face regained some color. He glanced at the lifeless body of the Alchemist Tower disciple, gritted his teeth, and soared away from the mountains. Once Song Qing departed, the figure of the purple-robed elder reappeared, accompanied by an elder clad in red, whose aura was somewhat weaker than that of the purple-robed elder. The two were the master and vice-master of the Soul Temple branch located in the Ghost Cry Mountains. The red-robed elder furrowed his brow slightly, expressing concern. Can we truly trust that individual? With the souls of those Alchemist Tower disciples present, Song Qing poses little threat. The purple-robed elder looked in the direction Song Qing had vanished, a smile gracing his lips. If this pawn is well hidden, our gains may extend beyond merely Xiaozhe. The red-robed elder's expression shifted at this. You mean his teacher, the Grand Elder of the Alchemist Tower? Indeed. While these alchemists excel in their craft, their judgment in selecting disciples leaves much to be desired. The last high-ranking alchemist, who regarded his disciple as kin, was betrayed by Yao Chun, if I recall correctly. A distinct greed flickered in the purple-robed elder's eyes. He had initially thought that capturing the original soul power of a newly minted alchemy master would yield immense benefits. But now this operation promised an even greater catch. However, the strength of the Grand Elder of the Alchemist Tower was unfathomable. It would be challenging for the two of us to subdue him, the red-robed elder expressed with concern. The purple-robed elder simply chuckled. Have you forgotten how Yao Chen met his end? At worst, we could enlist a celestial to share in the credit. In that case, both of us could significantly increase our strength and perhaps even ascend to the rank of masters within the Earth Fiend Hall. Upon hearing this, even the typically cautious red-robed elder's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If they could enlist a celestial, even the Grand Elder of the Alchemist Tower could be brought to heel. Though most of the accolades would go to the celestial, the remaining merits, combined with the newly minted alchemy master, would suffice to grant them extraordinary rewards. The elder in the purple robe noticed the glimmer of greed in the eyes of the elder in red and smiled. I seem to recall hearing that the disciple of Yahua has perished. Indeed, I believe his name was Han Feng, who provoked the Jianan Academy in the Northwest continent and ultimately met his demise at their hands. The elder in red shook his head, however. His soul was collected by the Soul Palace's guardian. It appears that the branch master held him in high regard, allowing him to serve as a guardian. Now, he is covertly opposing the Jianan Academy. Han Feng's tale is rather intriguing. Through our Soul Palace's intervention, he personally ended the life of his mentor, only to find himself eventually joining our ranks. The elder in red rolled his eyes. Do not harbor any designs on that. The palace master will undoubtedly prioritize its allocation to the alchemists. Alas, what a pity. If only I could acquire that, my power would surely increase. The voices of the two elders gradually faded as the low-tier magical beasts within the mountains sensed the departure of their formidable auras. They cautiously emerged, their greedy gazes fixated on the bloody expanse below. Centered around the Dan Tower, a radius of 1,000 miles constituted the territory of the Dan Tower, a region referred to as the Dan Domain by the central state. Thus, the area of the Dan Domain was immensely vast. Nevertheless, Xiao Zhe and the Grand Elder, one with extraordinary speed due to his martial skills, and the other a formidable Do Zun, both possessed remarkable swiftness. Even with a companion in tow, they swiftly reached the southern part of the Dan Domain. Xiao Zhe cradled the azure-scaled girl in his arms, stepping through the void, and amidst the flickering lightning, he beheld the distant peaks interwoven into a colossal mountain range. In the far distance, a cluster of mountains faintly connected into a single expanse. Upon arrival, the Grand Elder wasted no time. He unleashed his soul power, causing the demure girl beside him to tremble. Before such an overwhelming force of soul energy, she resembled a docile kitten in the presence of a terrifying beast. Although the beast did not overtly display malice, simply standing beside it instilled a palpable sense of dread akin to facing death itself. Xiao Zhe approached the delicate girl, placing a hand on her shoulder to shield her from the indiscriminate pressure of the Grand Elder's soul energy. Feeling the warmth radiating from his shoulder, the girl offered a grateful smile to Xiao Zhe. My apologies, the Grand Elder murmured softly, nodding at Xiao Zhe. I shall delve deeper. Under the oppressive weight of his formidable soul power, the once cacophonous roars of beasts in the mountains fell abruptly silent. It seemed that the disappearance of Song Qing had profoundly affected the Grand Elder. Xiao Zhe shook his head and led the two women in a different direction to search. His soul energy was not as tyrannical as that of the Grand Elder. Rather, it flowed like a gentle spring breeze across the mountains. After a short while, Xiao Zhe raised an eyebrow as his soul perception revealed a situation that ignited a flicker of anger within him. With lightning crackling around him, he shot towards a certain valley. A number of low-tier magical beasts were gnawing at the bodies of Dan Tower disciples, lacking any semblance of intelligence. Unlike their higher-tier counterparts, who understood the significance of the two powerful auras from the Soul Palace, they dared not approach this vicinity. Xiao Zhe's figure emerged within the valley, and in the next instant, a pale blue energy enveloped the entire expanse. All the magical beasts were instantly struck as if by a violent blow, forcefully thrown away from the location of the fallen disciples of the Dan Tower. Soon after, the energy converged, and a terrifying pressure descended upon their bodies, exploding them into clouds of crimson mist. By the time the graceful young woman regained her composure, she was only then aware of the calamity that had just unfolded. Without the luxury of marveling at Xiao Zhe's formidable power, she hurried toward the valley, her face betraying a sorrowful expression. They had all perished. Who could have done such a thing? Xiao Zhe, however, detected the lingering chill and faint traces of spiritual energy in the air. A glance at the wounds on the bodies of the Dan Tower disciples revealed the unmistakable marks left by the iron chains of the Soul Palace. If the Soul Palace was indeed responsible, it appeared that Song Qing was in grave peril, perhaps teetering on the brink of death. While other factions might have hesitated due to Song Qing's status as a disciple of the Grand Elder, the Soul Palace would show no such restraint. In the original narrative, the Elder Mu Gu had shown no mercy towards Chao Ying, a disciple of the Dan Tower's president, Xin Kongzi. How much less so for a disciple of the Grand Elder? Moreover, the Soul Palace had previously committed even more egregious acts, covertly assassinating the master of the small Dan Tower, leading to a series of conflicts between the Dan Tower and the Soul Palace in recent years. Should an opportunity arise to eliminate the alchemists of the Dan Tower and seize their soul bodies, the denizens of the Soul Palace would undoubtedly act without hesitation. Nevertheless, Song Qing was still a 7th-tier alchemist, with a strength that could not be easily overcome by ordinary protectors. Xiao Zhe mused inwardly, carefully attuning himself to the residual aura present. Upon sensing 2 distinct energies, his brow furrowed in concern. To his astonishment, the Soul Palace had dispatched a venerable elder, indicating that danger was indeed at hand. Uncertain of the elder's rank, he feared it might be one of the Soul Palace's celestial elders, formidable adversaries. Just then, Xiao Zhe's elder token vibrated unexpectedly. The Grand Elder was attempting to contact him. Frowning slightly, he collected the bodies of the fallen Dan Tower disciples into his spatial ring, feeling it inappropriate to leave them to rot in the wilderness. Let us go. The Grand Elder has reached out to me, likely with significant findings. Xiao Zhe informed the young woman, taking her waist with one arm while grasping her hand with the other, propelling them toward the location of the Grand Elder's token. Shortly thereafter, they convened near a mountain peak, where the Grand Elder gently laid down the unconscious form of Song Qing. When I found Song Qing, he was gravely injured and in a state of unconsciousness, the Grand Elder stated, his voice calm, yet brimming with an inner fury akin to a volcano. I have also located the other disciples of the Dan Tower, but they too have met their demise. Based on the residual energies at the scene and the wounds upon their bodies, it is evident that the Soul Palace was responsible. Xiao Zhe replied swiftly, then turned his gaze to Song Qing, who appeared wretchedly battered, numerous injuries marring his form. Yet, it was the devastating blow to his chest that had rendered him unconscious. A crushing impact that had caved in his ribcage. However, it was evident that the Grand Elder had administered healing elixirs to him, as Song Qing's breath had improved, and many of his injuries were gradually mending. Even his previously sunken chest was slowly regaining its form, accompanied by a series of unsettling creaks. Upon hearing Xiao Zhe's words, the Grand Elder's expression darkened further. Damn the Soul Palace. These creatures, neither human nor ghost, would have long been condemned in the Central Plains if they weren't so powerful. Xiao Zhe nodded in agreement, yet his gaze remained fixed on Song Qing. The elders of the Soul Palace were no soft persimmons. Each one was a formidable existence at the Dozun level. The likelihood of Song Qing surviving an encounter with such a powerful foe was exceedingly low. Although Xiao Zhe felt perplexed, without concrete evidence, he could only dismiss it as baseless speculation. Qing Lin stood quietly to the side when suddenly, she felt a warmth in her pupils, as if something were drawing her attention. She glanced around but noticed nothing unusual. Biting her lip, she hesitated about whether to speak to young Master Xiao Zhe. After much contemplation, Qing Lin gently tugged at Xiao Zhe's sleeve. What is it, Qing Lin? She inquired. Young Master Xiao Zhe, I have something to discuss with you. Observing Qing Lin's reaction, Xiao Zhe nodded and addressed the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I have some personal matters to attend to. This is the body of a disciple from the Dan Tower. The Grand Elder's face bore a hint of sorrow as he accepted the spatial ring from Xiao Zhe. Rest assured, I will ensure a proper burial for them. If you have personal matters, go handle them. Xiao Zhe nodded, leading Qing Lin to a corner. Is something the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Young Master Xiao Zhe, I have an inexplicable sensation, as if there is something in this area that is attracting me, Qing Lin confessed after a moment's hesitation. Is it due to your innate talent, or something else? Xiao Zhe's expression turned serious. Such sensations could be both fortuitous and perilous, not necessarily all opportunities. It must be related to the Bai Shi San Hua Tong. Could there be a powerful serpent-type magical beast nearby, warning you with its presence? Xiao Zhe muttered, always preparing for the worst in such matters. Qing Lin concentrated again on her feelings and sensed that it wasn't the case. There was no sense of impending danger. In that case, once this matter is resolved, I will accompany you to search the area. Not long after, Song Qing gradually regained consciousness, and upon his first sight, he was startled to see the Grand Elder. After all, having committed a guilty deed, one often feels a sense of unease. However, he quickly composed himself. Struggling to rise and kneeling before the Grand Elder, his voice choked with emotion. Master, I am sorry. I failed in my duties as a Dan Tower Elder, allowing those disciples to perish at the hands of the Soul Palace. Sighing, the Grand Elder replied, do not blame yourself, after all. None could have anticipated encountering members of the Soul Palace here. Observing Song Qing's distressed demeanor, the Grand Elder sighed again, especially considering that Song Qing himself had sustained grievous injuries. If he had not intervened, Song Qing would soon have been devoured by the magical beasts lurking in these mountains. The Grand Elder did not contemplate other possibilities. He assisted Song Qing to his feet and, with a solemn expression, inquired about the details. I led my disciples here to hunt magical beasts, only to be ambushed by the Soul Hall's members, who struck without uttering a word. Subsequently, all my disciples perished. and I unleashed a secret technique to repel the Soul Hall Protector who engaged me in battle, standing at a distance. Xiao Zhe knitted his brows tightly as he listened to Song Qing's account. According to Song Qing, during that skirmish, no elder from the Soul Hall had made an appearance. The highest combat strength on their side was merely the Protector, which allowed Song Qing to escape successfully. However, this contradicted the information Xiao Zhe had gathered. If an elder from the Soul Hall had arrived later, they certainly would not have overlooked the soul of Song Qing, a 7th-tier alchemist. Repelling a Soul Hall Protector would undoubtedly attract more of their forces. Yet, until the Grand Elder rescued Song Qing, no one from the Soul Hall had managed to locate him. It seemed there was something amiss with Song Qing. Why would he conceal such matters from his esteemed mentor? The Grand Elder? Or was it that from the very beginning, he had faced an elder from the Soul Hall? Yet, given his capabilities, he should not have survived an encounter with such a formidable opponent. However, without concrete evidence, it was ill-advised to broach the subject with the Grand Elder, especially considering his evident regard for Song Qing. If no definitive proof could be produced to suggest Song Qing harbored ulterior motives, it would be prudent to keep this matter discreet for the time being. Elder Xiao Zhe was indeed present. He observed Song Qing's reaction carefully, though his demeanor remained composed. As fellow elders of the Alchemist Guild, I happened to be with the Grand Elder when I heard of your predicament, and naturally, I came to offer my assistance. Thank you, Elder Xiao Zhe, Song Qing replied. Yet, the Grand Elder expressed concern, mentioning the recent presence of Soul Hall members. It should be fine. Moreover, as Song Qing stated, the highest they possess is merely the Protector, which poses no threat to me, Elder Xiao Zhe remarked with a smile. He then glanced at Song Qing, and finding no discernible reaction, he was internally convinced that Song Qing was indeed hiding something. His specific mention of the Soul Hall Protector was intended to gauge Song Qing's response. Before departing, Song Qing cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Zhe, intending to find an opportunity to relay this information to the Soul Hall. As Xiao Zhe watched the Grand Elder and the others leave, a flicker of emerald golden light danced in his eyes. Since Qing Lin had felt a resonance due to the 3 flower eyes of the Emerald Serpent, it was impossible for him, who also possessed the same eyes, to remain unaffected. At that moment, as Xiao Zhe activated his 3 flower eyes of the Emerald Serpent, Qing Lin abruptly turned her gaze toward him. Her emerald-dominated, golden-tinged eyes evoked a sense of familiarity. Yet, beyond that familiarity lay an overwhelming sense of supremacy, akin to the blazing sun, possessing an awe-inspiring majesty that seemed to overlook all living beings. The Origin Emperor Flame enveloped the entire Origin Tree, causing its other inherent abilities to transform, augmenting them with powers unique to the Origin Emperor Flame. The flames radiated an unparalleled imperial dignity. At least Qing Lin, the original master of the 3-flowered green serpent, upon encountering the somewhat familiar gaze of Xiao Zhe, did not associate it with the 3-flowered green serpent's eyes. Within Xiao Zhe's perception, a particular location within the mountains seemed to beckon him, devoid of any ominous sensations. It appeared that fortune was indeed on his side. Xiao Zhe blinked, the verdant golden light in his eyes gradually receding. Let us proceed, Qing Lin. I believe I have sensed several places teeming with energy that we should explore. Very well, I shall follow Master Xiao Zhe's arrangements, Qing Lin replied, her face alight with joy. Although she was designated as Xiao Zhe's personal attendant, they primarily devoted their time to cultivation and alchemy. Opportunities like this, to treasure hunt in solitude together, were rare, and Qing Lin cherished this moment. Xiao Zhe led Qing Lin directly towards the ancient mountains he had sensed. Meanwhile, amidst numerous mountain ranges, the eerie and terrifying Ghost Cry Mountain stood out distinctly. Concealed by a special seal, within a vast black palace, an elder garbed in purple was deep in meditation. Suddenly, an object within his spatial ring emitted a faint vibration. The elder furrowed his brow. The item in question was a means of contact with Song Qing. Had it not been long since their last communication? However, recalling that he held leverage over Song Qing, he doubted the latter would dare to toy with him. The elder retrieved a jade compass, channeling his energy into it. A surge of crimson light erupted, coalescing into blood-red characters above the compass. Xiao Zhe is seeking me for personal matters, lingering in the southern mountain ranges. The message was succinct, clarifying the situation at hand. To convey information, the distance could not be too great, and each transmission required the use of one's own blood to relay messages to the compass. The more information transmitted, the greater the blood consumption. Thus, Song Qing's words were brief. Previously, the elder had severely wounded Song Qing, making it easy to obtain his blood, which was then dripped onto the compass to receive the message. Haha, this truly bodes well. Exchanging a 7th-grade alchemist for Xiao Zhe, a master alchemist, is undoubtedly advantageous. And in the future, we could even aspire to the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Tower. The elder in purple rose with delight, unleashing a wave of energy. Summoning an elder in red. News has arrived from Song Qing, the elder in red said, his gaze fixed on the compass, a smile of anticipation gracing his features. Indeed, it was auspicious news. However, the vast expanse of the southern mountain ranges posed a significant challenge in locating an individual, unless their destination was precisely Ghost Cry Mountain, a place tightly controlled by the sub-palace. The elder in purple pondered briefly. Regardless, this opportunity could not be squandered. The soul of a master alchemist was sufficient to mobilize the entire sub-palace. Very well, as this sub-palace is inherently concealed, we shall leave a few guardians behind to maintain the soul-capturing array, which even ordinary Dozun cannot breach, ensuring the safety of the sub-palace. The two elders swiftly concluded their discussion and issued commands. The guardians of the Soul Palace and its emissaries promptly mobilized, setting out to search for individuals with potent spiritual energy in the southern mountain ranges. Each elder chose a direction and commenced their search. Young Master Xiaoza, over there? My senses are becoming increasingly acute, Qinglin exclaimed with delight, pointing towards a serpentine mountain range. Xiaoza led Qinglin to the mountains, where an eerie stillness prevailed, with scarcely a trace of magical beasts in sight. This absence was decidedly anomalous for a region brimming with energy. The notion that even the wild beasts, governed by their primal instincts, harbored fear of this place was unsettling. As Xiaoza surveyed the land before him, he suddenly waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of that swept across the terrain like a tempest. The ground was plowed open, revealing the secrets hidden beneath. Qinglin gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment at the sight before her. Layer upon layer of beastly bones lay exposed. While the soil that once covered them was merely the remnants of flesh and blood, it appeared that some peculiar entity had devoured the essence of these creatures, leaving behind only the refuse. Xiaoza's gaze caught sight of human skulls, stripped of their flesh, reduced to mere desiccated bones. This is a mountain that consumes humans, Qinglin stammered, realization dawning upon her. No wonder no magical beasts dared to approach. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoza unfurled extending it towards the depths of the mountains. The form of the was malleable, capable of centering around his body to create a radius or specifically targeting a direction. Numerous factors influenced this realm, the most critical being 3, soul power, energy control, and the abundance of energy. The reason for not directly using soul power for detection was the protection offered by rendering his soul less vulnerable than a rootless mayfly. Given the evident peril of the mountain, a careless use of soul power could lead to damage. Soon, Xiaoza sensed a cave deep within the range, where the skeletal remains of magical beasts were most abundant. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of savagery surged through infecting his soul power. Xiaoza instinctively withdrew his soul energy, his fingers trembling slightly as he took a half-step back. Noticing his reaction, Qinglin hurried to support him. Concern etched across her face. Yet a smile crept onto Xiaoza's features. This aura of brutality, combined with the ancient mountain, provided him with a glimmer of insight. In the original narrative, when Qinglin first arrived in Zhongzhou, she stumbled upon the remains of a mutated 9-headed ancient serpent within an ancient mountain. That aberrant serpent played a pivotal role in enhancing Qinglin's strength later on. If this mountain were indeed the burial site of the ancient serpent, it would be an opportunity not to be missed. As for whether he could contend with the serpent's lingering spirit, Xiaoza felt a sense of confidence. After all, his 100-fold green serpent 3-flower eyes were no trifling matter. Even if the remnant spirit of the ancient serpent was at the level, he possessed an extraordinarily fearsome ability to counter it. Fear not, he reassured Qinglin, patting the back of her hand. If my senses are correct, there lies something of great value within. If you can subdue it, your strength will see a tremendous enhancement. Upon hearing Xiaoza's words, Qinglin's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. Treading upon the void, the two of them arrived before the entrance of a cavern. The cave was deep and shrouded in darkness, yet at the far end of this gloom, a faint glimmer of blood-red light could be discerned. Thanks to his willpower, honed through countless experiences with the system's 100-fold feedback, he found it relatively effortless to withstand such malevolent intent. His prior haste in withdrawing his spiritual energy was merely to prevent this ferocity from tainting his soul. As Qinglin confronted the onslaught of this brutal essence, her body swayed slightly, and 3 ethereal green blossoms involuntarily emerged in her eyes. Accompanying the appearance of these verdant flowers was a peculiar energy emanating from Qinglin, dissipating the malevolent aura surrounding them. Xiaoza observed Qinglin's transformation throughout. Her ability to resist this ferocity relied on her innate will, while Qinglin depended on the extraordinary powers of her green serpent triflower eyes. Should one manage to subdue the entity radiating this ferocity, extraordinary prowess in combat could be attained. Qinglin nodded solemnly, recognizing that this was merely the periphery, and the malevolence emanating from it was already terrifying. It was evident that they were likely in the presence of a particularly vicious serpentine beast. Leading the way, Xiaozhe ventured into the cavern, and as they delved deeper, a faint crimson mist began to swirl within the cave. This blood aura contained a far greater degree of ferocity. They refrained from recklessly engaging with this brutal essence, instead employing their fighting spirit to create a barrier. The cavern resembled a labyrinth, with pathways branching in various directions. After traversing the labyrinthine depths for a considerable while, Qinglin could not help but exclaim, "Haha, we are almost there. Just ahead lies the heart of the ferocity." Xiaozhe responded with a smile, the light blue energy surrounding him intensifying. The surrounding blood aura had thickened to the point where visibility was nearly non-existent. This level of blood aura possessed an exceptionally strong corrosive ability. Even with their fighting spirit as a shield, they were still being incessantly eroded by the miasma. The two of them charged through the dense blood aura, breaking into a vast underground expanse. Perhaps due to the increased space, the blood aura was not as suffocating in this area. The stones on the ground, long subjected to the corrosive blood essence, emitted a faint crimson glow, providing a meager source of light. In this dim bloodlight, the two beheld several colossal serpents, their forms obscured beneath the blood aura. Qinglin's eyes widened in astonishment as she counted 9 heads among the serpents. Beyond their heads, the lower parts were shrouded in blood mist, rendering them unclear. "Young Master Xiao, have we stumbled upon the lair of the giant serpents? There are so many," she exclaimed. "No, it is merely the burial ground of a single giant serpent," Xiaozhe replied, waving his hand. A surge of fighting spirit dispelled the blood mist enveloping the giant serpent, revealing its full form. "This serpent possesses 9 heads." Qinglin gasped in amazement. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaozhe scrutinized the mutated ancient celestial serpent. Its carcass exhibited a dark crimson hue, as if blood had settled for countless years, darkening to a near-black shade. Yet, astonishingly, despite having perished countless years ago, the remains of this ancient celestial serpent seemed to still exude a semblance of vitality. Xiaozhe surmised that the peculiarities surrounding the ancient serpent were likely connected to the innumerable beast carcasses outside the cave. Even in death, the corpse of the ancient serpent emanates a ferocious aura, drawing in those beasts governed by primal instincts, thereby devouring their flesh and essence to sustain its own form against decay. This magnificent creature represents one of the 2 royal bloodlines among serpentine beasts, the ancient celestial serpent. As the supreme lineage among serpentine beasts, its growth could rival that of a formidable saint-level warrior. Upon hearing Xiaozhe's description, Qinglin's heart raced with excitement. Having followed Xiaozhe, she had diligently honed her skills, aspiring to elevate her prowess to a level where she could assist him. Now, an unprecedented opportunity lay before her, filling her with immense exhilaration. "Master Xiaozhe, do you think I can tame it?" Qinglin inquired, her tone betraying a resolute determination. Regardless of the peril, she was willing to attempt the conquest of the ancient celestial serpent. Whether she could succeed was only a matter of trial. Xiaozhe smiled at Qinglin and, with a sudden surge, unleashed a pale blue energy that formed a dome-shaped barrier, isolating them from the surrounding bloodlust. Feeling the surrounding soothing blue energy, Qinglin was enveloped in a profound sense of security, retracting her fighting spirit as she prepared to tame the ancient serpent. "My dear, while the bi-snake's triflower eyes possess a formidable restraint over serpentine beasts, they are ineffective against those with a pure ancient bloodline." But Master Xiaozhe," Qinglin interjected hastily, unwilling to forfeit such an opportunity, for seizing it could enable her to assist him. "Do not rush. Although the ancient celestial serpent is deceased, its soul remains. Devoid of a corporeal form, it shall not stand as a challenge against the bi-snake's triflower eyes," Xiaozhe reassured her. "While the ancient serpent may exist solely as a soul, it can still unleash considerable combat power. You merely need to utilize the bi-snake's triflower eyes to summon its spirit." Upon hearing Xiaozhe's explanation, a unique glint sparkled in Qinglin's eyes. "I understand. I shall attempt it right away." An ethereal energy began to manifest around Qinglin. Her eyes shimmered with 3 verdant blossoms, gently revolving around her pupils. The enchanting emerald light pierced through the pale blue barrier, penetrating the layers of bloodlust and settling upon the ancient serpent's remains. An immense soul entity emerged from the corpse of the ancient celestial serpent. The moment it appeared, Qinglin felt a surge of ferocity assault her mind, and a faint bloodlust rapidly enveloped her. Humph! Just then, a cold snort imbued with spiritual power jolted Qinglin back to her senses. "Thank you, Master Xiaozhe, indeed. The ancient celestial serpent is not easily subdued. It is not your fault. Perhaps due to its mutation, this ancient serpent is even more ferocious," Xiaozhe remarked, shaking his head as he gazed at the soul entity of the ancient celestial serpent. Indeed, With Qinglin's current cultivation, she is unable to subdue the ancient celestial serpent. However, one could certainly begin by delivering a severe thrashing to its soul form. Once subdued, it would willingly accept the control of the Bai Shi San Hua Tong. The 9 pairs of eyes belonging to the mutated ancient celestial serpent fixated collectively upon the bowl-shaped energy shield. Through this translucent barrier, they beheld a pair of emerald green eyes, within which 3 delicate blossoms gently rotated. An overwhelming sense of oppression emanated from those eyes. A shared expression of astonishment flickered across the 9 pairs of pupils, for they recognized the exceedingly rare Bai Shi San Hua Tong, a veritable nemesis to nearly all serpentine magical beasts. The soul form of the ancient celestial serpent involuntarily radiated an aura of ferocity, although the owner of the Bai Shi San Hua Tong was of feeble strength. Perhaps this extraordinary ocular power could grant me a chance at rebirth. The thoughts of the ancient celestial serpent eluded Qinglin's understanding. Yet she sensed a tinge of malevolence in its gaze directed at her. Xiaozhe, on the other hand, discerned the serpent's intentions. It merely coveted the Bai Shi San Hua Tong, seeking to control Qinglin by exploiting her current weakness. However, with his presence, the ancient serpent's ambitions would undoubtedly be thwarted. Hiss! The soul form of the ancient celestial serpent emitted a hissing sound, soon followed by a resounding echo that reverberated throughout the subterranean space. To his astonishment, the Bai Shi San Hua Tong, this unparalleled marvel, was found within such a weak vessel. It is a sheer waste. Why not relinquish control and allow me to wield the Bai Shi San Hua Tong? The ancient celestial serpent's heads craned forward, peering curiously near the bowl-shaped energy shield. Qinglin furrowed her brow in deep discontent. The ancient serpent's aspirations were utterly delusional. Should it gain control, she would no longer be able to accompany young Master Xiaozhe. Unable to contain her fury, Qinglin retorted, "Do you still consider yourself the exalted ancient celestial serpent? You have long since perished, leaving only your soul to linger in a pitiful existence." Xiaozhe regarded Qinglin with surprise. It was the first time he had witnessed her express such indignation towards another. The ancient celestial serpent, however, remained unperturbed. It believed the Bai Shi San Hua Tong was already within its grasp, indifferent to the original owner's thoughts. "I hope that when I seize control and erase your intellect, you retain this same defiance," it sneered, one of its heads opening wide to unleash a torrent of dark red energy. Xiaozhe swiftly grasped Qinglin's shoulders, retreating with urgency. That dark red energy was infused with an intensely malevolent aura. To be struck directly would prove disastrous, and even a mere touch could yield troublesome consequences. The pale blue energy shield shattered upon contact with the dark red energy, which rapidly corroded and infected the blue hue, assimilating the only other color in the underground realm. "Young Master Xiao, be cautious." The ancient celestial serpent, perceiving its adversary's vulnerability, began to anticipate the moment it would control the Bai Shi San Hua Tong. In antiquity, the celestial serpent was the sovereign of serpentine beasts, endowed with a royal bloodline. If it were to possess the 3-hued eyes of the azure serpent, it would reign supreme among its kind. Yet, within this sanguine subterranean realm, a golden radiance suddenly illuminated the surroundings, resplendent and dazzling. Accompanying this brilliance was an unparalleled majesty that even the nobly blooded celestial serpent found stifling. Its serpentine gaze revealed uncertainty as it turned toward the source of the golden light. There, a golden flame flickered, burning with such intensity that the very fabric of space appeared unable to contain its terrifying energy, warping around it. Within that golden blaze, an array of vibrant colors seemed to swirl. The sight of this golden flame evoked the presence of a sovereign amidst flames. Before the celestial serpent could react, the orb of golden primal fire in Xiaozhe's palms swiftly extended into countless chains of flame. Wherever these chains traversed, the sanguine essence was instantaneously incinerated into nothingness. Should any soul cultivators be present, they would undoubtedly recognize the form of these fiery chains as akin to the soul-locking chains they frequently wielded. Although he could not replicate the peculiar runes inscribed upon the soul-locking chains, runes that possessed the extraordinary ability to restrain souls, Xiaozhe, utilizing the 100-fold venomous potency of his cursed physique, was able to imbue the primal fire with a similar soul-restraining venomous force. The effect was comparable to, if not more formidable than, that of the soul-locking chains. The golden chains swiftly pierced the void, ensnaring the celestial serpent's soul, prompting a simultaneous, harrowing wail from its 9 heads. The celestial serpent thrashed in a frenzy, causing the entire subterranean space to tremble as if the very earth were convulsing. Qinglin, witnessing Xiaozhe's effortless domination over the celestial serpent's tormented soul, felt a sense of relief wash over her. What manner of flame is this? How can it inflict such dreadful harm upon a soul? One of the heads exclaimed in a blend of rage and disbelief. Xiaozhe, still wielding the golden flame, felt a tinge of disappointment at how easily the celestial serpent succumbed. He had anticipated a more formidable challenge that would compel him to unleash the full power of the three-hued eyes of the azure serpent. Just as Xiaozhe believed the celestial serpent was out of tricks, its serpentine tail suddenly struck against its own corporeal form. In an instant, the flesh of the celestial serpent's body erupted violently, unleashing a torrent of blood essence. The ground beneath them immediately became pockmarked, evidencing its horrifying corrosive capabilities. Xiaozhe furrowed his brow. This celestial serpent was indeed a ruthless adversary. Realizing the dire situation, it resorted to detonating its own corpse. Within that decaying vessel lay an accumulation of years of brutality, now coalescing into a concentrated explosion, particularly potent within the confines of the enclosed subterranean space. It was clear that it sought to eliminate both Xiaozhe and Qinglin in one fell swoop. However, Xiaozhe harbored little concern with a mere thought. The golden flame in his palm expanded, forming a protective barrier. All encroaching blood essence would be incinerated to nothingness in an instant. As Qinglin's concerns momentarily surfaced, she observed Xiaozhe deftly resolving the impending crisis, prompting a shift in her gaze towards him. After dispelling the tumultuous waves of bloodlust, Xiaozhe remained proactive. With his other hand, he conjured a vibrant flame, from which emerged 9 robust chains of fire. The tips of these fiery chains were razor-sharp, piercing through the void. In the horrified gaze of the ancient celestial serpent, they penetrated each of its heads. Recognizing the uncontrollable nature of this entity, Xiaozhe decided to eradicate its consciousness as suggested, entrusting its control to Qinglin, thus employing a method of retribution. He diminished its aura, causing the spark of intelligence in its eyes to wane. Once the ancient serpent's soul ceased its struggle, Xiaozhe wielded the 9 formidable fire chains to pierce the serpent's body. Noticing its lack of response, he urged Qinglin to proceed with its subjugation. Qinglin, there should be no issues now. Hasten to tame it, lest its soul's power dissipate, he advised, with a renewed glimmer of emerald light in her eyes. Qinglin directed this luminescence onto the serpent's head, swiftly forming a palm-sized green flower, a symbol of her successful control through the Bai Shi San Huatong. In the subterranean space, Qinglin sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by a haze of dark red energy. A faint green radiance enveloped her, providing protection against the menacing dark energy, which found itself powerless beneath her gentle glow. Observing Qinglin as she assimilated the ancient serpent's soul power, Xiaozhe noted the situation had stabilized. The current circumstances diverged from the original narrative, where Qinglin had thoroughly refined the 9-headed serpent on the ancient dragon island after considerable tribulations. Having endured the relentless assaults of the primordial emperor flame and the calamity poison, the serpent's intelligence was effectively obliterated, allowing Qinglin to fully harness this power without any lingering concerns. This marked Xiaozhe's inaugural use of the primordial emperor flame combined with calamity poison against an adversary, yielding remarkable results. The residual soul power of the ancient serpent was formidable, surpassing that of the lower star Dozuan. Yet, it was unfortunate for the serpent that it faced Xiaozhe. The primordial emperor flame, as the sovereign of flames, inherently possessed immense restraint against soul entities. Moreover, Xiaozhe had specifically devised the calamity poison to target souls, inadvertently employing it against the ancient serpent first. Under this dual restraint, Xiaozhe found himself capable of incapacitating the ancient serpent's intelligence without even resorting to the hundredfold by Shi San Huatong. While Qinglin continued to refine the serpent's soul, Xiaozhe approached the remnants of its skeletal form. The ancient serpent's desperate struggles had incinerated all flesh and blood, leaving behind a skeleton that exuded a formidable bloodline pressure. Magical beasts are treasures in their own right, and especially for such an ancient beast, even its bones, possessing the royal bloodline of serpentine creatures, held significant value. Xiaozhe caressed the still menacing skeleton, contemplating how best to utilize this relic. Transforming it into a puppet for Qinglin seemed prudent. Having absorbed the soul of the ancient celestial serpent, Qinglin would undoubtedly be able to command it, and with this skeleton, its power would surely be amplified. Xiaozhe retrieved a storage ring and placed the skeleton within. However, crafting a puppet would require various materials, which he currently lacked. As he pondered this, the fire seal he had left outside was suddenly triggered. This cursed place was seldom visited by ordinary magical beasts, and the activation of the fire seal undoubtedly indicated the presence of something extraordinary. After a moment of consideration, golden flames erupted, forming a vast, bowl-shaped golden spirit shield that enveloped Qinglin. Yet, midway through, Xiaozhe sensed a familiar aura, ominous yet peculiar. Wasn't this the scent of those from the Soul Temple? With a flicker, Xiaozhe cloaked himself in ethereal power, approaching unnoticed by the Soul Temple Guardian. By the time the guardian realized his presence, a palm wreathed in golden flames had already grasped his throat. With a thunderous crash, Xiaozhe slammed him against the cavern wall. The searing flames contorted the guardian's features into a mask of agony, eliciting a wretched scream. Upon recognizing his assailant, the guardian exclaimed, "It's you, Xiaozhe." At this, Xiaozhe raised an eyebrow, while he understood that, as a renowned alchemist, his name was known far and wide. It was unlikely that every Soul Temple guardian would recognize his visage. Realizing his slip of the tongue, the guardian swiftly summoned dark mists that swirled around him. In the next instant, the golden flames engulfed his entire being. Releasing his grip, Xiaozhe collected the few items the guardian had dropped into his storage ring. His expression one of perplexity. Had this individual come specifically for him? Yet, he sensed no other Soul Temple members nearby. This must have been merely a scout. After a brief contemplation, he enveloped himself in dense ethereal power and made his way toward the exit. Before long, his movement came to an abrupt halt. He detected numerous potent auras near the exit. Outside the cave, several Soul Temple guardians were frowning as they loitered at the entrance. Earlier, the ground had trembled ominously. But this location was clearly treacherous. Could Xiaozhe have ventured in? It was uncertain, yet one reckless fool had already entered, perhaps bringing tidings of good fortune. Huh! How audacious to brave such perilous grounds. Even as a soul entity, one might tire of existence, one guardian scoffed. As they discussed, they suddenly noticed a subtle change in their surroundings. What is that peculiar phenomenon? It seems to be water attribute energy. One guardian reached out, grasping at the faint blue energy that floated in the air. This treacherous place was predominantly infused with blood energy. How could water attribute energy appear so suddenly? As another guardian voiced his thoughts, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them from all directions. This is bad. We have enemies. Feeling the terrifying pressure, the guardians of the Soul Hall exhibited no hesitation, immediately gathering the dark mist enveloping them into a colossal black mist python to counter the unknown attack. However, despair washed over them as, despite combining their strengths to form the black mist serpent, it could not withstand the overwhelming pressure for long before it dissipated with a thunderous crash. No. One guardian could only emit a reluctant roar before being violently shattered into countless points of soul light. The demise of the first guardian triggered a chain reaction, as the remaining guardians could not escape the vast pressure, also transforming into soul light points. Ordinary water element energy proved ineffective against the guardians, who were souls themselves. Yet, Xiaozhe had already crafted a poison specifically designed to counter the soul entities of the guardians. This demonstrated his exceptional energy control, allowing him to effortlessly integrate any ability he desired. After eliminating the guardians at the entrance, Xiaozhe finally made his appearance, collecting the fallen items from the guardians and stowing them away in his spatial ring. Sensing something, he lifted his gaze into the distance, where a voice emerged. A purple-robed elder materialized slowly, his gaze towards Xiaozhe tinged with surprise. Although the guardians were soul entities, they were notably troublesome. The fact that Xiaozhe had dispatched them so decisively spoke volumes about his combat prowess. The figure before him was none other than the esteemed elder of the Soul Hall, and the mere mention of his name held profound significance. Xiaozhe realized that the Soul Hall's actions were indeed directed at him. They had come prepared, evidently aware of his presence near the southern mountains. Only a select few, including the Grand Elder, could have known his whereabouts. It seemed that Songqing had indeed betrayed the Alchemist Tower and allied with the Soul Hall. Reflecting on Songqing's behavior in the original story, Xiaozhe found it hardly surprising. Faced with the death threat from the Elder Mugu, Songqing had easily abandoned his pursuit of Chao Ying and fled. Songqing cherished beauty, but valued his own life even more. Nonetheless, a cold glint flickered in Xiaozhe's eyes. Although this betrayal was not unexpected, the feeling of being plotted against was far from pleasant. This elder must be the renowned figure from the Soul Hall, Xiaozhe mused, merely a humble dozong, unworthy of such personal attention from him. A fleeting thought crossed Xiaozhe's mind, quickly replaced by a smile as he spoke. Hee, the soul of a master alchemist is indeed enough to warrant your presence. The purple-robed elder, noticing that Xiaozhe lacked any formidable allies, relaxed his demeanor and replied, "What you represent is of great significance to my future accomplishments. I certainly don't mind exchanging a few words with you. Moreover, the commotion would soon attract the attention of the Deputy Hall Master. Even if Xiaozhe had some hidden cards, 2 Dozun experts would ensure he could not turn the tide. For him, delaying time posed no disadvantage whatsoever. Indeed, it appears that in the future, I shall require the protection of several formidable guardians from the Danta as I venture beyond its confines. There shall be no future. I shall gladly accept your primordial soul power," the elder in the purple robe declared, gesturing towards Xiaozhe with a wave of his hand. The surrounding space seemed to ripple, as a Dozun master wielding spatial power can unleash tremendous destruction. Even before the elder made his move, Xiaozhe was enveloped in a silver lightning aura, his figure flickering, elusive, and unpredictable. In the very next moment after Xiaozhe departed, a pitch-black spatial rift materialized at his previous location, erupting with unparalleled destructive force that devoured everything in its path. The 3,000 thunderbolts of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion? No, it seems to be a similar martial technique. The elder, witnessing Xiaozhe evade so effortlessly, gasped in surprise. Upon seeing the silver lightning surrounding Xiaozhe, he naturally recalled the renowned martial technique of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, the 3,000 thunderbolts. However, being a Dozun expert, he possessed the discernment to recognize the subtle differences despite their similar appearances. Xiaozhe cast a glance at the area he had just vacated. The spatial rift expanded, consuming everything it touched. A fissure approximately 10 feet wide appeared in the ground, though it seemed relatively small. Any ordinary peak Dozong that fell victim to such an attack would find themselves gravely injured. This was the devastating power of a Dozun who mastered spatial abilities. Such spatial annihilation held decisive lethality against those beneath the Dozun rank. Even a mere brush would result in significant harm. However, for Xiaozhe, the threat was not as grave. His self-created lightning-based movement technique afforded him considerable speed. At the very least, he was able to evade the elder's spatial annihilation with remarkable swiftness. Moreover, the elder was a seasoned combatant. Upon realizing that the time it took for the spatial annihilation to activate was insufficient to catch up with Xiaozhe's evasion, he abandoned the technique. Dozens of pitch-black chains emerged around the elder, their tips radiating a terrifying sharpness as they pierced towards Xiaozhe. The chain attack, executed by a Dozun master, was even more elusive and fearsome than those of the Soul Palace Guardians. Xiaozhe felt a chilling aura enveloping him, as the chains seemed to lock onto every part of his body, subtly anticipating his every possible escape route. Whichever direction he chose to flee, the chains would instantly react, converging upon him with lethal intent. Suddenly, the domain of the illusory sea materialized, a pale blue energy enveloping a radius of 100 meters around Xiaozhe, deepening in hue as it approached him. Time froze. The dark chain slowed drastically within the depths of the blue energy, astonishing the elder. Within this unexpectedly manifested deep blue energy, the speed of his chains diminished as though traversing through the earth itself. Witnessing such an extraordinary effect, the elder let out a soft snort, pouring forth his immense do-chi into the dark iron chains, breaking free from the constraints of the illusory sea domain. Yet, Xiaozhe had already seized this opportunity to swiftly evade. Chains pierced into the vast mountain wall behind Xiaozhe, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the rock into countless fine particles. The elder in the purple robe, feeling a touch of impatience, found it frustrating that, as a Dozun powerhouse, he had failed multiple times to subdue Xiaozhe, who was merely a Dozong. While manipulating the dark iron chains to strike at Xiaozhe, he swiftly flickered towards him. As a Dozun expert, he naturally possessed some martial techniques. Though his mastery was not as profound or intricate as Xiaozhe's, the speed of a Dozun was not to be underestimated. Combined with his agility, he soon caught up with Xiaozhe's figure. With claw-like fingers, the elder summoned a deep gray mist. Soul-rending claw, he exclaimed, and the mist solidified. Reaching for Xiaozhe's shoulder, wherever the soul-rending claw passed, tiny spatial fissures emerged. Xiaozhe's expression grew solemn, for he faced a Dozun who was a full realm above him. Retreating, he suppressed the energy of the illusory sea domain, momentarily stalling the elder's advance. As his do-chi surged, the elder's speed increased once more, though it remained slightly slower than before. Even a Dozun could not completely disregard the suppression of the illusory sea domain. Meanwhile, Xiaozhe's long-prepared great ocean palm had reached completion. A brilliant deep blue radiance illuminated the elder's face, revealing a hint of disbelief. Could such power truly be wielded by a Dozong? As this thought crossed his mind, the soul-rending claw collided with the great ocean palm. In an instant, dark spatial rifts erupted like rampant lightning, spreading wildly. The overwhelming energy surged forth, momentarily scattering Xiaozhe's illusory sea domain. Riding the wave of energy, Xiaozhe retreated violently, executing a somersault before landing forcefully against the mountain wall. The immense force left a deep indentation stretching hundreds of feet. On the other side, the purple-robed elder fared no better. The colossal energy engulfed him, causing his skin to tremble as he was violently thrown back. After being propelled several dozen feet, he managed to grasp the void, halting his fall, though his expression darkened ominously. I concede, I underestimated you. It seems that relying solely on myself to capture you is quite challenging. But what if another Dozun joins? Hearing the elder's words, Xiaozhe glanced into the distance, where a red-robed elder was rapidly approaching. Huh, old fool, Have you trained yourself into foolishness? How is it that you cannot even subdue a peak dozone? The red-robed elder, stepping on the void, quickly reached the side of the purple-robed elder. Laughing as he spoke, he regarded Xiao Zhe with disdain, effortlessly discerning his realm. To a dozone, a peak dozone was hardly a challenge. The purple-robed elder snorted. That energy fluctuation you observed was the result of my clash with him. The elderly man in red was momentarily taken aback. He had initially believed that the previous surge of energy was solely the work of the elder in purple. To his surprise, he discovered that Xiao Zhe was equally responsible. Observing Xiao Zhe's condition, it became evident that the two were evenly matched, prompting the red-clad elder to regard Xiao Zhe with newfound respect. It appeared that this individual was not only a genius in alchemy, but also formidable in cultivation and combat. With a sigh of admiration, the red elder revealed a sinister smile, stating, "Yet what I relish most is the opportunity to extinguish those so-called geniuses." Xiao Zhe maintained a calm demeanor. The prior clash of techniques had not inflicted significant harm upon him. After all, even without the protection of battle energy, his physical resilience made it difficult for him to sustain injuries. In contrast, the elder in purple, having been violently thrown back, displayed a countenance that oscillated between shades of blue and purple, indicating his discomfort. Despite not revealing all his hidden cards against a dozone expert earlier, Xiao Zhe had employed his conventional techniques without reservation. Even without resorting to those hidden abilities, Xiao Zhe's standard combat prowess was sufficient to contend with a dozone expert. With his mastery of body techniques, the Great Han Si Palm and the illusory Si domain, he was capable of engaging in a protracted struggle against a dozone expert. Of course, Xiao Zhe understood that while these combat techniques were formidable, the foundation he had built up over time was even more crucial. After all, possessing powerful techniques without the capability to execute them would be of no use. Presently, as he battled against a dozone expert, his battle energy remained abundant. Is it not enough for a single dozone expert to deal with me? Must you resort to two dozone experts to overwhelm me? Noticing the two elders preparing for combat, Xiao Zhe could not help but remark, "Do you not possess even a modicum of dignity befitting your status as powerful beings? Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe that the Soul Palace, which hunts souls, embodies the dignity of the strong?" The red elder cackled. "Since you have an endless array of hidden cards, do not blame us for employing our numbers." Xiao Zhe shook his head, acknowledging that the red elder possessed a degree of self-awareness. "If this were a war of attrition, I would be more than willing to continue playing with you. For opportunities to battle dozone experts are indeed rare." His words left both elders momentarily dumbfounded. Playing? Did Xiao Zhe not take their prior encounter seriously? The two elders found themselves amused by their own thoughts. "Xiao Zhe, you would do well to surrender. I assure you that I will be swift in my actions, sparing you excessive pain and preventing you from babbling in terror." The red elder chuckled, clearly dismissing Xiao Zhe's earlier comments as mere bravado. "Playing? Given your earlier performance against me, it seems you have already exhausted your hidden cards. Do not harbor any illusions." The elder in purple echoed this sentiment. Believing that Xiao Zhe had indeed given his all in response to his earlier assaults, Xiao Zhe forcefully extracted his foot from the mountainside, standing upon the void with a smile. "Such a delightful prospect of overwhelming with numbers should not be reserved solely for you. I, too, shall employ my numbers." As the two elders remained perplexed, Xiao Zhe waved his hand, and two formidable heavenly phoenix puppets suddenly manifested. The terrifying aura emanating from him caused the expressions of the two esteemed elders of the Soul Palace to change dramatically. Xiao Zhe offered them no opportunity to react. Having summoned two celestial phoenix puppets, he could not allow them to escape. After all, the celestial phoenix clan placed great importance on its kin. With the two elders witnessing his possession of puppets crafted from members of the celestial phoenix tribe, it was inevitable that they would report this to their clan, thereby bringing disaster upon Xiao Zhe. "Eliminate them." With a commanding shout from Xiao Zhe, the two celestial phoenix puppets unfurled their wings and surged towards the elders at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, a pale blue illusory Si domain rapidly expanded from Xiao Zhe's form, enveloping the two elders before the puppets could reach them. "Those are puppets of the celestial phoenix clan," exclaimed the elder in red. The audacity of this individual, daring to forge puppets from members of the celestial phoenix tribe, would surely incite the clan's wrath, prompting them to pursue him to the ends of the earth, unrelenting in their vengeance. The elder in purple was equally astonished. However, upon sensing the overwhelming terror radiating from the puppets, the two elders wasted no time in attempting to escape. Yet, they could not match the speed of the celestial phoenix puppets, nor could they outrun the expansion of Xiao Zhe's illusory Si domain. As they were enveloped by the domain, a chilling pressure descended upon them, while a sinister toxic force stealthily eroded their bodies, rendering them increasingly frail. Under the suppression of the illusory Si, the two elders found their movements abruptly halted. The elder in purple, having previously experienced the might of the illusory sea, unleashed his fighting spirit in a desperate bid to break free and darted away. The elder in red, however, fared far worse, overwhelmed by the sudden, terrifying pressure. He failed to react in time and was struck by a powerful punch from the pursuing celestial phoenix puppet. The terrifying physique of a top-tier magical beast, combined with the formidable strength of a 5-star battle sovereign, resulted in a single blow that pierced through the chest of the elder in red. Looking down at the bloodied fist, which seemed to bear fragments of his own heart, he coughed up a mouthful of blood as the vitality in his eyes gradually faded. Regret consumed him as he recalled his earlier bravado, vowing to subdue Xiao Zhe with sheer numbers. Had he known the danger, he would never have waded into such treacherous waters. With that final thought, the consciousness of the elder in red dissipated entirely. While the elder in red met such a grim fate, the elder in purple was not much better off. Ultimately, the fleeting moment of limitation allowed the celestial phoenix puppet to close in on him. Sensing the imminent threat of death approaching from behind, the elder in purple's complexion shifted drastically. The adrenaline of impending demise spurred him into action. He spun around, clasping his hands together to conjure a spatial barrier, hoping to block the puppet's fist. Yet, to his utter horror, the massive fist of the celestial phoenix puppet shattered the barrier and struck directly at his heart. The figure of the old man in the purple robe soared into the distance like a kite with a severed string, only coming to a halt after violently crashing into numerous towering trees, extinguishing the vitality in his eyes. The power of that single punch was entirely unleashed upon the elder, with only a fraction of the force dissipating outward. Although the old man was not pierced through the chest, his internal body was in utter disarray. Witnessing the demise of the two esteemed elders from the Soul Palace, a satisfied smile graced Xiao Zhe's face. This celestial phoenix puppet was indeed a remarkable asset. Following the elimination of the two elders, Xiao Zhe swiftly commanded the two celestial phoenix puppets to capture all the Soul Palace guardians in the vicinity. The commotion caused by the two elders had drawn the Soul Palace guardians searching for Xiao Zhe from the southern mountains. Upon seeing Xiao Zhe's overwhelming defeat of the two elders, they wished they could sprout 2 pairs of wings to flee even faster. However, in terms of speed, they were no match for the Celestial Phoenix clan. Even when attempting to scatter and escape, none could evade the relentless pursuit of the Celestial Phoenix puppets. Those who resisted fiercely found themselves promptly annihilated by Xiao Zhe's control over the puppets. Seizing the moment, Xiao Zhe hastily gathered the spoils of war, collecting everything regardless of its usefulness, to discern their value later. Each elder contributed a high-grade spatial ring along with their Dozun bodies. Under the relentless pursuit of the two Celestial Phoenix puppets, the Soul Palace Guardians were swiftly dealt with. Aside from those slain mid-fight, 4 Guardians remained. As the 4 Guardians were tossed before Xiao Zhe by the Celestial Phoenix puppets, he suddenly conjured golden chains that pierced through their forms, eliciting a chorus of anguished screams. "Humph, why should I tell you?" One Guardian retorted defiantly, his neck taut with false bravado. Xiao Zhe shrugged, replying, "Very well, I shall respect your wishes." With his words, the golden chains transformed into flames, engulfing the Guardian and turning him into a human-shaped torch. The excruciating cries sent shivers down the spines of the other 3 Soul Palace Guardians. I was wrong. I will tell you everything." The Guardian, in his despair, extended his right hand, yet in his horrified gaze, that hand slowly disintegrated into nothingness. Too late, there is no chance left. With Xiao Zhe's words, the Guardian was utterly consumed by flames. "Do you 3 have any objections?" Xiao Zhe inquired, his gaze calm as he looked at the remaining Guardians, who felt an ominous chill creeping upon them, hastily shaking their heads. Observing their synchronized denial, Xiao Zhe smiled, enveloping the other 2 Guardians in a golden light. "Did you come here to act against me?" "Yes, esteemed elder. The elders coveted your alchemist's soul," one Guardian hastily replied. Given Xiao Zhe's earlier actions, it was clear that he was a ruthless individual. Even the slightest hesitation could lead to death. The notion of vowing to withhold any information was utterly ludicrous. Therefore, the Guardian chose to be forthcoming, believing that even if death was inevitable, perhaps it would spare him some suffering. "What about the information channels? How did you ascertain my presence in these southern mountains?" "The disciple of the Grand Elder of the Dan Tower, Song Qing, has betrayed the Dan Tower and aligned himself with the Soul Palace. Your information must have been relayed to you by the esteemed elder through Song Qing." Xiao Zhe nodded, confirming his suspicions. How could the Soul Palace be so certain of Song Qing's loyalty, believing him to be compliant with your commands? The esteemed elder instructed Song Qing to declare his allegiance to the Soul Palace before the souls of the Dan Tower disciples, and furthermore, ensured that we would properly accommodate that batch of Dan Tower disciples. "I see." Xiao Zhe then inquired, "Where are those Dan Tower disciples imprisoned?" the Soul Palace would provide adequate care for them. Such a statement is merely for show. They are currently in the branch of the Soul Palace within the Ghost Cry mountain range. Should you wish to go there, I can guide you, for that branch is devoid of formidable guardians. Noticing the foresight of this protector, Xiaozhe displayed a hint of satisfaction. It appears you are quite cooperative. However, I must verify your claims to ascertain their authenticity. Xiaozhe raised his hand, enveloping the protector in golden light, and sought confirmation from the other two Soul Palace guardians. Receiving consistent responses, that batch of Dan Tower disciples must be rescued, not only because they belong to the same sect, but also to substantiate the charges against Song Qing regarding his betrayal of the Dan Tower through the evidence they can provide. Xiaozhe contemplated, glancing at the Soul Palace guardian under interrogation. Given the current circumstances, how long will it take for reinforcements from other branches of the Soul Palace to arrive? The guardian exhibited signs of distress, admitting he had never experienced such a predicament before. In Central Continent, it has always been the Soul Palace that bullies others. When has it ever been the victim? I am uncertain, but the branch located in the Ghost Cry mountain range is the closest to the Dan Tower and has some distance from the other branches. It should take a considerable amount of time from the moment they learn of the situation to arrive. Xiaozhe narrowed his eyes, realizing that the Soul Palace's response would depend on how much importance they placed on this branch. If they were to dispatch a high-ranking celestial lord, the speed of their arrival would undoubtedly be much swifter. Just as Xiaozhe hesitated, a powerful wave emanated from the depths of the earth. This intensity of fluctuation suggests that Qing Lin has greatly benefited from refining the soul of the ancient celestial serpent. With a wave of his hand, Xiaozhe sealed the souls of the three Soul Palace guardians within jade vials. At this moment, Qing Lin's aura transformed remarkably, exuding a fierce presence. Xiaozhe observed dark red markings gradually emerging on Qing Lin's previously smooth forehead. As time passed, the markings became clearer, revealing a miniature version of the nine-headed ancient celestial serpent. Once the imprint on the forehead became fully distinct, the ferocity emanating from Qing Lin abruptly vanished. Qing Lin's eyes suddenly widened, radiating a piercing green light. Any unprepared powerful being would likely be ensnared instantly. Upon seeing Xiaozhe, a smile of delight graced Qing Lin's face. With a graceful step, she traversed the void and approached Xiaozhe, hands clasped behind her back. Gazing at him with a captivating smile. Young Master Xiaozhe, would you care to guess what realm I currently inhabit? As the enchanting Qing Lin exhibited her whimsical demeanor, Xiaozhe could not resist reaching out to gently rest his hand upon her petite head. After all, she was not taller than he. I am just a step away from breaking through to the Dozun realm. At that time, I shall be worthy of standing before Master Xiaozhe to protect you. Qing Lin declared, her words a source of embarrassment for the majority of individuals across the Duki continent. The young girl, though scarcely in her teens, had already brushed against the threshold of Dozun, a feat unattainable by most. Qing Lin, you surely haven't completely refined the soul power of the ancient celestial serpent, have you? Otherwise, with its soul power, you ought to have reached Dozun directly, Xiaozhe remarked, observing her. Although his intervention had severely diminished the ancient serpent's intelligence, it should not have overly exhausted its soul power. It was implausible that such a depletion would hinder Qing Lin's progression to Dozun. Indeed, a portion of that power has transformed into the nine-headed ancient serpent mark upon my forehead, with some of its soul power now residing within, she responded. You are correct. The path of cultivation should never be rushed with greed. Xiaozhe gazed at the mark on Qing Lin's forehead, which began to gradually fade over time. It seemed that when not in use, the mark would not manifest itself. By the way, Master Xiaozhe, after refining the ancient celestial serpent's soul, I acquired some information. The reason the serpent chose to perish here was that, just before its demise, it unexpectedly discovered a rare treasure hidden beneath. The 10,000-year source blood crystal. 10,000-year source blood crystal. Xiaozhe exclaimed, astonished. This was an exceptionally rare treasure, recorded to purify the bloodline of any magical beast that refined it. Indeed, according to the ancient serpent's revelations, this crystal could elevate its bloodline to that of an ancient serpent king. Qing Lin nodded in agreement, adding, such a remarkable treasure should also be of great benefit to you, Master Xiaozhe. Indeed, however, it would be somewhat wasteful for me to utilize it, Xiaozhe replied, glancing at the vibrant small serpent coiled around his wrist. The reason the 10,000-year source blood crystal was deemed so precious was due to its terrifying bloodline enhancement effects for any magical beast, whether of the lowest rank or the exalted royal bloodline, allowing them to advance further. It might be worth considering for the seven-colored sky-devouring python, Xiaozhe mused, gently stroking the small serpent's head, though it remained in slumber, unresponsive to their conversation. It seemed that the integration of its soul with Medusa's was deepening, extending its periods of sleep. Once the two souls fully merged, its strength would significantly increase, and it would no longer remain in a constant slumber. The 10,000-year source blood crystal is located below, Xiao Zhe inquired, attempting to sense the unique aura of such rare materials, but found none. Indeed, however, the ancient serpent had laid a powerful seal here before its death, effectively obstructing any probing. Qinglin explained, forcefully breaking the seal could easily damage the millennia-old source blood crystal. Fortunately, after I refined the soul of the ancient celestial serpent, I acquired the means to lift the seal. Young Master Xiaoze, shall I proceed to unseal it now? A hint of curiosity flickered in Qinglin's eyes, yet Xiaoze frowned in response. Let us not rush. When you refined the soul of the ancient celestial serpent, someone from the Soul Temple approached us. Someone from the Soul Temple, Qinglin exclaimed, her surprise evident. Having accompanied Xiaoze for quite some time, she was no longer the Na'vi girl she once was. Recognized as a formidable force alongside the Dan Tower, the Soul Temple's power was not lost on her. We shall proceed first. I will explain the details along the way. A frost settled on Qinglin's face, her eyes brimming with a fierce intent. That Songqing is truly deserving of death, having betrayed the Dan Tower and conspired with the Soul Temple to harm young Master Xiaoze. Although Qinglin had spent years by Xiaoze's side, avoiding conflicts with others, she understood the importance of her loved ones. Should anyone dare to threaten those she cherished, she would not hesitate to unleash her wrath. Xiaoze calmed Qinglin and retrieved 3 jade vials, confirming their path to the Ghost Cry mountain range. In the original tale, Xiao Yin and his companions faced numerous challenges en route to the Soul Temple's branch. As a pale blue domain expanded, confirming the absence of any Do Zun-level experts, Xiaoze led Qinglin directly into the ominous Black Hall. Wait, who are you to dare intrude upon the Soul Temple? A guard's voice rang out. Intruders, quickly. Any guard appearing within the Illusion Sea domain was instantly crushed by overwhelming pressure. Many guards met their end at Xiaoze's hands before they could even react. To facilitate inquiries, Xiaoze secured the 3 jade vials containing the captured Soul Temple guards at his waist. Witnessing Xiaoze's ferocious demeanor, they were filled with terror. With 3 traitorous guides from the Soul Temple leading the way, Xiaoze swiftly located a secluded area within the Black Hall where a group of Dan Tower disciples was held captive, isolated from any other spirits. Contrary to the guards' claims of proper accommodation, the disciples were shackled with soul chains, their spirits waning and expressions despondent. Xiaoze displayed his elder token while tipping down his hat. You are Elder Xiaoze? One of them exclaimed. Everyone look. It truly is Elder Xiaoze. I must be dreaming. Elder Xiaoze. That scoundrel Songqing has betrayed the Dan Tower and colluded with the Soul Temple to plot against you. The Dan Tower disciples spoke in a flurry. Xiaoze nodded slightly, reassuring them, do not worry, I am aware. Our immediate concern is your rescue. Summoning golden flames, Xiaoze severed the soul chains binding them. He then produced the Soul Temple's soul bag, erasing its chilling aura. The spirits of the Dan Tower disciples bowed in gratitude to Xiaoze. Thank you, Elder Xiaoze. We are ready to heed your commands. Subsequently, the spirits of the Dan Tower disciples surged into the soul bag, prompting Xiaoze to sigh as he placed the bag into his spatial ring. I perceive that this branch of the Soul Temple has become redundant. As these words fell from Xiaoze's lips, Qinglin exhibited no discernible reaction. Having traversed the dark, colossal hall and witnessed the tragic plight of the souls within, Qinglin harbored a profound contempt for the actions of the Soul Temple. However, the 3 guardians of the Soul Temple, hanging at Xiaoze's waist, now displayed expressions of sheer terror. Although they understood the slim odds of survival, the moment they truly comprehended Xiaoze's intent to obliterate this branch of the Soul Temple, they realized their own demise was imminent, as their purpose had been rendered utterly obsolete. Cloaked and concealing his identity, Xiaoze had approached this branch of the Soul Temple with the clear intention of remaining undetected. The most reliable keepers of secrets, after all, are the deceased. Ignoring the thoughts of the 3 guardians, Xiaoze stowed away the soul pouch and began to expand his illusory sea domain. Should he encounter any guardians or envoys of the Soul Temple, the illusory sea would promptly crush them. Yet, the sheer vastness of this branch of the Soul Temple was indeed immense. Even at the limits of his current illusory sea's extension, Xiaoze could not encompass the entirety of the Grand Hall. Nonetheless, his objective was merely to eradicate as many of the Soul Temple's inhabitants as possible. Harnessing the formidable power of the 100-fold misfortune poison body, Xiaoze specifically targeted the soul lock chains, unleashing a venomous force capable of swiftly eroding the runes inscribed upon them, thereby rendering the chains ineffective. Even within a branch of the Soul Temple, numerous souls were imprisoned. Relying solely on Xiaoze and Qinglin to liberate each soul one by one would prove challenging. The primary concern was Xiao Zhe's uncertainty regarding the arrival of reinforcements from the Soul Temple, making swift resolution the optimal course of action. As the souls detected the dissolution of the runes on their chains, expressions of delight spread across their faces. Recalling the earlier annihilation of the Soul Temple envoys and guardians by an inexplicable force, they surmised that an adversary of the Soul Temple had invaded. The fact that this enemy was willing to expend effort to rescue these seemingly insignificant souls filled them with astonishment. However, they also understood that tranquility would soon be disrupted, prompting them to hasten towards the exit. Utilizing the detection capabilities of his illusory sea domain, Xiao Zhe identified several locations where the Soul Temple stored resources. Initially, he intended to inquire with the three guardians, but regrettably, they possessed no knowledge on the matter. After all, such resource-related affairs were of considerable significance, typically managed directly by the elders or entrusted to trusted confidants, beyond the grasp of these ordinary guardians. The hierarchy within the Soul Temple is exceedingly rigid, and the guardians Xiao Zhe had in his possession were merely human-level guardians, the lowest tier among the three classifications of heaven, earth, and man, thus overlooked and disregarded. Bang! Xiao Zhe forcefully kicked open the door to the resource storage room, revealing an abundance of herbs, elixirs, an array of weapons, combat techniques, and cultivation methods. After all, the denizens of the Soul Temple are not engaged in noble pursuits. The primary objective is to hunt the soul entities. However, wild soul entities are scarce, and they often engage in heinous acts of murder. The notorious reputation of the Soul Palace in this regard is indeed formidable. Furthermore, this particular branch of the palace is situated within the alchemy domain, abundant with alchemists. They prey on the souls of these alchemists, thus reaping the rewards of their accumulated knowledge. Consequently, the resources of elixirs and medicinal materials in this branch are exceedingly plentiful, and even Xiao Zhe encountered numerous alchemical formulas, some of which he had yet to master. These must have been acquired by other alchemists during their ventures. This fortunate turn of events allowed Xiao Zhe to harvest extensively, and he successfully liberated all the soul entities within the dark, colossal palace. The existence of this soul palace was rendered unnecessary. After pillaging its treasures, Xiao Zhe's wealth grew substantially. Although he was already a master alchemist of the 8th rank with considerable resources, the accumulation of the Soul Palace was indeed staggering. Xiao Zhe shattered 3 jade vials, summoning forth the soul entities of 3 guardians from the Soul Palace. Upon seeing Xiao Zhe's expression, they realized their impending doom. One of the guardians pleaded, "Considering the information we have provided you, grant us a swift death." "As you wish," Xiao Zhe replied, and in an instant, golden flames flickered, obliterating the 3 guardians entirely. These guardians had committed numerous atrocities, and Xiao Zhe could not possibly let them escape, especially since they recognized him and were aware of his destruction of this branch of the Soul Palace. Subsequently, Xiao Zhe, after a considerable time, employed the technique of Azure Sea's turbulence. Although its initial combat prowess did not rival that of the Grand Ocean Palm or the Imperial Seal, its destructive capability, when compounded multiple times, became formidable. Moreover, Xiao Zhe valued its extensive area of effect, and with his current cultivation, achieving multiple enhancements was well within his grasp. Before long, the soul entities that had fled the Dark Palace gathered around the valley, eager to glimpse their savior. Yet, they witnessed a vast energy coalescing within the Black Palace, transforming into a cataclysmic wave of power, as if capable of annihilating worlds. This force surged outward, causing the palace to collapse completely. Where is our benefactor? Could something have gone awry? Surely not. This attack was evidently unleashed by our savior, who would not entomb himself alive. Perhaps he wished to conceal his identity, for offending the Soul Palace would not be easily escaped. Realizing Xiao Zhe would not reveal himself, the soul entities decided unanimously to flee the area. Xiao Zhe, accompanied by the Azure Scales, watched as the soul entities departed. They were innocent victims, unjustly hunted by the Soul Palace. Alas, the Soul Palace is the malignant tumor of the Central Continent and the entire Do-Chi continent. If one day I possess the power, I shall eradicate it entirely, Xiao Zhe remarked disdainfully, sharing in the sentiment of aversion towards the palace's vile actions. However, it would be prudent to depart early. Within the Soul Hall subchamber, I have employed only a fraction of my abilities, which should not draw any attention to me. Xiao Zhe mused to himself, questioning why the Soul Hall would concern itself with a fire attribute alchemist such as himself when they are pursuing water attribute intruders. The 10,000-year source blood crystal is an extraordinary treasure that must not be overlooked. Moreover, he recalled from ancient texts that there exists a certain probability for the source blood crystal to give birth to a source blood heart. Xiao Zhe, accompanied by Qing Lin, descended into the underground space, which remained shrouded in dimness, illuminated only by stones emitting a faint crimson glow. Qinglin, I entrust this task to you. Qinglin nodded. Moving to the center of the subterranean chamber, her hands forming intricate seals. A delicate green radiance emanated from her eyes, while the mark of the nine-headed celestial serpent on her forehead radiated a fierce dark red light. Alongside the ethereal wave of control from the Baishi's three-flower pupils, the ferocious aura of the nine-headed celestial serpent once again materialized. A colossal dark red nine-headed celestial serpent emerged from Qinglin, cloaking her form. Xiaozhe squinted slightly, recognizing it as the spirit of the nine-headed celestial serpent. Under Qinglin's command, each head of the serpent lunged in different directions, one of which charged directly towards Xiaozhe, opening its gaping maw and crashing down onto the ground. A blinding dark red light erupted, revealing a massive sealing formation before Xiaozhe. Beneath the blood-red glow, an overwhelming sealing power radiated forth. With a resounding crack, the seal was broken. A dense wave of blood energy instantly enveloped the underground space. Perhaps due to the prolonged sealing, the moment it was lifted, the 10,000-year source blood crystal began to exude an extraordinarily rich blood energy, even more terrifying than that produced by the self-detonation of the nine-headed celestial serpent. While the blood energy from the serpent's explosion possessed a strong corrosive nature that would dissolve the flesh and bones of any ordinary person, the blood energy emanating from the source blood crystal carried a subtle, fragrant aroma. Inhaling this pervasive blood energy invigorated one's spirit, even stimulating the internal battle energy. Xiaozhe employed the illusory sea domain to suppress the blood energy in this area, preventing any leakage that might attract other beasts. Young Master Xiaozhe, the 10,000-year source blood crystal lies below. It truly is a heavenly material coveted even by ancient celestial serpents. The blood energy it emits makes one feel intensely warm, even from just a single breath. Qinglin's face flushed crimson, clearly affected by the blood energy, and she couldn't help but fan her cheeks with her small hand. Seeing Qinglin in such a state, Xiaozhe couldn't help but chuckle. With his current physique, absorbing this blood energy posed no issue. However, Qinglin's constitution was considerably weaker, which explained her discomfort. Nevertheless, Qinglin understood that absorbing the blood energy from the 10,000-year source blood crystal would be beneficial rather than harmful to her body. Thus, she refrained from using her battle energy to shield herself from it. Before long, the warmth within her body caused Qinglin to break into a sheen of fragrant sweat. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaozhe meticulously began to carve away the layer of rock that enveloped the object. With his exceptional soul perception, he was able to exercise precise control, completely detaching the covering stone without inflicting any damage upon the millennia-old source blood crystal beneath. As the final layer of rock was delicately lifted away by Xiaozhe's soul power, a rich crimson light emanated from the depths below, illuminating the faces of both individuals. They gazed in awe at the millennia-old source blood crystal, which sparkled with a translucent brilliance, resembling nature's most exquisite creation. Is the millennia-old source blood crystal truly so beautiful? Qinglin exclaimed, captivated by its perfection. Indeed, ancient texts documenting the source blood crystal had explicitly noted its extraordinary beauty. The mere existence of such descriptions in ancient literature attests to the unparalleled allure of the crystal. Xiaozhe, too, marveled at its splendor. However, despite its breathtaking appearance, the beauty of the millennia-old source blood crystal came at the cost of the complete exhaustion of the Earth's vitality in this region. Unlike other rare materials, the millennia-old source blood crystal reigns supreme as the absolute sovereign of the Earth's power, claiming dominion over virtually all the energy in the area. In places where the source blood crystal resides, it is rare to encounter other precious materials. It is a commonly accepted notion in the alchemical world that when harvesting valuable resources, one should leave the roots intact, refraining from uprooting the entire plant. However, this principle does not apply to the millennia-old source blood crystal, for even if a portion is retained, the surrounding Earth's vitality will no longer be able to sustain it. Xiaozhe extended his hand, allowing droplets of blood to seep from beneath his skin, quickly gathering into a pool within his palm. Young Master Xiao, what are you doing? Qinglin inquired. The millennia-old source blood crystal is easily tainted. If one were to hastily use their hands or any other tools to cut it, contamination could occur, diminishing its efficacy or even rendering it completely worthless. Generally, fresh blood is the ideal medium for interacting with the source blood crystal, Xiaozhe explained to Qinglin. With careful precision governed by his soul power, Xiaozhe gently peeled away the crystal along its edges. Although the crystal appeared vast, only the central blood-red core was the true source blood crystal. Successfully detaching a towering, blood-red crystal, Xiaozhe's face lit up with surprise. It has indeed nurtured a source heart. Noticing Qinglin's puzzled expression, Xiaozhe elaborated. The source heart can occasionally develop within the millennia-old source blood crystal. Unlike the crystal, which is particularly beneficial for magical beasts, the source heart holds immense value for human cultivators. Born from the essence of the source blood, the source heart possesses the transformative power to turn a mediocre individual into an extraordinary genius. For those who consume the source heart, cultivation becomes as simple as eating and drinking. Qing Lin, upon hearing Xiao Zhe's explanation, could not help but gaze at the heart-like crystal he had unearthed, marveling at its formidable potential. Xiao Zhe once again condensed a pool of fresh blood, using it to seal away a crystal resembling a heart. Such a formidable treasure of heaven and earth sparked his thoughts of utilizing it for Sun in the future. Although mere consumption of the source blood heart would yield significant effects, refining it into a pill could elevate its efficacy to extraordinary heights. Coupled with a tenfold feedback, Xiao Zhe envisioned a splendid talent emerging from this endeavor. After securely storing both the source blood heart and the Millennium source blood crystal, he turned his gaze to a ring of pale red crystals, the accompanying treasure of the Millennium source blood crystal. While it paled in comparison to the previous two, it remained an invaluable resource, the energy contained within sufficient to propel Xiao Zhe to a breakthrough in his cultivation. After expending considerable effort to place it within his spatial ring, he surveyed the empty underground space, feeling a twinge of sentiment. It was indeed the ancient heavenly serpent that, despite being granted immense opportunities, failed to seize them, ultimately benefiting him instead. Not long after, an elder with an aura as vast as the ocean arrived in the southern mountain range. His hair and beard were completely white, yet his complexion remained smooth and youthful. He cleared his throat, his deep blue eyes scanning the southern mountain range. This branch hall lay within the domain of the Pill Tower, and its discovery and subsequent destruction were entirely predictable. Why then did he have to come personally? The elder's tone was laced with reluctance, yet he tore through the void, heading toward the Ghost Cry mountain range. Soon after, the elder appeared above the ruins of the Soul Hall branch in the Ghost Cry mountain range. Observing the collapsed black giant hall, his expression did not waver. However, as he drew closer to sense the surroundings, a note of surprise escaped him. The elder reached out a hand toward the empty space before him, and with a seemingly ordinary gesture, he gathered a portion of the vapor from the remnants of the black giant hall. Such a dense residue of water attributes. Could it be that the invader was a practitioner of water attributes? Practitioners of this element were not particularly numerous in the central continent, especially those capable of decisively eliminating two esteemed elders of the Soul Hall and obliterating its branch hall. It was rare to encounter another practitioner of water attributes like myself. Should I capture them, it would offer an opportunity for further discourse before their demise. The elder mused, searching for clues among the remaining ruins. At that moment, several strands of black mist emerged from nearby. Greetings, Celestial Lord. Several guardians of the Soul Hall approached respectfully to pay their respects to the elder. This elder was indeed a figure of great significance within the Soul Hall, revered as the Celestial Lord. You few are the last remaining guardians of this Soul Hall branch. Speak of what you know. Yes, the guardians replied, a touch of trepidation evident in their demeanor, fearing that the Celestial Lord might condemn them to accompany the branch hall in its demise. However, we were previously engaged in tasks assigned by the esteemed elders and are not well acquainted with the assault on the Soul Hall branch. Then what use do you serve? The Celestial Lord snorted coldly, causing the guardians to fall silent in fear. Celestial Lord, it seems the two esteemed elders had intentions to act against the newly appointed alchemist Xiao Zhe from the Pill Tower. What sort of clue is this? A newly appointed alchemist can summon allies capable of annihilating this Soul Hall. The guardian of the Soul Hall, who had spoken, found himself at a loss for words. Alas, the assailants of the Soul Hall's branch left no trace of their presence. You few should investigate whether there are any water attribute practitioners accompanying Xiao Zhe. Simultaneously, a substantial amount of soul energy remains, likely released by the assailants in the form of souls. Once the esteemed guardian of the Soul Hall confirmed the absence of leads at this branch, he could only dispatch his subordinates to investigate and capture those souls. The guardians of the Soul Hall let out a sigh of relief, grateful not to meet their end alongside the branch. It seems this esteemed guardian is somewhat reasonable. This branch of the Soul Hall is now deemed abandoned. It is puzzling how they once considered establishing a branch within the territory of the Alchemist Guild. The elder shook his head, recalling something as he glanced at the remaining guardians. If you manage to uncover any results, you may seek another branch to rejoin. However, if you yield no results, do what you must swiftly. With that, the elder departed, leaving the guardians of the Soul Hall trembling in fear. Initially, they believed the esteemed guardian was amicable, but it now appears he merely values their utility. Otherwise, they would be easily disposed of. What shall we do now? What else can we do? Let us assign tasks. Who will investigate? Who will capture the souls? I shall capture the souls. Do not even think of shirking your duty. For if we do, we face a dead end. Once you enter the Soul Hall, Do not harbor any thoughts of escape, one of the heavenly guardians declared, and the others nodded in agreement. Even if this branch has perished, this heavenly guardian remains the strongest among them. His word is law. He had no intention of confronting the Grand Elder and deemed it best to present matters directly to the three presidents for their judgment. Observing the Grand Elder's reaction upon learning of Song Qing's disappearance, it was evident that the Grand Elder held this disciple in high regard. Convincing him to accept the betrayal of the Alchemist Guild by Song Qing would likely prove arduous. Thus, a simpler and swifter course of action would be to directly inform the three presidents. Given Xiao Zhe's current status and position, meeting the three presidents should pose no challenge. Within the Grand Hall of the Alchemist Guild, Xian Kongzi noticed Xiao Zhe entering with Qing Lin, a look of curiosity gracing his face. Xiao Zhe had previously met President Xian Kongzi. Xiao Zhe, what brings you here? By the way, I recall you were with the Grand Elder dealing with the matter of the missing disciples. Now that it has been resolved, you may proceed to the Elder Pavilion, where they will assign you your merits. Thank you, President Xian Kongzi, but I have not come solely for the matter of merits. Xiao Zhe replied respectfully. Retrieving the soul pouch and releasing the souls of the Alchemist Guild disciples, Xian Kongzi was momentarily stunned upon witnessing the souls of the disciples. Quickly realizing that these were the very disciples who had gone missing and met with misfortune, the disciples of the Dan Tower exchanged glances. Astonished that Xiao Zhe could directly meet the esteemed President Xian Kongzi, one of them hesitated for a moment, noticing the tension among the others, and stepped forward to speak. President Xian Kongzi, we were previously attacked by individuals from the Soul Palace, yet that is not the crux of the matter. The most crucial point is that Elder Song Qing, who has been protecting us, chose to betray the Dan Tower and instead aligned himself with the Soul Palace. What? President Xian Kongzi exclaimed, casting aside the pen in his hand, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Such a thing has occurred? Speak in detail. Once the disciples had recounted the entire tale, Xiao Zhe added, my presence in the southern mountain range was known solely to the Grand Elder and a few others. However, shortly after parting ways with them, I fell victim to a search and pursuit by the Soul Palace. I managed to eliminate 2 of their esteemed elders who came to hunt me, and by coercing a Soul Palace guardian to lead me, I was able to rescue them. Upon hearing the full account, President Xian Kongzi's expression darkened considerably. He promptly notified the other 2 presidents and dispatched 2 elders to bring the Grand Elder and Song Qing to the Black Tower. This matter must be dealt with gravely. Elder Lu Tian and Elder Lin approached the Grand Elder, who was perplexed by their sudden visit. Haha, we are unsure ourselves. But it is the direct order of the president, requesting that you and Song Qing come to the Dan Tower for an audience. Elder Lu Tian said cheerfully, his demeanor that of a well-meaning elder. He truly was unaware of the intricacies of the situation and thus showed no signs of suspicion towards Song Qing. Could it be due to the recent attack on the disciples of the Dan Tower? The Grand Elder mused, his brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. Meanwhile, Song Qing felt a vague sense of unease, tightening his fists, palms slick with sweat. Hearing the words of his teacher, Song Qing nodded in agreement. It is possible. After all, I did fail in my duty, and the president will certainly hold me accountable. A hint of a bitter smile crossed Song Qing's face. Sigh, this misfortune cannot be laid at your feet, especially since you yourself have sustained serious injuries, the Grand Elder offered in consolation. Elder Lu Tian and Elder Lin waited for them to finish before stating, there is no time to lose. We should not keep the president waiting. Within the Grand Hall of the Dan Tower, the other 2 presidents bore grave expressions as they absorbed the details of the incident, their faces etched with concern. The Dan Tower had previously endured a severe incident of teacher slaying, which was closely tied to the Soul Palace. That incident had far-reaching implications. At that time, the core of the Dan Tower was flourishing. The master of a small tower had taken on an exceptionally gifted disciple. However, it was later discovered that he was of the Soul Clan. The master, recalling their bond, chose not to execute him on the spot, but instead let him go. Yet, that disciple, lacking any sense of gratitude, gathered a multitude of powerful Soul Clan warriors to assault his master. This event had profound consequences, leading the Dan Tower to become extremely wary of outside talents. When Xiao Zhe subsequently joined the Dan Tower, it was in the shadow of this very incident that he found himself distrusted. Subsequently, it was only after Dan Tower's investigation at Canaan Academy that he truly accepted Xiao Zhe. The profound impact of that incident lay in Dan Tower's treatment of traitors, which tended towards the extreme. Particularly for those who defected to the Soul Palace, Dan Tower preferred to eradicate any potential threats entirely, leaving no room for future consequences. If Dan Tower's wariness toward Xiao Zhe was merely a ripple effect of that event, then the extreme measures taken against traitors were its most direct consequence. Betraying Dan Tower and aligning with the Soul Palace had evidently become a taboo within its ranks. Consequently, The three presidents regarded this incident with utmost seriousness. For mishandling, it could result in significant losses for Dan Tower. As Song Qing followed the Grand Elder into the main hall, he was struck by the sight of the souls of the Dan Tower disciples, his heart skipping a beat. Even though these disciples presented a unified testimony, it could not definitively condemn him for betrayal. He could easily argue that they had been subjected to soul manipulation by the Soul Palace, altering their memories. Upon noticing the sudden change in Song Qing's expression, the three presidents quickly regained their composure, internally scoffing at what they deemed the obstinacy of the individual before them. Greetings, esteemed presidents. The elders spoke in unison. Grand Elder, perhaps you should first listen to what these Dan Tower disciples have to say, Xian Kongzi sighed, addressing the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder turned to the disciples. What do you wish to convey to me? We have witnessed it with our own eyes, Grand Elder. Your disciple, Song Qing, declared his intention to serve the Soul Palace before their venerable elder. What? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Song Qing possesses exemplary character. How could he betray Dan Tower? The Grand Elder instinctively denied the accusation, turning to look at Song Qing, who appeared equally bewildered. How could this be? I was gravely injured in the ambush and nearly lost my life. Surely, your memories have been altered by the Soul Palace. Song Qing insisted, feigning calmness. I deeply lament your misfortune, but I assure you, I have not betrayed Dan Tower. The expressions of the Dan Tower disciples shifted to one of hatred and fury. Witnessing Song Qing's shameless defense incited a desire to pounce upon him and rend him apart. You shameless scoundrel, still attempting to justify yourself. We witnessed you before the venerable elder of the Soul Palace, proclaiming your allegiance to them. Furthermore, you offered intelligence on Elder Xiaozhe, colluding with them to endanger him. The Dan Tower disciples erupted in vehement curses, and chaos ensued until Xiaozhe interjected firmly. Everyone, please calm yourselves. I too have experienced this incident, and I request a moment to speak. Upon hearing Xiaozhe, the Dan Tower disciples quickly regained their composure, remembering that he had risked great peril to rescue them from the jaws of the Soul Palace. Grand Elder, after our parting, news of my sojourn in the southern mountains became scarce, yet shortly thereafter, I found myself pursued and hunted by the venerable elders of the Soul Palace. The Grand Elder's expression shifted, revealing the dawning of suspicion within him. If the disciples of the Dan Tower merely utter such words, one could still attribute it to Song Qing's excuses. However, the words of Xiaozhe compel him to take the matter seriously. Could it not be a coincidence? What evidence do you possess to assert that I am the one who leaked information? Song Qing scoffed. Perhaps it is because your figure was seen by the guardians of the Soul Palace. After all, we were ambushed there, which is likely a place of activity for the Soul Palace. It seems you remain undeterred. Your excuses are quite elaborate. Observing Song Qing's stubbornness, Xiaozhe realized that mere words would not suffice to elicit an admission from him. Unfortunately, those two elders perished at my hands, and from their storage rings. I unearthed tokens of your connection with them. Surely, within your own storage ring, there exists a corresponding token, does it not? A compass materialized in Xiaozhe's hand, and upon seeing the blood-red inscriptions on it, Song Qing's countenance shifted dramatically. The elder, who had been fixated on Song Qing, could no longer contain himself and struck him down with a forceful slap, causing several teeth to scatter across the ground. Traitor, have I been blind to accept such a wretch as you? With both witnesses and evidence laid bare, do you still refuse to acknowledge your betrayal of the Dan Tower? Half of Song Qing's face had swollen, and as he spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing that his ruse had been completely unmasked, he abandoned any pretense. Indeed. I am afraid of death. Against the elders of the Soul Palace, I could never prevail. Faced with the specter of death, what is wrong with my betrayal of the Dan Tower? I merely wish to survive. Is that a sin? Upon hearing Song Qing's words, the elder trembled with rage. His finger trembling as he pointed at Song Qing, rendered speechless. How had he failed to recognize Song Qing's true nature before? Beneath that facade of virtue lay a heart of a coward, willing to betray the very place that nurtured him for the sake of his own survival. Colluding with the Soul Palace to hunt down Xiaozhe, offering his own blade for the slaughter, in his desperate quest for survival. Would he not even hesitate to slay his own master? The elder's disappointment in Song Qing reached its zenith. The revelations of the day had utterly shattered his perception of the virtuous disciple he once cherished, especially when Song Qing proclaimed that he simply wished to live. What fault was it of his? The elder's heart sank completely, extinguishing any hope he had for Song Qing. His murky eyes beheld the fallen Song Qing, and he felt as though this disciple he had known intimately was now a stranger. It was as if all vitality had been siphoned from him, and he let out a weary sigh. Alas, esteemed president, it is my failing sight that has led me to misjudge character, allowing such a traitor to become my disciple. You need not consider my presence. Proceed to handle this matter according to the rules of the Dan Tower. The elder turned to Xiaozhe, his face reflecting shame. and presented him with a scroll. Regardless of the circumstances, I am ultimately Song Qing's mentor. While he did not directly strike, he nonetheless provided the Soul Palace with the means to harm you. This is my proud creation, the formula for the Heavenly Spirit Pill. Consider it a recompense for the injuries Song Qing has inflicted upon you. Xiao Zhe observed the decrepit visage of the Grand Elder, whose vitality seemed to have aged by decades. Grand Elder, there is no need for this. I am of no substance, Xiao Zhe began. Yet before he could finish his sentence, the Grand Elder thrust a scroll into his hands. Take it, he insisted. Esteemed presidents, I am unwell and must take my leave. With a heavy heart, the Grand Elder bowed to the three presidents and departed. At that moment, Song Qing realized that an unpleasant fate awaited him. Panic-stricken, he called out to the Grand Elder, who had reached the threshold. Master, I am your student. Are you truly going to abandon me in my time of need? Enough of your disgraceful display, traitor. The president in black robes retorted with disdain. Traitors of the Pill Tower are met with varying degrees of punishment, depending on the severity of their betrayal, while those who collude with the Soul Palace face even harsher consequences. With a flick of his hand, Xian Kongzi produced a green jade vial. Song Qing, I will grant you a semblance of dignity. You shall consume this poison pill yourself. This is all your fault. Had it not been for the Soul Palace's desire for your soul, we would not have been ambushed. My team would not have faced their demise. You are the reason I stand on the precipice of death. You have forced my hand against the Pill Tower. Seeing Song Qing's irrational outburst, Xiao Zhe frowned and admonished. Song Qing, you must recognize your true nature. Even without the present circumstances, when faced with life and death in the future, you would undoubtedly make the same choice, betraying the Pill Tower in favor of the Soul Palace. You lie? Song Qing exclaimed, rising to charge at Xiao Zhe. Just then, a chilling cold snort echoed, freezing the very air around them. Song Qing's charge faltered. Stubborn fool. President Tian Lei shattered the green jade vial, revealing a dark red pill. And before Song Qing could react, he forced the pill into his mouth. Since you refuse to maintain your dignity, I shall grant you one. As Song Qing clutched his throat, the last words he heard before consciousness slipped away were those of President Tian Lei. Observing Song Qing's lifeless form on the ground, Xiao Zhe shook his head. This fate was well-deserved. The souls of the Pill Tower disciples displayed expressions of relief and liberation. Xian Kongzi sighed. Acknowledging Song Qing as a commendable disciple among the younger generation of the Pill Tower, albeit flawed by his excessive fear of death, his gaze fell upon the souls of the Pill Tower disciples. Rest assured, the Pill Tower will not forsake you. We shall arrange for you to undertake more leisurely tasks. We are grateful to President Xian Kongzi. The disciples of the Pill Tower bowed, their faces brightening with joy. Wonderful. The Pill Tower has not abandoned us. Initially fearing that they would fall into the hands of the Soul Palace and face an eternal darkness, the best outcome they anticipated was being exploited to the very end, leading to their soul's complete dissolution. Thus, this farcical drama of betrayal concluded with Song Qing's demise and the souls of the Pill Tower disciples receiving proper care. The news of Song Qing's death sent ripples through the Pill Tower. Although his former glory had faded, he was still one of the most prominent figures of the younger generation before Xiao Zhe. His death astonished many disciples and elders of the Dan Tower. However, upon understanding the circumstances, they vehemently cursed aloud. Damn it! Such cowardly wretches deserve the punishment of death. To ensure caution, Xiao Zhe contemplated spending some time refining a high-quality condensation pill. During this period, he also delved into the Grand Elder's masterpiece, the Celestial Spirit Pill. This 8th-grade elixir, depending on the quality of its primary materials, could produce either 2-colored, 5-colored, or 8-colored pill thunder. The Celestial Spirit Pill's effect is straightforward. It enhances cultivation. A 2-colored pill thunder Celestial Spirit Pill is sufficient to spare ordinary Do Zun practitioners decades, even a century, of arduous training. The most formidable aspect of the Celestial Spirit Pill lies in its ability to be taken alongside 3 different qualities of pills without any reduction in effect. Unlike the Huangji Pill and Do Ling Pill, where the second pill becomes ineffective after consuming the first, if a low-star Do Zun consumes these 3 pills consecutively, they can at least elevate their rank by 1 star, while those of exceptional talent may ascend by 2 to 3 stars. Although it is not a pill capable of breaking through major realms, it is exceedingly precious. Ordinary Do Zun would fiercely contend for it. The Grand Elder, surprisingly, bestowed such a high-grade pill upon me. If exchanged within the Dan Tower, only the Bodhi Pill would surpass it in merit. Even in terms of practical value, the Celestial Spirit Pill holds the advantage, as Bodhi seeds are rare treasures that one can scarcely encounter, whereas the materials for the Celestial Spirit Pill, though rare, can be collected with some effort. As the 5-colored pill thunder's storm clouds gradually dissipated, Xiao Zhe's right hand grasped the escaping pill under the control of the illusory sea domain. The condensation pill was completed, and everything was in place. It was time to break through to Dozun. If I do not advance soon, Xuner might reach Dozun before I do. Xiaozhe glanced at Xuner's tenfold feedback at the 9-star Dozone level, internally marveling at the profound heritage of the ancient clan. What special rewards might Xuner receive at the Dozone level? After all, the rewards at the Do Huang level, combined with Xuner's Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame, directly granted me the Source Emperor Flame. Following the pattern of increasing rewards, could it be that the next one would be a Bodhi Heart, allowing me to disregard the tribulations of entering the sacred realm? Within the secret chamber of the Elder Tower, Xiaozhe pinched the condensation pill between his fingers and tossed it into his mouth, releasing a vast energy. However, it was swiftly suppressed by the golden light emanating from the source tree, as Xiaozhe fervently absorbed the medicinal power. An even more immense energy surged forth from Xiaozhe, causing the source tree to tremble slightly, seemingly on the verge of surpassing the 10,000-meter limit. Under the infusion of this tremendous energy, the source tree finally ascended a notch. With the breakthrough of the 10,000-meter limit, the growth of the source tree was no longer constrained, voraciously devouring the energy within the void. The 10,000-year source blood crystal companion substance, placed in the secret chamber in advance, was now being ravenously consumed for energy. Golden roots eagerly absorbed the vast energy contained within the companion substance, propelling the height of the source tree ever upward. Although the energy contained within the universe is seemingly inexhaustible, the efficiency of absorption remains painfully slow. If one were to rely solely on refining the energy of heaven and earth to ascend to the rank of Dozuen, it would take Xiaozhe at least a year and a half. However, it appears that such an extensive duration is unnecessary at present. Besides the accompanying entity of the 10,000-year source blood crystal, the feedback from Xuner and the energy concealed within the Ningzuan pill also harbor remarkably formidable power. Outside the secret chamber, Qinglin sensed the terrifying energy emanating from within and could not help but exclaim. In terms of Duqi realm, there is not much difference between myself and young Master Xiaozhe. We are both at the pinnacle of Dozong. Yet, when it comes to true strength, Xiaozhe could easily defeat me tenfold, for his foundation is extraordinarily profound. The energy required for young Master Xiaozhe to break through to Dozuen, merely leaking out, is already astonishingly immense. Qinglin stroked the colorful little snake. As Xiaozhe's strength gradually ascended, he often entrusted the little creature to her care. After all, during Xiaozhe's elevation in rank or when confronting the tribulations of alchemy, the released energy could potentially harm the little snake. At that moment, the colorful little snake slowly opened its eyes, its once naive violet pupils now filled with clarity. As a burst of radiant hues flashed by, Qinglin felt a sudden absence in her hand, and before her stood a strikingly beautiful woman. Enchantingly alluring, the former beautiful serpent had now shed its serpentine tail, with two elegantly proportioned jade-like feet gracing the void. Medusa's gaze towards Qinglin lacked any chill, for she had thoroughly merged with the soul of the sky-devouring python. The python, having been cared for by Qinglin, held a certain reliance on her, making it difficult for Medusa to harbor hostility. Moreover, Qinglin was also Xiaozhe's exclusive maid. In terms of intimacy with him, she found herself even eclipsed by Qinglin. Qinglin furrowed her brow, sensing the presence of the colorful little snake within Medusa. Yet the cold beauty before her bore no trace of the former naivety. Are you the colorful little snake? Medusa observed Qinglin's cautious demeanor and chuckled lightly, realizing that Xiaozhe had not briefed her on the situation. Little girl, there is no need for such vigilance. The colorful little snake you once cared for was indeed me. And the one before you now is also me. Draped in a flowing pale purple robe, Medusa gracefully took a seat on a nearby chair, crossing one elegantly rounded leg over the other, revealing a glimpse of springtime beauty. Yet, Qinglin remained resolute. You still have not clarified your identity. If you refuse to explain, I will have no choice but to subdue you until young master emerges from his seclusion to make a decision. As she spoke, her eyes glimmered with a faint green light, even revealing the Bai Shi San Hua pupils. Seeing the girl's earnestness, Medusa felt a tinge of exasperation. Fortunately, the bloodline she possessed, belonging to the sky-devouring python, was that of the royal lineage among serpent beasts, rendering her not particularly concerned. However, Medusa did not wish to conflict with Qinglin and thus opted to elucidate. In truth, we both hail from the same origin, and you may have heard of my name, Medusa. Upon hearing the name of Medusa, Qinglin's brow furrowed slightly, before she unearthed memories of the famed figure from the depths of her recollections. Was she not the queen of the serpent empire in the Tagore desert? How could it be that she now transformed into a radiant little serpent, accompanying young Master Xiaozhe? Please, continue, she urged, her curiosity piqued. For certain reasons, I failed in my quest for evolution and was rescued by Xiaozhe. In return, I pledged to serve as his guardian. Ultimately, I did achieve evolution, becoming the seven-colored devouring python, albeit briefly losing my memories, and was kept by Xiaoze as a pet. Medusa recounted, her expression revealing a complex mixture of emotions. Qinglin's mouth fell agape. Despite her formidable strength now, she had grown up hearing tales of Medusa's fierce reputation. After an extensive passage of time, I finally merged with the soul of the seven-colored devouring python, which allowed me to manifest before you, Medusa concluded. Upon hearing Medusa's explanation, Qinglin found it difficult to reconcile the fearsome Queen Medusa she had heard about as a child with the delicate and beautiful little serpent she had just encountered. However, sensing the essence of the seven-colored serpent within Medusa, Qinglin inquired, "So, does this mean you are to fulfill your promise and become young Master Xiaoze's guardian?" Medusa nodded. Yet Qinglin scrutinized her, pursing her lips, wondering how it felt that the guardian seemed weaker than young Master Xiaoze himself. Medusa, too, sensed Qinglin's skeptical gaze, and found herself unable to refute it. Her own strength indeed paled in comparison to Xiaoze's, making her role as a guardian rather questionable. In that case, we should wait for young Master to conclude his retreat, she suggested. Suddenly, Qinglin recalled the ancient source blood crystal. By the way, I had an extraordinary encounter with young Master Xiaoze and acquired the source blood crystal. He mentioned he would have you use it. Perhaps it could elevate your bloodline once more. Qinglin did not dwell on it, for young Master Xiaoze's decisions had always been resolute, and informing Medusa in advance was of little consequence. The source blood crystal, is it not the miraculous treasure capable of further enhancing the bloodlines of all magical beasts? Medusa exclaimed in astonishment, leaning forward in anticipation, eager to draw nearer to Qinglin. Indeed, as young Master Xiaoze stated, we shall wait for him to emerge, Qinglin affirmed. Medusa found herself at a loss. The notion that such a precious treasure would be bestowed upon her was overwhelming. Her thoughts became chaotic, her delicate hands instinctively clenching and releasing as her gaze flickered towards the secluded chamber where Xiaoze was meditating. Observing Medusa's demeanor, Qinglin felt a sense of surprise, as she perceived a stark contrast to the Medusa of legends. Meanwhile, just beyond the confines of the chamber, Xiaoze's breakthrough was fervently underway. The fragments of the ancient source blood crystal had been stripped of their energy, reduced to mere grains of sand. As Xiaoze's aura reached its zenith, the void around him underwent a cataclysmic transformation, revealing a colossal tree towering nearly 20,000 meters high. Unlike the previous state of mere branches, this magnificent tree had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis, with the primordial flames extending into golden branches, forming resplendent sheets of fiery leaves. The tree of origin has transformed into a magnificent towering tree, no longer merely a manifestation of the primordial force of Xiaoze. The soul that inhabits the tree of origin possesses a profound understanding of the transformations occurring within the void space. If the void space was previously considered merely a realm, it has now taken a significant step towards becoming a tangible world, transcending the ethereal. Furthermore, this extraordinary reward has substantially expanded the dimensions of the void space to rival that of an empire. The void space no longer merely expands in tandem with the growth of the tree of origin. Despite its vastness, comparable to an entire empire, the roots of the tree of origin remain capable of extending throughout the entire void space. This implies that the energy the tree of origin can extract from the void space has become significantly more substantial. After a careful contemplation, Xiaoze realized that this reward appears to be even more bounteous than the origin emperor flame. It should not be perceived as merely facilitating the tree of origin's evolution into a more substantial towering tree and expanding the void space to the size of an empire. Xiaoze's soul gazed upon the entirety of the void space, and he sensed a dawning realization, as if witnessing the birth of a minor dimension. A spark of enlightenment illuminated his mind, causing his heart to race. If his assumptions were indeed correct, then this reward could signify not just an opportunity for sanctification, but also a chance for imperial ascension. According to the ancient words of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor, attaining the status of Do emperor necessitates the acquisition of source energy, a resource that is non-renewable, diminishing with each use. The decline from the ancient era, when Do emperors flourished, to the present day, where no emperor has emerged for millennia, ultimately stems from the depletion of source energy. To obtain source energy, one must seek the legacies within the ancient emperor's caves or the embryonic pills of imperial-grade elixirs. Beyond these methods, there are no alternatives. However, a novel path now lies before Xiaoze. If the void space truly is on the verge of becoming a dimensional realm, then, as per the teachings of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor, the inception of a dimension will inherently generate source energy. This signifies a groundbreaking new avenue for Xiaoze to acquire source energy. Xiaoze could not help but take several deep breaths to calm his exhilaration, and he once again attuned himself, confirming that his earlier conjectures were indeed correct. When Xuner achieves sanctification, it will coincide with his own acquisition of source energy. By then, he would have already reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Do Saint, allowing him to directly harness that source energy and step into the realm of the Do Emperor. The Do Emperor stands as a terrifying entity that reigns supreme over the continent of Do Qi, and the subsequent 3 levels of rewards are designed solely to provide Xiao Zhe with the key to ascend to the Do Emperor. It seems quite reasonable upon reflection. Thus, it appears that I need not overly scheme for the ancient Emperor's cave. After all, it is a sanctuary left behind by a Do Emperor, where even the 9-star Do Saint pinnacle, Zhu Kuan, met his demise. If a safer and more reliable method exists for attaining the status of Do Emperor, there is no need to take unnecessary risks. The prospect of seizing the opportunity for imperial ascension fills Xiao Zhe with excitement. However, that is a distant endeavor. For now, he shall first test the powers attained after achieving Do Zun. Xiao Zhe slowly opened his eyes, noticing that the surroundings had become covered in fine sand. With a casual gesture through the void before him, a pitch-black fissure, a foot in length, materialized instantly. With a flick of his hand, Xiao Zhe summoned the fine sands within the secret chamber to flow into the inky black fissure, and in the blink of an eye, the chamber returned to its pristine state. His mastery over spatial power now rivaled that of seasoned Do Zun experts. With a mere gesture, he could wield the forces of space, which elucidated the vast chasm that separated Do Zun practitioners from those beneath them. Presently, the height of his primordial tree approached 20,000 meters, equivalent to the pinnacle of a 1-star Do Zun. His prior accumulation had allowed him to enhance his capabilities by 2 or 3 stars upon breaking through significant boundaries. However, once he reached the Do Zun realm, such feats became exceedingly challenging. For Xiao Zhe to elevate his strength directly to the peak of a 1-star Do Zun was already a testament to his formidable prior accumulation. Upon sensing his current state, he recognized he was still a distance away from achieving 2-star Do Zun. Once he gathered the materials for the Heavenly Spirit Pill and consumed a 2-colored Thunder Heavenly Spirit Pill, he should be capable of directly breaking through to the 2-star Do Zun level. Xiao Zhe further explored his various abilities, each exhibiting significant enhancement, particularly the illusory sea domain, which inherently evolved alongside his strength, saw a remarkable surge following his breakthrough. If, at the pinnacle of Do Zun, he could temporarily disrupt the Do Zun with the illusory sea domain, now, against low-star Do Zun of the same rank, he could inflict injury or even severely wound them. After conducting a series of tests, Xiao Zhe suddenly sensed something amiss. His Do Qi appeared to be entirely intact. Detecting the anomaly, he promptly began to sense the Do Qi within his body, arriving at a startling conclusion. His Do Qi had not been consumed at all. Rather, in the face of such an immense reservoir of Do Qi, the earlier tests had rendered only a minuscule fraction of his total energy. Previously, although his Do Qi was substantial, employing formidable Do techniques had undoubtedly led to noticeable depletion. It seemed the metamorphosis of the void space, apart from the potential to achieve the status of Do Emperor in the future, now presented the most terrifying aspect, an unfathomable abundance of Do Qi. According to the primordial tree, it could seize energy equivalent to the vastness of the entire void space, which was nearly the size of an empire, an inexhaustible reservoir. Unable to contain his thoughts, Xiao Zhe murmured to himself, then quickly formed seals with his hands. Among the Do techniques he mastered, the one that consumed the most Do Qi was undoubtedly the Emperor Seal technique bestowed by Xuner, the Mountain Opening Seal, the Ocean Turning Seal, and the Earth Covering Seal, 3 seals combined. With dazzling speed, Xiao Zhe executed the seals, and upon their convergence, a deep blue crystalline handprint materialized in his palm, emanating an overwhelming power. Even after employing the combined Emperor Seal technique, the consumption of his Do Qi, in comparison to his total Do Qi reserves, was nearly negligible. It appeared he had greatly underestimated the changes in the void space. The substantial enhancement of Do Qi was both simple and exceptionally potent. Holding the Emperor Seal technique in his right hand, he gently carved a fissure in the void with his left, pulling it aside to reveal a black hole, into which he subsequently cast the Emperor Seal technique, determined to avoid the destruction of the Elder Tower. The space black hole unleashed a terrifying energy storm, prompting Xiao Zhe to swiftly seal the spatial rift, halting the impending surge of energy. The Imperial Seal technique truly lives up to its reputation, comparable to the Celestial Tier combat skills. Once the 3 seals merged, using it within the Elder Tower would likely reduce it to ruins in an instant. As Xiao Zhe opened the door to the secret chamber, he found Medusa seated in a chair, with Qing Lin standing opposite her. Upon seeing Xiao Zhe, Qing Lin's face broke into a joyful smile. However, at that moment, Xiao Zhe exuded a peculiar aura that bewildered Qing Lin. Previously, although she could not discern the depths of Xiao Zhe's strength, She sensed an unfathomable power within him. Yet now, facing him, that sensation had vanished. As if he were an ordinary person, devoid of any trace of danger. This extraordinary perception left Qing Lin momentarily stunned. Noticing the unusual atmosphere between the two, Xiaozhe took the initiative, moving closer to Qing Lin, gently ruffling her hair, and then turning his gaze towards Medusa. Queen Medusa, what brings you here? From your current state, it seems you have fully integrated with the soul of the sky-devouring python? Xiaozhe observed Medusa carefully, and upon hearing the commotion in the secret chamber, she immediately rose to her feet. After all, in terms of both identity and power, Xiaozhe did not warrant her pride. Acknowledging his inquiry, Medusa nodded. I have completely merged with the soul of the seven-colored sky-devouring python. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. Thanks to your earlier assistance, the strength of the seven-colored sky-devouring python has escalated rapidly. After our complete integration, my power has also progressed, now reaching the pinnacle of the 7th rank. Having you as my protector should not be seen as a disgrace, right? Xiaozhe was taken aback by Medusa's earnestness, surprised that she was so intent on being a competent protector. Indeed, a peak dozong expert holds considerable prowess in the Central Plains. Nodding, he replied, however, with my current strength, having a peak dozong guardian by my side holds little significance. Medusa could not help but clench her fists. Her gaze towards Xiaozhe tinged with a hint of reluctance. With her royal bloodline among serpent-like magical beasts, why did her powers still not surpass his? Especially upon hearing Xiaozhe's remark about her limited utility, Medusa felt a twinge of anxiety. What do you intend to do? She asked. Naturally, I aim to enhance your strength. The impact of a dozun expert far exceeds that of a peak dozong, Xiaozhe replied with a smile. Yet he did not continue conversing with Medusa, instead shifting his attention to Qing Lin. Qing Lin, you previously absorbed the soul power of the ancient celestial serpent. There should still be remnants sufficient for you to break through to dozun, correct? Qing Lin softly mused. There are still remnants left. The soul power from the ancient celestial serpent is immense, enough to elevate me to dozun. Moreover, other serpent-like magical beasts under my control are also providing me with do qi. Both of you are on the brink of a breakthrough. I shall concoct 2 condensing sovereign pills for you, enhancing your chances of transcending into the do sovereign realm. Prepare for your ascension soon. However, Xiaozhe, I have only recently reached the pinnacle of the 7th stage and lack confidence in my ability to break through to do sovereign. Medusa hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to speak candidly. Even if the elixirs Xiaozhe offers possess miraculous properties to augment the likelihood of a breakthrough, a lack of foundational strength would render such potions futile. Rest assured, during my recent expedition, I acquired a piece of a 10,000-year source blood crystal. No one in my vicinity has use for such a treasure. It would be far better utilized to enhance your power. Xiaozhe replied nonchalantly. However, this source blood crystal is exceedingly precious. If you wish to accept, you must double the duration of my protection. Upon hearing Xiaozhe's words, Medusa could not help but swallow hard. As a beast, she yearned to elevate her lineage. The 7-colored devouring python was not the zenith of her potential. The 9-colored devouring python was an ancient terror that once dominated the continent. The 10,000-year source blood crystal could propel her bloodline further along its path. While reaching the level of the 9-colored devouring python may be out of reach, ascending another tier is not entirely impossible. This opportunity is invaluable to her. Given her relationship with Xiaozhe, she would gladly accept extending his protection not just once, but even twice if necessary. Very well, Medusa exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she nodded eagerly. Xiaozhe made a decisive gesture, instructing them to each enter a private chamber to prepare for their breakthroughs, while he proceeded to concoct the condensing sovereign pills. After his advancement to do sovereign, he found himself increasingly adept at crafting 8th-tier pills. If the probability of successful concoction was previously a mere 50-50, it now leaned heavily in favor of success. Elders and disciples residing within the inner domain of the sacred pill city observed the frequent appearances of 8th-tier pill tribulations with a sense of numbed astonishment. Ever since Xiaozhe ascended to the status of elder, pill tribulations seemed to have become more commonplace in this realm. Following his attainment as an 8th-tier alchemist, even the 8th-tier pill tribulations were becoming routine. Now, he was witnessing the emergence of the 5-colored pill tribulation. They began to doubt whether their own alchemical skills resembled Xiaozhe's in any way. Is it not customary to expend vast amounts of soul power to successfully craft high-tier pills? How could anyone concoct pills so frequently? As if they possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of soul power? If high-tier pills were so simple to produce, they would not be so scarce. Even within the Black Tower, the 3 presidents could not help but shake their heads and chuckle at the commotion stirred by Xiaozhe. I pondered whether I should allow Xiaozhe to enter the small pill tower in advance, frequently crafting pills within the sacred pill city. For those unaware of the situation would surely believe the pill tower could continuously produce high-tier elixirs. Xian Kongzi pressed his temples, feeling a slight headache. The requests from various factions seeking high-tier pills had amassed almost to the point of mountain-like piles. If this news were to spread, they would undoubtedly think the pill tower possessed abundant high-tier pills. Xian Yi could not help but chuckle in response. In my view, we should take advantage of the upcoming Four Directions conference to allow Xiao Zhe to make his public debut, while simultaneously resolving that particular matter to prevent him from becoming consumed by the alchemical arts. Suddenly, Tian Lei Zi interjected. Both individuals were momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Xian Kongzi further remarked with a smile. Indeed, as a future titan of the Dan Tower, it would be fitting for him to present himself at the Four Directions conference, lest he be known only by name and not by sight. As the vibrant multicolored lightning subsided, Xiao Zhe clenched his fist, the radiance of thunder flickering upon it. The power of the Dan lay within him was abundantly charged, and he was also diligently refining his martial techniques. If he could seize an additional opportunity, it would elevate his skills further. With continuous contact with the Dan lay, perhaps one day, Xiao Zhe could achieve enlightenment and successfully invent a celestial-level martial technique. The mere thought of a celestial-level martial technique stirred within him a wave of excitement. For this was not beyond his reach. This was not only due to his frequent interactions with the Dan lay, but also, more importantly, due to the feedback from Sun Er. The martial techniques practiced by Sun Er, amplified tenfold, would serve as the very foundation for his self-created techniques. After calming his emotions, Xiao Zhe meticulously stored the Ningzun Dan and handed it to the patiently waiting Medusa behind him. Naturally, the first Ningzun Dan was to be given to Qinglin. Medusa, holding the vial, could feel the immense medicinal power radiating from within. Oh, this is a 10,000-year source blood crystal. Remember, do not touch it with bare hands. Xiao Zhe retrieved a spatial ring and presented it to Medusa. Medusa, momentarily stunned, instinctively examined the contents, and upon seeing the enormous 10,000-year source blood crystal, her breath quickened. Gazing at Xiao Zhe, who wore a gentle smile, Medusa bit her lip and suddenly knelt on one knee. Xiao Zhe, I cannot fathom why you treat me with such kindness, bestowing upon me these precious rare materials and high-tier elixirs. Yet, I, Medusa, vow from this moment forth to serve you. Regardless of whether death looms or perilous flames and blades await, I shall stand before you. Seeing Medusa's solemn oath took Xiao Zhe by surprise. He realized he had provided her with an abundance of resources, enough to leave her somewhat overwhelmed. He extended a hand to help her rise, chuckling. Does this mean you wish to extend your guardianship for a lifetime? At his words, Medusa smiled coyly, wrapping her arms around him and whispering in his ear, indeed. Before Xiao Zhe could fully appreciate her graceful presence, she slithered away like a mesmerizing serpent. They exchanged glances, understanding that their relationship had progressed. No longer confined to a mere contractual bond, but evolving into a closer companionship, even a lifelong protective partnership. I shall retreat for now. With these two gifts you have bestowed upon me, I am certain I can break through to the Dozun level. At that moment, I will rightfully stand by your side and fight alongside you. Medusa softly declared, no longer desiring to surpass Xiao Zhe, but rather looking forward to fighting beside him. Wait. Extend your hand. Xiao Zhe suddenly called out to Medusa, who was momentarily perplexed. However, trusting Xiao Zhe, she complied and extended her right hand. Xiao Zhe placed his hand upon the back of Medusa's hand. As Medusa felt the warmth radiating from his palm, her cheeks flushed slightly. But soon she sensed an intense heat. Moments later, Xiao Zhe lifted his hand, revealing a brand new mark on the back of Medusa's hand, a golden little tree. What is this? She inquired. It serves as a safeguard. This is my source of power, enabling long-distance communication with me. Should you find yourself in peril, I will be able to sense it and arrive swiftly, Xiao Zhe explained briefly, without delving further into the significance of the golden tree. Medusa, sensing the power contained within, nodded in astonishment at its remarkable nature. I shall retreat for meditation now, she declared. As Xiao Zhe watched her depart, he turned and remarked with a smile, You, my dear, have picked up the art of stealth. From another entrance leading to the tower's apex, Qinglin emerged, a little shy. Hee. I hesitated to interrupt upon witnessing you embrace Queen Medusa, young Master Xiao Zhe. Xiao Zhe rolled his eyes and beckoned her over. Extend your hand. Upon witnessing the earlier scene, Qinglin promptly extended her right hand. Xiao Zhe similarly marked her hand with a golden little tree. Curiously examining her hand, she asked, With this, can I communicate with you over a distance? Xiao Zhe nodded, and soon he heard Qinglin's voice through the golden tree. I wish to embrace you like Queen Medusa did. Xiao Zhe chuckled, opening his arms, but Qinglin's face flushed crimson. I merely wished to try. I didn't realize you would hear me, young Master Xiao Zhe. Upon seeing Xiao Zhe nod, she felt momentarily flustered. Instinctively, she had connected with the golden tree using her spiritual power, unintentionally voicing her inner thoughts. Yet, as Xiaozhe opened his arms, she shyly approached and embraced him face to face. Although she had frequently served by his side and had been held by him during her weaker days, such an intimate embrace was indeed rare. In his embrace, Xiaozhe sensed the changes in Qinglin over the years, reflecting on how she had blossomed. He could feel the warmth emanating from her chest. Aware of how flushed her face must be, her body slightly trembling. Gently patting her back, he encouraged her to relax. As he did so, Qinglin gradually eased, her hands resting on Xiaozhe's shoulders, her delicate form yielding to his embrace. "All right, little one, it is time to prepare for your breakthrough." Qinglin jolted slightly, then withdrew from the embrace, covering her backside with her hands, casting a playful glare at Xiaozhe. "Young Master Xiaozhe." Upon hearing Qinglin's reproachful words, Xiaozhe shrugged nonchalantly. "I too have entered seclusion." Qinglin trotted down from the other side, while Xiaozhe rubbed his hands together, acknowledging that this little girl had indeed grown considerably over the years, soft yet resilient. The golden sapling left on the back of her hand was a manifestation of this recent transformation. Essentially, it was a golden root that had fallen from the primordial tree, evolving into a diminutive golden tree. Due to the unique bond between the golden root and the primordial tree, it enabled Xiaozhe to communicate with the owner of the golden sapling across vast distances. Moreover, the fallen golden root had numerous applications. Transforming into a golden sapling for communication was merely one of its minor functions. The golden sapling also possessed offensive and defensive capabilities, and as Xiaozhe's strength advanced, it could even transcend spatial boundaries, directly piercing through dimensions to reach the golden sapling's possessor. Despite its detachment, the unique nature of the primordial tree allowed Xiaozhe to maintain formidable control over the golden root. This also gave rise to an entirely new utility. Xiaozhe retrieved 2 heavenly demon phoenix puppets, and 2 golden roots materialized from the void. However, unlike before, which had unleashed astonishing power, the golden roots now trembled violently. With a series of faint sounds, the golden roots descended from the void, shrinking to the size of fingers and landing in Xiaozhe's palm. Although there were conjectures, it was imperative to experiment. Xiaozhe grasped one of the golden roots and suddenly hurled it toward the forehead of the heavenly demon phoenix puppet. The golden root transformed into a streak of light, swiftly reaching the puppet's brow. The golden root faced no obstruction and seamlessly embedded itself. Astonishingly, once the golden root was fully absorbed, no wound materialized on the puppet's forehead. However, upon closer inspection, a petite golden sapling emerged at the center of the puppet's brow. From the moment the golden sapling appeared, Xiaozhe felt a significant enhancement in his control over the heavenly demon phoenix puppet, no longer limited to issuing simple commands through the soul imprint inscribed within the puppet. He perceived a newfound depth of influence. Sensing this elevation in command, a spark flickered in Xiaozhe's eyes, igniting thoughts of possibilities that quickened his heartbeat. Under his guidance, the heavenly demon phoenix puppet raised its hands. Although the speed of its movements was not remarkable, it was capable of forming seals with precision. Should ancient clansmen be present, they would undoubtedly recognize that a mere puppet was executing their ancestral combat skills, the imperial seal technique. Indeed, under Xiaozhe's control, the puppet was capable of unleashing combat techniques. This, of course, was also due to the peculiar nature of these 2 puppets. When Zhuyang crafted these heavenly demon phoenix puppets, he must have invested considerable thought, endowing them with more than just brute strength for attack. They also possessed the ability for energy circulation within. It was precisely this energy flow that enabled Xiaozhe to wield combat techniques through the puppet's form. However, I am only able to wield generic combat techniques, such as my water attribute skills, which cannot be executed by the celestial demon phoenix puppet, as it is of the fire attribute, and cannot possibly manifest water attribute techniques. Furthermore, with my soul power, coupled with the profound mysteries of the Emperor's seal technique, my ability to employ this technique in a multitasking manner is already at its limit. Perhaps in the future, as my soul power enhances, I may be able to multitask tenfold. If I were to refine additional puppets capable of circulating energy, the tenfold Emperor's seal would be awe-inspiring. Contemplating this, Xiaozhe found himself silently mourning for his future adversaries. In the midst of his reflections, the celestial demon phoenix puppet achieved the fusion of 3 seals. Although it was significantly slower than Xiaozhe, being a puppet, it could not be expected to perform at a higher level. Moreover, with continued refinement, its speed could certainly be improved. Xiaozhe swiftly tore through the void, creating a spatial black hole for the celestial demon phoenix puppet to cast the Emperor's seal technique into. Although its power would not match that of his personal execution, it was still formidable. Satisfied, Xiaozhe nodded. Then with a flick of his hand, he embedded the remaining golden tree root into the puppet's forehead. After sensing it, he confirmed his complete control and proceeded to store both celestial demon phoenix puppets away. At that moment, the elder token at his waist suddenly trembled. Is someone seeking me? Xiaozhe hastily made his way to the entrance of the elder tower, where he encountered a young man clad in green. Greetings, Elder Xiaozhe, the man respectfully said, lifting his gaze to Xiaozhe, his eyes brimming with admiration. What brings you here? Xiaozhe inquired, somewhat perplexed. Could this be a disciple from the alchemy tower seeking his guidance? It is the president, Master Xian Keiying, who wishes to see you. Xiaozhe's brow furrowed slightly. What could the president want with him? However, he did not hesitate long. After closing the door, he followed the young man to the towering black edifice. The safety within the alchemy tower was assured, and after achieving the rank of battle sovereign, he had reinforced the defenses of the elder tower. There was no need to overly worry about the safety of Qing Lin and Medusa. At worst, they still possessed his golden sapling. Before long, Xiaozhe stood before President Xian Keiying. Greetings, President Xian Keiying. Haha, no need for excessive formality, Xiaozhe. I see you have been diligently practicing alchemy lately. Indeed, I have 2 friends in urgent need of elixirs, and since I have some free time, I thought to refine them, Xiaozhe replied, albeit with a hint of confusion. Surely, President Xian Keiying would not have come specifically to inquire about alchemical matters? Do you currently have any pressing matters? Haha, with the 3 of us present in the alchemy tower, there is no one who would dare invade. President Xian Keiying laughed heartily, gesturing for Xiaozhe to feel at ease. Xiaozhe understood that it was merely a matter of not wanting to disturb the 3 presidents. Actually, the 4 Directions Pavilion Conference is approaching, and I would like you to make an appearance. Xiaozhe was somewhat bewildered. While the 4 Directions Pavilion Conference was indeed one of the grand events in Zhongzhou, it seemed unnecessary to request his attendance specifically. You are the future titan of the alchemy tower. It would be beneficial for you to make your presence known. At the very least, they should become acquainted with you. For by the next alchemy conference, we 3 old fellows may still be around, but you may not have another opportunity to present yourself. Xiaozhe was taken aback by the straightforwardness of President Xian Kongzi, who evidently regarded him as a future titan of the Dan Tower. Naturally, it was improbable that he would be sent to accompany the Grand Elder solely for the purpose of the Xifang Pavilion Conference, as that would be a sheer waste of their time and energy. Xian Kongzi continued, and Xiaozhe listened with curiosity and patience as he elucidated further. The influence of the Dan Tower permeates through Zhongzhou, and recently, at the juncture of the eastern region and the central region of Zhongzhou, within the Abyssal Sea, an ancient relic has been discovered. Very few are aware of this matter, and I thought it prudent to allow you to venture forth while it remains largely unknown, to see if you might glean any fortune from it. Xiaozhe's eyes widened slightly at the mention of an ancient relic. Such places often hold the potential for immense opportunities. Do not harbor overly lofty expectations, Xian Kongzi remarked with a smile upon observing Xiaozhe's expression. Over the years, the Dan Tower has uncovered numerous ancient relics, some explored independently and others in conjunction with various factions. However, genuine fortuitous encounters have been exceedingly rare. After absorbing President Xian Kongzi's explanation, Xiaozhe nodded in understanding. He would accompany the Grand Elder to explore this deep-sea relic during the upcoming Xifang Pavilion Conference. Xiaozhe understood, yet he pondered the recent experiences of the Grand Elder. Xian Kongzi, lowering his gaze, remarked, precisely for this reason, the Grand Elder should take the opportunity to attend the Xifang Pavilion Conference to clear his mind. Perhaps he might even recruit another promising young talent. Contemplating the president's words, Xiaozhe fell silent. What of the Grand Elder's opinion? He did not dwell on it, as the exploration of ancient relics was primarily overseen by the 8 Grand Elders. Xian Kongzi then proceeded to explain further, while also advising Xiaozhe on certain matters to be mindful of. This iteration of the Xifang Pavilion Conference is hosted by the previous champion, Huangquan Pavilion, which coincidentally aligns with the location of the ancient relic you are to explore. Upon hearing Xian Kongzi's introduction of Huangquan Pavilion, Xiaozhe began to grasp the situation. Though the Xifang Pavilion is generally situated in the 4 cardinal directions of Zhongzhou, Huangquan Pavilion occupies a unique position between the eastern and central regions of Zhongzhou. Moreover, the realm of Huangquan Pavilion predominantly lies within the central region. As Xian Kongzi spoke, a grave expression crossed his face, and he cautioned Xiaozhe earnestly. The reason Huangquan Pavilion refrains from expanding into the eastern region is due to a formidable force there that they dare not provoke, the ancient clan. This lineage, descended from the bloodline of the Dou Emperor, has been inherited since ancient times. The Dou Emperor represents the pinnacle of strength within the realm, and achieving the Dou Emperor level induces a transformation within one's bloodline, benefiting subsequent generations. Although these ancient Dou Emperor bloodline clans are human, they possess terrifying innate talents. with formidable individuals abundant within their ranks. Given the proximity of the Abyssal Sea to the eastern region, while the ancient clan may remain discreet, one cannot dismiss the possibility of their sudden interest in the deep-sea relic. Should you encounter members of the ancient clan, strive to avoid any conflict. I understand. Xiaozhe responded with a respectful bow, his eyes betraying a glimmer of anticipation. Perhaps he might catch a glimpse of Sun heir in the eastern region. However, the likelihood is quite low. After all, as the young lady of the ancient clan, it is generally unlikely that Xuner would be allowed to take such risks in exploring ruins. Seeing the troubled expression on Xiaozhe's face, Xian Kongzi smiled reassuringly, saying, "Indeed. The ancient clan has always preferred to remain low-key. Although they wield control over the entire eastern region of Zhongzhou, they seldom make their presence known. Thus, their appearance this time is not guaranteed. Furthermore, your two friends are safely within the confines of Shangdian City, so you may rest assured as you attend the Xifang Pavilion Conference." Yes, with the assurance of Xian Kongzi, a formidable expert at the pinnacle of Dozun, Xiaozhe felt significantly more at ease. After all, with Xian Kongzi's protection, unless a Doshan-level opponent were to strike, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. He left his message regarding his departure for the Xifang Pavilion in a conspicuous location. Although he could communicate with them through the golden little tree, Medusa and Xing Lin were currently in the critical phase of their breakthrough, and any untimely disturbance could adversely affect their progress. Upon arriving at the eastern gate of Shangdian City, an elderly man clad in a white robe sat upon a slab of green stone, his eyes slightly closed. Yet, none of the passing disciples of the Dan Tower cast a glance in his direction, as if he were entirely non-existent. However, Xiaozhe's gaze was instantly drawn to the old man. The elder was enveloped in a layer of soul power, cleverly diminishing his presence. As if he had merged with the greenstone itself, Xiaozhe had met the Grand Elder before. Approaching the Grand Elder, he clasped his hands respectfully. The Grand Elder let out a soft grunt, and then lifted his eyelids as if just awakening, revealing somewhat murky eyes that belied his earlier vigor. "Ah, it's Xiaozhe. Haha, please do not mind me. This old man has grown weary in his old age." The disciples promptly bowed in reverence to the two elders. Xiaozhe nodded in acknowledgement, and the Grand Elder offered a faint smile, leading Xiaozhe towards the outskirts of Shangdian City. "You jest, Grand Elder. You are still as robust as ever," Xiaozhe remarked, to which the Grand Elder shook his head. "I am well aware of my own condition," he replied. Xiaozhe, upon hearing this, fell silent, realizing that the matter concerning Song Qing had significantly impacted the Grand Elder. The two traveled in silence until they arrived at a spatial wormhole in the outer realm. Shangdian City serves as the heart of the central region of Zhongzhou, from which one can access most cities in Zhongzhou. As both were elders of the Dan Tower, they did not have to wait long. Upon entering the massive spatial wormhole, the Grand Elder produced a spatial vessel that expanded in the wind. Once aboard, Xiaozhe eagerly volunteered to navigate the vessel. Thus, the two embarked on their journey to the Huangquan Pavilion. Xiaozhe pondered for a moment and decided to engage the Grand Elder in topics of interest to divert his attention. "Grand Elder, I have reviewed your Tianling Dan. The conception is exceedingly ingenious." Hearing Xiaozhe broach the subject of alchemy, the Grand Elder's spirit visibly lifted, and they began an animated discussion. Before long, the Grand Elder's demeanor improved significantly. The conversation between two genuine masters of alchemy seemed almost inexhaustible. Even simply expressing their personal insights could lead to an exchange lasting several days and nights. The exceedingly tedious journey passed swiftly amidst the discourse of the two alchemical masters. After a private exchange with Xiaozhe, the Grand Elder was profoundly impressed by his exceptional alchemical skills. In comparison, the Grand Elder felt a sense of inadequacy in his own talents. Moreover, Xiaozhe's prowess in alchemy was not only rooted in its depth, but also in its vastness. This breadth was achieved through Xiaozhe's extensive exploration within the realm of alchemy, aligning perfectly with his earlier assertion at the Alchemist Exchange meeting regarding the unification of alchemical practices. "Xiaozhe, your aptitude for alchemy is indeed a rare phenomenon. Perhaps you truly possess the potential to transform the entire landscape of the alchemical world. The idea of a unified alchemy seems increasingly plausible." After their exchange, the Grand Elder was deeply captivated by Xiaozhe's innate talent. Observing a notable improvement in the Grand Elder's spirits, Xiaozhe smiled, understanding that to uplift someone from melancholy, one must prevent them from wallowing in it. Clearly, for alchemists, the allure of alchemy is an irresistible temptation. Not far away, a silver halo emitted a soft glow, and Xiaozhe noticed numerous spatial vessels accompanying them. The Four Directions Pavilion Conference is indeed a rare event in Central State, attracting such a multitude of spatial vessels. However, upon hearing Xiaozhe's words, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow and shook his head slightly. Something felt amiss. I too have attended the Four Directions Pavilion Conference in the past. Although it is a grand event in Central State, it ultimately serves as a competition for the younger generation, unlikely to draw so many formidable figures. Xiao Zai's heart stirred at the Grand Elder's implication that these powerful individuals were not present for the conference, but had ulterior motives. It is likely that their objectives align with ours. The Grand Elder's expression grew serious. Xiao Zai, sensing the gravity of the situation, felt a similar weight upon him. The Grand Elder, with his wealth of experience, was unlikely to misjudge the situation. However, according to the president, wasn't this deep-sea relic discovered solely by the Alchemy Tower? It should be, yet given the current circumstances, it appears the information has leaked. The Grand Elder sighed and remarked, the emergence of ancient relics creates quite a stir. Even if the Alchemy Tower wishes to keep it under wraps, it is a formidable challenge. Previously, the Alchemy Tower has encountered numerous ancient relics, some intact, others fragmented, and many have been divulged. Yet, disseminating such news also complicates the pursuit of opportunities, does it not? Noticing the perplexed look on Xiao Zai's face, the Grand Elder chuckled. Xiao Zai, perhaps you underestimate the Alchemy Tower's might. As the foremost power in Central State, it is indeed a colossal entity. The leakers could be other factions or individual practitioners, aware that the Alchemy Tower was the initial discoverer, knowing they cannot seize opportunities from such a behemoth. Thus, they can only spread the news, drawing countless practitioners to muddy the waters, hoping to reap rewards amidst chaos. It is indeed a strategy that diverts the Alchemy Tower's attention. But how can they be so certain that they will secure the opportunity for themselves? It is inevitable that there are always individuals who consider themselves the rarest of fortunate souls, the Grand Elder remarked with a smile, as the spacecraft traversed the silvery portal. Before it even touched down, both the Grand Elder and Xiao Zai rose simultaneously, stepping upon the void. With a mere wave of his hand, the Grand Elder caused the spacecraft to shrink instantaneously, ultimately resting in the palm of his hand. Regardless, let us make our presence known at the Four Directions Pavilion gathering, where we may also glean some intelligence along the way. Xiao Zai nodded, his gaze fixed upon the city before them, which was designated on the map as Tianjiao City. This city fell under the dominion of the Yellow Spring Pavilion, established atop the Yellow Mist Marsh. The unique environment of the Yellow Mist Marsh is replete with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, thereby attracting a multitude of treasure seekers. These seekers, in turn, required a place to rest and exchange goods, and over time, a small marketplace evolved into what is now Tianjiao City. The bustling space square was teeming with activity, likely not solely due to the impending Four Directions Pavilion gathering. Among the crowd, one could sense formidable presences, presumably drawn by the allure of the deep-sea relics. Xiao Zai and his companion hovered in midair, attracting numerous envious and awed gazes. The city's administrators, upon recognizing that these two were at least of the combat sovereign caliber, dared not impede their passage, allowing them to depart unchallenged. Out in the world, Xiao Zai and his companion were not adorned in the attire of the Pill Tower. Thus the looks they received were filled with admiration and reverence rather than attempts at flattery. Were they to reveal that they were indeed genuine alchemical masters, there would surely be a throng clamoring to curry favor. Alchemical masters are exceedingly rare, even across the vast expanse of the central continent. After departing from the Yellow Mist Marsh, the two directed their course towards a range of mountains, with Xiao Zai observing the throngs of people below, resembling an ant colony. This Four Directions Pavilion gathering has indeed attracted a plethora of youthful talents. While it is true that the victors are likely to be the younger generation of the Four Directions Pavilion, past gatherings have not been devoid of dark horses emerging unexpectedly. As one of the grand events of the central continent, achieving a commendable result here can lead to considerable renown. The Grand Elder nodded and cast a glance at the figures below, remarking to Xiao Zai, for them, reputation holds significant importance. Excelling in the Four Directions Pavilion gathering can garner considerable attention from other factions. Xiao Zai understood. This was a means of enhancing their prestige. However, in truth, such a contest held little value for him at his current standing. Participating in such a trivial competition would indeed be akin to bullying the weak. The throngs below were destined for the distant ring-shaped mountain range, at the center of which lay an expansive lake of a yellow-brown hue. Upon this lake, magnificent palaces had been constructed, with the grand edifice situated at the heart of the lake being the Yellow Spring Pavilion. As Xiao Zai and the Grand Elder approached the ring-shaped mountains, a figure soared high into the sky, landing before them. Having encountered the two esteemed gentlemen, "May I inquire from which faction you hail?" It seems the Pill Tower has come to intrude." The Grand Elder replied with a smile, revealing his Pill Tower insignia, causing the middle-aged man's demeanor to transform into one of utmost reverence. "It turns out you are esteemed guests from the Pill Tower. Please, do enter the pavilion with haste." The middle-aged man respectfully gestured with his hands, guiding Xiao Zhe and his companions. I am an elder of the Huangquan Pavilion. It is truly an honor for our pavilion to host the esteemed elders of the Dan Tower at this gathering, he stated, his words dripping with flattery. The Grand Elder and Xiao Zhe merely responded with faint smiles. Although the Grand Elder appeared amiable towards Xiao Zhe, he bore an undeniable air of pride characteristic of an alchemist. Noticing the Grand Elder's lack of engagement with the elder from Huangquan Pavilion, Xiao Zhe chose to remain silent as well. The elder from Huangquan Pavilion seemed unfazed by the awkwardness. Each elder from the Dan Tower was a master alchemist, and even the head of Huangquan Pavilion had to show respect in their presence. He speculated about the true intentions behind the visit of these two Dan Tower elders. It was likely that their presence extended beyond mere attendance at the gathering. Upon arriving at the palace situated in the heart of the lake, they found it filled to capacity with guests. The attendees, upon seeing the elder from Huangquan Pavilion leading the way, couldn't help but cast curious glances at the newcomers. Xiao Zhe raised an eyebrow, recognizing a familiar face among them, the elder of the Burning Flame Valley, Qihua. Qihua had also spotted Xiao Zhe and swiftly approached him. Greetings, Elder Xiao Zhe. The elder of the Burning Flame Valley, already a figure of significant attention, drew gasps from the assembled guests with his actions. Upon hearing the elder's address, a spark of realization ignited in their minds. Wasn't Xiao Zhe the renowned master alchemist of the Dan Tower? The presence of a living master alchemist stirred excitement among various factions, many of whom lacked even a master alchemist in their ranks. The cost of procuring pills from other alchemists was exorbitant, making the direct appearance of a master alchemist all the more enticing. Consequently, numerous factions began to converge. Eager to gain familiarity with Xiao Zhe, the guiding elder from Huangquan Pavilion was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Xiao Zhe's name, and he felt an immense sense of relief for not having been disrespectful earlier. After all, he stood before a master alchemist, someone even the formidable Do Zun would seek to please. Qihua, it has been a long time. You still seem as robust as ever, Xiao Zhe remarked, taking note of the other factions gathering around, but choosing to focus on Qihua, the elder of the Burning Flame Valley, quick to read the situation. Beamed at Xiao Zhe. The Valley Master often speaks of you, Elder Xiao Zhe. Indeed, I am grateful for the Valley Master's concern, Xiao Zhe replied. The Grand Elder, observing the lively exchange between Xiao Zhe and Qihua, interjected with a smile. Xiao Zhe, why don't you introduce me to this esteemed individual? I must apologize for my oversight. This is the Grand Elder of the Dan Tower, and this is Qihua, the Elder of the Burning Flame Valley. Upon hearing the introduction, Qihua's demeanor shifted to one of respect. It is an honor to meet the Grand Elder of the Dan Tower. Without Xiao Zhe's introduction, Qihua, given the Dan Tower's immense influence, would have had little standing to engage with the Grand Elder. Since you are a friend of Xiao Zhe, there is no need for excessive formalities, the Grand Elder replied warmly. Upon hearing Xiao Zhe's introduction, the surrounding gazes intensified with fervor. It was unexpected that this time the Dan Tower had dispatched both the Grand Elder and the newly appointed Master Alchemist, Xiao Zhe. The various factions recognized that the news circulating was not mere hearsay, but rather a solid truth. An ancient relic had indeed emerged. Furthermore, it was a relic significant enough to warrant the presence of the Grand Elder and a newly minted Master Alchemist in the pursuit of its treasures. Contemplating this, the factions resolved to swiftly relay this information to their leaders. The recently surfaced ancient relic likely harbored immense opportunities. Xiao Zhe also noted the presence of numerous other formidable forces within the palace. However, it appeared that only elders had attended, and no leaders of such factions had graced the gathering. Xiao Zhe did not overly neglect the other factions. His previous demeanor merely reflected a closer affinity towards the Burning Flame Valley. Yet, for the multitude of factions, Xiao Zhe's attitude held considerable significance. After all, he was, without doubt, a master alchemist. The Burning Flame Valley could potentially gain a peak powerhouse through the connection with a master alchemist. After exchanging pleasantries with several factions, Xiao Zhe proceeded to the quarters arranged for them by the Yellow Spring Pavilion. These factions are exceedingly enthusiastic, Xiao Zhe mused, closing the door behind him with a sigh. Haha, indeed. If we establish a rapport with a master alchemist, seeking elixirs will become significantly simpler, not only in terms of cultivation, but those elixirs with unique effects are even more precious. If we do not offend them, we might exchange insights. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber of the Yellow Spring Pavilion, an elderly man clad in black robes furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the newly transmitted intelligence from his subordinates. What could this ancient relic be that warranted the attendance of two elders from the Dan Tower? Furthermore, if the Dan Tower was mobilizing its forces, the subsequent factions arriving would likely not be trivial. This black-robed elder was none other than the pavilion master of the Yellow Spring Pavilion, the venerable Yellow Spring. What weighed heavily on his mind was another matter. If the origins of this ancient relic were indeed astonishing, would it attract the attention of the ancient clans? Situated near the eastern region of Zhongzhou, the Yellow Spring Pavilion held a certain trepidation towards these ancient clans, the dominators of the eastern region. Although the ancient clans might not harbor interest in the Yellow Spring Pavilion, provoking them could lead to the pavilion's swift demise. The Yellow Spring Master was well aware of the pavilion's modus operandi, knowing it to be far from benevolent. Alas, had I known the previous 4-pavilion conference would demand such effort, I would have ceded my position to the Wind and Thunder Pavilion and the Starfall Pavilion, thus preventing those forces from converging upon the Yellow Spring Pavilion during this gathering. The Yellow Spring Master sighed in frustration. The factions listed were beyond what the Yellow Spring Pavilion could contend with. At this rate, the 4-pavilion conference would likely pale in comparison to the movements of these factions, which would truly capture everyone's attention. With the news now out, the Grand Elder and Xiao Zhe deliberated and ultimately decided against hurrying to the ancient relic. The revelation of information can indeed bear its advantages. The exploration of ancient ruins is fraught with peril, yet the involvement of numerous factions may serve to mitigate some of the inherent risks. While many seek to capitalize on the chaos and seize an opportunity from the Dan Tower, both Xiao Zhe and the Grand Elder, as members of the Dan Tower, contemplate how to utilize these opportunities to lessen the dangers associated with exploring the ancient ruins. However, even if Xiao Zhe yearns for tranquility, he is besieged daily by countless factions seeking an audience. Concurrently, he recognizes that the contest for the ancient ruins is likely to be exceptionally fierce. This only pertains to the factions participating in the 4 Directions Pavilion Conference, which he can engage with. There exist numerous other factions and individual cultivators who are not inclined to join the fray. After bidding farewell to the last visitor, Xiao Zhe stroked his chin, pondering, with such a significant commotion, I wonder if the ancient clans will take interest. After a moment's reflection, he shook his head. Even if the ancient clans were intrigued, it did not necessarily mean they would send Xuner. At that very moment, in the heart of the eastern region of Zhongzhou, within the ancient holy city, a ripple in space heralded the appearance of a young girl clad in azure. Accompanying her were 2 venerable elders, their presence as profound as the abyss. Elders, I truly appreciate your willingness to accompany me in the exploration of the ancient ruins, the azure-clad girl remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips. Dear miss, you flatter us. We shall follow your lead on this journey. The 2 formidable elders exchanged a knowing glance, smiling wryly as they bowed to the azure girl. With a subtle smile, she gazed beyond the ancient holy city, her eyes seemingly ignited by a faint golden flame as she mused, Brother Xiao Zhe, after all these years apart, I wonder if my cultivation has come closer to yours. This young girl in azure was none other than Xuner, who had been separated from Xiao Zhe for many years. With the ancient clan's intelligence network, acquiring information about Xiao Zhe was a simple task. Moreover, given Xiao Zhe's status as an elder of the Dan Tower, Xuner did not even need to send Ling Ying to investigate. She could directly utilize the ancient clan's channels. After all, although the ancient clan maintained a low profile, they were well informed about the happenings on the continent, especially concerning prominent factions like the Dan Tower. Inside the room, the Grand Elder sipped his tea, observing a hint of fatigue on Xiao Zhe's face, and chuckled, You must realize how eagerly they flock to you. Handling so many who seek to curry favor will inevitably leave you utterly exhausted. Xiao Zhe shook his head, a bemused smile forming. Didn't you, Grand Elder, suggest that I engage with them? I did not mean for you to be so amiable with them. Display some pride as an alchemist. Let them know you are not easily trifled with, the Grand Elder replied with a hint of exasperation. Let us not dwell on such matters. If you can manage, proceed as you have been. If not, adopt my demeanor, aloof and taciturn. Xiao Zhe nodded and remarked, Speaking of which, the 4 Directions Pavilion Conference is imminent, is it not? Indeed, it commences tomorrow. Before the Grand Elder could finish his words, a knock echoed through the door once more. Just as he assumed it was another visit concerning Xiao Zhe, a venerable voice resonated from outside. The Honorable Yellow Springs of the Yellow Springs Pavilion requests an audience with the 2 masters of the Pill Tower. The Grand Elder raised an eyebrow, surprised to find it was the leader of the Yellow Springs Pavilion. He stood up, adjusted his attire, and waved his hand to open the door. Ah, Grand Elder. It has been many years since our last encounter. I have missed you dearly. The Yellow Springs Honorable exclaimed with a hearty laugh, exuding a familiar warmth. Your concern is much appreciated, but I have been occupied at the Pill Tower these past years and have not had the opportunity to visit the Yellow Springs Pavilion. I hope you do not take offense, the Grand Elder responded with a jovial smile. As the leader of a significant faction, he was mindful not to offend anyone on their own territory. Once the Yellow Springs Honorable was welcomed inside, and the 3 had taken their seats, he was the first to speak. It is truly an honor for the Yellow Springs Pavilion to host two esteemed alchemy masters from the Pill Tower at this Four Directions Pavilion Conference. The old man in the black robe also inclined his hands towards Xiao Zhe in a gesture of respect. Though the Four Directions Pavilion Conference is a grand event in the Central State, the Yellow Springs Honorable noted that, despite being an elder of the Pill Tower, he was not originally from the Central State and thus sought to broaden his horizons. Upon hearing Xiao Zhe's remarks, the Yellow Springs Honorable dismissed them with indifference. A mere alchemy master wishing to see the world at the Four Directions Pavilion Conference? It was laughable. If an alchemy master were to attend any session of the conference, it would surely become a topic of great discussion among the locals. The Yellow Springs Honorable was acutely aware that their true intentions were not to participate in the conference, but to investigate an ancient relic. Coincidentally, he had come with the intention of gleaning information from them. To be candid with you both, I have been in seclusion, but have heard tales of ancient relics surfacing near the sea of the underworld adjacent to the Yellow Springs Pavilion. He sipped his tea, a strange smile gracing his face. I am willing to offer some compensation in hopes of acquiring intelligence from the two of you. Xiao Zhe and the Grand Elder exchanged glances, taken aback that the Yellow Springs Honorable had so forthrightly inquired about the ancient relics. This left the Honorable with limited options. He held a deep respect and caution towards the title of Alchemy Master. Reluctantly, he had come in person, seeking to see if he could trade for any scraps of information from the two elders of the Pill Tower. After all, the rumors circulating outside were varied and confusing, making it difficult to discern the truth. Ahem, in truth, we are not entirely certain about the nature of the ancient relics either. The Grand Elder remarked with a light cough. Given that matters have progressed to this point, I shall speak plainly. The Pill Tower originally intended for US to conduct a covert exploration, but it seems the news of the ancient relic's emergence was leaked. We have journeyed to the Yellow Springs Pavilion, inquiring along the way, but have garnered no fruitful information, to the extent that your insights, Pavilion Master, are far more enlightening. The Yellow Springs Honorable furrowed his brow, finding it difficult to ascertain the veracity of the Grand Elder's words. After considering, he continued, then let us exchange information. The sovereign of the underworld wished to ascertain whether he could glean any insights from the expressions of the two elders of the Alchemy Tower, and thus he spoke. The individuals or forces disseminating the information were indeed meticulous, shrouding their intentions in ambiguity with various narratives. Not only did they draw human factions toward them, but there was also a claim that the ancient relics were remnants left by fallen beastly titans, which prompted numerous beast clans to make their approach. As far as I am aware, among the prominent forces in the central continent, many have shown keen interest in this matter. Notably, from the beast clans, the Nine Nether Serpent and the Heavenly Demon Phoenix are worthy of attention. Have those two beast clans sent representatives as well? The Grand Elder exclaimed in astonishment. Their forces were relatively weak, and this was within the domain of the Underworld Pavilion. When it comes to intelligence-gathering abilities, they truly could not rival the sovereign of the Underworld. As the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Tower, he understood well the profound heritage of those two beast clans. The sovereign of the Underworld nodded, yet his brow furrowed in contemplation. The Grand Elder's reaction indicated a genuine unawareness of the significance of that ancient relic. Xiao Zhe remained seated nearby, his countenance adorned with a tranquil smile, seemingly unaffected. This left the sovereign of the Underworld feeling somewhat helpless. He had initially perceived Xiao Zhe as a potential breakthrough. After all, Xiao Zhe was youthful and lacked the Grand Elder's cunning experience, akin to a fox. Once they had escorted the sovereign of the Underworld away, the Grand Elder solemnly remarked, "It appears the situation is rather grim. Those two beast clans possess formidable foundations, and if they are genuinely interested, the powerful individuals they send will likely be exceptionally formidable. As for our course of action, we can only proceed step by step. Furthermore, it was the Alchemy Tower that first discovered this relic. Relinquishing it would leave an unsettling feeling of regret." Xiao Zhe concurred with a brief remark. At the shoreline of the Nether Sea, a throng of people had already gathered, even more bustling than the Four Directions Pavilion Assembly. After all, the Four Directions Pavilion Assembly was merely a competition for the younger generation, lacking allure for the seasoned powerhouses. It was simply an opportunity to witness the more exceptional talents among the youth. In contrast, the ancient relics held far greater attraction for them. Additionally, they harbored ulterior motives, hoping to seize the opportunity to enter before the major powers arrived and claim the fortunes within. However, they were met with profound disappointment. For the Nether Sea was inherently a treacherous place. Otherwise, it would not bear such a foreboding name. The deeper one ventured, the more terrifying the malevolent energy of the Nether Sea became, to the extent that even those zone experts treaded cautiously. At that moment, a contingent approached from the distance, shrouded in a chilling aura. Those well-versed in the ways of the world sensed the origins of this group, their hearts heavy with foreboding. The Nine Nether Serpent clan had indeed arrived. On the following day, Xiao Zhe and the Grand Elder, under the guidance of the elders of the Underworld Pavilion, made their way to the VIP seats. Although the two alchemists had not come specifically for the Four Directions Pavilion assembly, the Underworld Pavilion did not dare to exhibit even a hint of negligence. Upon taking their seats, Xiao Zhe noticed that his position was in close proximity to Elder Qihua. Upon spotting Xiao Zhe, Elder Qihua shifted his position and settled beside him. "Greetings, Elder Xiao Zhe and Grand Elder." Elder Qihua respectfully addressed them. "Is Elder Qihua also here for that ancient relic?" Xiao Zhe initiated the conversation, momentarily catching Elder Qihua off guard, who then nodded in response. "Is it true that Finyango has little interest in this ancient site?" Upon hearing Xiao Zhe's query, a look of resigned amusement crossed Elder Qihua's face. "We were previously unaware of the immense significance of this ancient relic, which has even compelled the Dan Tower to dispatch such formidable individuals." The Grand Elder sat nearby, meditating with closed eyes, while Xiao Zhe engaged in casual conversation with Elder Qihua, all the while casting his gaze upon the competition venue. The competition arena of the Huangquan Pavilion was situated atop a vast water platform, now bustling with numerous young talents standing around, some in quiet contemplation, others engaged in light-hearted banter. Regrettably, none of these promising youths exhibited the exceptional talents he sought. However, compared to the northwestern continent, the central state indeed boasted a deeper reservoir of talent. None of the youths present were below the rank of Do Huang. High atop the platform, the Huangquan Venerable, clad in a dark robe, bore a somber expression. His gaze flickered towards the distinguished guests, many of whom represented factions far beyond the reach of the Huangquan Pavilion. Those attending the Four Directions Pavilion Conference were largely unfamiliar with the individuals occupying the VIP seats. Just then, a colossal sword, spanning 10 zhang, soared through the air from a distance, landing within the square amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. As the giant sword dissipated, it revealed a group of individuals, among whom an elderly man stood out remarkably. Although of diminutive stature and dressed in humble linen garments, his presence exuded an ominous aura. He was the sword master of the Wanjian Pavilion. How many esteemed figures would this edition of the Four Directions Pavilion Conference attract? With news of the ancient relic, it seemed likely that all four sword masters would make their appearance together. Just when the crowd anticipated that the sword master would ascend to the high platform first, he glanced at the VIP section, his expression shifting slightly. He swiftly approached the Grand Elder and engaged him in pleasantries. The onlookers were taken aback to see the sword master neglecting the Huangquan Venerable on the high platform to exchange greetings with the elderly man in the VIP section. The Huangquan Venerable's expression darkened slightly. This was precisely what he had feared. The spotlight of the Four Directions Pavilion Conference was intended to shine on the four esteemed figures, serving as an opportunity for them to showcase their prowess and attract more young talents. Yet, due to the ancient relic's allure, the VIP section was teeming with hidden talents, compelling even the sword master to prioritize pleasantries there. This made the Huangquan Pavilion, the host of the event, appear rather diminished in stature. Contemplating the two remaining sessions, the Huangquan Venerable's countenance darkened further. As anticipated, accompanied by a thunderous roar akin to a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant, another group emerged in the square. With the leading figure clad in silver robes and bearing a stern expression, the Fenglei Pavilion's contingent had arrived. The Thunder Venerable also noticed the sword master engaging in conversation with someone in the VIP section, casting a curious glance in that direction. The expression of the esteemed Thunder Elder, who typically maintained a solemn demeanor, underwent a transformation upon this glance. With a flicker of lightning, he materialized before the Grand Elder, engaging in cordial exchanges reminiscent of old times. Observers, even the dim-witted, could not help but discern the presence of distinguished figures in the VIP section. They hastily inquired among one another about the notable attendees at this year's Four Directions Pavilion Conference. Eventually, some well-informed individuals divulged the news. Upon learning that two renowned alchemists from the Alchemy Tower were in attendance, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Surely, the Four Directions Pavilion Conference could not have attracted two alchemical masters, could it? Was there truly something remarkable to be found at that ancient relic site? The fact that two alchemical masters had come indicated that the Alchemy Tower must have invested significantly for this ancient site. My own curiosity was piqued. Regardless of the chances of fortune, I was determined to witness the battles among the powerful in the Nether Sea, deeming it a journey worth undertaking. Amidst the discussions, a colossal azure whirlwind approached from the distance, stirring the waters into tumultuous waves. An elderly figure clad in a cerulean robe descended onto the plaza, followed by a much smaller entourage than those of the other two esteemed elders. However, each member exuded a formidable aura. Though fewer in number, they were elite warriors. The arrival of the Wind Elder elevated the atmosphere of the Four Directions Pavilion Conference to a fever pitch. Indeed, as anticipated by the onlookers. The 4 revered elders had congregated at the Yellow Springs Pavilion due to this ancient relic. Some curious souls speculated whether the Wind Elder would also proceed directly to the VIP section. Upon spotting the solitary figure of the Yellow Springs Elder on the platform, the Wind Elder paused momentarily, only to be struck with astonishment upon noticing the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Tower in the VIP section. Subsequently, he mirrored the actions of the previous 2 elders, causing the Yellow Springs Elder's expression to darken significantly. Sitting beside the Grand Elder, Xiaozhe found the situation rather amusing. Was this truly the 4 Directions Pavilion Conference, or merely an alchemical gathering? He cast a sidelong glance at the glowering Yellow Springs Elder, allowing a faint smile to escape before hastily averting his gaze, lest he attract the Elder's ire. After all, the current circumstances had undeniably diminished the Yellow Springs Elder's prestige, and Xiaozhe wished to avoid being noted unfavorably in the Elder's mind. Witnessing the Yellow Springs Elder's sullen demeanor, the other 3 elders felt a touch of awkwardness. The Yellow Springs Elder huffed softly, feeling restrained from expressing his displeasure. Not only was he confronted by 3 esteemed elders, but the cause of their neglect was none other than the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Tower. Rising to his feet, the Yellow Springs Elder narrowed his eyes, scanning the onlookers, who had previously been lively, now felt a chill run down their spines. Thank you all for traveling from afar to attend this 4 Directions Pavilion Conference at the Yellow Springs Pavilion, he stated. After briefly outlining the rules, he declared the commencement of the conference. Embarrassment already loomed, and it was prudent to swiftly redirect the crowd's attention to the proceedings of the 4 Directions Pavilion Conference. Under the gaze of the multitude, the young talents gathered on the water's surface erupted with astonishing fighting spirit, commencing a chaotic melee. Xiaozhe sat upon a chair, his right hand propping up his chin, his gaze fixed upon the tumultuous clash unfolding in the square. Such chaotic skirmishes were not unfamiliar to him, as he had previously participated in similar frays at Canaan Academy. Years have passed, and now he found himself as a mere observer on the elevated platform. Yet, Xiaozhe felt little sentimentality. His journey had been smooth and untroubled, devoid of significant trials. To emerge victorious from this melee, one must possess not only requisite strength, but also a modicum of fortune to avoid becoming a target for others. The rules of the 4 Directions Pavilion Tournament have always been straightforward, a free-for-all until only the final 8 remain, who then engage in one-on-one duels. The disciples of the 4 Directions Pavilion were notably formidable, their hard-earned prowess surpassing that of many other talented youths. Indeed, numerous aspiring talents actively congregated around the disciples of the pavilion, assisting them in eliminating rivals. Although they were keenly aware of the slim chances of advancement, they were willing to gamble on this glimmer of hope. Xiaozhe did not spot Feng Qing'er or Mu Qingwan among the contestants. It would likely be several years before they participated in the next 4 Directions Pavilion Tournament. Presently, Feng Qing'er might still be within the ranks of the Tian Yaohuang clan, yet to become a disciple of the Wind Thunder Pavilion. The same could be said for Mu Qingwan. Xiaozhe's fingers lightly tapped against the armrest of his chair, and he could discern who the final 8 contenders would likely be. Among them, he held particular admiration for a disciple of the Wanjian Pavilion, who possessed an upright stature, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, and a countenance as refined as jade. To the casual observer, her form could easily be mistaken for that of a young man, especially given her choice of attire leaning towards masculine garb. However, Xiaozhe had long since resolved that he would accept no talent less than that of the golden caliber. At present, he hesitated over an additional binding position, contemplating whether to bestow it upon Xiaoying. After all, based on the original narrative, Xiaoying's soul power was innately formidable. Could her innate soul body be further enhanced? If it could not be improved, it would yield no beneficial feedback. Should it be possible, Xiaozhe would prefer to acquire another soul-related talent. He possessed numerous talents related to cultivation and physique, but in terms of the soul, he had only Dan Chun, who bore the soul-devouring body. Though immensely powerful, Xiaozhe still yearned for a more accelerated advancement in his soul realm. Currently, his soul power was steadily increasing, albeit at a pace significantly swifter than that of other alchemists. Nevertheless, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. The original text mentioned the medicinal spirit of the apothecary clan, whose unique soul was reputed to have the greatest potential for reaching the imperial realm, an exceptionally high accolade. Alas, locating the ancient dragon race was a daunting task, as they were elusive. However, should he ascend to the presidency of the Dan Tower, perhaps he might gain access to the apothecary clan. Just as Xiaozhe was lost in contemplation, the disciple of the Wanjian Pavilion he had been watching unsheathed her sword, unleashing a myriad of sword shadows that sent her opponent tumbling backward with great force. She exercised restraint, ensuring no fatal harm was inflicted. With a splash, the young talent inadvertently plunged into the water, prompting a faint smile to grace the lips of the Wan Jian disciple. Embarrassed, the young man scrambled to his feet and offered her a respectful gesture. The youth was not a fool. He was certainly capable of discerning the situation. The move executed by the disciple of the Myriad Sword Pavilion could have easily resulted in his demise right then and there. At this point, only 8 individuals remained on the stage. Xiao Zhe attentively listened and learned that the Myriad Sword Pavilion disciple was named Lu Ling. Lu Ling wielded a slender, pale blue sword, and the others in the square cast wary glances her way, having felt the threat posed by her earlier technique. Yet, Lu Ling appeared unfazed. She offered them a faint smile before gracefully descending from the platform. Xiao Zhe smiled in return and nodded at her, which left Lu Ling somewhat flabbergasted. She had already been informed by her master, the Sword Sovereign, that this strikingly handsome young man was, in fact, the alchemy master of the Pill Tower. Such a distinguished identity acknowledging her with a nod and a smile truly astonished her. Elder Qihua also noticed Xiao Zhe's gesture and inquired, "Elder Xiao Zhe, do you hold great expectations for that disciple of the Myriad Sword Pavilion?" Indeed, with her prowess, she stood a considerable chance of clinching victory in this competition. Hearing Xiao Zhe's words, Elder Qihua became increasingly intrigued by Lu Ling. As expected, in the ensuing matches, Lu Ling showcased her technique, defeating all those who stood in her way. Ultimately, she indeed fulfilled Elder Xiao Zhe's prediction and emerged victorious in this round. The Myriad Sword Pavilion disciple had mastered the secret techniques of her sect to an extraordinary degree, her strength truly remarkable. Elder Qihua chuckled, secretly impressed by Xiao Zhe's discernment. If Xiao Zhe's success was not mere fortune, then his combat experience must be exceptionally profound. This session of the Four Directions Pavilion Conference concluded without any notable disturbances. The title of the strongest among the younger generation was claimed by Lu Ling of the Myriad Sword Pavilion, prompting the Sword Sovereign to nod repeatedly, unable to conceal his delight, as the Sovereign of the Yellow Springs announced the conclusion of the Four Directions Pavilion Conference. The audience understood that the real spectacle was only just beginning. All eyes turned towards the dignitaries in the VIP section. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with the Grand Elder and others, Xiao Zhe departed first, without any pretense, heading straight for the Sea of the Underworld. Other factions did not linger either. Having settled their affairs, they too hastened towards the Sea of the Underworld. Upon the high platform, the 4 sovereigns exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was the victorious Sword Sovereign who spoke first. "What are we merely standing here for? If you are interested, hurry and follow." With a hearty laugh, he added, "I am rather intrigued by this deep-sea relic. I shall take my leave first." The Thunder Sovereign chuckled, and in a flash of lightning, he vanished into the distance. The remaining 3 shook their heads in amusement, with the Wind Sovereign commenting, "The Thunder Sovereign remains as tempestuous as ever." Just by observing the leisurely demeanor of the Grand Elder of the Pill Tower, one can surmise that the ancient relic's opening is still some time away. "You, being the fastest among us, need not worry. I shall take my leave first." The Sword Sovereign rolled his eyes. The Wind Sovereign shook his head, dismissing the Yellow Springs Sovereign, and transformed into a cerulean whirlwind, leading the Starfall Pavilion members onward. The Lord of the Underworld gazed at the once bustling hall of the Underworld, now rendered desolate and cold, his clenched fist betraying his mounting frustration. Regret washed over him for hosting this year's grand assembly of the Four Directions. Finally, he vocalized the thoughts that had repeatedly surfaced in his mind. Yet his words fell on deaf ears. Both Xiao Zhe and the Grand Elder were at the peak of the fighting sovereign realm, their pace swift as they journeyed. The distance between the Hall of the Underworld and the Sea of Nether was not far, and within a short span, Xiao Zhe beheld the expanse of the dark ocean. As he surveyed the scene, the black surface of the sea melded seamlessly with the distant horizon, a stark contrast of black and white. Along the coastline of the Sea of Nether, camps of various sizes dotted the landscape, teeming with figures that resembled a swarm of ants from Xiao Zhe's vantage point. Yet, within his perception, he sensed numerous concealed, yet formidable auras emanating from that stretch of coast. This was indeed the Sea of Nether, Xiao Zhe murmured, for he possessed some knowledge of this ominous sea. It was said to have witnessed countless ancient battles, claiming innumerable corpses, both of human cultivators and of beast families. He had even encountered accounts of the demise of fighting saints in this very location. The vast land of Central Continent, rich in history and depth, harbored numerous sites marked by the fall of fighting saints, easily numbering in the dozens. Such places invariably attracted countless adventurers, each hoping to seize a fragment of fortune from the remnants of fallen saints, yearning for their own ascendance. However, those lacking the requisite strength, daring to covet the relics of fighting saints, would likely find their fortunes swiftly transforming into calamity. The Sea of Nether was precisely such a place. The ancient wars had long since tainted this once serene ocean with an endless miasma. The origins of this miasma remained shrouded in mystery, yet its threat to living beings was profound. Without the protection of battle energy, one risked the insidious infiltration of this miasma, leading to a gradual decay of the body. Akin to a slow march toward death, a flag adorned with a colossal black tower fluttered atop a peak, and before Xiao Zhe and his companions could approach, an elder clad in the garb of the Dan Tower greeted them with a warm smile. Grand Elder, Elder Xiao Zhe, you have traveled far? Please, enter the tent and rest. Haha, Elder Mu, it is good to see you well, the Grand Elder replied cheerfully. It is a pleasure to meet you, Elder Mu. Xiao Zhe added with a respectful nod. Xiao Zhe observed the perimeter of the tent, noting the presence of several formidable guardians. This was unsurprising, for with the resources of the Dan Tower, nurturing strong warriors was a relatively straightforward endeavor. Shortly thereafter, the three settled within the tent. Sigh. It is my fault for not ensuring adequate protection, leading to the leakage of information regarding this ancient relic, Elder Mu lamented. The Grand Elder offered solace, stating, such occurrences are unforeseeable. For now, we must focus on whether we can seize a modicum of opportunity amidst these numerous factions. Elder Mu, could you elaborate further on the matter of this ancient relic? Xiao Zhe inquired, intrigued by the prospect of the ancient site. It was quite serendipitous that we stumbled upon this ancient relic. At that time, I was leading my team through the area when I sensed an unusual energy emanating from it, prompting me to investigate further. After Elder Mu's introduction, Xiao Zhe began to grasp the situation. The vicinity of the Sea of Nether was suffused with ethereal mists, rendering it an exceedingly perilous domain for adventurers. Suddenly, a colossal whirlpool emerged from the seabed, harboring an immense energy that momentarily pierced the veil of the ethereal mists. Elder Mu continued, stating that the intervals between the appearances of this whirlpool were becoming increasingly brief, and when it ultimately manifested continuously, it would signal the unlocking of the ancient relic. According to our calculations, we have approximately 3 days remaining. It is sufficient for Xiao Zhe and me to embark on this journey. Elder Mu, you shall remain here to await our return. After a moment's contemplation, the Grand Elder concurred. Indeed, Elder Mu nodded, seemingly recalling something, and suggested, there is a trading market along the coast. Should you two elders be interested, you might consider a visit. A trading market? Xiao Zhe pondered, somewhat perplexed, as it appeared unrelated to the ancient relic. Indeed, the allure of the ancient relic has drawn many solitary cultivators. They usually dwell in secluded mountains, passionate about adventure, and have acquired numerous peculiar items. Seizing this opportunity, many powerful individuals have banded together to establish this trading market. Upon hearing Elder Mu's explanation, a glimmer of curiosity sparked in Xiao Zhe's eyes. Perhaps he could unearth some treasures at the market. Haha, Xiao Zhe, if you find it intriguing, do go. The Grand Elder remarked, noticing Xiao Zhe's interest. I am too old to possess the same adventurous spirit as you youngsters. It holds little appeal for me. Then I shall venture forth and see if I can discover any treasures, Xiao Zhe decided. As he arrived at the trading market, he observed several individuals with darkened patches on their skin, suggesting they had been afflicted by some malady. Xiao Zhe contemplated this. It was likely the result of the ethereal mists infiltrating their bodies, leading to necrosis and decay. Such afflictions could only be remedied with high-grade elixirs, as they were otherwise intractable. Suddenly, the sound of a shattering water bottle captured Xiao Zhe's attention. Not far away, a small adventuring team appeared to be embroiled in a conflict. He noticed one burly man exhibiting symptoms of the ethereal affliction in his right hand. Judging by the man's grim visage, it seemed he was responsible for the earlier noise of the broken bottle. Is there truly no remedy for this affliction? The man lamented bitterly, feeling as though his right hand had become foreign to him, entirely lifeless. His companions wore equally somber expressions, as they too exhibited varying degrees of the ethereal affliction. With a glance, Xiao Zhe discerned that their survival was a stroke of luck. They must not have ventured too deeply into the Sea of Nether. Otherwise, given their average strength at the Emperor level, they would likely have perished beneath the waves, becoming mere sustenance for the fish. This small incident drew the attention of many, though most observed with a sense of schadenfreude. Simultaneously, there existed a profound trepidation, a fear of the shadowy sea that lay ahead. At the entrance of the marketplace, 2 formidable warriors of the Dozone realm stood guard, representatives of the solitary cultivators. Their presence served to intimidate any who might dare to cause a disturbance within this trading hub. The 2 elders cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Zhe, finding nothing amiss, and permitted him entry. Shortly thereafter, a white-haired man arrived at the scene. Upon seeing him, the expressions of the 2 elders shifted slightly, their faces adorned with eager smiles. However, the white-haired man paid them no heed and strode inside with purpose. Once he had entered, one of the elderly men, his face darkening, murmured, "Indeed, the members of the Tian Yaohuang clan are quite arrogant." "Hush, are you seeking death?" We, as solitary cultivators, should refrain from provoking such top-tier powers. The other elder's countenance reflected panic. The first elder's expression fluctuated for some time before he sighed. I understand. Upon entering the trading market, the clamor of voices enveloped him. Some were haggling with stall owners. Others boasted loudly about their wares, while a few, unable to reach an agreement, erupted into vehement arguments. The cacophony amalgamated into an overwhelming din. Xaio Xuner shook his head, having little expectation for this impromptu trading event, particularly regarding its management. He meandered through the throngs, where conflicts erupted sporadically. This place was a melting pot of all sorts, where unsavory characters inevitably emerged. Even with 2 dozen warriors stationed at the entrance, they could not suppress the malevolent thoughts that flickered within the hearts of many. Before Xaio Xuner, a crowd had gathered, drawn to the spectacle of a fair-skinned man gripping the collar of a middle-aged man with protruding teeth. The grip tightened audibly, eliciting a pained scream from the latter. With a surge of do chi, the fair-skinned man sent the middle-aged man crashing to the ground. Control your hands. Should there be a next time, it won't merely be a matter of breaking an arm. The fair-skinned man huffed in anger, seemingly unable to tolerate the onlooker's gaze. He shot a glance at them before departing to another corner. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, head bowed, hastened away to a more secluded area. At that moment, Xaio Xuner suddenly grasped an unruly hand that had ventured toward his storage ring. How audacious, to turn the spectacle into an attempt at theft. With a snap, Xaio Xuner had completed half a circuit of the market, shaking his head. In such hastily convened trading gatherings, it was rare to encounter any genuine treasures. However, he managed to exchange a few pills for some formulas, all of which had been unearthed from the ruins of ancient alchemists. My lord, would you care to examine the items at my stall? The vendor had been eyeing Xaio Xuner for quite some time. Noticing Xaio Xuner's focus on the formulas and his method of transaction with pills, the vendor quickly beckoned him over. Xaio Xuner glanced at a dark red scroll. Is this also sourced from the alchemist ruins? Indeed, my lord, came the reply. The middle-aged man bowed his head slightly, yet he refrained from uttering excessive words. He understood that alchemists were often eccentric individuals. The less said, the fewer mistakes made. Xaio Xuner picked up the dark red scroll and casually remarked, name your price. The stall owner, noticing Xaio Xuner's distinguished demeanor, hesitated for a moment before stating, 1 broken sect pill. Very well, Xaio Xuner replied, producing a vial and tossing it into the man's hands. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with uncontainable joy. Thank you, my lord, he exclaimed, bowing repeatedly. With the broken sect pill, he could exchange it for other resources, ensuring a brighter future for his son's cultivation. As the middle-aged man watched Xaio Xuner depart, he harbored no greed, refraining from making unreasonable demands. The fire control technique, while my own version is commendable, I could certainly draw inspiration from this one, Xaio Xuner mused, stowing the dark red scroll within his storage ring. Just then, a large hand suddenly lunged toward him, causing Xaio Xuner to startle. He had encountered stealthy thieves before, but this was an audacious street mugging. The power accompanying that hand made Xaio Xuner's eyes narrow slightly. It was not a mere thief. This individual was clearly after his storage ring. Xaio Xuner did not hold back against this assailant. With swift precision, he concentrated energy into a crystalline palm strike, which collided forcefully with the large hand, releasing a torrent of energy that sent the crowd at the market sprawling. Xaio Xuner remained steadfast, while the assailant was violently hurled away. Upon landing, the intruder left several deep footprints in the ground before stabilizing himself. Seizing the opportunity, Xaio Xuner scrutinized the assailant, noting his striking white hair and handsome features. The crowd, sensing the unleashed energy, dared not voice any complaints, hastily retreating from the area. From the intensity of the released energy, it was evident that both parties were of the esteemed rank of venerable. The white-haired man felt a sharp pain in his concealed right hand. Xaio Xuner's previous strike had broken it. His gaze toward Xaio Xuner brimmed with astonishment. How could one conjure such formidable combat skills in such a brief moment? Although the white-haired man had attempted to overestimate Xaio Xuner, he still could not discern the full extent of Xaio Xuner's capabilities. He had intended to ambush Xaio Xuner and seize the storage ring, as he sensed the presence of his kin within it. Who are you? Xaio Xuner inquired first. The white-haired man sneered. You possess some skill. In that sudden moment, you indeed managed to injure me. However, the aura of my Tian Yao Phoenix clan emanates from your storage ring. If you wish to avoid the pursuit of the Tian Yao Phoenix clan, it would be prudent to surrender it. At the white-haired man's declaration, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. So, he was indeed from the Tian Yao Phoenix clan, yet it seemed he was at a disadvantage. The Tian Yao Phoenix clan was known for their arrogance, believing they could dominate anyone they encountered. You claim it exists, so it must? The arrogance of the Tian Yao Phoenix clan was truly overwhelming. Xaio Xuner stood with his hands casually behind his back, speaking nonchalantly. The previous encounter had undoubtedly inflicted injury upon this member of the Celestial Phoenix clan. Xiao Zhe's mastery of the vast ocean palm was already unparalleled, for it was a fighting technique of his own creation, executed with remarkable speed. Moreover, since the transformation of the void space, his immense fighting spirit allowed him to wield it with abandon. Thus, he continuously activated the illusory sea domain, enabling him to draw upon its energy to perform the vast ocean palm. The combination of external energy and his own fighting spirit doubled the speed at which he could execute the technique. Even in an unexpected situation, he was capable of unleashing his fighting skill without fail. It was precisely for this reason that he was able to directly injure this Celestial Phoenix clan's Dozun. In their earlier clash, Xiao Zhe had deliberately suppressed the dispersing energy within the illusory sea domain. Otherwise, at least half of the onlookers would have perished. You, the white-haired man, witnessing Xiao Zhe's nonchalant demeanor, could not help but clench his fists. However, the sharp pain radiating from his hand brought him back to reality. He was certainly no match for the man before him. Fortunately, the earlier commotion would undoubtedly summon the elders from his clan, and then this fellow would surely face consequences. The two Dozong experts tasked with guarding the trading market, upon seeing the confrontation between the two esteemed figures, dared not show their faces. Both were Dozun powerhouses standing off against each other. If any Dozong dared to intervene, a mere flick of a wrist from either side could spell their doom. Whether your spatial ring contains any treasures of the Celestial Phoenix clan will soon be revealed, echoed an aged voice as a black-robed elder materialized before the white-haired man. Upon seeing the elder, the white-haired man displayed an expression of joy, promptly bowing and saying, "I pay my respects to Elder Huang Xian." Xiao Zhe, hearing the shameless words of the black-robed elder, could not suppress a cold laugh. "You old fool dare to speak so boldly. Once my spatial ring is in your hands, it is entirely up to you what you wish to extract from it, is it not?" The other onlookers nodded in agreement. At this level of prowess, it was indeed rather simple to manipulate such matters. If the Celestial Phoenix clan's individuals merely sought to slander him, then once the spatial ring was surrendered, its contents would be entirely at the discretion of the Celestial Phoenix clan. Hearing Xiao Zhe refer to him as an old fool darkened Huang Xian's countenance. His aura suddenly pressed down upon Xiao Zhe. However, with the illusory sea domain acting as a barrier, Xiao Zhe remained unfazed. "Our Celestial Phoenix clan's sensing abilities are infallible. You undoubtedly possess items belonging to our clan," the white-haired man could not help but exclaim. Yet, Xiao Zhe remained unmoved, since he refused to cooperate. "Do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands to compel your compliance." The black-robed elder squinted slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes, as he reached out across the space to strike Xiao Zhe with a palm. Xiao Zhe had initially intended to test the might of a 5-star Dozun, but suddenly sensed a familiar presence and halted his movements. "Humph, old man. Do you think a member of the Pill Tower can be so easily manipulated by you?" The figure of the Grand Elder appeared before Xiao Zhe. With a swift motion of his sleeve, the Grand Elder unleashed a ferocious wave of spatial turbulence that collided violently with the palm of the Cloaked Elder. The terrifying spatial distortion proliferated, causing the onlookers to scramble and flee in panic. However, the confrontation between the Grand Elder and Huang Xian was completely unrestrained. A dreadful spatial rift nearly transformed the area into a vast chasm. The once bustling marketplace vanished in an instant, leaving the stall owners, who had not yet packed their goods, in despair. Yet, upon witnessing the four formidable combatants, any grievances were swallowed down in silence. "Are you members of the Dan Tower? And so what?" the Grand Elder remarked casually, confident in his prowess to easily contend with Huang Xian. In terms of influence, the Dan Tower would certainly not cower before the Celestial Phoenix clan. "You members of the Dan Tower have hidden our kin. Surely you owe us an explanation?" "What explanation?" "You accuse us of harboring the Celestial Phoenix clan, and thus we must comply?" the Grand Elder retorted without reservation. "If the Celestial Phoenix clan seeks to impose their will on the Dan Tower, they are sorely mistaken." Seeing the Grand Elder's unwavering demeanor, Huang Xian could not suppress his frustration. Yet, they could indeed sense the aura of the Celestial Phoenix within Xiao Zhe's ring. However, circumstances were more powerful than individuals. Even in a 2-on-2 scenario, the Grand Elder and Xiao Zhe were superior. "Dan Tower, I will remember you," Huang Xian declared with a fierce tone, then turned to the white-haired man, saying, "Let us depart." The elder with white hair clearly did not wish to concede so easily. "Is this not humiliating enough?" Huang Xian chided sharply, causing the elder's expression to stiffen as he cast a lingering glance at Xiao Zhe. Currently, the ruins remained unopened, and all parties were still exercising restraint, avoiding outright conflict. Xiao Zhe, however, offered a subtle smile, watching as the two retreated. From the moment he refined the two puppets of the Celestial Phoenix, He had anticipated a conflict with their clan, backed by the Dan Tower. Xiaozhe harbored no fear of the Celestial Phoenix, especially with the presence of Ziyin, the little princess of the ancient dragon clan. Xiaozhe, you do not truly possess kin of the Celestial Phoenix, do you? Indeed, during my exploration of the ancient ruins, I obtained 2 puppets of the Celestial Phoenix. Upon hearing Xiaozhe's words, the Grand Elder could not help but gasp in surprise. The audacity of the ancient ruins master to create 2 puppets of the Celestial Phoenix was remarkable. Since it is your fortune, it cannot be handed over to the Celestial Phoenix clan without a fight. Rest assured, with the strength of the Dan Tower, we need not fear the Celestial Phoenix. Xiaozhe nodded but expressed some concern. I fear they may oppose us in the deep sea ruins. Fear not. The situation within the deep sea ruins remains unclear to all. Perhaps it is complicated enough that they have no leisure to trouble us, and even if they did, we would not be intimidated. The Grand Elder stroked his beard with confidence. By the way, what is the strength of those 2 Celestial Phoenix puppets? Both are at the 5-star combat sovereign level, Xiaozhe replied honestly, causing the Grand Elder to pause momentarily in his grooming. Your fortune is indeed remarkably profound. The Grand Elder could not help but exclaim in admiration. After a moment of internal contemplation, he nodded. At his current level, there was no need for him to specially ignite a furnace for alchemy, as he could comprehend it with clarity. He then produced a dark red scroll, gradually unfurling it. Xiaozhe beheld the introduction left by its creator. The profound fire technique, a mastery of fire control, is extraordinarily profound. The flames possess formidable destructive power. I have devoted myself to the path of fire control and have finally achieved success. Whether in combat against foes or in the art of alchemy, it is immensely beneficial. Xiaozhe dedicated some time to mastering this profound fire technique, and soon a brilliant yellow flame coalesced in his hand. This was not the original imperial flame. Yet he could still conjure ordinary flames through the branch of alchemy. This vibrant yellow flame transformed into myriad shapes at his command, shifting effortlessly into whatever form he desired. Indeed, the profound fire technique has its merits. My fire control skills have undoubtedly improved. Time slipped away as he immersed himself in his training. Suddenly, Xiaozhe was jolted by the uproar outside and rose to look. Positioned atop the peak, his vantage point was expansive, allowing him to see a colossal underwater vortex in the underworld sea, spanning several dozen miles in diameter. The commotion among the people along the coast was a direct result of this phenomenon. From it, Xiaozhe sensed a complex array of energies. No wonder the beast clans lingered after their arrival. They must have sensed the energies emanating from the vortex. Many powerful figures were stirred by this enormous underwater whirlpool, for it signified the impending opening of the underwater relics. The Grand Elder appeared beside Xiaozhe, remarking, "It has attracted so many strong individuals. It seems we are destined for a fierce battle. Let us observe. Perhaps we will encounter unexpected gains." Xiaozhe gazed toward the center of the massive vortex, where space had begun to distort, and a torrent of ghostly energies surged forth. At that moment, anyone daring to approach would be instantly overwhelmed, their bodies filled with that vast energy, leading to immediate demise. The disturbance in the underworld sea lured forth numerous powerful beings. Just the esteemed figures Xiaozhe could see numbered no less than 10, the 4 leaders of the 4 Directions Pavilion, the esteemed members of the Tian Yaohuang clan and the Jiuyu Di Ming Python clan, along with several solitary cultivators. However, Xiaozhe noticed the absence of individuals from the Burning Flame Valley. Had they not arrived in time? It seemed plausible, considering the esteemed members of the 4 Directions Pavilion were able to come thanks to this year's 4 Directions Pavilion Conference. Other factions likely sent their strong individuals only after hearing of the event. The Burning Flame Valley had only dispatched Elder Chihua, perhaps deeming the opportunities within the deep-sea relics unsuitable for their people and not placing significant importance on it. Soon, the surging ghostly energy finally subsided. Those who had been eager to act, upon witnessing this spectacle, brightened with renewed determination and immediately rushed toward the enormous vortex. Yet, Xiaozhe furrowed his brow, sensing that it was not so simple. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, the group that had surged forward suddenly recoiled in terror, as if confronted by a fearsome entity, fleeing wildly from the abyssal whirlpool. That group of reckless individuals is unlikely to meet a favorable end, the Grand Elder suddenly remarked. Xiaozhe nodded in agreement. The prior lull of the abyssal whirlpool did not signify true safety. On the contrary, it was merely a prelude to the accumulation of even greater malevolent energy. The oppressive aura surged skyward, enveloping the throng of individuals who had rushed forward. Initially, some of them managed to fend off the malignant energy with their fighting spirit. However, the sheer volume of this dark essence was overwhelming, and their reserves were depleting at an alarming rate. Some had not even comprehended the danger before being consumed by the malevolent force. Xiaozhe witnessed firsthand the dire consequences of being infiltrated by this dark energy. The afflicted areas would decay in the blink of an eye. As the malevolent essence continued to invade their bodies, the decaying parts would gradually weaken, ultimately shattering into countless black particles that merged with the essence itself. The horrifying spectacle sent a chill down the spines of the powerful beings gathered along the coast. Those cultivators who had previously ventured into the abyssal sea and had been tainted by the dark energy felt a sense of relief upon witnessing this scene. The erosion of their bodies into powder, merging with the malevolent essence, was a fate they narrowly escaped. Observing the black particles merging with the dark energy, Xiaozhe furrowed his brow. Could this be the reason the abyssal sea's malevolent essence persists eternally? Countless beings consumed, their bodies reduced to dust, contributing to the ceaseless flow of this dark energy. What is that? Suddenly, someone pointed toward the edge of the swirling dark energy, exclaiming in shock. Xiaozhe turned his gaze to the indicated location and beheld a figure unlike any other. In stark contrast to the cultivators who had succumbed to the dark energy and crumbled into black ashes, this figure was entirely shrouded in darkness, clearly having been deeply infiltrated by the malevolent essence. Yet, unlike the others, this individual had not shattered but remained whole, emanating an aura reminiscent of the decaying energy surrounding it. Its eyes flickered with a blood-red light, reminiscent of a human's blink. This place, after all, gathered numerous cultivators from the central continent, some of whom had limited knowledge of the abyssal sea, while others were well-versed in its mysteries. The Grand Elder's expression turned grave as he remarked, "I never anticipated that the abyssal servants were formed in such a manner." Abyssal servants? Xiaozhe, hearing this unfamiliar term, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Although he had endeavored to absorb various knowledge about the central continent, he still fell short compared to the Grand Elder. Their bodies are like ink, their eyes blood-red, their forms enshrouded in ashes, feeding on malevolent essence, enslaved by the abyssal sea. These are the abyssal servants, the Grand Elder elucidated. These servants arise alongside the malevolent essence, and even the mightiest cultivators tremble at their mention. Today, I have gained insight, witnessing the birth of an abyssal servant with my own eyes. Xiaozhe gazed at the abyssal servant, who had unfolded its arms, drawing in the surrounding malevolent essence as if it were a vast ocean. Once it had absorbed the ambient dark energy, its aura surged from the realm of Do Huang to that of Do Zong. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiaozhe finally grasped the meaning of feeding on malevolent essence. However, esteemed elder, what do you mean by saying that the slave resides in the Sea of Nether? Does the Sea of Nether possess consciousness? Not at all. It merely indicates that the Nether slave can only manifest within the Sea of Nether. Once it departs from this realm, its form will disintegrate, and if it does not receive a replenishment of Nether Chi, it will ultimately face annihilation. It is akin to a caged slave, forever bound to the confines of the Sea of Nether, hence the name, Nether Slave. Fortunately, the Nether Slave is restricted to the Sea of Nether, otherwise, given the terrifying nature of this Nether Chi, it could unleash a calamity upon the central continent. Xiaozhe remarked thoughtfully, "Haha, there is no need for concern. Should such an event truly arise, a formidable being from the pinnacle of the continent will intervene," the elder reassured with a smile. A glimmer flashed in Xiaozhe's eyes. The powerful being the elder spoke of must be those revered saints of combat. As the two exchanged words, the onlookers on the shore began to take action. After all, if this Nether slave were allowed to consume the Nether Chi and fully mature, even the great powers would find themselves in a precarious situation. A solitary esteemed practitioner executed a spatial strangulation technique, tearing open a massive black rift in the space. Before the Nether slave could escape, it was cleaved in two. However, to the astonishment of all present, the wound of the Nether slave gushed forth in abundance of Nether Chi, allowing the two halves to rejoin and, amidst the swirling Nether Chi, the injury vanished without a trace. This exemplifies the terrifying resilience of the Nether slave. It possesses formidable regenerative capabilities. If one cannot harm the Nether core within, it will continuously recover. Upon receiving a reminder from others, the esteemed practitioner snorted dismissively. What if it can recover? Ultimately, it is merely a combat sovereign. I refuse to believe I cannot locate that Nether core if I shatter its entire body. The solitary practitioners gazed upon the esteemed practitioner with envy as he displayed his prowess. Those from the great powers merely observed with detached interest. The elder chuckled softly, noting that the combat sovereign was quite adept at feigning ignorance. "Elder, why do you say that?" Xiaozhe inquired, glancing at the Nether slave, which was now reduced to only half its form, with a hint of curiosity. "Xiaozhe, a solitary combat sovereign who has attained such a level must be shrewd as a fox. Do you think he would willingly stand at the forefront like a pawn? Are you suggesting he has ulterior motives?" The elder patiently explained to Xiaozhe, "I believe the solitary combat sovereign's aim is the Nether core. The Nether core that can store Nether Chi? But isn't nether chi lethal to ordinary beings? Indeed, that is the case. However, what he covets is the nether core's unique ability to absorb nether chi. As the elder elucidated, a spark of understanding flickered in Xiao Zhe's mind. He realized that he could exploit the nether core's capability to absorb nether chi in preparation for venturing into the Sea of Nether to explore ancient ruins. The Grand Elder nodded slightly. Despite his current smooth progress, once he acquires the nether core, those aware of the situation would undoubtedly not allow him to remain so untroubled. Should we compete for the nether core? Let us observe the developments for now. I have an unsettling feeling that another eruption of nether chi is imminent. Nether slaves are seldom seen in the central continent, not due to their scarcity, but rather because they abound in the nether sea. Yet, after 2 eruptions of nether chi, the absence of these nether slaves is highly irregular. In the nether sea, these entities are not constrained by lifespan if left undisturbed, and the numbers accumulated since ancient times are staggering. Most of these nether slaves lie dormant in the depths of the nether sea, where the concentration of nether chi is most substantial. The colossal whirlpool at the seabed expels the nether chi from that region, inevitably releasing the slumbering nether slaves alongside it. Xiao Zhe suddenly comprehended and remarked, the depth from which the nether chi is being expelled has yet to reach the seabed. Once it does, the nether slaves shall emerge with the nether chi, and we shall not lack for the nether core. The solitary combat sovereign annihilated a nether slave and obtained a diamond-shaped black crystal, suffused with nether chi. He swiftly infused it with a vast amount of fighting energy, forcing the nether chi out. A nether core of the Do Zone level was sufficient for him to traverse to the depths of the nether sea. After exhausting the nether chi within, the crystal was filled solely with the fighting energy of the solitary combat sovereign, displaying a mesmerizing and ethereal ice blue hue. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed numerous eager gazes fixated upon him. This time, he intended to take advantage of the mutual wariness among the powerful factions, sending someone to test the waters for risks in order to seize a nether core in one fell swoop. Thereafter, it would likely not be so straightforward. Nevertheless, possessing this nether core ensured his security in entering the ancient ruins. Although his own fighting energy could also facilitate entry, excessive consumption would leave him at a disadvantage in competing with other formidable beings once within. Securing a nether core now would grant him a significant edge in vying for opportunities within the ancient ruins. As anticipated, within 10 minutes, the entire sea surface began to tremble. A dense wave of nether chi erupted from the great whirlpool beneath, even darkening the sky above that area to an ominous black. Alarmed, many cultivators on the shore hastily retreated, fearing even a hint of the nether chi might taint them. The gruesome fates of those who had perished from the influx of nether chi were still fresh in their minds. Xiao Zhe gazed into the distance, witnessing the nether chi surging forth from the whirlpool, forming a colossal black pillar that connected heaven and earth. Within that swirling column of nether chi, flecks of red light flickered ominously, instilling dread in the hearts of onlookers. Roar! From one particularly brilliant point of red, an earth-shattering roar erupted, scattering the nether chi in the vicinity. A terrifying figure, towering several zhang high, emerged, its overwhelming aura unmistakably reaching the pinnacle of Do Zone. Like a beast roused from a beautiful dream, the shadowy specter fixed its gaze upon the multitude of cultivators along the shore, the crimson light in its eyes shining even more brightly. Although it possessed no eyeballs, those cultivators who felt the sweeping gaze of the colossal specter shivered involuntarily. Some even began to reconsider their decision to partake in the excitement of the deep-sea relics, fearing that they might lose their lives in this endeavor. In contrast to the hesitant solitary cultivators, the prominent factions found a glimmer of hope. They had numerous members eager to enter the relics, and the presence of so many specters was ample opportunity for them to share. They would not need to engage in a fierce battle with other factions before even entering the ancient relics. As the surging fighting spirit gradually subsided, the figures of the specters became fully visible, revealing an astonishing count of over 100. The elder in black robes from the Celestial Phoenix clan stepped forward, his voice, though soft, resonated across the entire coastline. He did not wish to charge in alone and face the onslaught of so many specters. Enticing the other powerful factions to join forces in dividing the specters was indeed the prudent course of action. The other factions understood that it was impossible to expect someone else to take the lead. They could only advance together and share the spoils of these specters. In an instant, the various factions dispatched their strongest members to seize the specters. The solitary cultivators, recognizing the value of the shadow cores, also took action. At the Dan Tower's base, upon seeing the elder preparing to engage, Xiao Zhe proactively offered, "Elder, allow me to go. I wish to observe the extraordinary nature of this shadow energy." "Very well, but exercise caution and always shroud yourself in fighting spirit." The elder nodded in agreement after glancing at Xiao Zhe. Rising into the air, Xiao Zhe charged toward the shadow sea. his illusory sea domain expanding to a radius of 1 meter, rendering it nearly imperceptible to ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, a peaked Dozong Spectre had already confronted the Elder Phoenix. Xiaozhe chose not to join the fray, but instead sought out another Spectre of similar rank. At that moment, a figure with white hair darted forth, similarly targeting the Spectre. It was the white-haired man from the Celestial Phoenix clan, who had previously clashed with Xiaozhe. Fate had brought them together again, causing Xiaozhe to raise an eyebrow. Wasn't this man just competing with the Wind Sovereign for a Spectre? A glance toward the Wind Sovereign revealed that he had already secured a Shadow Core, infusing it with Azure Fighting Spirit. It turned out he had lost in the contest against the Wind Sovereign and was now setting his sights on the Spectre. Upon seeing Xiaozhe, the white-haired man sneered. I thought it was someone formidable. Today, I shall vindicate myself. Had it not been for my momentary lapse that allowed you to ambush me with your techniques. Do you think you could have harmed me? The white-haired man spoke with palpable resentment, pain still lingering from his injuries as he regarded Xiaozhe with a gaze full of bitterness and enmity. Since fate had brought them together once more, he was determined to reclaim his honor. As long as he awakens the bloodline power of the Celestial Phoenix clan, he will undoubtedly vanquish Xiaozhe. Huh. Your Celestial Phoenix clan is not only domineering, but also somewhat intellectually challenged. How long has it been since the incident? And you have already begun to distort the truth. Xiaozhe could not help but chuckle. If memory serves, it was you who launched a sneak attack first, and I merely retaliated. You initiated the ambush and were subsequently injured by my combat technique, which clearly indicates your inferiority in skill. Upon hearing Xiaozhe's words, the expression of the white-haired man darkened considerably. You can only boast with your words. Allow me to demonstrate the secret arts of the Celestial Phoenix clan. The white-haired man swiftly formed hand seals, and a colossal phantom of a phoenix materialized, seamlessly merging into his body in an instant. Xiaozhe had no intention of idly watching his opponent enhance their power. Lightning flickered around him as he rapidly condensed the Great Vast Sea Palm. The previous version of the Great Vast Sea Palm that had injured the white-haired man was hastily formed and lacked potency. Now, however, the Great Vast Sea Palm he was conjuring, though not yet unleashed, already caused ripples in the surrounding space, revealing dark fissures akin to strands of hair. Witnessing the phoenix phantom merge into the white-haired man's body, Xiaozhe hesitated no longer. He struck forth, sending a deep blue crystal handprint directly toward him. Wherever the crystal handprint passed, it left behind a trail of dark spatial rifts. The white-haired man felt the terrifying fighting spirit within him surge, a sense of overwhelming dominance rising within. Facing the previously injurious Great Vast Sea Palm, he let out a hearty laugh. His fist radiated with brilliant golden light, exuding an incredibly forceful intent. The white-haired man rapidly formed a golden fist imprint, roaring with intensity. Celestial Phoenix, dominant fist. Like the thunder from the heavens. Unyielding in its majesty, the golden fist imprint collided violently with the Great Vast Sea Palm. Boom. A vast surge of energy erupted, causing surrounding cultivators to flee in terror. While some who could not evade felt a sudden sweetness in their throats, they dared not approach the battlefield of the Dozun experts. For even the residual energy from their clash was fearsome. Those who distanced themselves displayed expressions of shock. Moreover, the ghostly slave was also shaken by the aftermath of the battle, sending more ashes swirling into the air. The crowd hastily turned their attention to the chaotic center of energy, where black fissures spread, and a figure was violently thrown out. The white-haired man's face was filled with disbelief, despite having enhanced his strength to a 2-star Dozun using his bloodline power. How could he still be repelled by Xiaozhe's combat technique? Recently injured by this very technique, he had elevated his power, yet was now wounded again by the same fighting spirit, which was difficult for the white-haired man to accept. The overwhelming fighting spirit indeed grants one the power to act freely. Seeing Xiaozhe employ the same tactic once more, the white-haired man gritted his teeth. He once again condensed the golden fist imprint, but his back trembled slightly, as a pair of resplendent wings unfurled from it. It was not his style to simply endure. After receiving this combat technique, he would forcibly close the distance to Xiaozhe, leveraging the speed and physique of the Celestial Phoenix clan to engage in close combat. However, what drove him to the brink of madness was that this encounter once again concluded with him being forcefully repelled. Just as the silver-haired man intended to close in on Xiaozhe, another mighty Dahan High Palm struck toward him. The frustration and fury etched on the silver-haired man's face were unmistakable. The power of the Dahan High Palm was extraordinary, and its speed was astonishing. Even with the deployment of his phoenix wings, he could not evade it. To forcibly withstand the Dahan High Palm in exchange for a moment's approach would be an act of sheer folly. Having previously ambushed Xiaozhe and taken that blow from the Dahan High Palm, his right hand still throbbed with pain in the midst of battle. To the peculiar gazes of the onlookers, Xiaozhe seemed to be toying with the members of the Tian Yaohuang clan. Each deep blue crystal handprint descended upon the silver-haired man, who could only accept his fate with resignation. Seizing the opportunity while the silver-haired man was being repelled, Xiaozhe directly crushed the spectral slave using the illusory sea domain. The spectral core was now in his grasp. Upon witnessing Xiaozhe acquire the spectral core, the silver-haired man was so overwhelmed with frustration that he felt like spitting blood. Previously wounded by Xiaozhe's technique, he was now mocked and played with by the same. It was abundantly clear even to the simplest observer that Xiaozhe's true combat prowess far surpassed that of the silver-haired man, allowing him to masterfully control the situation. At that moment, another spectral slave of the Dozone level was being pursued, and Xiaozhe swiftly used the illusory sea domain to seize control and reduce it to dust. With a flick of his hand, the spectral core fell into his grasp, enveloped in Do Qi. Meanwhile, an elder who had been chasing approached, and upon catching Xiaozhe's gaze, he hastily retreated, fearing that Xiaozhe's capricious mood might lead him to obliterate him as well. Suddenly, Xiaozhe sensed an extraordinarily powerful presence drawing near. Without hesitation, he unleashed the illusory sea domain, suppressing the area before him, and retreated swiftly. As lightning flickered around him, a grim-faced elder in black robes halted at the spot where Xiaozhe had stood. The black-robed elder glanced at the silver-haired man, who had just regained his composure. Once impeccably presented, the silver-haired man's appearance was now disheveled, his once orderly white hair now in utter disarray. Just as the black-robed elder was about to speak, the space beside Xiaozhe warped, and the grand elder appeared, hands clasped behind him, his narrowed eyes fixated on the black-robed figure. Old man, if the younger generation of your Tian Yaohuang clan cannot best Xiaozhe, do you intend to take matters into your own hands, abusing your age to bully the young? The grand elder stated bluntly, recalling how Xiaozhe had narrowly evaded the old man's grasp moments ago. If you truly wish to engage, I shall forsake the treasures of the deep-sea ruins to ensure you remain here forever. The grand elder's eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity, and Xiaozhe was somewhat astonished to witness this fierce side of him. Typically, the grand elder presented himself as a kindly old man, yet it was evident that in his youth, he possessed quite the fiery temperament. The black-robed elder clenched his fist tightly within his sleeve, reminded of his purpose for venturing into the deep-sea ruins, and let out a huff of indignation as he turned to the silver-haired man. Why are you not hastening to find other spectral slaves? Do you not find this enough of a disgrace? The white-haired man, chastised by the elder, turned pale with rage and cast a venomous glance at Xiaozhe before soaring away to another location. The elder in the black robe departed as well, in pursuit of the spectral slaves. The grand elder gazed at Xiaozhe and remarked, "That old fellow will likely not relent. Once we enter the ruins, you must not stray from my side." Xiaozhe nodded. The chaotic battle was gradually subsiding, and it was indeed time to venture into the ruins. Xiaozhe handed one of the spectral cores to the grand elder, who filled it with his own fighting spirit before gripping it tightly. Upon releasing his hold, a diamond-shaped pattern appeared in his palm. This was the method for utilizing the spectral core. Imbuing it with one's own fighting spirit effectively leaves a mark. When one's body comes into contact with spectral energy, the core will automatically absorb it. It is noteworthy that while this method can serve as a preventive measure, it cannot heal one from the spectral energy entering the body. After listening to the grand elder's explanation, Xiaozhe clenched his fist, then opened it again, and the spectral core had melded into his palm. Under his suppression, the primordial tree refrained from consuming the spectral core that had integrated into his hand. Since spectral energy is a foreign force, even the venomous power of misfortune could not entirely dissolve it. Xiaozhe cast a glance at the expanse above the sea of specters. Over 100 spectral slaves had already been divided among the cultivators. Although the spectral slaves were shrouded in spectral energy, they were ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer number of cultivators. In the face of such a multitude, a single spectral slave could find itself beset by dozens of practitioners. This chaotic battle had scattered a significant amount of spectral energy, rendering the surroundings considerably clearer. However, Xiaozhe noticed that much of the spectral energy did not dissipate into thin air, but instead sank gradually back into the sea of specters. The great whirlpool at the seabed remained, and the waters surrounding it were remarkably clear, a striking sight amidst the entire sea of specters. It seemed that a peculiar force within the great whirlpool was dispersing the spectral energy. After the spectral energy mingled with the sea, visibility improved, and this phenomenon was soon perceived by many others. At the very least, those entering the ancient ruins from the great whirlpool at the seabed would not be subject to the corrosive effects of spectral energy. Initially, those practitioners lacking the ability to contend for the spectral cores had begun to reconsider their intentions, reluctant to risk the potential infiltration of spectral energy into their bodies. To their surprise, a new path had opened up, allowing for a safe passage into the deep-sea ruins via the great whirlpool. After waiting for a while, the crowd, reassured by the absence of spectral energy, surged eagerly towards the great whirlpool. Xiao Zhe and the Grand Elder hovered midair, observing as numerous practitioners dove into the whirlpool like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. It all felt rather peculiar. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Zhe murmured, "Is it that entering the deep-sea ruins is too effortless?" The Grand Elder, deep in thought, replied, "Indeed, it feels that way." "Grand Elder, do you sense it too?" Xiao Zhe inquired. "Yes," the Grand Elder responded, his slightly murky eyes scanning the impatient throng, sensing an unusual urgency among them regarding the deep-sea ruins. Could there be something amiss with the deep-sea ruins? From the observations gathered, it is indeed an ancient relic, and the seal remains intact, rendering any prior infiltration impossible. The Grand Elder contemplated for a moment, and upon noticing the other powerful factions converging upon the abyssal vortex, he shook his head. "Although the current circumstances are somewhat peculiar, we possess the Nether Core, which provides us with a distinct advantage in confronting the malevolent energies of the Nether Sea, unlike those who are utterly unprepared." Implicitly, the intention remains to delve into the ancient relic. Let us proceed. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the crowd stationed at the shore, the two also ventured into the depths of the abyssal vortex. The once bustling coastline, now devoid of a significant number of cultivators who had ventured into the ancient relic, appeared somewhat desolate. Speculations among the onlookers abounded regarding the treasures that lay within the ancient site. At the Dan Tower's outpost, Elder Mu, who remained behind, stroked his beard while gazing towards the Nether Sea, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. He hoped for the safe return of the Grand Elder and Elder Xiaoza, for whether they attained fortune was of little consequence. Just as his thoughts settled, a sudden spatial fluctuation emerged from the opposite end of the Nether Sea, capturing the attention of the onlookers along the shore. Such mastery over spatial control necessitates at least the prowess of a Dozun. From what I observed of the previous Dozun battles, none exhibited such a degree of command. Could this formidable being belong to another powerful faction arriving fashionably late? If so, they had certainly missed the opportunity to contest for the Nether Core, which had previously been sought after by many esteemed factions. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a young maiden clad in azure emerged from the warped space. Her attire, while not ostentatious, radiated an air of nobility that transcended the earthly realm. This was not the nobility of mundane royalty, but rather a divine aura akin to that of a celestial sovereign, an essence that has endured through the annals of time. Impervious to decay, the appearance of the maiden left the crowd at the shoreline in a state of stupefaction, her ethereal beauty rendering them momentarily speechless. Her unassuming visage bore an otherworldly quality, evoking a sense of sanctity that felt irreverent to disturb. The maiden's gaze swept across the shore, seemingly in search of a familiar figure, yet there was none in sight. Fixing her eyes upon the abyssal vortex, she addressed the two elderly figures who had appeared silently. "Elders, let us depart, lest we fall too far behind." With her words, the trio enveloped themselves in battle aura and entered the depths of the vortex. The maideness in trance left an indelible mark on the minds of the spectators, each seeking to inquire of their companions regarding her identity. Alas, she seemed akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, her identity shrouded in mystery. On the mountaintop, Elder Mu observed the two elders accompanying the maiden, his expression betraying a sense of incredulity. Elder Mu, having a long-standing tenure at the Dan Tower, had yet to ascend to the rank of the 8 great elders, primarily due to his focus on alchemical pursuits. In his youth, he had traversed the continent and encountered numerous individuals of profound lineage, and fortuitously, he recognized the two elders accompanying her. To his astonishment, even the dominant power of the Eastern Domain, the ancient clan, has chosen to partake in the contest for the relics. The involvement of such formidable entities significantly escalates the challenge of seizing opportunities. Elder Mu's expression grew grave, his trepidation further heightened by the identity of the young woman. The two elderly men possessed the might of Dozun, yet they still regarded the girl as their leader. The thoughts that surfaced in Elder Mu's mind elicited a sharp intake of breath. One could only hope that the young woman encounters no misfortune, otherwise, it might embroil even the Grand Elder and Elder Xiao Zhe in dire consequences. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhe remained oblivious to the fact that Xuner had brushed past him. Had he lingered any longer, their paths might have converged above the abyssal sea. At present, Xiao Zhe narrowed his eyes, fortifying his spirit as he navigated the swirling currents of the great vortex. In the depths of the ocean, it was evidently unwise to oppose the colossal whirlpool with mere individual strength. One could only yield to its powerful flow and descend. As he followed the currents, Xiao Zhe's form rose and fell with the tides. Shielded by the domain of the illusory sea, his spiritual awareness extended to sense his surroundings, revealing that many others had also chosen to comply with the swirling currents. However, Some individuals, undeterred by the dangers, relied on their vast reserves of fighting spirit, attempting to forge ahead and enter the deep-sea relics before others. Initially, they advanced without hindrance, but as they descended deeper, the ferocity of the underwater currents intensified alarmingly. Waves of formidable power battered against them, etching expressions of agony on their faces. After enduring considerable hardship, they finally acquiesced to the circumstances. At that moment, the Grand Elder transmitted a message, urging them to prepare as they were nearing their destination. Suddenly, Xiaozhe felt a weight upon his body. He managed to suspend himself in midair just in time, avoiding a direct crash to the ground like many others. As they descended the vortex, the disoriented individuals struggled to react to the abrupt changes. Xiaozhe surveyed the ocean floor. Only the area surrounding the great vortex was filled with crystalline waters, while the rest remained shrouded in darkness. At the base of the vortex lay a damaged spatial seal, which had begun to fracture, allowing the energies within to escape and giving rise to this colossal underwater whirlpool. Once the energy within the seal was entirely depleted, this passage to the ocean's depths would be irrevocably severed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the others hastened toward the distant, massive palace. Within the confines of the spatial seal stood enormous palaces, resembling a miniature world beneath the sea. The ability to carve out such an expansive space underwater could only be attributed to a Dosheng-level powerhouse, mused the Grand Elder as he approached Xiaozhe. Why would a Dosheng choose to create such a realm deep within the abyssal sea? Upon hearing Xiaozhe's inquiry, the Grand Elder shook his head, indicating that the answer could only be uncovered within the depths of this underwater relic. Together, they made their way toward the towering palaces ahead. As Xiaozhe focused his spiritual perception on the area before them, the Grand Elder observed Xiaozhe's actions and paused to await his perception. Soon after, Xiaozhe slowly opened his eyes, and the Grand Elder cast a probing glance at him. The cluster of palaces ahead had already been ravaged by various factions, and despite their immense size, there was little indication of the presence of extraordinary treasures. Xiaozhe pointed towards their left front. That direction should lead to the main palace. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement, recognizing that these palaces likely held no significant treasures, and that true opportunities awaited them within the main palace. The two made their way directly to the main palace, passing through areas that had already been stripped bare, with people scouring everywhere for remnants. Some individuals, upon discovering certain combat techniques, erupted in ecstatic joy, only to be ambushed by those lurking in the shadows, igniting fierce battles. Xiaozhe also sensed the presence of members from powerful factions, yet no Dozun strongholds were evident, suggesting that they had all hastened towards the main palace. This realm was extraordinarily vast, far exceeding the size of the Dan realm. With a sense of nostalgia, Xiaozhe remarked that as the spatial seals gradually deteriorated, the waters of the underworld sea were beginning to flood in. It would not be long before this realm succumbed to becoming a haven for underworld slaves. Just as his words fell, a sudden scream erupted from a distant palace. Exchanging a glance with the Grand Elder, they quickened their pace towards the source of the commotion. Accompanied by a violent surge of energy, the palace collapsed with a thunderous crash. What caused Xiaozhe's pupils to constrict was the fact that the ruins emitted the unique ashes characteristic of underworld slaves. Amidst a series of raspy roars, an underworld slave, shrouded in dark ashes, erupted from the debris. Its eyes glimmered with a crimson light as it suddenly turned towards the direction of Xiaozhe and the Grand Elder. Had the underworld slave managed to infiltrate due to the fracturing of the spatial seals? No. The aura of the underworld in this realm was not yet dense enough to attract such entities. As they conversed, the underworld slave charged towards them. Xiaozhe swiftly suppressed it with the Mirage Sea domain, shattering it to pieces. Among the dispersing ashes, a diamond-shaped crystal began to slowly rotate. Xiaozhe drew it into his grasp. Extracting an empty storage ring, he placed the underworld core, suffused with the aura of the underworld, into it. A person could only retain one underworld core within their body. Otherwise, two cores would attack one another, causing catastrophic destruction internally. Something felt amiss. The Grand Elder glanced into the distance, observing that battles were erupting with increasing frequency. Moreover, these conflicts were not merely between cultivators. Torrents of dark ashes surged skyward, and a pervasive aura of the underworld spread, evoking alarm among onlookers. Had this space already been infiltrated by underworld slaves? Both were startled by this conclusion and hastened their pace towards the main palace. Knowing it had been infiltrated, they needed to seize any opportunities before it was entirely overrun. Along the way, they encountered some reckless underworld slaves, which Xiaozhe efficiently dispatched. However, the closer they drew to the main palace, the stronger the underworld slaves they encountered became, instilling a sense of foreboding within them. Finally, after crossing a dilapidated palace, they beheld the presence of other powerful factions. Those individuals stood at the precipice of a basin, hesitating to advance. Xiaozhe turned his gaze towards the basin, where an immense, deep blue palace resided, radiating a brilliant ethereal light. The seals surrounding the palace were fractured, and within it emanated a formidable energy, clearly indicative of advanced combat techniques or rare treasures. However, despite the allure of this overwhelming power, the prominent factions remained stagnant. Ultimately, this was due to the figures standing upon the plaza before the deep blue palace, shadowy silhouettes of the Nether servants. Each possessed strength at least at the dozone level. And most strikingly, at the entrance of the palace stood a dozen towering Nether servants, each at the dozone level. It was no wonder that numerous powerful factions hesitated at the edge of the basin. Faced with a dozen dozone-level Nether servants, none dared to recklessly charge forth. Although dozone experts had previously dispatched Nether servants with ease, that was due to a vast disparity in levels, a chasm too great to bridge. Upon the arrival of those from the Pill Tower, other factions cast their gazes towards them, their interest piqued by the presence of the last faction capable of dozone strength. To eradicate these Nether servants, the collaboration of forces with unparalleled might was imperative. Otherwise, no single faction could hope to penetrate the ranks of 10 dozone-level Nether servants. Let us proceed and discern their intentions, the Elder suggested to Xiaozhe. Following the Elder, Xiaozhe arrived at the gathering of powerful factions, where the gazes of those present varied. Some were friendly, some indifferent, and others filled with animosity. Yet, for the moment, even the vengeful Tianyao Phoenix clan had to suppress their emotions in pursuit of entry into the Azure Palace. Should they dare to strike against the Pill Tower, they would face not only that faction but also jeopardize the interests of numerous powers, potentially inciting a united backlash against them. From the expressions of you all, I sense you may have devised a strategy to breach this plaza teeming with Nether servants and enter the palace, the Elder stated directly, eschewing pleasantries. Huan Xian, having clashed with the Elder twice, had no desire to engage in conversation. While the Pill Tower held a preeminent position among human cultivators, his Jiuyou Dimiao Python was equally esteemed within the beast clans. Indeed, the Wind Sovereign chimed in cheerfully. Most of the Nether servants in the plaza below are largely in slumber. If we strike them separately, drawing portions of them to annihilate, we can collectively forge a path to the palace. The Elder nodded at the Wind Sovereign before turning coldly to the other factions. If you persist in wearing such grim expressions, I shall take my leave. At the Elder's words, the expressions of the other factions shifted, revealing a palpable sense of unease. Ultimately, the absence of the Dan Tower's formidable strength would result in the loss of 2 peak combatants, an outcome that was utterly unacceptable to them. In an instant, numerous factions revealed smiles, greeting the Grand Elder and Xiaozhe. Even the previously disdainful 9 Nether Earth Serpent offered a respectful nod to the Grand Elder and Xiaozhe. The Grand Elder, feeling a sense of pride, transmitted a message to Xiaozhe, cautioning him not to be overly accommodating towards these individuals. One must learn to manage them wisely, lest they take advantage of goodwill. A discussion regarding the number of Nether servants each faction was responsible for was imminent. An excessive amiability could lead to unfavorable outcomes for their side. With his hands clasped behind his back, the Grand Elder calmly inquired, "How many Nether servants will each faction be handling?" Huang Xian coldly responded, "We have previously reached an agreement. Only 2 peak Nether servants remain, and they shall be entrusted to the 2 of you." Haha, since members of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan speak so lightly of it, I believe it is best for your clan to handle this matter. I shall take my leave. Have you come to an agreement? Did you obtain Dan Tower's consent? The Grand Elder smiled, waved his hand dismissively, and pretended to turn away, prompting other powerful figures to interject and mediate. These powerful individuals inwardly resented Huang Xian, recognizing that the Grand Elder's demeanor was clearly an attempt to join the fray without genuine interest in the opportunities within the deep-sea ruins. Why provoke him at such a moment? Should the Grand Elder truly decide to depart with a mere flick of his sleeve, it would indeed fall upon the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan to resolve the matter of the 2 peak Nether servants. Sensing the barely concealed reproachful gazes from the surrounding figures, Huang Xian's expression darkened, and with a cold huff, he fell silent. After much persuasion and mediation from the other powerful figures, the Grand Elder finally nodded in agreement. Witnessing the Grand Elder relent, the other strong individuals collectively exhaled in relief. Time was of the essence. They needed to act swiftly. The Grand Elder was the first to speak, and the other factions promptly responded, as they had already delineated the various Nether servants they were to confront. A torrent of formidable fighting spirit surged forth, awakening the slumbering Nether servants. Their blood-red eyes turned towards the basin's edge, and as the peak Nether servants roared, a terrifying aura of ghostly energy erupted from the center of the basin. The sheer number of these Nether servants unleashed an aura that caused even the peak combatants to change countenance. As the impending battle loomed, each sought out their opponents. Xiao Zhe too identified his adversary, a towering nether servant with distinct beastly features. The residual force from the clash between peak combatants was beyond the capability of those at the dozone level of nether servants to withstand. Although numerous, none could approach the battlefield where the dozone warriors fought. Xiao Zhe summoned the illusory sea domain to counteract the ghostly energy emanating from the nether servants, simultaneously unleashing the grand ocean palm in successive strikes. He had no desire to engage in close combat with such a formidable opponent. While uncertain whether the ghostly energy could directly corrode his physical strength, he preferred to err on the side of caution. Xiao Zhe fought while retreating, gradually leading the nether servant away from the basin area. The other dozone powerhouses observed in silence, for they too were reluctant to engage in close combat with the nether slave. It was evident that Xiao Zhe, being of the water attribute, possessed slightly weaker combat prowess, which was understandable. Although Xiao Zhe had previously fought against the white-haired man amidst the chaos, not every dozone had the leisure to scrutinize the battles of others. Consequently, some dozone remained unaware of Xiao Zhe's true strength. The white-haired man, having truly faced off against Xiao Zhe, couldn't help but snort derisively upon witnessing Xiao Zhe's retreating posture. He was acutely aware of Xiao Zhe's actual capabilities and speculated that Xiao Zhe was merely feigning weakness to conceal his true power. Once Xiao Zhe distanced himself from the basin area, his hand movements for casting suddenly transformed. The mountain opening seal, the ocean turning seal, and the earth covering seal coalesced into a crystalline handprint, radiating an energy potent enough to rend the fabric of space. The nether slave sensed the imminent threat and charged at Xiao Zhe in a frenzy, amused by the nether slave's reckless pursuit of its own demise. Xiao Zhe lightly chuckled and thrust the deep blue crystalline handprint forward, with a sound akin to the tearing of space. The crystalline handprint struck the chest of the nether slave. Boom. The creature was obliterated, failing to utter even a final sound. Fortunately, the nether core of the vanquished slave survived the assault of the Imperial Seal technique. Upon seeing the fist-sized nether core and sensing the aura contained within, Xiao Zhe could not help but nod in approval. As the nether energy seeped forth, a flash of inspiration struck him. Perhaps the shell of the nether core could be utilized for alchemical purposes. However, to create a formula from scratch, a substantial amount of materials would be necessary. Xiao Zhe's gaze fell upon the basin, where the chaos continued to unfold. Yet, he had re-emerged before the eyes of the onlookers, now devoid of the dozone level nether slave. While the crowd was still pondering his sudden reappearance, Xiao Zhe plunged directly into the throng of dozone nether slaves. Wherever he passed, the dozone level nether slaves were crushed beneath the weight of the illusory sea domain, and one by one, the nether cores fell into his grasp. This display of ferocity left many powerful individuals in awe. Despite the considerable gap between dozone and dozone, it seemed outrageous to treat the latter as mere fodder for slaughter. Xiao Zhe, what has sparked your sudden interest in the nether cores? The Grand Elder noted Xiao Zhe's earlier actions. The only thing that could pique his interest among the nether slaves was undoubtedly the nether cores. I have a hypothesis. What if we could develop a brand new elixir, using the nether core as the primary material? Xiao Zhe briefly articulated his thoughts, igniting a spark of intrigue in the Grand Elder's eyes. Using the nether core as the core component, one could harness various energies of heaven and earth, discarding all other effects in pursuit of unparalleled destructive power. This concept bears a resemblance to the extreme yang pill you shared previously. Indeed, my inspiration was drawn from the extreme yang pill. However, its materials leaned towards ferocity. This time, I intend to experiment with a blend of diverse energies from heaven and earth. The Grand Elder nodded thoughtfully, affirming that using the core of the netherworld as the focal point could indeed facilitate such an endeavor. This core possesses the remarkable ability to absorb energy from various attributes seamlessly. As the two engaged in their discourse, the chaotic battle among the factions gradually drew to a close. Unlike the Dan Tower, which was represented by only two esteemed elders, the other forces suffered inevitable casualties. Xiao Zhe observed a lone dozone whose pallor suggested excessive depletion of energy. After all, the netherworld slaves wielded powers on par with dozone. Without a significant disparity in strength, swiftly defeating an opponent of equal rank would undoubtedly be a taxing endeavor. The dozone experts from other factions appeared far less vigorous than before, casting furtive glances at the composed Grand Elder of the Dan Tower and Xiao Zhe, both of whom bore no visible injuries and exhibited little fatigue. It seemed evident that the Dan Tower would hold a strategic advantage in the upcoming contest for the treasures within the main hall. Yet, none dared voice their grievances, as they had previously sought the assistance of the Dan Tower elders to confront the dozone netherworld slaves. Otherwise, they would have been free to withdraw. Moreover, after dispatching the dozone netherworld slaves, Xiao Zhe had deftly turned his attention to annihilating the dozone netherworld slaves. a display that lingered in the minds of many with trepidation. There was an unsettling sense that Xiao Zhe's true combat prowess was incongruous with his apparent Doqi ranks. A typical Dozun of the pinnacle first star should not possess such overwhelming dominance over Dozone practitioners. Contemplating this, numerous cultivators cast reverential glances toward Xiao Zhe. Although the Grand Elder's true Doqi realm far exceeded that of Xiao Zhe, the latter's prior performance had been strikingly brilliant. Now, the two elders of the Dan Tower presented a formidable duo, one possessing profound cultivation and the other exhibiting astounding combat capabilities. Xiao Zhe's earlier actions had undeniably instilled a sense of caution among the ambitious powers that lurked nearby. The Grand Elder, noticing the attention Xiao Zhe had garnered, cautioned him. Xiao Zhe, you must exercise caution in the forthcoming contest for the main hall. The Dan Tower's considerable influence may inadvertently entangle you in the interests of others, leading to numerous overt and covert adversaries. Should the opportunity arise, they would not hesitate to eliminate a prodigy of the Dan Tower. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Zhe felt a heightened sense of vigilance. However, with his current level of cultivation, he harbored no fear even when facing the leaders of significant powers in the Central Plains. He deemed himself worthy of showcasing his talents without trepidation. Furthermore, with the Dan Tower's immense backing, his displayed aptitude would surely invoke their unwavering protection. Shortly thereafter, the ominous aura surrounding the deep blue palace began to dissipate. The residual miasma left in the wake of the slain Dozun netherworld slaves was overwhelmingly sinister. While Dozun experts could enter, the great powers had brought their entire retinues, making solitary ventures into the main hall implausible. Although solitary Dozun possessed the capability to enter, the major factions would not permit them to seize the opportunity to enter the main hall unchallenged. Thus, the current situation emerged. Those capable of entering from the larger factions were required to bring others along. Among the solitary wanderers, there exists the capability to enter, yet they are thwarted by formidable forces. The Grand Elder and Xiao Zhe are not overly anxious, although they have dealt with the ethereal slaves. The true dangers concealed within the deep blue palace remain unclear. It would be prudent not to stick their necks out, preferring instead to let others test the waters of risk. As the ghostly aura dissipated, a solitary battle sovereign could no longer contain his eagerness and stepped forward to the entrance of the palace. A brilliant stream of battle energy shot forth from his hand, striking the uncharted door composed of unknown materials, producing a resounding echo. However, to the astonishment of the onlookers, even the mightiest blow from the battle sovereign failed to shatter the door. Many were left questioning whether this battle sovereign had merely delivered a casual strike. Yet, the two other battle sovereigns, Xiao Zhe and the Grand Elder, exchanged knowing glances. The main hall exhibited peculiarities, seemingly connected by a unique method that greatly enhanced its protective capabilities. It was likely a special formation, and without deciphering this formation, brute force alone would prove insufficient to breach it. While they conversed, the battle sovereign, now serious, concentrated his battle techniques and struck fiercely against the deep blue door. At that moment, an elderly figure clad in black robes appeared before the door, casting a glance at the solitary battle sovereign. "Allow me," he declared. The battle sovereign bristled at the condescending remark, feeling a surge of indignation. However, the figure before him was the Lord of the Yellow Springs, whose strength surpassed his own. With a huff, the solitary sovereign retreated, silently acknowledging the formidable nature of the formation above the hall. Even if the Lord of the Yellow Springs was stronger, the difference may not be as significant as it appeared. The Lord of the Yellow Springs was enveloped in a pitch-black energy that surged into his arms, rendering them as dark as ink. A pungent stench of decay permeated the air, emanating a rotten aura from the Lord of the Yellow Springs. Corpse arm of the Yellow Springs. The overwhelming stench, too potent for even the fabric of space to bear, met the protective formation, merely dimming its brilliance slightly. Yet, following a surge of intense energy, the formation remained intact, casting a shadow over the Lord of the Yellow Springs' countenance, a moment of embarrassment for him. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the Blue Palace. The solitary battle sovereign, previously unheralded, had left them unaware of his true strength. Now, the one who had stepped forth was none other than the Lord of the Yellow Springs, a prominent force in the Central Plains, renowned for his influence. Yet he too could not dismantle the protective formation of the Blue Palace. Many secretly lamented that while the vast horde of ethereal slaves posed no barrier, the palace's defensive formation had succeeded where they had failed. It was only logical. Had the Blue Palace's protective formation been weak, the ethereal slaves would have long since made it their abode. Witnessing the Lord of the Yellow Springs unable to breach the protective formation using his battle techniques caused a shift in the expressions of the powerful factions. It appeared that the protective formation indeed held significant merit, prompting many formidable battle sovereigns to ponder how they might unravel this defensive enigma. Due to the myriad of categories within the Blood Fiend Magic Codex, he often peruses its pages, delving into the intricacies of magical formations. This particular array exhibits formidable defensive capabilities. Should one decipher its secrets, applying it to the Elder Tower or securing vital items therein would undoubtedly instill a sense of reassurance. Observing that his combat techniques were thwarted by the formation, the Sovereign of the Underworld, with a hint of skepticism, resolved to reassemble his techniques. I refuse to believe that an ancient formation such as yours can impede me. Noticing the Sovereign's stubbornness, Xiaoze's spirits were immediately lifted. He intended to seize this opportunity to thoroughly comprehend the protective formation. Xiaoze astutely recognized the Sovereign's choice of location as quite ingenious, selecting areas where the seals were already compromised. However, the protection of the deep blue hall was evidently twofold. The first layer constituted a spatial seal, while the second was the protective formation. The spatial seal was in a state of disrepair, yet the protective formation remained operational. Moreover, the formation functioned outwardly rather than inwardly, allowing energy from within the deep blue hall to dissipate through its defenses. Nevertheless, for outsiders to gain entry, they must first unravel the protective formation. Xiaoze's keen spiritual perception detected an anomaly among the flashing runes. One particular rune appeared to be the linchpin connecting the various symbols in the vast sea of runes. Discerning this singular one posed a formidable challenge. It was only due to Xiaoze's acute perception and his rudimentary understanding of formations that he was able to identify the irregularity of that rune. Yet, despite its peculiar manifestation, there were no signs of imminent collapse. As anticipated, the Sovereign's latest assault yielded no success. Xiaoze, stroking his chin thoughtfully, felt a stir of inspiration. The Grand Elder, having observed Xiaoze's expression, inquired, "Xiaoze, have you made a discovery?" "Somewhat, though I cannot be certain. My knowledge of formations is still quite nascent," Xiaoze replied, withholding the full extent of his thoughts. The Grand Elder patted Xiaoze on the shoulder, encouragingly stating, "If you have an idea, pursue it. Rest assured, I will support you, and under the current circumstances, things cannot deteriorate further." Xiaoze nodded and approached the blue hall before the gazes of the assembly. The Sovereign of the Underworld glanced at him, saying, "Elder Xiao, I believe it would be prudent to let the Grand Elder take charge. Do not bring shame upon yourself." The Sovereign, having failed twice in succession, spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm, almost pointing at Xiaoze to suggest he refrain from meddling. In response, Xiaoze merely smiled, requesting, "Might I ask the Sovereign to step aside?" The Sovereign's expression darkened. Having failed twice to breach the protective formation, he truly felt no inclination to remain. Reluctantly, he withdrew. Standing before the blue hall, Xiaoze expanded his spiritual perception. The palace was immense, adorned with an overwhelming array of protective runes. Only a true master of formations could hope to identify the core and dismantle it in a short span of time. Relying on his formidable spiritual strength, Xiaoze freely sensed the fluctuations within the formation. As the crowd beheld Xiaoze merely standing before the grand entrance, devoid of any movement, a sense of perplexity inevitably surfaced in their hearts. However, the formidable prowess Xiaoze had previously exhibited rendered the onlookers reticent, compelling them to await his subsequent actions in silence. Some of the more perceptive Dozun experts sensed a shift in Xiaoze's soul energy. Huang Xian could not help but sneer, dismissing the notion as mere theatrics. After all, as a master alchemist, he surely lacked the capacity to delve into the intricacies of formations. A white-haired man nodded in agreement, acknowledging that despite his exceptional talent among the younger generation of the Tian Yaohuang clan, he had devoted a considerable amount of his energy to cultivation, recognizing that one's faculties were ultimately finite. To him, Xiaoze's ability to maintain his status as a master alchemist while wielding formidable combat strength was nothing short of astonishing. He concurred wholeheartedly with Elder Huang Xian's assertion that Xiaoze could not possibly have conducted research into formations. The attitudes of the other respected figures varied, oscillating between skepticism, anticipation, and awe. The leader of the Jiuyu Di Ming Python, Shi Ming, cast a cold and calculating gaze upon Xiaoze. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he harbored an inexplicable aversion toward Xiaoze. Logically, although the Jiuyu Di Ming Python was one of the 3 premier beast clans, it would be unwise to provoke the Dan Tower and create unnecessary enemies. Yet, Xiaoze's very presence stirred in Shi Ming a persistent disdain for the Dan Tower, an attitude that had persisted even before his dealings with the Grand Elder of the Dan Tower. Amidst the myriad of emotions reflected in the gazes of those present, Xiaoze finally located the peculiar rune. It was the rune's incessant relocation that had consumed a considerable amount of time. However, when he genuinely connected his soul energy with the rune, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was indeed capable of being refined. In that fleeting moment, he contemplated the possibility of refining it, and allowing only the Grand Elder and himself to enter the main hall. Yet, after some reflection, he chose to abandon this enticing thought. Despite the multitude of powerful factions currently barred from entry, it was only a matter of time before the true top-tier experts would make their move. Figures such as Huang Xian, a 5-star Dozun, and the leader of the Jiu Di Ming Python possessed formidable strength. Should they unite their efforts, they might very well breach this formidable protective formation. Such an action could easily provoke a collective assault upon the Dan Tower. Moreover, if he truly succeeded in refining this formation and securing it, wouldn't he possess an entire set of ready-made, highly effective protective capabilities? With this thought in mind, Xiaozhe had already inscribed a soul mark within the rune. The Yellow Spring Elder, growing increasingly impatient, remarked, "Elder Xiaozhe, if you find yourself at an impasse, it may be prudent to summon the Grand Elder." As soon as the Yellow Spring Elder's words fell, Xiaozhe extended his right hand, and a rune gently descended into his palm. Upon grasping the rune, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The runes covering the entire hall converged like fledgling swallows returning to their nest, flowing into the single rune in his hand. A torrent of vibrant colors coalesced into this one rune, a spectacle that left all present wide-eyed in astonishment. Such a phenomenon was truly unprecedented in their collective experience. The Grand Azure Hall looms impressively, its height stretching for hundreds of feet, adorned with an overwhelming multitude of runes. Otherwise, Xiaozhe would not have likened it to a boundless sea. The Grand Elder materialized beside Xiaozhe, his imposing presence silencing the restless gazes of onlookers. Observing this scene, even those of lesser strength understood that Xiaozhe had undoubtedly secured the protective array within his grasp. The thought that this array could withstand even the assaults of formidable Dozun cultivators ignited a fervor in their hearts. Driven by the allure of potential gain, they cast aside any concerns regarding his identity, for if an opportunity arose, they would not hesitate to act. Alas, the Grand Elder's presence extinguished their ambitions. As the final pale blue rune merged with Xiaozhe's grasp, he felt a surge of boundless energy, a smile of delight emerging upon his face. Upon refining this core rune, he realized that the protective array was, in fact, incomplete. Should he manage to restore its full integrity, it could withstand even the might of a high-ranking Dozun. Ultimately, the erosion of time had rendered it fragmented. Nevertheless, the current outcome satisfied Xiaozhe, for he had acquired an array capable of repelling the assaults of Dozun-level adversaries. Noticing the envious and covetous gazes directed at him, Xiaozhe merely smiled faintly. It was likely that none present, aside from him, could refine this protective array. After all, the core rune shifted freely among the vast multitude of runes. Without a profound understanding of the array and acute spiritual sensitivity, capturing it would be impossible, let alone refining it. Their envy was futile. Of course, should they lose their composure and attempt to seize the core rune from Xiaozhe, they would need to consult the Grand Elder's opinion first. Witnessing the actions of the two, the crowd inwardly scoffed, deeming them overly cautious. Yet, there were always those willing to take the lead. The nearest Huang Quanzun, propelled by a fierce surge of Qi, struck the grand entrance, shattering it open with a resounding crash. As the gateway finally yielded, Huang Quanzun's expression brightened slightly. Although he had not dismantled the protective array himself, he could still take solace in the fact that he had opened the door. As the grand hall's entrance swung wide, countless eyes gleamed with fervor, prompting other major factions to mobilize in a chaotic rush. Observing the safe entry of the crowd, Xiaozhe couldn't help but smile. Exchanging a glance with the Grand Elder, they both surged toward the hall. Upon entering, the sheer magnitude of the space struck them. The cluster of palaces outside paled in comparison to this vast hall. Moreover, the pathways within branched out in all directions, rendering navigation a perplexing endeavor. However, the cultivators were undeterred by such intricacies, resembling a swarm of locusts as they scoured the surroundings for treasures. "Xiaozhe, let us proceed down that path," the Grand Elder suddenly suggested, pointing toward the west. "It appears there are traces of elixirs in that direction." Upon hearing these words, Xiaozhe nodded in acknowledgement. At his current level, only high-tier combat techniques or methods could truly captivate his interest. Conversely, the ancient formulas passed down through generations stirred his excitement even more. As a master alchemist, he knew that once he spread the word, countless individuals would eagerly present combat techniques and methods to him. Suddenly, a stone orb fell from above, striking Xiaozhe on the head and landing gracefully in the palm of his hand. The elder, who was about to set off, glanced at Xiaozhe, his gaze fixated on the stone orb. "Xiaozhe, are you all right?" he inquired. "No worries, let us continue," Xiaozhe replied, shaking his head as he followed the elder westward. Yet he did not discard the stone orb that had come to rest in his grasp. The emergence of this stone orb was peculiar, for it had completely ignored the protective illusory sea realm surrounding Xiaozhe's body. under normal circumstances. Even if the orb had indeed descended upon his head, it would have been rebuffed by the illusory sea before nearing his form. Yet, this particular orb disregarded the illusory sea entirely. Xiaozhe ran his fingers over the orb, unable to discern any useful information. He attempted to penetrate it with his soul power, aided by the illusory sea, but was astonished to find that his soul power could not infiltrate it. This only heightened his curiosity regarding the enigmatic stone orb. Throughout the journey, Xiaozhe devoted a fragment of his consciousness to studying it. As they progressed, a faint aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Soon, Xiaozhe beheld a treasure tower, with a few individuals scattered about the square in front of it. Upon catching sight of Xiaozhe, the crowd instantly displayed expressions of delight, parting to allow him and the elder passage to the forefront. Xiaozhe cast a glance at them. Their faces were adorned with eager, flattering smiles. "There is no need for such flattery," he remarked. "The array above is not a protective one, but a selection array. The height you can ascend corresponds directly to your abilities." At that moment, someone from the crowd, unable to contain their discontent, interjected, "Then why were we unable to enter before? Surely this medicinal tower cannot require a combat sovereign to gain entry." "Naturally. It is because you have yet to activate the selection," Xiaozhe replied, shaking his head. As he spoke, energy cascaded from nearby, causing the entire treasure tower to radiate a brilliant light. Witnessing Xiaozhe's actions, the elder could not help but nod appreciatively. He had not anticipated that this expedition into the ancient ruins would rely so heavily on Xiaozhe's prowess rather than his own experience. As the tower opened, excitement surged within the crowd, yet none dared to rush ahead. After all, this was Xiaozhe's initiation. If he did not indicate that they should enter first, it would be unwise for them to take the lead, assuming that the two elder alchemists would be easily appeased. With a nod exchanged between Xiaozhe and the elder, they entered together, prompting the crowd to surge forward, eager to follow them into the treasure tower. Upon entering, Xiaozhe immediately felt a formidable pressure bearing down upon him. However, he merely shrugged his shoulders lightly, quickly acclimatizing to the weight. "Let us proceed. This level holds no valuable herbs or elixirs," the elder stated casually after a brief glance around. The two individuals ascended without delay, diligently collecting any elixirs or medicinal herbs they encountered along the way, only acquiring those that stirred their hearts. Generally, the commonplace elixirs failed to capture the discerning eyes of these two masters of alchemy. With a resonant clang, Xiaozhe struck the energy barrier before him, marveling internally at its enduring solidity even after the passage of countless years. The formidable strength of the final layer of protection heightened his anticipation for the secrets concealed within. This was undoubtedly the greatest mystery of the treasure tower. The slightly withered hand of the Grand Elder rested upon the energy barrier, which likely connected to the protective array encompassing the entire tower, maintaining its formidable defense despite the ravages of time. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaozhe opted against brute force, instead retrieving a core rune and applying it to the energy barrier. Observing Xiaozhe's actions, curiosity flickered across the Grand Elder's face. For his understanding of arrays paled in comparison to that of Xiaozhe. Could two distinct arrays truly interact? As the energy barrier shimmered with light, a passageway for passage emerged, eliciting surprise from the Grand Elder. "How is this possible? Aren't they two different arrays?" At the Grand Elder's inquiry, a hint of admiration surfaced on Xiaozhe's countenance. In truth, the protective array of the main hall and that of the treasure tower are crafted by the same hand. The tower's array possesses recognition capabilities. As long as I hold the core rune, I can enter freely. Upon hearing Xiaozhe's revelation, the Grand Elder's expression turned solemn. In ancient times, myriad abilities flourished, yet it seemed that all had gradually faded with the disappearance of the Battle Emperor. To behold the remnants of a master of arrays in the present day was indeed an enlightening experience. The two sensed the interior with their spiritual energy, confirming the absence of danger before stepping inside. Xiaozhe entered, mindful to leave the passageway open to avoid any potential disturbances. The apex of the treasure tower was not expansive, adorned with several shelves, their energies dim and dust-laden. Surrounding these shelves was a stone platform, which bore not rare treasures, but rather a decayed skeleton. "Let us not hastily search for valuables. We must first eliminate all hidden dangers before proceeding," the Grand Elder suggested, fixing his gaze upon the skeleton upon the stone platform. The presence of a skeleton in such a tower, which was meant to house elixirs and herbs, was decidedly peculiar. Xiaozhe nodded, sensing with his spiritual energy that the skeleton was unremarkable, seemingly the remains of an ordinary human cultivator. Yet, to reach the pinnacle of the treasure tower, one could not possibly be an ordinary practitioner. The tower's filtering mechanism would have barred all but the exceptional from ascending past the initial levels. After all, the pressure intensified as one climbed higher, even making peak zone practitioners feel a certain strain. This is merely the residual power of the ancient array, having endured the passage of countless years. Were it a complete formation, it is likely that even a peak zone would be unable to withstand its might. When confronted with the unusual, one must suspect the presence of something sinister. Xiao Zhe, accompanied by the Grand Elder, approached the desiccated bone, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the remains. Suddenly, with a hint of astonishment, Xiao Zhe remarked, "Grand Elder, have you noticed that although this bone appears withered, it bears not a single crack upon its surface?" The Grand Elder, taken aback by this observation, shared in Xiao Zhe's unease, as the illogical circumstances began to breed apprehension within them. "Xiao Zhe, I shall guard this bone. You take the opportunity to remove anything of value." The Grand Elder hesitated before instructing. "Should a disturbance arise, it would be prudent to secure the items within your spatial ring rather than risk damage during the ensuing conflict." "Understood," Xiao Zhe replied, swiftly dismantling the ceiling array and collecting everything into his spatial ring for later examination. At that moment, as Xiao Zhe was in motion, a faint, enigmatic glow emanated from the hollow eye sockets of the skeletal remains. The Grand Elder, possessing formidable strength and being a master alchemist with keen spiritual perception, was acutely aware of any subtle changes around him. The elusive glimmer did not escape his discerning gaze. "Xiao Zhe, there is something amiss. Hurry." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's urgent call, Xiao Zhe quickened his pace, reaching for the last item on the pedestal. The spectral light within the eye sockets of the bone flickered more frequently, heightening the Grand Elder's sense of unease. Despite the absence of any energy fluctuations, there lingered an unsettling impression of resurrection. Xiao Zhe retrieved the final item from the pedestal and, simultaneously, hurled the core rune towards the energy barrier at the entrance. "Grand Elder, we can leave now." Upon hearing Xiao Zhe's words, the Grand Elder immediately retreated, unleashing a torrent of Qi in an attempt to stall the uncanny skeletal figure. A brilliant light erupted from the hollow eye sockets of the bone. Contrary to their expectations, as the Grand Elder's Qi struck, the skeletal remains shattered into fragments, scattering in disarray. The skull, emanating a fierce glow, rolled off the stone platform. Yet, rather than granting them relief, the fragility of the bones sparked a chilling sense of imminent danger within both the Grand Elder and Xiao Zhe. The scattered bones, akin to the skull, radiated a formidable light, each one marred with fissures from which the glow emanated. The source of the foreboding sensation felt by Xiao Zhe and the Grand Elder was indeed the brilliance of those spectral lights. As the shattered remains were engulfed by the luminous power, they did not disintegrate into dust. Instead, they began to reform into a humanoid shape. The skeletal figure then fixed its gaze upon Xiao Zhe, charging towards him with alarming speed. Witnessing this scene, both the Grand Elder and Xiao Zhe, who had retreated to the threshold, changed color in shock, and Xiao Zhe hastily activated the energy barrier. In that final moment, the skeletal figure abruptly halted. A faint soul energy, as delicate as a flickering candle in the wind, emanated from the energy barrier that had yet to close completely. The voice of the soul resonated in the ears of the Great Elder and Xiao Zhe, urging them to flee, for great danger lurked nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Zhe removed the core runes above and, accompanied by the Great Elder, they hastened towards the base of the tower. The power displayed by the skeletal figure was terrifying beyond measure. Even in the presence of Xian Kongzi, a peak Dozun, Xiao Zhe had never felt such dread. The duo descended the treasure tower with remarkable speed, leaving the area without pause. Neither could guarantee that the energy barrier would contain the skeletal being. Those cultivators still searching within the tower caught sight of Xiao Zhe and the Great Elder's hurried departure. A sense of unease gripped some, and as their gains from the tower were already substantial, they chose to leave as well. Yet, there were always those insatiable souls. After acquiring one elixir, they yearned for another. Thus, they merely glanced at Xiao Zhe and the Great Elder before returning to their search, believing that the two had discovered something even more precious and abandoned the tower. Once Xiao Zhe and the Great Elder exited the tower, they did not linger for a moment, making their way directly towards the Grand Hall's entrance. Meanwhile, the cultivators remaining inside suddenly felt the ground tremble. In such a forsaken place, where they struggled merely to withstand pressure, how could they muster the strength to fight? The tremor's origin was a mystery. Witnessing the panic-stricken throng fleeing, some joined the exodus, while others, overly optimistic, relished the thought that all that remained would be theirs. However, their jubilation was short-lived. A thunderous roar echoed in their ears as a skeletal figure, radiating a dark aura, landed before them. The mere pressure exuded by the skeleton rendered them breathless, and before they could react, the ominous energy pierced their bodies. In an instant, they were enveloped in darkness, their forms disintegrating into countless fragments of black dust. A formidable roar erupted from the skeletal figure, shattering the colossal tower into debris. The being, surrounded by dark energy, paid no heed to those who fled in panic. Its gaze was fixed eastward, towards the exit of the Grand Hall. Xiao Zhe and the Great Elder, moving with unparalleled speed, reached the entrance in no time. The Great Elder, his expression grave, remarked, "This ancient ruin harbors grave dangers." The black sludge seeping from that skeletal figure bears a striking resemblance to the ghostly energy, yet the sense of threat it conveys is far greater. Xiao Zhe furrowed his brow, responding, "Even in the presence of the ghostly energy possessed by the Do Zun Yuming slave, I have never felt such a foreboding sense of danger." The Grand Elder nodded, acknowledging that the master of the Black Mud had undoubtedly reached the sacred realm. Otherwise, such a terrifying aura would not have manifested. The residual power of a Do Saint, enduring through the ages, could still unleash such might. Truly, Do Saints are the pinnacle of existence in this world. Xiao Zhe, with a lingering sense of trepidation, remarked, "However, before the energy barrier sealed us, that soul force conveying a message to us, could it be the former master of the withered bones? It is highly probable," he mused. According to his account, this ancient relic harbors great danger. The manifestation of that withered skeleton suggests that the infiltration of the nether servants into this realm has certainly not occurred recently. The energy of the withered bones evidently contains remnants from ancient times. Otherwise, their revival would not have been so gradual. It is quite possible that the destruction of this realm is linked to the nether servants. As this thought crossed their minds, both felt a chill run down their spines. This ancient relic had long been permeated by the nether servants, devolving into their stronghold, and now, as cultivators, their intrusion was akin to seeking their own demise. Suddenly, Xiao Zhe turned towards a nearby space, sensing a familiar presence, his expression shifting noticeably. The Grand Elder also noticed the change in that space, his demeanor growing more vigilant. Before the Grand Elder could caution Xiao Zhe to be wary, Xiao Zhe had already stepped forward towards the distorted space, arms outstretched. In the next moment, a young girl clad in green emerged from the distortion, landing heavily against Xiao Zhe's chest. "Brother Xiao Zhe, I missed you so much." Her gentle voice seemed capable of softening steel. "Xuner, it has been quite a while," Xiao Zhe replied, embracing her with a long-awaited smile, inhaling the familiar scent she carried. The two held each other tightly, savoring their shared existence. In contrast, the two elders who had followed behind Xuner were taken aback by the scene, their expressions revealing astonishment and a subtle sharpness. They understood all too well that within the ancient clan, the young mistress treated those exceptionally gifted youths with a detached demeanor. When conversing with her, one could almost feel the icy barrier that kept others at bay. Yet now, she willingly threw herself into the arms of this young man, leaving the elders in a state of shock. "Isn't that the Grand Elder of the Pill Tower?" remarked one of the white-haired elders. His gaze, filled with astonishment, fell upon Xiao Zhe, particularly noting his exceedingly youthful visage. To attain the status of a master alchemist at such a tender age is a remarkable feat, even within the ancient clan, where his talent could be deemed top-tier. Moreover, as far as I know, he is a descendant of Xiao Xian. Who could have imagined that after years of dormancy in the Xiao family's bloodline, another genius, rivaling or even surpassing Xiao Xian, would emerge? As the two elders conversed, the Grand Elder's attention shifted to them. He could clearly discern that Xiao Zhe and the young girl were familiar, indeed, closely connected. What truly astonished him was that the two elderly men appeared to be of ancient lineage, and the status of those guardians was undoubtedly significant. The only question lingering in the Grand Elder's mind was how Xiao Zhe had established a connection with these ancient beings. As far as he was aware, Xiao Zhe hailed from the Canaan Academy in the northwestern continent. Could it be that the ancient lineage would send such a distinguished individual to study at Canaan Academy? Amidst the varied emotions of the crowd, within the Azure Palace, an exceedingly terrifying aura was advancing toward the entrance. Xiao Zhe's brow furrowed as he gazed in the direction of that ominous presence. Why had the skeletal figure followed them? Was it perhaps due to his acquisition of the treasures from the apex of the pagoda?